I miss you so much, my future wife. I'm waiting for you with all my heart, dreaming of the day we finally unite and build a beautiful life together. And boys and gentlemen, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel. You can support me one Google Pay. Chapter 1. The waves sparkled and the sea breeze was gentle. A funny scene was happening on the warship flying the flag of Hio Libra. Shaitan Kaji held a large bouquet of roses, half knelt in front of the dining table, and gave a passionate confession to Momuzagi-jun. Sitting there eating, the indifferent Momuzagi Vice Admiral turned a deaf ear, and the surrounding Marines seemed to be used to it. Report. Emergency. At this time, a lieutenant junior grade hurried over, raised his hand to salute, and interrupted Kaji's casting. You kid! Kaji was a little annoyed. Although he was very unhappy to be interrupted for the nth time to confess, he still had to listen to the emergency. Momuzagi looked up and asked, what happened? Vice Admiral Kaji, Vice Admiral Momuzagi, we found a pirate invasion on our way back. It's the butcher dog with a bounty of 130 million. He is leading his pirates to plunder nearby islands. Lieutenant Junior Grade said quickly, pouring beans in the face of Shaitan's unfriendly eyes. Shaitan frowned and quickly thought of this pirate, butcher dog, that guy is extremely cruel and powerful. Order the warship to turn around and go to support immediately. Momuzagi immediately stood up and walked towards the deck while giving orders. Shaitan followed happily and scolded Lieutenant Junior Grade, hurry up. An invasion by bloodthirsty pirates is no small matter. Soon, the warship turned the rudder and accelerated towards the target island. The butcher dog is from West Blue. All his subordinates are cruel and have committed many murders. The captain, the dog, can use armament haki and is very powerful. He is good at evading pursuit like a dog's nose. He has not been arrested or suppressed yet. Lieutenant Junior Grade took the information about this pirates group and narrated behind Momuzagi and the others. Shaitan and Momuzagi stood at the bow and stared intently. Because the distance was not far, the island could be seen soon. As they approached, they could see 3 pirates' ships docked on the edge. These bastards seemed to be damned. Momuzagi couldn't help but hold the handle of the knife, and went directly to the island to rescue people when the distance was close enough. As a result, just approaching the island. Suddenly, a tremor came from the island, accompanied by a strong wind, blowing the trees bent. It was like the air was roaring. What a big noise! Shaitan, who was not serious at first, suddenly became serious. There was a fight on the island. I just don't know if it's the pirates or someone else. However, before the two of them could make any move, everyone on the warship saw dozens of figures flying backwards in the jungle on the beach. That's right, a bunch of pirates were knocked away. Not just one by one. And they all vomited blood, even their ears and noses were bleeding, and they fell to the ground in a mess. That's the vicious dog pirates. The butcher dog is among them. On the warship, Lieutenant Junior Grade looked at it carefully and said in surprise. A big pirate with over 100 million people, along with his subordinates, was thrown out? Hi! Both Shaitan and Momuzagi were surprised. Are there other pirates on the island? Momuzagi knew that this small island was just a small town, with a small population and no strong people who could defeat the vicious dog. It seemed that this was the only possibility. Just when it was unexpected. The one who walked out of the jungle was not the other pirates that Marine guessed, but a young man with brown eyes, black hair, and a short-sleeved t-shirt. The infamous pirates, the butcher dog, saw the young man, his pupils dilated, and he retreated with fear. The boss was like this, and his subordinates were even more terrified. They stood up and ran away as if they had seen a ghost, shouting, "Run! Run! Sail! Sail!" The butcher dog threw away his knife and ran towards the pirate's ship, calling out to the people left behind on the ship. On the warship on the side, Momuzagi, Shaitan, and the Marines were very surprised. Is this panicked look what a billionaire pirate should look like? The situation is completely different from what was expected. Is that young man so scary? What's going on? Shaitan couldn't see the situation in front of him for a while, and the young man didn't look imposing at all. Why would the vicious pirates be scared like that? Seeing the pirates crossing the shallows in panic, even if they fell, they drank seawater to get up, and the boat started. Momuzagi and the marines wanted to stop them, but the young man stared at the boat and remained calm. Shayan, right? I'll remember you. BD. I'll cut you into pieces next time. On the moving pirates, the vicious dog changed his previous cowardly look and cursed and left harsh words. You don't have a chance. The young man, Shane, walked step by step and said softly. He glanced at the warships that appeared faintly in the distance, and then stood still, looking at the 3 pirates' ships that were going away in front of him. The next moment, a faint silver light emanated from Shane's eyes. Then he uttered a heavy sound. Die! Visible sound waves rolled out of Shane's mouth. Circle after circle. Rolling the fine sand under his feet, breaking the gullies along the way, and constantly expanding. The speed of the sound wave was too fast for the pirates to react, and they could not resist it at all. In the blink of an eye, the sound wave impact that was enough to cover the 3 pirates' ships had arrived. At the moment of contact, the iron-like shipwood was torn apart by the sound wave and turned into debris. He can still attack from such a distance. The face of the evil dog was full of fear and disbelief. What was reflected in his pupils was the shaking sea water, the violent airflow, and the bodies of his men who were shaken and suspended in the air. The moment those pirates were affected by the sound wave, their eyeballs bulged out, and they bled from all 7 orifices. When they were blown away by the impact, they were already shocked to death. The evil dog defending armament Haki only lasted a few more seconds, and then Haki was torn apart by the sound wave impact, and the whole person was blown away by the amazing sound wave impact. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, and the 5 internal organs were shattered and died. The pirates' ships were broken into pieces, as if they were torn and crushed by violence, and sank to the bottom of the sea along the rolled-up waves. The power of the sound wave did not decrease at all, and it blasted far away in the direction, tearing the seawater apart and being swept up by the airflow. The sea was torn apart, until the end was out of sight. With just one blow, the notorious pirates of the pirates disappeared completely with their ships and people. Seeing the horrific scene of the sea being torn apart, the soldiers on the warship were all dumbfounded, their throats rolling. What kind of monster is that? Can the warship withstand such a blow? The power is really terrifying. Even Momuzagi and Shitun, who are alternate admirals, were shocked and looked very solemn. The young man standing on the beach is very strong. No doubt. Because they are not absolutely sure that they can block this move without getting hurt. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? The power is so amazing. It's not Haki, and Shitun subconsciously recognized him as a person with the ability. Momuzagi stared at the figure on the beach, his face solemn as he said, now we should be more certain about who this young man with amazing strength is. Chapter 2. The sea that was split apart by the sound wave gradually calmed down. The wreckage of the hull floated to the surface. Xiaoyan looked at the scene in front of him with a normal expression, as if it was just a trivial matter. At this time, a mysterious voice sounded in his heart. Ding, kill multiple evil people and get 30 attribute points. Tongzi, the attribute points you give are getting less and less. Xiaoyan silently complained. He has been traveling through the pirates' world for a whole year. He usually keeps a low profile and gradually grows stronger. The function of the system is also very simple. There are character templates. In addition to rewards for tasks, killing evil can get attribute points. Attribute points can be used for any of your own bonuses. The greater the evil killed, the more attribute points you will get. Open the attribute panel and take a look. The future technology page that only he can see is immediately unfolded. Host, Xiaoyan. Body attribute, 389. Armament Haki, 476. Black Bolt template, Soundwave 2975. Unused attribute points, 30. A very simple panel attribute, and it is also the main one that Shane checks. Both the body and armament Haki are at an average level, and are somewhat mediocre compared to the pirates' world. But in terms of ability, Shane has increased the sound wave to more than 2000. Just these 2000 points, it took a whole year to find opportunities to kill evil people, and accumulated little by little. This is also why the pirates of over 100 million can't stand Shane's casual voice. Of course, it's not that Shane has to add sound waves, but because after having the Black Bolt template, he can no longer speak normally. More than 3000 points, can evolve sound waves, I don't know if it can let me speak normally. Now that he killed these gangs, he got 30 attribute points and Shane decisively added them to sound waves. The value of 2975 suddenly became 3005. Ding Black Bolt's pseudo sound wave attribute exceeds 3000 points, and he gains an additional ability, Enchantment Armament Color. Enchantment Armament Color, using pseudo sound waves can be accompanied by the effect of armament color, power is increased, and pseudo sound waves can condense sound into shape. The system prompts a long paragraph of notes about enchantment. Although Shane, standing on the beach, did not get the function he wanted most, he was also very happy. In general, it is the invisible sound waves that form solid objects, such as condensed into swords, shields, etc. Shane understands how powerful this enchantment is. After all, he came here through time and he also knows the pirate's world. After enchanting armament Haki, his attack power and defense capabilities are greatly improved, and his attack methods have become more. Most importantly, with the enchantment of armament Haki, he will not be afraid of the ability users in the pirate's world, especially the ability users of Logia. Finally, he has enough ability to survive in this world. At this moment, the neat sound of stepping on the gravel came. 2 men and women wearing Marine Vice Admiral coats led a team and walked slowly from the other side of the beach. Before they came up, they asked Shane cautiously, "Who are you?" Shane, who was focusing on the system, also turned his head and looked at them, with a playful look in his eyes. One was beautiful and delicate, with spiders tattooed on her white thighs, and the other was shorter, with a bulging belly and a wretched expression. Momuzagi-jun, Shaitan Kaji, saw the real person. Shane took out a piece of charcoal from his pocket, picked up the fallen leaves on the beach, and wrote his name, Shane. But seeing the cautious and vigilant eyes of the Marines, he wrote again, "Indigenous people, no pirates." Not pirates, but the indigenous people here? Momuzagi and Shaitan were stunned, and Lieutenant Junior Grade and other Marines were also surprised. Everyone thought that such a strong man would not be from a small island, but it turned out to be an indigenous person. But as a Marine soldier who is hostile to the pirates, after carefully observing Shane, he did not look like a pirate, so everyone relaxed a little. The distance between the two sides became closer until Shaitan and Momuzagi stood in front of Shane. Mute. Shaitan saw Shane wipe off the words after writing and looked up at him, and asked with some confusion. In fact, Shane was looking at Momuzagi, who would look at his big belly. Then he shook his head and wrote, "Opening your mouth is equal to attacking. So that's how it is. The ability just now is really powerful." Thinking of the power caused by the sound just now, Momuzagi, Shaitan nodded suddenly. Opening your mouth and making a sound is attacking. This devil fruit ability is a bit limited, but it is also very powerful. But at this time, looking at Shane who was a little silly and looking at him with a charcoal pencil, Momuzagi had the idea of recruiting him. His outrageous ability, his strength is unquestionable, and he is also an aboriginal on the island, with a clean background, plus he can't speak. It's very suitable for Marine. We just dealt with the pirates, which really opened our eyes. Thank you for your efforts for justice. It can be seen that you are a man with a sense of justice and strength. I invite you to join Marine in the name of Vice Admiral of this department. Are you willing, Brother Shane? Momuzagi spoke first and then invited, giving Shane face. As expected of Momuzagi, who is good at using her beauty to seduce pirates, Shane couldn't help laughing when he saw her smiling and reaching out her hand. Of course, he would not sell himself to be a cow and horse just because a woman threw a wink, and he was going to write a refusal directly. But at this time, the system sounded a prompt. Ding, trigger an unexpected side quest, join Marine to continuously obtain attribute points. Rear Admiral gets 1 point per day, Vice Admiral gets 3 points per day, and Admiral gets 10 points per day. You can become stronger even if you lie down. Hurry up, system. Shane was stunned, smiled bitterly and was surprised. It took a whole year to accumulate 3,000 attribute points, but who would have thought that activating the branch quest would immediately make him stronger by idling, and he could also join the world government, join the system with food and accommodation provided. If he became an admiral, he would have 10 attribute points a day. In a year, he would have more than 3,000 attribute points even if he did nothing. And he could go to sea at public expense, enjoy first-hand intelligence, and kill evil people with a clear conscience. Hey, there are so many benefits. The more Xiaoyan thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. In the eyes of Momuzagi and Shitun, Xiaoyan was tempted. It seemed that he was going to add another colleague with amazing strength. So, Xiaoyan pretended to consider it, and quickly wrote, I can join the Marine. Momuzagi and Shitun, as well as Lieutenant Junior grade standing behind him, were delighted and were about to welcome him to join. Who would have thought that Xiaoyan did not stop and continued to write, conditions, I will be an admiral. Admiral? Lieutenant Junior grade took a breath of cold air. There are only 3 seats in the entire Marine. Momuzagi and Shitun are both admiral candidates. How dare he mention it? Momuzagi and the other 2 were speechless. Did this guy give him too much face? Chapter 3. Although Shane showed great strength, compared with Admiral, it was still somewhat lacking. You have to know that every Admiral is a natural disaster, a strategic level strongman. But Shane has great potential, and he will definitely be an excellent Marine in the future. Momuzagi and Shitun were speechless and still wanted to keep him. Young man, it's better to be safe. You are amazingly strong. You can start from the officer level. The superiors will focus on training you. And maybe Marshal Sengoku will directly make you a vice admiral. Shitun bit a cigarette and lit it, persuading earnestly. There is no precedent for directly going up to be an admiral, and we don't have the authority to make a decision. Momuzagi also explained on the side, taking the opportunity to dispel Shane's whimsical idea. But who is Shane? A time traveler. Knowing that the pirate's world is not so pedantic, as long as one's value is enough, being an admiral is nothing. Besides, vice admiral only gets 3 attribute points per day, while admiral gets twice as many, so he has to be admiral. Not enough, admiral is needed. Xiaoyan said very firmly, even writing an exclamation mark. Shitun wanted to continue persuading him, after all, talents are hard to come by, but seeing Xiaoyan's very determined expression, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. You are too outrageous, you insist on being admiral right away, Jun and I are only vice admirals, just a candidate title. The conditions for insisting on being admiral are beyond my authority, so you can do as you please. Shitun was unwilling to waste time. There is no shortage of strong and potential talents in the world, and the talent reserve capacity of world government is beyond reproach. It's not necessary to have Xiaoyan. Momuzagi didn't give up, staring at Xiaoyan with her beautiful eyes, always feeling that the sunny and handsome man in front of her was not that simple. Even if it is a remote island, as long as it is under the management of the world government, everyone should understand what admiral means. Shane insisted on it, which shows how confident and sure he is. Somehow, Momuzagi pulled out the kinpala from his waist, looked directly at Shane, and said seriously, we are not qualified to agree to be admiral, but if you can defeat me, I will try my best to persuade Marshal Sengoku. Shane thought carefully, and it was true that they could not make the decision, and they were a little worried about fighting. So he refused directly and wrote a line of words, fighting is dangerous, I am afraid you will get hurt. Black Bolt's ability is a bit strong, even Shane dare not speak easily, and all he said was to kill the evil people. Although Momuzagi is strong, it is difficult to guarantee that he can withstand the power of pseudo-sound waves. After all, there are other ways to prove his strength. At most, he can find an uninhabited island and roar. Seeing Shane write such a line of words, Momuzagi suddenly got angry. Who is he looking down on? The strength of the alternate admiral will still be injured by your hands? I'm sorry. Momuzagi whispered, and Kinpala attacked brazenly. He lowered himself, rushed forward, and swung his sword. The movements were done in one go, and he was in front of Shane in the blink of an eye. Kinpala fell down with great force. The cold blade was right in front of him, but Shane was still calm and said one word, "Shield." The arc of sound waves visible to the naked eye spread, and in the surprise of Shaitan and other marines, it solidified into a translucent round shield standing in front of Shane. Ding! Momuzagi's sword seemed to be slashing on a high-strength alloy, and sparks came out of the blade, but it couldn't cut into it at all. Shane didn't even move his feet, and he was directly blocked in the air. Invisible shield. Shaitan was really confused, frowning. I thought of various ways for Shane to respond, but I didn't expect that just saying one word would block it. Feeling the unshakable solidity, Momuzagi couldn't help but show a look of shock. What kind of ability is this? After seeing the terrifying strength of Shane just now, she didn't hold back much strength at all. She wanted to defeat Shane quickly and dispel his whimsical ideas. In the end, she was blocked by Shane's words. They can say that Shane's fruit ability is very magical. How could Momuzagi be convinced? She shouted, "It's just the beginning." She moved her footsteps and moved. The arm holding the knife was immediately coated with a layer of bright black, and it extended to the entire blade of Kinpala. Armament haki entangled. And Shane seemed a little careless, and didn't pay much attention to Momuzagi's movements at all, and looked at the shield formed by pseudosonic waves. This kind of energy, if you have to describe it, is to use armament haki as a framework, and pseudosonic energy covers to form a super strong defense. Ding dang! When she came back to her senses, Momuzagi had already launched a new round of attacks. In her hand, the famous sword Kinpala was like an extension of her arm, swinging freely. The attack of the entangled armed color was much stronger than the first sword, and every slash and swing burst out with a little lightning. And as Momuzagi gradually increased her strength, it became more and more amazing. The sword energy swept through, and even the beach would be cut open, forming a large gully. Marine and Shaitan retreated further and further, but their expressions were very shocked. Although Momuzagi attacked fiercely, in fact, she did not break the defense around Shane, and she did not move at all. Jun has used such strength, but he still can't break his defense. At this moment, Shaitan realized that his judgment was wrong. Shane was much stronger than he thought. Momuzagi's combo was smooth, and the sword energy drove the airflow, and even the trees behind were baptized. On the other hand, Shane was still as a mountain. The shield formed by pseudosonic waves is not only to defend in front of the body, but also a full-scale defense. This guy. Feeling the pain of the recoil of the tiger's mouth, Momuzagi's anger was beaten out, and she was surprised and unwilling to admit defeat. So, Momuzagi decided not to hold back at all. Momwaro 10 slashes. Kinpara. A full-strength attack, a special move. The move used by Momuzagi was the name of the sword in her hand. You can imagine how terrifying it is to see a substitute Admiral's full-strength slash. Momuzagi was completely enveloped in haki and sword energy, holding up her sword. The two auras formed a tornado that rushed straight into the sky. Immediately, her eyes fixed on Shane. Slash! The tornado slash with haki lightning fell at high speed. Shay, who had never experienced this, was also surprised, but still believed in his shield and did not make any move. That guy, he can't stop it now. Ha 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 ha. Shaitan laughed and waved his hand to let the marines retreat further. The power of Momoshiki 10 slashes. Kinpara was like countless slashes gathered into one, and it fell on Shane's shield. For a moment, the violent energy caused the pseudosonic shield to fluctuate violently. The strong impact spread and blew up the dust, making it difficult for everyone to see clearly for a while. In the center, Momuzagi's eyes were sharp, vowing to break Shane's shield. But until the dust finally settled, Shaitan and Marine only saw that there was an obvious translucent shield in front of Shane, with only a tiny crack on it. Still couldn't break it. No, it's impossible. Shaitan was shocked and stunned. Momuzagi himself stood not far away holding the golden pira, and his eyes were even more astonished. The move that he used all his strength could only create a little crack? Chapter 4. Misjudgment, Serious Mistake. This guy's defense alone is comparable to that of a real admiral. Momuzagi, who stopped, and Shitun, who was not far away, looked incredible, realizing that Shane's ability was no worse than Logia. The marines behind him were even more dumbfounded. The jungle over there was split into gullies by the sword energy storm, but Shane was still unscathed, even the beach under his feet. The invisible shield is a bit too strong. Momuzagi's attack is very strong. It seems that most of the power is absorbed by the pseudo-sound wave. Shane reached out and touched the defense in front of him, and was very satisfied and admired in his heart. After the enchantment, the pseudo-sound wave is no longer single, and the ability of pseudo-shape rises more than one level in the battle. This is no longer a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. And after resisting Momuzagi's big move, Shane's mind became active. At this point, it would be too disrespectful to the opponent if he didn't fight back. Swish, 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 Shane wrote a line of words, "It's my turn to attack." Momuzagi was still in shock, and when she saw the word that Shane raised, she immediately reacted and her expression tightened. His defense has been verified, comparable to, or even surpassing Admiral. So what about the attack power? Don't underestimate it. However, at this time, Shane just opened his mouth and uttered a word, sword. The vibrating pseudo-sound waves were brewing, forming an invisible sword blade in a very short time. As soon as the sound wave came out, Momuzagi could still see the T-pig, but the next one was invisible to the naked eye. After a sword sound, Momuzagi, who was keen in observation, still sensed that there was an attack aimed at herself. Sword? There is an invisible sword slashing towards me. Momuzagi's hair stood up, her beautiful eyes tightened, and her pupils shrank. The perceived danger was approaching at a very fast speed. The kinpala in her hand was quickly set up, defending in front of her, an armament haki attached. Immediately, Momuzagi saw the kinpala in front of her being chopped, and a huge force surged in. How could it be? Momuzagi was filled with horror, watching the translucent sword blade sizzling and emitting sparks on the kinpala. Bang! The sand under her feet sank, her arms went numb, she gritted her teeth and tried to hold on, but the huge force of the slash pushed her feet off the ground and flew backwards. Everything happened too quickly, from Shane's voice to Momuzagi being knocked away, it was only 2 or 3 seconds. Not good. Shitun saw Momuzagi flying backwards uncontrollably, and quickly stepped forward to catch the flying Momuzagi with his body and arms. The moment of contact, Shitun understood why Momuzagi was knocked away in a few seconds. It was as if it contained a terrifying force like the sea. Shitun couldn't help but stimulate more power, his feet sank into the sand and were pushed back several meters before he barely stopped. Are you okay? Although he was very surprised, Shitun still hurried to check if Momuzagi was okay. It's okay. We still underestimated Shane's strength. Momuzagi couldn't hide the shock in her eyes, shook her numb arms, and looked at Shane solemnly. The power of one blow was so huge, which was really surprising, and so was Shitun Kaji. I have to admit that Shane is powerful, but Shitun was a little unhappy, this kid. The goddess lost face in front of the entire marine team. Shitun tidied his plaid coat, took off his hat, stared at Shane and said slowly, "You are really strong, just defense is as good as Admiral, no wonder you dare to ask for the Admiral position. But the real battle is not just one attack and one defense. Let me test your strength too." Shane looked at Shitun in surprise. Want to save face? But when this wretched uncle turned his head, was he laughing at the goddess he just hugged? Come on. Shitun looked like he was going to test it himself. Xian didn't waste time. The sword attack just now was very satisfying, so he tried it this time, knife. He opened his mouth and uttered a word. The same sound waves rippled and turned invisible. In fact, the pseudo-sound waves had condensed into a knife and slashed towards Shitun quickly. So fast. Facing Xian's attack, Shitun knew what fast and accurate meant. In the perception of the color of observation, the invisible knife was ridiculously fast. Armament haki instantly covered and wrapped around him. He stepped back on his wooden clogs and pulled out a long sword to respond. As a result, the moment they collided, armament haki touched, sparks sizzled. The overflowing energy produced a violent airflow. The unshakable power made Shatun's eyes widen, full of disbelief. He was too much. It seemed that the impact was even greater than before. Bang! Shatun, who had plowed a ditch on the beach, did not catch it and flew backwards uncontrollably. Can the sound of a word generate such a strong force? Shatun, who fell to the ground in a mess, hurriedly got up, and the palm of his hand holding the sword was numb and trembling. He has reached the level of Admiral. For the second time in a row, Momuzagi and Shatun were both shocked. The young man in front of them was so powerful that he was too fierce. Even the Marines not far away were frightened by the continuous exchanges and gathered together, shocked. Both Admiral candidates were knocked away by this young man in front of him. He really has the strength of an Admiral. Who would have thought that this was a resident of an ordinary island? At this time, Shane felt that the goal had been achieved and no one was injured, so there was no need to continue, so he wrote the word truce and raised it. Stop! Momuzagi and Shatun looked at each other, and in addition to shock, they also had the intention of not admitting defeat. As soon as their eyes exchanged, they reached a consensus. You have the strength of an Admiral, but it is not enough to have strength. It is not enough to want this department to make an exception. Next, it will be our two Admiral candidates who will join forces. Momuzagi and Shatun stood still, looking solemn. Seeing the armament haki of the two people rising, Shane shook his head helplessly. Shatun and Momuzagi were obviously going to use their best tricks, and emission haki was wrapped around their weapons. A strong wind suddenly swept over the scene and covered the area. The two people at the source continued to increase their momentum, gathering haki energy on the long sword. Peach color 11 slashes. The sword energy was like a long dragon. As the two people swung their long swords almost at the same time, two 100-meter slashes crossed, forming a cross slash, and slashed directly towards Shane. The sand was plowed open, revealing the wet soil. The waves were rolling, and the wind was sweeping. Everyone's sight was occupied by this cross slash, which made the Marines open their mouths wide and look shocked. This is the strongest attack launched by the two alternate admirals. Even the four emperors have to temporarily avoid the edge, right? It's worthy of being a codenamed strongman in Marine. Shane sighed in his heart about the power of their ultimate move. But they didn't cry until they saw the coffin, and they had to test their limits. This time, Shane raised the volume of his voice, extinguish. As soon as the voice came out, the pseudo-sound wave was formed immediately. It was no longer a pseudo-object, but the purest sound wave attack. The cross slash is very fast, but the invisible sound wave is even faster. When the two attacks came into contact, the cross slash seemed to stop, and the emission lightning of armament haki continued to emerge. Shatun and Momuzagi were even more horrified at this moment. How is it possible? The sword energy was breaking. And the sound wave would not be blocked, and it would destroy all the gravel, soil, and seawater along the way. In a panic, Momuzagi and Shatun reacted quickly, but were still hit by the irresistible pseudo-sound wave. Impact, vibration, huge force. The indescribable attack fell on them, and they immediately spit out blood, and even the people were knocked out. In an instant, the Marine watching the battle was full of horror, as if petrified. The two alternate admirals, lost. Chapter 5. The falling seawater crashed back into the sea. Every drop of it was shocking the Marines. Momuzagi and Shatun wiped the bloodline from the corners of their mouths, stood up shakily, and smiled bitterly at each other. The shock in their hearts at this moment was indescribable. No more fighting, no more fighting. Shane. Shatun sorted out his clothes and showed his wretched smile again. Fight? What to fight? He stood there without moving, and his defense and attack were impeccable. Even emission haki couldn't stop the invisible impact. Your strength is recognized by us, and you are indeed capable of being an admiral. Momuzagi said straightforwardly. In fact, she was already impressed by Shane's strength. Admiral is an absolute deterrent and strength. Obviously Shane has this ability. After the battle, the two can be sure that his ability is comparable to Logia's natural disaster. The most important thing is that in the face of the siege of the two alternate admirals, he is still not impatient, not panic, and his psychological quality is very stable. This is an indispensable quality, not to mention that the two alternate admirals did not pose any threat to him. His defense could not be broken and his attack could not be blocked. In the estimation of the two, Shane's strength has reached the strength of 3 admirals. It turns out that he is not pretending to be powerful, but is really fierce. An absolute monster. The future achievements are limitless. Shatun's previous attitude was a bit of a lesson for the younger generation. Now that he was beaten and convinced, he said with some embarrassment, "I am indeed not qualified to decide the position of Admiral, but I will definitely recommend it to the naval headquarters." Unconsciously, Shatun's tone became polite, and at the same time, he began to consider the possibility of Shane becoming an admiral. Such a pervert young man with a clean background, Marshal Sengoku must be very optimistic about him. Don't say it, it's possible. Obviously, Momuzagi also has this idea. If Shane joins the Marine, it is equivalent to having one more admiral fighting force. It is a good thing for the entire Marine. Not only will the fighting force be stronger, but it will also deter the pirates. We can only agree to your conditions to this extent. I believe that Marshal Sengoku will seriously consider it when we go to Marineford. Momuzagi did not say any more nonsense, but sincerely invited Shane. "Shane, come with us to Marineford." Shatun followed with a smile on his face. The Marines were also looking forward to it. Who doesn't want the Marines to be more powerful? Shane looked at the two sincere people, and then looked at the expectant eyes of the Marines, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. They were still polite after being beaten up. The people in the pirates' world are really interesting. But this also shows that Momuzagi and Shatun are dedicated to the public, and they are still generous even if they are humiliated. So, Shane quickly wrote a word, "Okay." Seeing Shane agreed, Momuzagi and Shatun were immediately happy in their hearts, and called the Marines to prepare to set sail. They left as soon as they said they would, and Shane had nothing to pack, so he boarded the warship with him. On the other side, Marineford. Naval Headquarters Building, Marshal's office. Me. The sheep with a big golden bell stood leisurely behind Sengoku. Sengoku sat in the main seat, folded his arms, and thought solemnly. On the sofa, the hero Garp and the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral, sat there, each holding a cup of hot tea. And inside, there were 3 tall figures with different expressions. Marshal Sengoku, a pirate defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Are we calling all 3 admirals here? Aokiji was sleepy, and was obviously called here while he was asleep. Idiot! Don't underestimate Whitebeard! Garp immediately shouted with saliva spitting out when he saw the boy's indifferent look. Whitebeard regards his family as his life. A defector killed a captain of the squad. Be wary of his anger. Vice Admiral Tsuru slowly drank a sip of hot tea, but his tone was not so leisurely, but solemn. Tsuru is right. We can't guess what Whitebeard's reaction will be. We must be prepared. Marshal Sengoku nodded. He called them here to discuss precautions. At this time, the voice just fell. Billy Billy. The den mushi on the desk rang. Sengoku saw that it was Momuzagi calling, and motioned everyone to wait, and immediately answered the phone. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Report, Marshal Sengoku, the mission of New World has been successfully completed. The den mushi imitated Momuzagi's eyes and spoke. It's good that it has been successfully completed. We'll talk about the details when we come back. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. Wait, Marshal Sengoku. Momuzagi changed the subject at this time and continued, during the return voyage, we met a young man who could kill people with just his voice. The pirates' vicious dogs with more than 100 million were killed by him in one blow, without any chance of fighting back. Can kill people with just his voice. Sengoku's eyes moved when he heard it. 3 admirals, Garp and Vice Admiral also raised their heads and looked at the den mushi. Devil fruit ability. Akainu Sakazuki's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the pirates with over 100 million can't withstand a single blow. It seems that guy is very powerful. Aokiji Kyuzan rubbed his sleepy eyes, finally hearing something interesting. It's really scary. Pirates with over 100 million are powerful people who bring disaster to one side. Just by opening his mouth, he defeated them. Kizaru showed a look of surprise, as if he was really scared. Wakakakaka, young people nowadays are really amazing. Garp heard it and couldn't help laughing. Sengoku turned a deaf ear to it, and after a little thought, he asked, "You mean, that ability user is not a pirate?" "Yes, he is a resident of the island. The details need to be verified, but there is basically no problem. Marshal Sengoku, I want to recommend him to join the Marine to serve justice," Momuzagi asked in a serious tone. Garp, Tsuru Vice Admiral smiled slightly when he heard it, and the third Admiral was not surprised and looked at him steadily. Marshal Sengoku nodded and agreed, "It sounds like he is indeed a capable person. With your recommendation, it is not a problem. Then bring him here. He has the ability to defeat more than 100 million pirates with one strike. It is also in line with the procedures to be a Rear Admiral. If he makes enough contributions in the future, it will be no problem to be promoted to Vice Admiral. To be honest, this is already a very smooth path for promotion in the system. Many people want to be Rear Admirals but cannot. It is all because of strength, ability, and Momuzagi's recommendation. Who would have thought?" Momuzagi on the other side of Den Den Mushi was silent for a while. Then he said in a serious tone, "No, Marshal Sengoku, I want to recommend him to the position of Admiral." As soon as these words came out, Garp directly spit out a mouthful of hot tea. A flash of surprise flashed across the calm face of Vice Admiral Crane. The expressions of the three admirals, including Akainu, froze. Sengoku opened his mouth and was shocked by Momuzagi's words. "It's really speechless. Recommending a young man who defeated over 100 million pirates to be the Admiral? Are you kidding?" Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru reacted and couldn't help but curl their lips. "Momuzagi, are you crazy?" Chapter 6. Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of naval headquarters, so the first requirement for the person in charge is to have strong strength. It is a symbol of marine strength and an image of justice. Vice Admiral Crane was the first to step forward to smooth things over, saying, "Jun, stop joking, can anyone take the position of Admiral? Not to mention that the three admirals are now full, even if there is a vacancy, not everyone can take it." "Crane, I'm not joking." Momuzagi's answer was extremely serious. Vice Admiral Crane frowned and was about to tell her not to be silly. Momuzagi took the lead and said, "That guy is qualified to be the Admiral. Marshal Sengoku, everyone present, I know that the Admiral position is not vacant, but he is a rare strong man. I attacked him after the destruction of the vicious dog pirates, I couldn't even break his defense." In the office, the atmosphere changed in an instant, and Momuzagi's words were a bit shocking. The three admirals looked up suddenly, and Garp, Tsuru, Vice Admiral, and Sengoku all looked surprised. "Even you can't break his defense?" Tsuru knew very well the strength of his little sister, who was a famous swordsman, and her strength was not far from that of the Admiral. But Momuzagi admitted that she couldn't even break that guy's defense. How could this not be surprising? With the combat power of defeating the pirates with a single word, even your defense can't be broken. Sengoku also knew how strong Momuzagi, as the alternate admiral, was, and he immediately felt incredible when he heard it. "Did you use your full strength?" Aokiji also became serious in his surprise and confirmed again. "The result of using the Momwaro slash with all your strength." Momuzagi answered without hesitation. Now, everyone realized that if what Momuzagi said was completely true, then the strength of this young man might be comparable to that of the Admiral. Sengoku, Tsuru, Garp, and others couldn't help but ponder. Momuzagi then said, "That alone is not enough to ascend to the position of Admiral. Marshal Sengoku, I joined forces with Shaitan to attack, hoping to win with one blow, but we were still defeated by that guy." Momuzagi and Shaitan's attack, until the two of them launched a big move together and were easily defeated by Shane, told one by one. Momuzagi had no reason to lie to them, so she basically reported the truth. All of a sudden, all the marine executives in the office couldn't help but show surprise. "That guy is so strong. Aokiji completely lost his laziness and said with a surprised face. It's terrible, is he going to come back with you? Kizaru asked with his mouth in an O shape. Is this the reason for your recommendation? Akainu narrowed his eyes and was also very shocked. Momuzagi and Shitan joined forces, even he Akainu dared not slack off, let alone easily defeat him. From armament haki, observation haki to combat experience, the Admiral candidate who is top in swordsmanship, how can he be so easy to deal with? However, Momuzagi vowed that the report was true. It was true. In other words, they met a treasure. A wild super strong man. There are not many people in the world who can easily defeat you. Don't make a mistake, Jun. Even though the cautious Crane trusted Momuzagi, such a person was still a little incredible, so he said in front of all the senior executives. This is related to the future of his sister. Absolutely true. Momuzagi answered again without hesitation. For a moment, the Marine senior executives present looked at each other. Sengoku and Garp were also very surprised. Now everyone finally realized that this was not a joke, nor was it nonsense, but the person Momuzagi met was really very strong. So strong that the two Admiral candidates could not defeat him, so strong that Momuzagi recommended him with his future. He must be someone with strength comparable to or even exceeding that of an Admiral. It was really too shocking. For a moment, everyone present had different expressions of surprise. What's his name? Such a person is unlikely to be unknown, Tsuru Vice Admiral asked. Shane. Shane. The three admirals, Garp and Sengoku immediately thought about this name. A young man named Shane, not pirates. I've never heard of this person. Garp shook his head first, and then looked at the others. As a result, Tsuru, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji all said that they had never heard of Shane's name. It seems that this is indeed a guy who is new and has absolute strength. As he said, Sengoku's eyes lit up. For him as a leader, it is necessary to strive for such a strong man who is comparable to or even surpasses the Admiral. And the determination of this kind of people to be more loyal is far more reliable than the established Shishibukai system. It is more beneficial to Marine. So, Sengoku immediately decided to keep Shane, and said decisively, Jun Vice Admiral. This matter is of great importance. It is Marine's luck as you said. You must bring him back to Marineford first. As for the position of Admiral, you are also aware of the interests involved, so whether it can be successful in the end still needs to pass the interview. The three admirals present did not object to Sengoku's opinion. Seeing is believing. Even if Marshal Sengoku basically agreed with Momuzagi's recommendation, he had to wait to see Shane. Understood. Momuzagi was not surprised by the decision of the top management, and then hung up the denmushi. After all, the Admiral has another mission, that is, dual leadership, and he also needs to listen to the orders of Celestial Dragons and protect Celestial Dragons. That's it. Shane boarded the warship, and after several days of sailing, he finally entered the triangular ocean current of Marine and quickly headed to Marineford. However, at this time, many idle Marine soldiers gathered in the Marineford Square. The reason is that the three rare admirals, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, and Chief of Staff Crane Granny all appeared at the port. Hero Garp. My idol. There are three more admirals. Marshal. What are they doing here? Are they waiting for Celestial Dragons? The Marines and even the people standing guard in the square were very surprised. This kind of scene rarely appears, especially in recent years. Unless it is the arrival of the world nobles who claim to be gods. So, the Marines watched curiously, and even the vice admirals couldn't help but join in the fun to see which celestial dragons it was. What they waited for was an ordinary warship. Here we are. Vice Admiral Crane smiled and looked at Momuzagi standing on the bow. Garp, Sengoku, and the three admirals also stared at the ship, which made the Marines behind wonder if there were any big shots on it. When the warship docked, everyone found that only Momuzagi, Shitan, and the young man who followed him got off the ship, followed by a team of Marines. The Marines in the square looked at him and were very curious. Only that young man, no one else. Look, the Marshal and the Admirals are all coming to greet him. It's really that young man. What kind of background does he have? He even got the Marshal and the Admiral to go out. Chapter 7. Momuzagi Vice Admiral and Shitun Vice Admiral walked ahead with the intention of leading the way. Marshal Sengoku, Garp, Crane staff officer and the three admirals walked forward and looked at Shane curiously. Wow, this kid looks just like an ordinary kid. Garp said carelessly while biting a senbei. Pay attention to the impact, Garp. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Granny Crane rolled her eyes at him and then said. It's really nothing special. He looks just like the young people on the island. Aokiji and Kizaru also said one after another. At this time, Sengoku took a few steps forward and smiled at Momuzagi and Shitun who had arrived. Thank you for your hard work. The two vice admirals and the marine team hurriedly saluted, Marshal Sengoku. In fact, everyone who returned was a little panicked, but they didn't expect the three admirals, the Marshal and Mr. Garp to come out to greet them. Momuzagi knew who the big show was for, so she gave up her position and let Shane appear in everyone's sight. Marshal Sengoku, Granny Crane, and Aokiji all looked at Shane and nodded slightly, and were about to speak. Garp's loud voice came out first. You are Shane. Not bad, very energetic. Apart from the ordinary breath, Shane's appearance is still very good, much better than the future deserter king. Shane naturally did not speak, but nodded in response to Garp's greeting. In addition, Shane was full of curiosity when he came to the real Marineford and met the marine legends, and seemed a little careless. Facing Mr. Garp, just nod and don't respond. Who is this guy? Mr. Garp greeted him warmly, but he was so cold. He seems very arrogant, and he dares to look down on marine heroes. Too arrogant. He doesn't respect heroes at all. The marine soldiers behind him saw this scene and couldn't help but get angry. After all, Garp the Fist is the idol of all marines, and his prestige even exceeds that of the three admirals of this generation. For a while, there was some noise in the square, but fortunately, the Vice Admiral maintained discipline. However, Sengoku, Garp and others, who already knew that Shane could not speak at will, did not care, but responded to Shane's nod with a smile. You have been on a long journey, you all go to rest. Jun, Cake and Shane, let's go to the office to discuss in detail. Marshal Sengoku first arranged the marine team to disembark, and then greeted Shane and others. The three nodded and followed Sengoku to start walking into the square. As a result, at this time, the tall figure passed Sengoku in the front and stopped Shane directly. With a condescending look, he said in a calm and rough voice, Shane? Is it you who want to be an admiral? What are you doing? Sakazuki. Momuzagi stood up at the first time and frowned. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Aokiji and Kizaru were all a little surprised. They didn't expect that Akainu, who had not spoken, would embarrass Shane in public. This was in the square. There were marines all around, from interns to vice admirals, all watching. And Sakazuki's voice was not small at all, so everyone could hear it clearly. In an instant, the soldiers in the square were all stunned, and then they talked about it. What? That guy wants to be an admiral? What a joke! Who is he? He wants to be an admiral with his connections. He is so young and hasn't even joined the army. He can't be an admiral right away. It's impossible. It is normal for the marines to have opinions. But the noisy square still made Sengoku, Garp, and others frown. Sakazuki's behavior was very inappropriate. It was not a good thing to say it in public, whether Shane would eventually become admiral or not. But at this time, facing Akainu Sakazuki's doubts, Shane looked up at him without any stage fright. As a result, he just nodded. Sakazuki started with 0 frame. With a cold smile, his arm turned into hot lava and smashed down at Shane from a high position. Dark Hound. This was a premeditated attack. Fast, very fast. It was so fast that Sengoku and Garp had no time to stop it, and it was so fast that Momuzagi was shocked. The marines in the square were even more confused. Akainu Admiral took action. He was going to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Sakazuki. Sengoku, Garp, and others all changed their expressions, intending to let Akainu not go too far. However, facing the attack of the Dark Hound, Shane was the calmest one. Shield. Open your mouth and make a sound. Energy gathers, pseudo-sound waves roll, and immediately form a shield-shaped defense in front of Shane. Akainu's attack also arrives at the right time. There is a bang. The invisible shield ripples. Opening your mouth is a move. It actually forms a shield. The splashing of magma also made Sengoku, Garp, and others vaguely see Shane's ability for the first time, and their eyes were full of surprise. All nearby people, including Aokiji, Kizaru, Shitan, and others, also quickly dispersed to avoid the splashing lava. Blocked the Dark Hound. Aokiji frowned and looked at the place where the lava burst. With his perception, he could find that Shane was not affected after the defense, and the power was all on the shield. This magma has great power. As the most powerful attacking ability, it is no joke. It was so easy to block, the defense is a bit scary. The magma splashed. The Marines in the square saw Akainu's attack being perfectly blocked by Shane. They all opened their mouths and stood there in disbelief. Admiral is a natural disaster in everyone's mind. This is the first time someone has taken Admiral's attack without even moving a step. The flames rose up, and the figure shrouded in it slowly appeared. Shane was still in the same place, and even his face did not change. Even the ground under his feet was not invaded by the magma in the defense, not to mention him. Unscathed. Akainu frowned and looked at Shane. You can set up this kind of defense just by opening your mouth. Dark Hound is his strongest single attack. Many hacky strongmen cannot resist its amazing explosive power. Who would have thought that Shane would block Dark Hound just by spitting out the word shield? Still a perfect defense. Sure enough, Momuzagi was right, he used his voice to form a move, and his defense was amazing. Grandma Crane had beads of sweat on her forehead, not sure if it was caused by the heat of the magma or because she was too surprised. It's exactly the same as Momuzagi described. Very good. Sengoku was surprised and happy, surprised at Shane's ability, and happy that Marine would soon have such combat power. As for the other Marines in the square, they were confused and surprised at this moment, and when they reacted, there was an uproar. Chapter 8. Who can face the attack of Sakazuki Admiral without changing his expression and being unscathed? And he even made a move by speaking, and took the fierce attack. If it were any other soldier, they would not even have the courage to confront him head-on. This young man has too strong a defense. Compared to Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp and others who knew about it earlier, the other Marine Vice Admirals and the soldiers present were really shocked. What happened? Just said a word and blocked the Dark Hound. He was not hurt at all by Sakazuki Admiral's magma attack. Did you see it clearly? He just said the word shield. You can block the Admiral's Dark Hound by just moving your mouth. I thought that Shane would be embarrassed or have difficulty resisting, but this result was really unexpected. However, when Shane looked at Sakazuki, a system prompt unexpectedly sounded in his heart. Ding, triggering the side quest reward. Detection host is fighting with Marine Admiral, hit Admiral once, you can get a point of attribute. There is such a good thing. Shane's eyes lit up, and he immediately uttered a word. Sword. Sakazuki saw the change in Shane's eyes and reacted immediately. Just as the word sword came out, there was a buzzing sound. He immediately sensed the invisible threat in his perception of observation. The arm that had just finished magma was immediately covered with the black armament haki, and raised his hand to hold it up. Shane did not dodge the last attack, and he would not choose to dodge now. However, not only Akainu who was facing the attack, but also everyone around felt the invisible threat. What kind of ability is this? Aokiji and Kizaru couldn't help but look solemn and locked their eyes. Grandma Crane, Garp, Sengoku, and others were also shocked. Defeat Momuzagi, the attack of Shitun, is this? Invisible and colorless. You have to know that the strength of an attack that can make Admiral and above feel threatened is unimaginable. This is indeed the case. Sakazuki took a stance, covered with armament haki, and was hit hard by Shane's invisible sword. Ding, hit Marine Admiral, gain 1 attribute point. Everyone can see that the sword blade that appeared for a moment chopped Sakazuki's arm into sparks, and almost turned into an element. Its powerful impact force is not at all like the eruption of magma. Akainu was well prepared, but was also shocked by this attack. The surging force made his feet break the stone slabs on the ground. In the collapse, his body could not help but step back several steps. Sakazuki Admiral! The Marines were shocked and couldn't help shouting. What a joke! Admiral was repelled by this young man with one word? Sengoku, Garp and other top powerhouses even shrank their pupils. They can see the terrifying power of Shane's attack. If armament haki was not enough, Akainu's arm would be cut off instantly. Sound. It doesn't sound like. Sakazuki couldn't tell what method Shane used. For the pirate's world, pseudo-sound waves were still too advanced. He could only feel his arm numb from the shock. However, Shane's attack was not over yet. Knife. The invisible ripples surged out in a ring, and then turned into a long knife, slashing at Sakazuki again. Not good. Sakazuki didn't expect Shane to attack so decisively. He immediately increased armament haki again, because he had just felt how strong Shane's attack was, and at this moment, he turned his arm into magma to increase defense. However, the invisible blade arrived in an instant. It collided with the magma arm covered with armament haki, making a clang sound. Large pieces of magma were chopped and exploded like fireworks. This guy! Sakazuki's pupils trembled, and he wanted to grit his teeth and hold on, but the tremendous force released by the pseudo-sound wave still pushed him back 2 steps. Ding hit Marine Admiral, get 1 attribute point. The system's prompt sounded in Shane's heart. The people around him widened their eyes, looking unbelievable. Sakazuki Admiral was repeatedly repelled. Was he suppressed by Shane? But Shane's offensive became faster and faster with the system's prompt sound. Fighting a fight will earn you attribute points, what else can be more profitable than this? The moment Shane started, he decided to let go and fight. Fist. Pseudo-sound waves exploded. The floor was cracked by the fist formed, and it hit Akainu's armed color lava hard. Another gorgeous explosion of haki lightning and magma. Looking at the brilliant scene, the Marine soldiers couldn't help but exclaimed, Sakazuki Admiral! It's not that Akainu didn't hide, but his self-esteem couldn't let him hide. Shane pressed forward step by step, taking 1 step forward when the word knife came out, and 1 step forward when the word fist came out. He took another step forward and uttered a word, Jian. The invisible attack came again. It was almost time for Sakazuki to repair the magma and improve the defense of the armed color. Immediately, there was another loud noise. Sakazuki retreated one after another, and each step made a dent. Behind the brilliant magma burst, everyone's expressions became more and more shocked. Ding hit Marine Admiral, gain 1 attribute point. Stick. Ding hit Marine Admiral, gain 1 attribute point. Blade. Ding hit Marine Admiral, gain 1 attribute point. Gun. Ding hit Marine Admiral, gain 1 attribute point. Sakazuki's figure kept retreating, his face full of humiliation. When had he ever been suppressed like this? As Sakazuki kept retreating, all the Marines in the arena were shocked and now looked like they had seen a ghost, exclaiming at the violent collisions again and again. And Shane was getting happier and happier with the continuous system prompts. Such attribute points are too easy to earn. Incredible! What a terrible young man! Aokiji and Kizaru walked forward slowly, staring at the suppressed Sakazuki, and were very frightened. Their strengths were almost the same, which meant that if they went up, they would also be suppressed by Shane like this. This attack method is weird and strange. And the attack strength is simply amazing. The hero who roamed the sea, Garp, had seen many abilities, but this was the first time for Shane, and he couldn't help but marvel. It seems that the guy Momozagi brought back is worth making an exception for him. Sengoku looked at the fierce attack and defense on the field and affirmed in surprise. Admiral? Just based on Shane's current performance, it is enough. Now it seems that he is indeed suitable for the position of Admiral. This amazing ability will scare the pirates. He has a very open mind. After being shocked by Shane's strength, he immediately started to consider Marine. Who wouldn't be afraid if he could launch such amazing defense and attack with just his mouth? In battle, Shane is just like saying what he means. When everyone was amazed, suddenly at this moment, Akainu seized the gap of counterattack, jumped high, and glared at Shane. All eyes on the field tightened. Great eruption! The meteor fist was formed in an instant and smashed towards Shane. Faced with such a huge cover, Shane was still calm and had no intention of moving. Looking up, he said, "Destroy." Chapter 9. The true power of the pseudo-sound wave can only be released in the purest way. With the blessing of the armed color, it is more powerful than before. Xiaoyan uttered the word, and a huge sonic boom was created in an instant. The air in the square seemed to shake suddenly. The invisible sound wave faintly blasted out, forming a circle arc, heading straight for Sakazuki. "Come on! Xiaoyan!" Sensing the sound wave hitting at an extremely fast speed, Sakazuki roared, and the magma arm squirmed, increasing the power. The confrontation between the sound wave and the magma. Boom! The two attacks collided. The flames on the surface of the magma were swayed in the opposite direction by the sound wave. At this moment, Sakazuki's face changed drastically, and it was a little unbelievable. The huge impact force and the numbness of his arm made him even more surprised. I knew that Xiaoyan's attack was strong, but I didn't expect it to be so much stronger. This attack was even more powerful than the previous attack. This kid, did he hold back just now? It lasted less than 5 seconds, and in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant lava fist suddenly broke. The lava fragments that were shattered by the sound waves did not even fall down, but were carried by Shane's destroy impact and flew towards Sakazuki. At this moment, watching the giant fist break and the fragments fly backwards, the vice admirals couldn't help but exclaimed in horror, "How is it possible?" In a blink of an eye, the lava flew backwards in front of Sakazuki, and his pupils contracted. Followed by the pseudo-sound wave impact of the word destroy. This guy! There was no time to have any more extra thoughts, armament haki poured out, and Sakazuki reinforced his defense without reservation. The next moment, as if he was hit by a high-speed train, his whole body shook, his body suddenly cracked, and turned into a magma body. Under the continuous impact, his hands were crossed and supported, but there was no support point under his feet. With such a huge impact force, Sakazuki couldn't stand it at all and flew out uncontrollably. Immediately, it crashed into the towering observation tower in the square. Because the elementalization was all hit by Shane, Sakazuki who hit it fell into the building and a violent magma explosion occurred. The temperature of the splash and the smell of sulfur filled the air. In the flames and dust, each vice admiral, including Momuzagi who had experienced it, Shitun couldn't help swallowing his throat, and was shocked by this scene. Akainu, one of the 3 admirals, couldn't stand Shane's voice. The marine soldiers behind were even more stunned, with disbelief in their eyes. Garp protected the crane granny behind him to avoid being hit by the splashing magma, and was also shocked by Shane's attack. Shane's strength is stronger than imagined. Everyone thought that Shane already had the strength of an admiral, but it should be about the same. Unexpectedly, Akainu was completely knocked away after using this move. And everyone saw that he was hit into an elementalization. If it were a physical body, wouldn't he vomit blood? What kind of ability is that? Sengoku was surprised, thinking deeply about what Shane's ability was. And at this moment, suddenly a flash of light flashed by. Before anyone could react, it was behind Shane. "Sir, Shane is really good, I want to meet you too. Speed is power, have you tried the speed of light?" Kizuru touched his chin with one hand and put one hand in his pocket, and his long legs with yellow flashes were already halfway kicked while he was talking. Joining in the fun? Shane didn't turn his head, but looked to the side, indifferent to Kizuru's speed of light kick. "The shield is still there." Immediately, there was a loud bang. The fire exploded at Shane. Admiral Borsellino has also joined. Everyone retreat quickly. The strong light spread with the smoke, and many marine soldiers were shocked and panicked, and retreated again and again. Every admiral is a natural disaster. Who wouldn't be afraid of fighting with Shane, who is at least admiral level? In the smoke and dust, Kizuru and Shane did not change positions. "Your defense is really solid. Kizaru felt that his foot kicked on the unshakable solid, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. As the breeze blew, the smoke and dust receded. Kizaru realized that his attack was not without effect. Behind Shane, a shield-shaped defense appeared faintly, and there was a small crack at the place where his foot was close to it. Just a small crack? Kizaru was stunned. Kill. In exchange, Shane turned his head and uttered a word. Kizaru's eyes under the toad sunglasses enlarged, sensing the sharp attack brought by the word kill. He was aware of the danger flashing all over his body, and he made a prompt decision and turned into a flash of light to dodge in an instant. Sakazuki couldn't put down his face to dodge, but Kizaru was not stupid. The attack speed of the pseudosonic wave is very fast. If Kizaru hesitates, he will be hit even if he turns into light. I saw an invisible slash cutting the ground under my feet, leaving a gully and heading towards the sea at a high speed. Until it flew over the sea and separated the sea water, a warship was also in trouble and was cut horizontally on the spot. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement, watching the warship cut smoothly in half and sink into the sea, watching the invisible slash go away on the sea surface, leaving a trace. La. It's really dangerous, Brother Shane. Suddenly, a voice came. Aokiji didn't know when he had come not far from Shane. He had a smile on his face, as if he was also here to welcome the arrival of a new colleague. Freeze. The cold air was like an arrow, and you could see the cold air rushing straight to Shane, frost all the way until it hit the cracked shield in front of Shane. Crack. In an instant, Shane turned into an ice ball and was wrapped in it. The shield-shaped defense protected Shane at 360 degrees, and the ice was also isolated from the outside, but the shield could still be frozen into a block. What a difficult defense, ice can't invade. Aokiji stared, and was a little surprised to encounter a defense that could completely isolate extreme cold for the first time. In this case, it can also restrict his actions. Kizaru flashed by, came to a distance and looked at it, and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a bang, penetrated the ice. Chapter 10. Shock. The ice that wrapped Shane exploded into powder instantly. You're too strong, Shane. Kizaru saw this and turned into a flash again to distance himself, with a very surprised expression. I thought I could limit Shane's voice and attack, but he was frozen by the extreme cold, and it was so easy to shake it apart. I really didn't expect it. You know, being controlled by Aokiji, although not directly touched, will affect the body to some extent. This alone is not something that ordinary ability users can do. Aokiji was emitting cold air all over his body, and his face was even more surprised. It seems that if I can't limit your voice, there is no chance to defeat you. The ability is too magical, so far they have not thought of an effective way to deal with Shane. And Shane looked at his remaining attribute points while the ice chips fell. Available attribute points, 95. There was a little accumulation on the way to Marineford, plus the battle with Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru just now. There are nearly 100 unadded points in a short time. Shane flashed a trace of joy. He had never felt so happy earning attribute points in a whole year. It turned out that coming to Marine was right. 95 points, what are you still hesitating about? Add all to pseudo-sound wave directly. Add points successfully, pseudo-sound wave, 3100. The power of pseudo-sound wave is further enhanced. Of course, this step was only completed in Shane's consciousness, and only a few seconds had passed in reality. Aokiji and Kizaru were still in surprise. In the back, a tall figure with red and hot eyes also stood up, looking at Shane with a serious look, and gradually walked over. Sakazuki Admiral. 3 admirals stand together, are they going to attack together? The Marines in the square watched this scene and couldn't help swallowing their throats. They were very shocked. It was really pervert. Now Shane was fighting with 3 admirals. The important thing was that he didn't attack at all, even if he had been fighting until now, he just relied on his mouth. Saying a word was a fierce attack that even the admirals had to retreat. Lava, flash, ice, the 3 major logias can't threaten him. What kind of ability is this guy? He's too perverted, and his own strength is not bad. His mouth is a powerful attack, invisible and colorless. Garp has been watching the battle until now, and has been analyzing Shane's battle. But the more he watched, the more surprised he was. Now that the three admirals have taken action, they still couldn't force him to take action, and he only relied on sound to attack. Hearing this, Sengoku and Granny Crane didn't say anything, and looked at Shane in the field seriously, trying to see something. At this time, Akainu turned back after being knocked away, with shock and anger in his eyes. "Don't attack, you two." Sakazuki wanted to take back the lost face himself. However, after adding points, Shane didn't let go of any of the three admirals. The system said that the branch line would have attribute points if you attack the admiral, but it didn't say which one. Decisive to continue the move, 3 cuts. The pseudo-sound wave was vibrating and taking shape. 3 invisible knives that were invisible to the naked eye suddenly took shape and slashed at the 3 admirals at the same time. There was no fluctuation, no agitation in the air, only a faint sense of tremor and the perception of danger with the haki of observation. After experiencing Shane's strength, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizuru did not dare to underestimate him at all, and quickly set up armament haki. As for why they didn't dodge, the 3 admirals stood together. It would be too embarrassing if they dodged. Moreover, the 3 of them had a certain understanding of Shane's attack power. Not only were they entangled with armament haki, but they also emitted magma, cold air, and yellow light from their bodies, trying to completely take Shane's slash. But when the attack came, the 3 admirals realized something was wrong. Almost at the same time, 3 slashes fell on them, and the tremendous force was even sharp and trembling. Aokiji, Kizuru, and Akainu raised their hands to block, but their eyes were involuntarily widened. Even more fierce than the previous attack. Zzz. Armament haki was wailing, and sparks were flying. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizuru were immediately beaten into elemental form and flew out uncontrollably. Amid the roar, the facade of the naval headquarters building was almost smashed to pieces by the 3 people. One was like setting off fireworks, one was filled with cold air and smoke, and one exploded with fire. The amazing scene happened very quickly, leaving everyone in the audience stunned and dumbfounded. "No, it's impossible." Admiral Kuzan, Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Borsellino, all flew backwards, and there was no way to stop them. "We must have not woken up. How could someone in this world fight 3 admirals alone and knock them away? That guy didn't even move his hands. He was able to repel the admirals just by standing there and talking." Some people who believed in the 3 admirals too much almost collapsed. It was like the sky was falling. He didn't even move his hands throughout the whole process, just moved his mouth to block the admiral's attack, and moved his mouth to knock 3 admirals away. Even if the 4 emperors came, they might not be able to do it. The young man in front of him was terrible, and simply terrifying. More powerful each time, terrible young man. In the collapsed ruins, light gathered, Kizuru appeared with his head covered, a little unbelievable. Then the cold air flowed, the ice man condensed into Aokiji, the magma was on fire, and Akainu appeared from it. Aokiji held his neck, his face was very solemn, his attack power just now was stronger. "I miscalculated." Akainu grabbed his arm and squinted at Shane. "I haven't tested his limit yet." Obviously, the 3 admirals were not feeling well after being slashed by Shane. And this defeat also made them realize that Shane, who only used his mouth to knock them away, was much stronger than they expected. That kid's attack is stronger than the previous one. Aokiji and the others suffered a loss and couldn't stop it at all. Garp watched the whole battle and found the changes. His expression was undisguised astonishment. Sengoku, Grandma Crane couldn't hide the shock in her expression. The strength shown by Shane has completely exceeded imagination. It's almost done. If we continue to fight, Marineford will be destroyed. As for Shane's strength, we can see that he is very strong, very strong. His ability is strange and mysterious, like sound waves but not quite. As the Chief of Staff, Granny Crane has absolute vision and experience, but she still can't see through Shane's foundation. In shock, she was actually excited. If such a strong man is included in Marine, there will be a lot of things to do in the future. How many pirates will be frightened by a strong man who can't be stopped by Admiral just by standing and moving his mouth? In addition to being surprised by Shane's strength, Sengoku obviously thought of this and was very happy. But seeing that Shane was eager to fight and wanted to speak, Sengoku hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Stop it! If they don't stop it, Marineford will really be demolished by them." And the battle to this point has verified Shane's strength. Pervert, terribly strong. Sengoku didn't want them to get really angry, so he quickly spoke out to stop them and then decided that Shane would join the Marine as an admiral. Chapter 11. Stop! Marshal Sengoku roared. The three admirals and Shane stopped immediately. Shane really wanted to continue fighting, as there were not many opportunities to earn attribute points. But the marshal said it himself, and it would be wrong to fight again, as it seemed very deliberate, so he stopped obediently. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, as admirals, had already completed their purpose of probing, and put away their fighting spirit. An amazing battle ended, and the Marines in the square were still shocked, staring at Shane as if they had seen a ghost, and whispering to each other. Everyone remembered what this young man was here for. He was here to be an admiral. Seeing Sengoku, Garp, and Granny Crane striding away, the vice-admirals couldn't help but feel a little moved. "Marshal Sengoku, are you going to confirm that Shane will join the Marines as a position?" "What a pervert, it seems that Shane still held back on us before," Shitun said with a sigh. It was not unfair that he was knocked away by Shane. Look, the three admirals were not much better, and they could not withstand the power of Shane's mouth. Yet, his strength is getting more and more incomprehensible, but if he wants to be an admiral, it seems that he will realize it. Momuzagi put her hands on her waist, and her mouth curled up in surprise. They have made great contributions to such a strong man joining the company. Speaking of Shane, when he stopped, the three admirals, including Sakazuki, seemed to have nothing happened. Kizaru said with a smile, "Shay, you are quite strong. This ability is absolutely amazing. In some ways, it is better than Logia. The ultimate combat power cannot be tested, and everyone present is actually curious about Shane's ability." But before Shane had time to write, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane had arrived. Ability is not the only criterion for strength. Shane's strength comes from himself. Sengoku smiled and strode forward, not hiding his satisfaction. "Wakakaka, as the saying goes, there is no strongest ability, only the person who uses the ability is strong." Garp grinned, holding a bag of senbei, and said loudly. Obviously, everyone recognized Shane's strength, and was even more satisfied. How many masters in the world can be comparable to Admiral, or even stronger than Admiral? And Shane is too strong, so strong that it is unexpected and astonishing. The strength that can knock Admiral away with just a mouth, the people present are still shocked in their hearts. The sudden surprise is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Marine in the age of discovery. Sengoku and even Garp, Crane, and the three admirals are unwilling to let go of such a monster, even if the detailed background investigation of Shane has not been submitted. Sengoku still decided to keep Shane in public and give him a high position. But Marine is not a one-man show. Momuzagi Vice Admiral and Shitun Vice Admiral jointly recommended Shane to be the Admiral. His strength is obvious to all. "Kuzan, Borsalino, Sakazuki, what do you think?" With a serious face, Sengoku immediately began to ask the three admirals for their opinions on Shane. The Marines present only then reacted, and their expressions were complicated, and even envious. Yes, everyone thought he was a young man with a background at first, and then they knew he was here to be an admiral. After a battle, looking at the mess in the square, the Marines were completely convinced. If such a person does not become an admiral, wouldn't it be a waste of his unparalleled combat power? In response to Sengoku's inquiry, the three admirals looked at each other. Kuzan took the lead and said, "No opinion, Mr. Sengoku, in terms of Shane's strength, it is almost impossible for us to deal with him alone, and the position of admiral is well deserved. In terms of strength, everyone can see Shane's performance, which is amazing. As for other aspects..." Borsalino glanced at Sengoku and found his earnestness under the surface. "It seems that other aspects are not so important for the time being, and it is important to pull Shane into the Marine camp now. I don't have any objection. Borsellino responded with a smile. But as he said that, his eyes shifted to Akainu. This cold guy shouldn't make any trouble? Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and others couldn't help but look at Akainu, a little worried that Sakazuki would make things difficult for Shane again, which would be detrimental to unity. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki crossed his arms and turned to look at Shane, who was standing quietly. Shane also looked at him with a smile. As a result, Sakazuki just blurted out, "Try your full strength next time." Without fighting with Shane, you won't feel how dangerous the invisible attack is. Although Sakazuki refused to admit defeat in the battle, he recognized Shane's strength 200%, and he didn't even have the confidence to defeat Shane. Such a monster, young and with absolute strength. Marine needs him, and he will definitely be the brightest star in the future. On this point, Sakazuki has no selfish motives, and one sentence also shows his recognition of Shane. Sengoku heard the words, nodded with a smile, turned his head and asked his adjutant to bring the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi. Today, he will announce it in front of all the Marines in the headquarters. Sengoku, are you sure? The appointment of Admiral must be confirmed by the 5 elders. Seeing his intention, he couldn't help but remind him. It's not considered an overstepping of authority, but it's not in line with the procedure, and it's easy to cause trouble for Marie Joye's people. He deserves me to do this. Sengoku's serious face was full of majesty. A young strong man who can fight against 3 admirals. There's nothing to hesitate about. Taking the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku stood beside Shane, looked around, and then said loudly, "Everyone. Now announce that Shane will become the 4th Admiral of Naval Headquarters." He was really recommended as an admiral. Shane passed the interview directly, but it seems reasonable. Strength is the greatest persuasion. With the mysterious ability of being able to use his mouth to perform moves without even using his hands, plus the power that the 3 admirals could not bear, Marine had no reason to refuse. From the moment of the announcement, the system prompts arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the side quest and becoming a Marine Admiral. You can get 10 attribute points every day. Ding! Today's attribute points have been issued. 10 attribute points are directly credited. Joining the system is different. It will be much easier now than before. Xiaoyan was happy in his heart. Let alone the hard work before, he can now start a life of getting stronger by hanging up. He also added all the remaining 13 attribute points to the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 3113. It's just that we don't know how many pseudo sound waves we need to control freely. At this time, Xiaoyan was announced as an admiral in public, and the scene was cheered. Everyone has recognized Shane's strength. With such a strong man joining, the soldiers are very excited and cheered, the 4th Admiral. Sengoku looked at this scene, his mouth curled up, and then asked Shane, "Welcome to join the Marine, Shane. To become an admiral, you need a code name. Which code name do you want to take?" Chapter 12. Sengoku said, "Bear, not take." For Marine, code name is the responsibility of being a Marine. Outside, this code name will share honor and disgrace with the person, which is why Marine Admiral and some Vice Admiral will only be called code name plus rank in reports. Shane nodded in response, then took out a charcoal pencil, found a small wooden board, and wrote the words Black Bat on it. The template given by the system is Black Bolt, and Shane thinks this code name is not bad. Black Bat. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't expect Shane to take such a code name. Is it related to your ability? Not bad. Sengoku murmured, and then arranged, "Momuzagi, Black Bat is new here and is not familiar with Marineford, you take him to settle down. At this moment, he needs to go to Marie Joyce to find 5 elders to report personally about Shane. Welcome to join the Marine, Shane." Kuzan, Borsellino left a simple congratulations and followed. They have their own affairs to deal with and are not so idle. Akainu just nodded and walked away with big strides. "Young man, you are very good. The future of Marine lies in you." Garp laughed and followed by Granny Crane, and they all left the square. However, Shane also wanted to leave with Momuzagi. As a result, a large group of people gathered and greeted Shane enthusiastically, "Black Bat Admiral." Everyone's eyes were like looking at an idol, very enthusiastic, and full of smiles. There was no way, Shane's strength was too shocking, and after Sengoku's announcement, he became one of us. Shane could suppress 3 admirals just by standing and talking. He had at least the combat power of 4 emperors. The vice-admirals wanted to get familiar with Shane so that they could get the care of this strong man whether they were going out to sea or at the headquarters. The young ones really regarded him as an idol. Strong and mysterious, and unlike the admirals who came up through the normal channels, Shane went to the naval headquarters alone, fought 3 admirals, and was recognized by all Marines, thus ascending to the position of admiral. With such legendary color, how can young people not admire him? In the face of enthusiasm in the crowd, Shane smiled and nodded in response, his face was numb. On the other side, Sengoku, who went straight to Marie Joyce, passed the exclusive ocean current and walked into the top of the pyramid of the world just an hour later. Between power. After hearing Sengoku's first report, Topman Voculi, the 5 elders in charge of legal affairs, almost slammed the table directly. "Sengoku! How dare you appoint Admiral without reporting first?" The bald 5 elders wearing Taoist robes and glasses, Nasujiro Saint, was also dissatisfied. "How can you, who is always calm, do such a thing? The position of Admiral is crucial, not just strategic. Don't forget the responsibility of Admiral here in the world of nobles." Maz Saint narrowed his eyes and scolded. Saint Satan said in a cold tone, 3 admirals have been around for a long time, and adding a 4th admiral is a big deal. Do you dare to despise the majesty of the highest power? Sengoku, who had been prepared for this, lowered his head and listened quietly to the 5 elders scolding him, no matter how harsh they were. Of course, they scolded him, and Sengoku's justice was still trustworthy in the 5 elders. Then Saint Peter stared at Sengoku and said slowly, "Tell me your reasons." If it weren't for special circumstances, Sengoku would not make such a decision. The other 4-5 elders did not say anything more, but watched how Sengoku explained. Shane, 21 years old, from an island town on the Grand Line, a native. Come to Marineford on the recommendation of Momuzagi. Sengoku told the story of Shane's origin and how he came to Marineford. As he spoke, the faces of the 5 elders began to change. "You mean, he can fight against 3 admirals alone, or even knock them away?" Even with the status and strength of the 5 elders, they could not help but be moved and surprised at this moment. Yes, this happened not long ago, in the headquarters square, and thousands of people witnessed it. Sengoku was sure of it, and threw out the witnesses of the entire square. Surprise! The 5 elders no longer had the angry questioning before, but looked surprised and shocked. A young man, just by moving his mouth, can suppress the 3 great forces of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. What a joke! If Sengoku hadn't explained it in person, and there were a lot of Marines who witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. The highest combat power is not something that can be boasted about. Being able to resist the 3 admirals, even in the form of a sparring match, is also very remarkable. In other words, Shane is equivalent to the Emperor-level combat power. Another monster. The 5 elders looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "No wonder you want to keep him first," Peter Saint said to Sengoku with some approval. Not only did he do the right thing, but it was also in the interests of the world government to keep such a powerful person with unlimited potential. He is so young, and in time he can be trained to be a person who is absolutely loyal to the world government. It is precisely because of this idea, and because Shane wants the position of Admiral, that we act beyond the limit. He has potential and it is worth it for us to do so. Sengoku explained to the 5 elders sincerely. "Well, you did a good job, Sengoku. A combat power comparable to the 4 emperors can do a lot when needed. With his strength, it is reasonable to make an exception and be promoted to the 4th admiral." Saint Wauchuri nodded, which was equivalent to completely confirming Shane's current status. But what exactly is his ability? At this time, Saint Satan paused his cane and said in a serious tone, "By making a sound, you can play defense and attack, forming a move. I can't imagine that there is such a fruit ability in the world. The god of technology has done a lot of research on fruits, and even Saint Satan doesn't know. Zoan's ability to sound is not close. The other 4-5 elders recalled what they saw and heard, and they couldn't think of any clues about the ability. The moves are strange, and the combat power that can fight with the Admiral without taking action. I can't think of the related ability, maybe it is related to his awakening ability. Saint Nasujiro said, touching his chin. Since no one can guess Shane's ability, there is no more entanglement, and everything will be investigated when time comes. Vouchuri Saint said to Sengoku, your appointment is effective, and we will issue the appointment letter in person. But the 3 admiral positions each have the authority to command, and the naval headquarters has no additional marine troops to allocate to him. Sengoku, what do you think? My consideration is that the headquarters will not move at all. With Shane's combat power, he should be stationed in the New World branch and can be mobilized at any time to deal with the 4 emperors. Sengoku is worthy of being called the resourceful general. He has already considered this and suggested it to the 5 elders. It is indeed a bit of a waste to just put this astonishing combat power in Marineford, and with the 3 admirals there, Sengoku's suggestion was immediately recognized by the 5 elders. And after consideration, the 5 elders made a decision. Order Shane to go to the G4 branch and serve as the base chief as an admiral to deter the 4 emperors. Chapter 13. As soon as the 5 elders issued the order, the entire world government soon learned about the 4th admiral and was surprised. After inquiring, a large number of people were shocked. Have you heard that there is a monster in Marine? He can fight against the 3 admirals without moving. 5 elders promoted him to the 4th admiral. He has become another top combat force. Yes, it has been confirmed that he is a very outrageous guy who can produce powerful attacks just by moving his mouth. And the news of the 4th admiral has been arranged to be announced to the world. All departments of the world government were shocked when they heard it. And after the news agency printed newspapers and the news bird spread all over the world, it caused a great sensation. The 4th Admiral of Marine, just these few words are enough to shock the world. There have always been 3 Marines with the highest combat power. Now that the 4th one has been added, the Marine's strength has become even stronger. This is a good thing, but it seems that the 4th Admiral is a little too young. It was the appointment letter issued by the 5 elders themselves. Black Bat Admiral, this title is a bit strange. The people discussed the information in the newspaper, where there were photos and appointment letters of Shane. Of course, the description of Shane's combat power was relatively simple, only writing the new generation of the highest combat power, without too much description. After all, these are not for ordinary people to see. And the big guys seemed to sneer. A certain sea area in New World. A huge whale-shaped pirate's ship sailed on the sea. The skull flag of Whitebeard fluttered. Marco, is there any news? The man known as the strongest man in the world sat on a big sofa with an 4 drip on his body. Marco shook his head. Dad, Ace's current whereabouts are unknown, so we need to wait for some time. But the interesting thing is that there is big news from the Marine. Oh! When he heard that there was no news about Ace, Whitebeard was a little careless. Naval Headquarters released a news notice to the world, adding a 4th admiral in addition to the 3 admirals, a young man named Shane. As Marco said, he took out a latest newspaper and handed it over. A young man put him in the position of admiral? The highest combat power? What does Sengoku want to do? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured. It is difficult to figure out the operation of the old opponent without seeing the end. But Baista, Jaws, and others below said nonchalantly, the 4th admiral is too young. The highest combat power? I am afraid it is not worthy of the name. Afterwards, the entire Whitebeard Pirates group did not take this news to heart. And on the other side, Wanakuni Sea, Ghost Island. The laughter of Fuzifo, Quinn, Jack, and others came from the Ghost Island castle. Lord Kaido. Did you see that? Marine has a 4th admiral. Wow, ha ha ha. Jack laughed loudly, not taking the so-called 4th admiral to heart at all. What does Marine mean by this? Making an exception to get a new admiral, and such a young person. Yan Zheijin held the newspaper and thought about the possibility. What else could it be? Bluffing is what the world government is best at. Getting a fourth admiral to deter the increasingly powerful pirates. Maybe this person is a relative of some celestial dragons, hehe. Fu Zifo, as a former intelligence officer, claimed to know the style of the world government very well, and said disdainfully. The Flying Six, Jack, and Quinn heard it and nodded in approval, while Kaido, who had been drinking out of boredom, only heard the beginning that the fourth admiral was a young man and stopped paying attention. The younger generation is not yet able to kill him. Compared to Kaido's indifference, the other four emperors seemed more surprised. On a small island of the Red Hair Pirates, a group of people were preparing for today's banquet. Red-haired Shanks and several corps cotters under him were gathered around the campfire, frowning as they read newspapers. Marine actually made an exception and let a young man become an admiral, and it was a new position after the third admiral. It was a bit difficult to understand, and L'Aquila said in surprise. We need to investigate what this guy is. Shanks frowned slightly. The 5 elders personally issued the appointment, and it seems that they gave face to this Shane. But it is difficult to reach the highest combat power of Marine at this age. Maybe the 4th Admiral is just a title. Beckman thought carefully and analyzed. Boss, it seems that Marine has also taken action. Usopp looked at Shane in the newspaper and didn't take it too seriously. But it is undeniable that Marine needs to pay more attention in the near future. Shanks put down the newspaper and said with some sorrow, the 4th Admiral, Blackbeard again. The times are really going crazy. The Sea of 10,000 Nations. Cake Island. On the sunny and green garden lawn, Big Mom and her sons and daughters raised their tea cups to start today's tea party. At this time, Katakuri came to Big Mom with the latest newspaper. Mom, there is a big move in Marine. Katakuri, sit down and drink tea slowly. Big Mom was in a good mood and said kindly. Katakuri sat down obediently, and then spread out the newspaper and said, the 4th Admiral appeared in Marine, appointed by the 5 elders. Hi. Big Mom's eyes moved and looked down at the newspaper. Black Bat? The resourceful General Sengoku actually hastily promoted a young man to the position. So young to become an admiral? What are the 5 elders doing? Pero flicked his tongue and couldn't help but said in surprise. Marine's highest combat power is also starting to become worthless, haha. Owen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the young man in the newspaper. Don't underestimate Marine, and don't underestimate the world government. Maybe the 4th Admiral is just pretending. Who knows what they will do behind the scenes? Dayfuck also joined the discussion and said steadily. Dayfuck is right. I suggest that we investigate carefully. Katakuri nodded and turned to look at Big Mom who was in charge. It's time to investigate seriously. Well, it's really interesting. A black bat Shane appeared in Marine. Katakuri, mobilize the intelligence network, find out about him, and strengthen the intelligence on Marine. Yes, Mom. Indeed, what's important to the 4 emperors is not that Marine has an extra uncertain combat power. Although they suspect that Shane is someone with a background, they will also find out the significance of Marine's move. And the Shishibuki's response to this news is more of a mockery of the world government. Hey Marshal Sengoku, what conspiracy are you planning? Doflamingo sat on the beach holding a newspaper, laughing wildly. He had such a reaction because he had not received any gossip from the world government. And his subordinates showed disdain after reading the newspaper. 4th Admiral Black Bat? What is Marine doing? It's funny, young master. Ha ha ha. Origi sneered. Toripole said bluntly, he is so young, how strong can he be? Even the newspaper only said that he is a paramecia ability user. The world government's move is really funny. Chapter 14. The news of the new admiral did cause quite a stir. The reactions of the Shishibukai were mostly similar to those of Doflamingo. Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria, Sea Knight Jinbei and others were surprised, and only remembered Shane's appearance, and then commented, this young man is likely to be celestial dragons or a relative. Marine wants to confuse the forces at sea. The 4th Admiral, in their eyes, is just a smokescreen of marine. And on a certain white island. Monkey D. Dragon paid attention to the latest news and was a little surprised. The 4th Admiral appointed such a young person, and the 5 elders personally appointed. Sabo, do you have any information about this? Sabo sat on the other side, flipping through the pages, and then shook his head, no. This young man appeared very suddenly, I think we should not underestimate him. He is so young and sits in the position of Marine Admiral, Sabo, he should be more of a relative, such as a noble of a certain alliance kingdom. How Klar looked at the person in the photo, and he was also connected to people of the level of Akainu and Aokiji. He has no appearance of a strong man, but looks young and harmless. Don't judge a person by his appearance. Try to collect information about him. Whether Marine hastily pushed him to the stage or he has other actions, we must pay attention to him. Long stood up, stared into the distance, and said seriously. However, the evaluation of the 4th Admiral among the major forces is not very good, and they are more concerned about the actions of other high-level Marines. Our protagonist Shane naturally doesn't know what kind of discussion the news will cause in the world. At this time, after a few days of rest, he changed into a Marine military uniform and coat, and went to his post under the leadership of Momuzagi, New World, G4 branch. It is a branch located in New World, closer to the Marine Research Base Punk Hazard and G5 branch. Sitting in the cabin of the warship, Shane drank a drink and ate something, thinking carefully, there is still relatively little about the G4 branch. But another point is more gratifying. After taking office as Admiral in the past few days, Shane's attribute points have increased by 10 points every day. Now that the pseudo-sound wave has exceeded 3,200 attribute points, its power is also stronger. It's still better to join the organization. There are less work, more money, and more attribute points. It's better to be a local emperor in a big base than in the headquarters. Shane was very happy and almost forgot the hard process of earning attribute points when he first came. At this time, Momuzagi pushed the door in and said with a smile, Black Bat Admiral, what are you thinking about so happily? We are at the G4 branch. Shane nodded and stood up, with a small bag tied around his waist, and put on a coat of justice and followed him out. At the base port, rows of Marines had already lined up neatly, led by the former base chief. When Momuzagi came out with the new Admiral, he immediately stood at attention and saluted, Black Bat Admiral. The voice was deafening, and it was obvious that everyone was very excited because the Admiral came to garrison. Of course, the branch is not like the headquarters. It is not like Marineford, where Marie Joyce is well informed and gossip is everywhere. The base stationed in the deep sea has not heard about Shane's 1-on-3 Admiral. When everyone saw the face of the new Admiral during the assembly and salute, they were stunned. The standard Admiral Justice coat, black rank badge, but with an overly young face? He is Admiral Black Bat, he looks younger than the newspaper. Yes, there are rumors on some islands recently that Admiral Black Bat is a relative. Is it true? It's hard to say, he can become an admiral at such a young age. Do you think there is a ghost? As they talked, some noise came out from the crowd, which made the original base chief Vice Admiral a little embarrassed. Shane didn't care, just nodded slightly, but Momuzagi's face was a little dark. Coincidentally, at this time, the sea breeze around became obviously stronger, and the weather defense alarm sounded in the base. Oh no! A storm that happens only once in a century is coming. The Marine soldier standing guard at the weather post shouted and warned everyone. Shane looked towards where the wind was coming from, and sure enough, a large black cloud covered the sky and the sun. There was a flash of lightning inside, and it was a little hazy. It was indeed a storm. Because it came suddenly, the Marines lined up at the base port were obviously a little panicked, but they didn't dare to disperse at will. They looked back and forth at Shane and the former base commander, waiting for instructions. Black Bat Admiral, the storm level is very high, which will cause huge losses to the base. Please command the action as soon as possible. The former base commander was a smart man. While reporting, he also wanted to take over the command. After all, Shane had just arrived and was not familiar with it. After this, under normal circumstances, the former base commander would be asked to handle it, but Shane just nodded and did not give any orders. Black Bat Admiral. The Marines were anxious. What are you still hesitating about? The wind is getting stronger and stronger. If you wait any longer, I'm afraid you can't do anything. As he said, the Marine team was already in chaos, but Momuzagi, who was standing on the side, was very calm. The new official took office and trusted Shane very much, so she would not interfere. Shane's status was there, no matter if he was related or not, he dared not contradict him, so the Marine at the level of a colonel was anxious and gritted his teeth to act without authorization. Black Bat Admiral, you don't understand the horror of this storm. I can only make a decision beyond my authority. Unable to persuade Shane, the former base commander had no choice but to act. At this time, Shane waved his hand, looked up at the sky in the surprised eyes of all the Marines, and said, "Disperse." The pseudo-sound waves were invisible and colorless, and it seemed as if the space was fluctuating. In fact, when Shane said the word disperse, the sound waves went to the storm clouds like rolling waves. On the way, it continued to expand, until it was mixed into the storm clouds like a crusher. In an instant, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The dark clouds were disappearing visibly. Like a cloud of smoke being blown away, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling sunlight fell on the shocked faces of the Marines in the base. The storm stretched for thousands of meters, and it just disappeared like that. Am I dreaming and not awake yet? Where is the storm? Black Bat Admiral said the word scatter, and the dark clouds covering the sky and the violent wind really dispersed. Could it be that Admiral can change the weather with his mouth? It's terrifying. Standing still, he solved the storm that the entire base couldn't face head-on by saying the word scatter, like a miracle. The Marines who were in the scene were too shocked and stunned. When they gradually reacted, they couldn't help but admire Shane. Rumors hurt people. Who said that Black Bat Admiral is a relative? That's right, with the highest combat power, how could there be a relative who came in? You all saw it. Black Bat Admiral solved it with his mouth. The soldiers changed their words very quickly, and were completely in awe of Shane, who showed infinite power. The former base commander was even more blushing and hot, as he almost made a mistake just now. As for the silent Momuzagi, she couldn't help but be shocked. She was the first to see Shane's strength, and now she saw that he was much stronger than before. Chapter 15. A single word broke the biggest storm in 100 years, like the means of controlling the weather is incredible. Shane's strength completely conquered the Marine of the G4 branch. Everything that follows becomes simple. Leave it to you, Black Bat Admiral. After the former base commander handed over to Shane, he returned to Marineford with Momuzagi. Shane completely controlled this huge Marine base. And then there was nothing else. A large number of things were done by the Rear Admiral and many Marine officers. Shane, who had the highest status and strength, became the most leisurely person in this new world base. Black Bat Admiral. The headquarters ordered us to support the headquarters warship. Black Bat Admiral. We are going to Punk Hazard today to help transport supplies. Admiral. In response to his subordinates, Shane wrote a line of words in silence. Okay, then you go. What a crap thing, is it more important than me playing games? Shane took the castrated version of the game console he got and played it happily. Of course, it's not just about playing games. From time to time, fishing behind the base is a good way to have a snack. It's so comfortable. I get paid, I have food, drinks, and fun, and I can get attribute points every day to become stronger. Shane would admire this wonderful life from time to time. He gets stronger by hanging up. As time goes by, Shane's accumulated attribute points have reached 3,305. I thought such a leisurely life could continue. Shane is still leisurely today. After handing over all the tasks of the Marine branch and the headquarters to the adjutant, he was about to play games. Suddenly, the alarm sounded loudly. It was an early warning of an enemy attack. Shane, who was about to operate the handle, was very upset by the sudden incident. But Shane was not in a hurry to go out. After all, this was in the Marine branch, and there were a lot of Marine warriors outside. After a while, the adjutant pushed the door in hurriedly, sweating all over his head. Report. Admiral Blackbat. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. They are breaking through the gate defenses to enter the base and rob the base's money. Hearing this, Shane couldn't help but cast a puzzled look. Although the Marine branch has independent finances, how can a pirate of Whitebeard's level care about a few melons and 2 dates? I'm afraid it's not as simple as wanting money. Shane immediately stood up and walked out, quickly coming to the door of the base building. Sure enough, several pirates have already broken through the perimeter of the base. Ordinary Marines are no match for them at all, and officers can't stop them. They will soon enter the base building. However, Shane found that these pirates looked very familiar, and there was a very distinctive laugh. Thief, ha ha ha, Marine. You can't stop it. This arrogant voice. Shane immediately recognized who the pirates below were. Blackbeard Teach. And his newly recruited men, Badgers, Van Oka, and others. What Whitebeard pirates? It turns out that Blackbeard is a traitor. No wonder the branch's rear admiral colonel couldn't stop them at all, they are all ruthless. Blackbeard has now defeated the Marines of the G4 branch, and while he is feeling proud, his moves are getting more and more ruthless. Establishing a branch in New World? Isn't that just a money bank for the pirates? Haha. All the Marines were a little scared when they heard Blackbeard's voice. Viha, let's fight happily. Badgers, Van Oka, Lafitte, and others wantonly destroyed and maimed and killed the Marines who blocked their way. This scene really annoyed Shane. G4 is my territory now. At this time, a Marine went to stop Badgers, but was directly targeted by the excited Badger's din, who waved his hand to send the Marine flying and was about to hit his head with a big fist. No. The mood of despair was spreading. The Marine was no match for Badgers at all, and couldn't even dodge. Other officers also saw this scene but had no time to help, thinking that they would have to watch their colleagues being killed again. Critical moment. Boom. The footsteps fell heavily on the ground. Shane, wearing a black military coat, was furious. Before his fist landed on the Marine, he opened his mouth and said, "Knife." The pseudosonic wave suddenly erupted, forming an invisible blade with Shane's anger. The pseudosonic blade, which even the 3 admirals almost didn't react to, went to Badgers at an extremely fast speed. Even if he sensed the danger, Badgers couldn't deal with it, and he didn't even see clearly with Blackbeard and his group and even the Marines present. With a flash of his eyes, the armament haki on Badger's body was shattered, and it flew backwards like a kite with a short string while flashing with lightning. With a bang, Badgers smashed into the defense wall of the base, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and fainted with his eyes rolled up. It happened in a flash. From his punch to Shane's attack, it was just over 2 seconds. The Marines and Blackbeard's gang who were fighting fiercely were all startled, and the scene suddenly became quiet. What's going on? Blackbeard was shocked, and then looked at Shane. This young man just opened his mouth and knocked Badgers away. No, that's not right. Looking at the dust again, Badger's mouth and arms were full of blood, and he rolled his eyes and completely lost his fighting ability. He seriously injured Badgers as soon as he opened his mouth. Blackbeard was shocked and alert. Ability user. Impossible, with Badger's strength, he would be defeated as soon as he opened his mouth. Fan Oka, Q, and others also noticed the scene just now, especially when they saw Badger's miserable state. They widened their eyes and said in disbelief. They are all elites recruited by Blackbeard, codders. Even if it was codenamed Vice Admiral, it would be impossible to defeat him so easily, not to mention that he weirdly injured Badgers as soon as he opened his mouth. When did Marine have such a strong man? Who could he be? Blackbeard and his group could not hide the shock in their eyes, and they all stared at Shane, extremely alert. Shay's eyes also swept over coldly. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his heart. Ding, defeat the popular pirates and gain 50 attribute points. Huh? In the past, killing pirates gave you attribute points, but now defeating pirates gives you attribute points? But when he saw the word popularity, he realized that it had not been triggered, and Shane was a little surprised. 50 points is not a small amount. System, if you had told me earlier, I would have gone to hunt down famous pirates a long time ago. Muttering to himself, Shane decisively added attribute points to the sound wave. Sound wave, 3355. At the same time. Hey! Blackbeard's rough voice came, who are you? Shane ignored it, but the Marines around him told him the answer. Especially when he knocked down the opponent's cotters as soon as he appeared, the Marines who were retreating step by step were particularly excited. Black Bat Admiral! The soldiers were excited and cheered. The rescued Marine was even more surprised and happy, and shouted Shane's title enthusiastically. When Blackbeard and his group heard it, they were collectively stunned. Black Bat Admiral? The fourth Admiral who was rumored to have taken office through the back door? Chapter 16. It's really unexpected. It seems that everyone underestimates you. Blackbeard was surprised at first, but then he suppressed his surprise and grinned. He can seriously injure badgers with one blow. Blackbeard is really powerful, Captain. Poison Q checked Badger's injuries and was very surprised. Badger's arm was almost broken. This is terrible. There is an Admiral in the G4 branch. Lafayette's forehead was sweating, and he retreated behind Blackbeard and whispered. What a joke, how dare they come when they knew there was an Admiral at the beginning. Blackbeard is not Akainu, Aokiji. Even if he has the strength, he can't be as strong as 3 Admirals. Blackbeard is not as afraid as they are. On the contrary, after waiting for the dark fruit, his confidence is very inflated, and he is eager to try against Shane. Van Oka and others looked at each other, and understood that Blackbeard wanted to fight Shane, and couldn't help but step back a few steps. After all, they were somewhat shocked when Badges was killed instantly by Shane. As expected. Blackbeard's eyes condensed, and he said provocatively, ha ha ha. So what if you are the 4th Admiral? The money of this base belongs to us. Today, I will let you see the strongest fruit ability. In the end, Blackbeard still held a disdainful attitude. From the form of Shane's vocal attack, it is clear that he is a capable person, and Blackbeard has the dark fruit that restrains all abilities. So he has the confidence to challenge Shane. Shane was indifferent and slowly put on his black military coat. Seeing such an attitude of ignoring him, Blackbeard couldn't help but get angry. If you lose to me, my reputation will also rise greatly. Taking Admiral as a stepping stone is also a good choice. Thick black smoke came out of Blackbeard's hands. Dark water. The rotating black mist generated gravity like a black hole, and everyone present felt extremely weird. The dark fruit is even more powerful when used on a power user. Blackbeard even imagined that after he sucked Shane in, he would beat his calm face violently. But the result, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Shay's coat was sucked in with a whirring sound, but his body was motionless. How could it be? Blackbeard didn't react at all to dark water, and was a little confused. The Marines almost couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. The strongest fruit ability? Impossible. There is no power user who is not controlled by dark water. Blackbeard was surprised to find that he had locked Shane. Unless the target's strength is very strong, far beyond his own, but how strong can Shane be at such a young age? Could it be that he is not a power user? Blackbeard thought of 2 possibilities, and his scalp began to numb. However, Shane just looked at him coldly throughout the whole process, and then he said, "Sword. Open your mouth." The pseudosonic energy burst out, and under Shane's wool, it turned into a sword blade and stabbed towards Blackbeard. The invisible blade is the most deadly. Blackbeard could also sense the pseudosonic attack, and just as he showed a look of horror on his face, the pseudosonic attack was in front of him. The black-armed color quickly covered, and Blackbeard knew he couldn't dodge it. The next second. Bang! Blackbeard's eyes bulged out, his arms seemed to lose consciousness, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Captain Lafayette, Van Oka, and others were shocked. No one expected that Blackbeard could not withstand a single blow. They watched him crash into the wall. Lime splashed everywhere, the wall cracked, and Blackbeard was embedded there, vomiting blood and wailing in pain. Van Oka and others were trembling constantly, and they were even more shocked when they saw Shane's figure. Blackbeard, who had dark fruit, was just knocked away by him with just one word? Strange, monster! He can launch a powerful attack just by opening his mouth. And dark fruit can't lock him. Isn't he a power user? What is the power to attack with his mouth open? Poison Q, Lafayette, and others were dumbfounded, and they trembled in their hearts and couldn't believe the facts in front of them. Opening his mouth is an attack, and a power user who can't be locked by dark fruit, or he is not a power user at all. This is unscientific, unscientific. They couldn't figure out what was going on. However, there was no time for them to be shocked. Seeing that Shane was so strong that even Blackbeard couldn't withstand it, how could they dare to watch from the sidelines? Blackbeard was still wailing, and Fan-Oka took the lead in attacking Shane. Bang! The special bullet passed by and headed straight for Shane's heart. As a result, Shane was too lazy to move and said, "Shield." The bullet that was about to hit him was like being stuck in a quagmire, and was directly broken apart when the pseudosonic wave formed a shield. Such an amazing scene immediately made Blackbeard and his group who were scattered and moving gasp. Fan-Oka's bullets that hit the target all the time were completely ineffective. Even Black Bat Shane didn't even move, and with just the word shield, even the bullets were broken away. The stronger Shane performed, the more they dared not stop now. Poison Q, with a shocked look, hurriedly pulled up the unconscious Badgers, fed him a pill, and let his horse carry him. Fan-Oka didn't give up, and continued to shoot and harass Shane. The bullets kept firing, but they were broken away by the invisible shield in front of Shane. Lafayette looked at the wailing Blackbeard, gritted his teeth, pulled out his umbrella sword, and stabbed Shane 3 times in a row. At this time, Badgers, who was forcibly rescued by Poison Q, also woke up, and under the effect of the drug, the pain was reduced, but the strength remained. So he immediately cooperated with Lafayette and punched Shane. As a result, Shane didn't frown, staring at Blackbeard and walked over step by step. The attack fell on the invisible shield, making a sound of metal clashing. Lafayette even felt that his palm was shocked and painful, and the force of stabbing Shane was like encountering an extremely solid alloy. Badgers, who had recovered by force, punched the invisible shield, and his hand, which had not been broken, was instantly broken. He wailed in pain, rolled his eyes and fainted again. They couldn't break Shane's defense at all. Blackbeard was numb when he saw this scene, and crawled out of the inlaid wall with an extremely shocked expression. Black Bat, what's going on? How did he do it? It was too outrageous. Blackbeard had never seen such a person before. This method, especially the dark water, didn't work, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. Captain, let's run away. Poison Q didn't even dare to attack. He grabbed Badgers, who was unconscious again, and shouted to Blackbeard. Blackbeard was pulled back to reality, and his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Seeing Shane walking closer and closer, Lafayette, Fan-Oka and others had no way to deal with him. Blackbeard was ruthless. No one can get out of Marine Base without fighting. Shane! Die! Blackbeard shouted angrily as if to give himself courage. A large amount of black fog emerged from his body, spinning into the air and condensing into a ball above his head, which kept getting bigger. Dark Emperor! The dark giant ball was almost half the size of the base, which was amazing. Blackbeard didn't dare to delay and pressed Shane directly. This trick? Xiaoyan's eyes moved slightly, and he uttered a word, destroy. Chapter 17. The giant dark ball frightened everyone. They didn't expect Blackbeard to have such a powerful move. The Marines looked at the dark ball above their heads and panicked. The attack directly included the base in the range. How can you hide? Black Bat! Fan-Oka, Poison Q, and others also had confidence, hoping to cause damage to Shane. Thief, ha ha ha! Go to hell! Blackbeard grinned. Destroy! Suddenly, Shane's voice reached everyone's ears. Invisible and colorless, pseudo-sound waves surged out. Terrifying energy shock, the space seemed to be distorted. Blackbeard's grim smile instantly solidified on his face, and the perception of the sight color made him extremely palpitating. The next moment, the Dark Emperor's giant ball in the process of falling was annihilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of condensed dark power, in front of the pseudo-sound wave with an intensity of 3,355 points, is like a balloon that bursts with a poke. Buzz. Strange waves swept through everyone's ears. The Dark Emperor shattered, turned into black smoke, and disappeared in the direction of the pseudo-sound wave. Blackbeard's eyes were bloodshot. Not only was the Dark Emperor destroyed by Shane, but the huge sense of danger also reached ultimate. No. In the shocked eyes of the Marines, Blackbeard was the first to bear the brunt, as if he was hit by an invisible train, spitting blood and flying backwards quickly. Following closely behind Blackbeard were Van Oka, Lafayette, Poison Q, Badgers, and the Horse. They were not as strong as Blackbeard, and they didn't even have time to react. They flew backwards with Blackbeard spitting blood and white eyes. Boom! The walls outside the base were knocked away by Blackbeard and his group, drawing a beautiful parabola and falling into the sea. Ding 300 attribute points were obtained. Ding 50 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 attribute points were obtained. A series of system prompts sounded. Shane felt happy in his heart. He made a lot of money this time. Especially the 300-point tip, it goes without saying that it was provided by Blackbeard. After all, the more popular the pirates are, the more attribute points they will get after defeating them. Still out of habit, Shane added all the newly acquired attributes to the pseudo-sound wave with a thought. Pseudo-sound wave, 3805. I just wonder if I can earn more attribute points by killing the popular pirates? A murderous intent flashed in Shane's eyes, and he planned to kill all the Blackbeard pirates here. He walked to the seaside behind the broken wall, and looked over intently. The sea surface was surging. Admiral Black Bat. A group of marine soldiers also came, and after a fanatical salute, they immediately set up a defense line and searched for Blackbeard and his group from the sea. As a result, after waiting for a long time, they still did not show up. Run away? Interesting. Shane thought to himself. It was originally estimated that these guys were seriously injured and would definitely show up. It seems that Blackbeard and his gang have many tricks to escape in the sea. After turning around, Shane immediately wrote, "Search." Yes. The adjutant immediately saluted in response and took the Marines in the base to move. If we can't kill him, forget it. After standing for a while, Shane gave up, stretched lazily, and walked into the base. Or continue playing games, attribute points. If you can't get a big order, just hang up. On the other side. In the sky far away from the G4 base, a white birdman took Blackbeard, Van Oka, Badgers, and Poison Q, flying in the sky with difficulty. They were all pale, with cold sweat on their backs and blood oozing out of their bodies. Now they can escape, all thanks to Badgers waking up after falling into the water, and then letting the birdman take them away, and then leaving the seaside of the base. Otherwise, the ability users on their side might sink to the bottom of the sea and die. Even though they have escaped, the group is still terrified, and Lafayette is desperately taking them to flying the fastest. That Black Bat! It's so scary. Poison Q said with a trembling voice full of palpitations and fear. With the word destroy, they didn't even have the ability to resist, and were directly beaten and thrown away with serious injuries. Who said that the fourth Admiral was a relative who was holding back? Badger's eyes turned red. It would have been better if he had known not to provoke him. Such a terrifying guy, with a strange and mysterious attack as soon as he opened his mouth, really cast a shadow on the fighting champion. And Blackbeard himself was more terrified than his men, a genuine psychological fear. Others may not have felt it yet, but Shane was staring at him the whole time, and even attacked him when he made a move, especially when he opened his mouth to speak. He could feel the incomparable sense of oppression. Black Bat Admiral wanted to kill him from the beginning. This sense of oppression, in Blackbeard's feelings, even exceeded the sense of oppression given to him by Whitebeard. Even more terrifying. Where did Marine find this ruthless person from? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Blackbeard couldn't help but roared in frustration. He had realized that the strength of Black Bat Shane had surpassed the third Admiral. It will be the trump card that Marine puts on the table. Then, Captain, now that Marine really has a Blackbeard, who is so powerful and terrifying, will our Shishibukai plan continue? Lafayette asked worriedly. After fighting with Shane today, he dared not raise his head even if he became a Shishibukai. And once such a fierce character sees something. Hearing this, the others did not dare to speak at all, and Blackbeard could not help but hesitate. But soon, he said very firmly, he is indeed very strong now, but it does not mean that he cannot be defeated in the future. When I get that ability and become a dual ability user, what Blackbeard, we will definitely retaliate. On the other side, Marine Ford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku received a report from the G4 branch. What? Blackbeard attacked under the banner of Whitebeard? It's over, what's the result? They were all seriously injured by Shane's word of destruction, and almost killed. Sengoku listened and responded with a little surprise. Blackbeard, the pirates, is a bad guy. The new group he joined is also not weak. After defecting from the Whitebeard pirates, he has committed more crimes. However, his whereabouts are uncertain and he is powerful. Even the Vice Admiral can't do anything to him. Now that he heard that he was almost beaten to death by Shane, Sengoku was naturally happy and satisfied. He is really a lucky general. With him guarding New World, we can finally rest assured. Keeping Shane is really a treasure. Feeling happy, Sengoku directly called the adjutant and ordered, Black Bat Admiral has made great contributions, give him a bonus, and the G4 branch should also be praised, and more resources should be allocated. The Marshal's power can almost decide all marine affairs. Sengoku said, and his subordinates immediately followed his orders. And the news was passed back to the G4 branch. Immediately, the Marines in the branch cheered. With Black Bat Admiral here, our lives will become better. Chapter 18. There is a reason why the Marines in the branch are so happy, not just because of the praise from the Marshal. The resources tilted and the meritorious rewards are rich. In addition to food, guns, and even life, the naval headquarters tilted towards the G4 branch and gained more support. The real benefits are also the reason why the Marines are celebrating. So in the G4 branch, cheers were heard. Great! The weapons in our base are more advanced. Eat well and sleep well, I don't know which pirates dare to come. Ha ha ha! This is all brought by Black Bat Admiral, long live Black Bat Admiral! Long live Black Bat Admiral! The excitement of the Marines resounded outside the door. Sitting in the office, Shane played games with one hand and listened to the resources given to G4 by the adjutant, and couldn't help but smile. Shane thought, it's just a fight with Blackbeard. It seems that I didn't choose the wrong lineup. Marshal Sengoku is willing to give it. It's good to have a regular welfare. This wave of rewards is valuable in terms of material. Of course, it can also make Shane's life in G4 more comfortable. And the following days became as leisurely as usual. Every day at a certain time, attribute points will be credited on time. Of course, when Shane is tired of playing games, he will occasionally go on missions with his subordinates to deal with big pirates that other Marines can't deal with. Originally, he didn't want to go out. Who said that the attribute points of the system have popularity bonus? No matter what big pirates he encounters, as long as they are not the top ones, Shane will harvest them as soon as he opens his mouth. Attribute points came in one after another, and Shane's reputation began to rise. People in the world finally understood that the so-called 4th Admiral of the Marine was not a decoration that came in through the back door. Even when the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, people around G4 and even Grand Line began to know that the young 4th Admiral of Marine had the ability to attack as soon as he opened his mouth. The 4th Admiral is not a relative. He is a strong man promoted by the 5 elders. He attacks as soon as he opens his mouth. Many great pirates have fallen at the hands of Admiral Black Bat. Many people were surprised by this, and while changing their views, Shane also gained many supporters from various countries and became his fans. After all, such ability and strength will always be admired by people. As his reputation gradually became louder, people gradually transitioned from 3 admirals to 4 admirals. Of course, Shane did not pay attention to these, and he never thought about them, so he did not know what his reputation was outside. On the contrary, these days, attribute points are what Shane is most concerned about. At the current rate of increase, the pseudo-sound wave will soon break through the 4,000 point mark. And the system also allows the pseudo-sound wave to evolve again. Ding, the pseudo-sound wave attribute reaches 4,000, and a new function is enabled, frozen enchantment. Freezing, as the name implies, the sound wave will have the ability to freeze, and also has the function of transformation. Isn't this equivalent to having Aokiji's freezing ability? Xiaoyan thought to himself, a little surprised. Except that the body cannot be transformed into an element, it seems that there is really no difference with the freezing ability. But what is more surprising is that this enchantment is not directly at the max level like the transformation. Freezing enchantment can be added. The more you add, the better the freezing effect will be. This is not difficult to understand, Xiaoyan thought to himself, and also added a little. Sound wave, freezing enchantment, 1 attribute point. This attribute is independent of the sound wave, and does not share the strength with the sound wave. After adding, Xiaoyan said lightly, freeze. The pseudo-sound waves surged out, as if they were spiritual, without causing any damage, but wherever the sound waves reached, the cold air overflowed, and in an instant, the whole room was frozen by frost. The whole room seemed to have entered the ice age, and it was all covered with ice. Just adding a point can freeze the whole room, it seems to be quite powerful. The basic starting point is very high, and Shane is more interested in it, and wants to experiment well. So he put on his coat and ran to the seaside behind the base, where no one would disturb him and there was a larger experimental space. Freezing a limited indoor space is nothing, just try to freeze the sea like Aokiji to see the effect. Shane looked at the sea, thinking about it and said directly, freeze. The cold air visibly came out of his mouth, like a line falling into the sea. Immediately, with a click, a large area of sea water was frozen into ice, very quickly, and it would spread around. Not bad power. Shane grinned, then squatted down to break the ice and picked up a piece. As you can see, the ice in his hand is 10 centimeters thick. It is really good that only one attribute can cause such power. System, continue to add to 10 points. Shane tried to strengthen the power of the freezing enchantment again. Then he said to the sea, freeze. Crack. This time the freezing speed is obviously much faster than before, and a blue ice surface is in sight. Shane broke it and observed it again. Before, it could freeze a thickness of 10 centimeters, and now it is almost twice as much. This strength bonus is still good. But I don't plan to continue to add points, the current strength is almost enough. More than 30 centimeters thick can be used to restrict others in battle, and can also be used to walk on the sea, which is enough. In battle, it is mainly mimicry of sound waves, not enchantment ability. Shane nodded with satisfaction, and then turned back to the base. As a result, just as he arrived at the door of the office, the den mushi in his pocket rang. It was a call from Marine Ford. Shane picked it up directly, and the voice of Marshal Sengoku came from the other side. Shane, there is an urgent mission, you need to go out in person. Sengoku's tone was very serious. This was also the first time that Shane received a mission for the reason of urgency, so he knocked on the table at the agreed frequency to indicate that he already knew. Sengoku also knew that Shane was not convenient to speak, and continued, this time the mission is 4 emperors. The latest information, 4 emperors red-haired Shanks sent someone to send a letter to the Whitebeard pirates. This letter may be an opportunity for some kind of alliance. We need you to intercept this letter. The communication between the 2 emperors has a very big and very bad impact. If there is any possibility, Marine will not let them have any contact. Sending people from Marine is indeed a bit far away. Sengoku is afraid that he can't catch up, and he is also afraid that others are not strong enough. So, Shane, who is at the junction of the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates, is the best choice. At the same time, the system sounded a prompt. Ding, trigger special task, get the red-haired letter, and get 500 sin points after completion. Such a generous reward. 500 points is not a small amount. It is equal to his 50-day idle income. Dong dong. Xian decisively knocked on the table twice in a row, indicating that he already knew and could go. Then, please. Chapter 19. The calm sea gradually began to ripple. The red and yellow pirates' ship was sailing on it, rising and falling. Whitebeard's territory is ahead. To avoid misunderstandings, we should not let too many people pass. Beckman sat by the boat cable, puffing out a cigarette while speaking. Beside him, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gabu stood separately. Ben, there are only 4 of us, and the boss hasn't come yet. It shouldn't be possible, right? Usopp said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. The Whitebeard pirates. Lime Jones shrugged and spread his hands, indicating that he should be careful. Send the letter first. We'll wait here. Ben. Beckman thought carefully and waved to the crew to come over. There was probably only a small team of people on the ship, not many, and there were newcomers. Beckman discussed with the Cotters and asked one of the courageous newcomers, Rockstar, to deliver the letter to avoid misunderstandings. Don't worry. The boss's letter was delivered to Whitebeard. The selected Rockstar was very happy and patted his chest to guarantee. As a result, he had just boarded the boat and had not gone far. Suddenly, at this time, there was a warning from the lookout. There is a marine. There is a warship. They are coming this way. Why is there a marine now? Beckman looked up. They had already expected that if the letter was delivered quickly enough, marine would not have time to make trouble. It's just a warship, it's enough to send it away. We are just delivering a letter, marine won't come here to block us. Usopp, Gab, Lime Jones, Beckman walked to the bow and said with a relaxed look. Even if an admiral came, the 4 Cotters were sure to get out of it. At this time, the observer shouted, Admiral of the Black Rank. Yes, it's Black Bat. Black Bat. The 4th Admiral. Usopp was a little surprised. It really was an admiral, and everyone immediately became more vigilant. Black Bat has become famous recently, and I didn't expect to meet him in the depths of the New World. Even Beckman didn't expect that the young Black Bat would be sent directly by Sengoku to face the 4 emperors. Isn't he afraid of dying? He is not simple. He has killed many pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties recently. Lime Jones said with some surprise in his eyes after thinking of the recent intelligence. Blackbeard, who the boss is concerned about, almost died in his hands. His strength is not simple. Usopp bit a wooden stick and raised the scope to see the youngest admiral of Marine. The Cotters were a little cautious, that's all. Let Rockstar keep going, we will deal with Black Bat. Beckman didn't mean to let Rockstar stop. At this time, Rockstar in front got the decision of the Cotters and continued to move forward. With his confidence bursting, and joining the red-haired pirates of the 4 emperors, Rockstar can be said to be a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Even if the Cotters didn't say anything, he was not afraid or retreating. Instead, he raised his head and looked more arrogant. Marine. Hey, the red-hair pirates are going to do something here. Get out of the way. Rockstar grinned, looking like the most awesome Laozi. The shouting made the adjutant on the warship in front stunned. Beckman and others were also ready to intervene immediately if Marine was about to fire. As a result, when Rockstar continued to move forward and approached the warship, freeze! A sound came out, as if the words came out. Pseudo-sound, freezing enchantment. As the cold air enveloped the sea in front, there was a sudden snap. The azure color instantly covered a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Black Bat Admiral. You. The adjutant was stunned. The marine team behind him was also stunned by the scene in front of them. Isn't this the ability of Aokiji Admiral? Rockstar, who was still on the sea, was even more confused. The originally shaking boat was instantly fixed on the sea surface. In just a moment, the front, back, left and right were all frozen. On the pirates' ship behind, Beckman, Usopp, Lime Jones, and Kub all wanted to see what Marine would do. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the sea was frozen for 1,000 meters. Close to them, the cold air surged, and the 4 were very shocked. What's going on? This freezing ability is exactly the same as Aokiji. Is Black Bat's ability also related to freezing? Usopp, Lime Jones, and Kabu looked at the azure and white in front of them, somewhat unbelievable. His ability is very mysterious, and no one has known it yet. It is said that he can finish the battle with just one word, and has never shown anything else. I didn't expect that he can freeze the sea. Beckman's expression became solemn, and then he said, Rockstar, that guy. We can't just watch. There was no time for them to continue observing. While the few people were talking, Shane on the bow had jumped off the warship and landed steadily on the ice. Let a newcomer face Marine's Black Bat Admiral who was in the limelight? Beckman, Usopp, Lime Jones, and Kabu were not so brave. So they immediately jumped out of the deck and fell on the ice. Rockstar saw Shane jumping off the ice, and immediately reacted, hey! You actually want to fight with red hair pirates? He was really overconfident. As soon as the words fell, Beckman, Usopp and the other four blocked Rockstar, their eyes locked on Shane. Da! 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 Stepping on the solid ice, Shane walked straight towards Beckman and his group without slowing down or hurrying. Black Bat Admiral, I have heard of you for a long time. Beckman took a puff of cigarette and said. Shane looked up and glanced at the 5 people in front of him, but did not speak. We don't seem to have any conflict with Marine, right? Why stop us here? Lime Jones looked at Shane and pointed at the ice under his feet. Red Hair and Marine have always maintained a tacit understanding. If you don't chase me, I won't bother you. Shane took out a small board and charcoal pencil from his waist bag, and in the surprised eyes of everyone, he wrote, Red Hair's letter, give it to me. Writing without speaking made Beckman's pupils shrink. Usopp was slow to react, but Kabu muttered, can't the Admiral talk? But when it comes to the letter, everyone immediately understands what's going on. The letter Red Hair wrote to Whitebeard, this news can't be concealed, Beckman had expected it. It's just a letter, we only deliver it, and we don't have any other ideas. Give it to our people, and we will leave immediately. Beckman felt that there was no need to conflict with Black Bat and wanted to talk to resolve it. I just want the letter. Shane wrote down 4 words without hesitation. Who cares if you have any ideas? Give me the letter, and it's none of my business if you talk to me in person. Black Bat, that's the boss's order, and it can't be handed over to you. If the boss wants to do it, you can't stop it, right? Lime Jones frowned and said when he saw this. As a result, Shane remained indifferent, shaking the words written on the wooden board with a cold expression. I just want the letter. Chapter 20. You. Marine, do you have to be so tough in the 4 Emperors' territory? Kabu's loud voice revealed a bit of dissatisfaction. Few people don't give face to the boss, and the Admiral in front of them is too young, so they look down on him a little. Shane didn't want to communicate much, his eyes were fixed on Beckman, and he never put down the wooden board in his hand. No matter how hard you try, you still have to believe? Before the 4 people said anything, Rockstar on the side got angry. Ahole, do you know who you are in front of you? Because he believed in the Red Hair Pirates too much and was full of confidence, Rockstar couldn't see the situation clearly. While roaring, he actually drew his sword directly, and Haki covered it and slashed it. The grey-white sword energy scratched a long mark on the ice surface and slashed towards Shane in front of him. Beckman and others wanted to stop him, but Rockstar was quick and without any signs, so it was meaningless to stop him now. Just let Rockstar hit it. However, Shane noticed that Beckman was hesitant to speak, and did not stop his men, guessing that they wanted to test him. But he was not here to go through the motions. The letter must be obtained. Shane swept his cold eyes over them and said, break. The invisible pseudo-sound wave burst out instantly. Usopp, Gab, and Lime Jones were particularly surprised to hear this, but the next moment, the sword light that Rockstar chopped out immediately shattered. It was like a piece of glass hitting the wall at high speed. No. Hide. Usopp felt terrible. But everything was too late. The moment the sword light shattered, the pseudo-sound wave was already in front of Rockstar. The amazing impact and destructive power made Rockstar's face distorted, and his whole body flew backwards uncontrollably. Puff! As he spit out a mouthful of blood, Rockstar's eyes turned white, and he fell straight to the farthest ice surface. Rockstar! Beckman, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gab were still frozen in place, pretending to save him, with a look of surprise on their faces. Opening his mouth is an attack. Just a word break made Rockstar lose his fighting power? What kind of ability is this? Even they were very surprised. The other red hair pirates' hearts suddenly jumped, their expressions were surprised, and their eyes were wide open. Black Bat Admiral is indeed as rumored, too powerful. And his ability is mysterious. Although Rockstar is a newcomer, he is also a pirate who is about to break 100 million. And if he is not strong enough, he can't get on the ship of 4 emperors. What's the result? Black Bat's break almost made him die. Ding, defeat the popular pirates and gain 50 attribute points. The system prompt on Shane's side sounded in his mind. He still followed the principle of adding points, and clicked on the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 4054. But now the battle has started. Rockstar is also a member of the Red Hair Pirates. They can't just watch him being defeated and seriously injured in front of Beckman, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gabu, 4 core codders. You're too harsh. Black Bat. Usopp's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand and fired decisively. The red and black lightning caused by Conqueror's entanglement spread across the muzzle. With a gunshot, you can even see emission flowing at the mouth of the bullet. The rotating bullet pierced the airflow, carrying the emission trail, and flew towards Shane's arm. At the moment of firing, the 2 types of haki were entangled. Shane was not in a hurry and said, "Shield." The pseudo-sound waves surged at the moment of speaking, and ripples appeared in the space. When the bullet arrived, it condensed into shape. At the moment of collision, there was a bang. Intense haki lightning was emitted between the bullet head and the invisible shield. The ice shattered, and the hurricane rolled up. Shane still stood still. Indistinctly, a translucent shield appeared in front of him, which made everyone's pupils shrink. Such a strong shot never broke Shane's defense. The bullet and the shield were directly shattered in less than 3 seconds, and fell on the ice in the distance, blasting a big hole. How is it possible? Usopp held a sniper rifle, his eyes widened, and his face was shocked. I thought Shane would dodge, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. He just set a shield and blocked his bullet. You know, if it was Aokiji, I kinda couldn't stop it. Usopp can't break his shield either. Is this guy stronger than the 3 admirals? Don't underestimate him. Beckman, Lime Jones, and others immediately dispersed, and while shouting a warning, he drew the flintlock at his waist. He had expected that his judgment was wrong just now. Shane was not a strong man who could be estimated by his age. Now he found that his ability was mysterious and powerful. We must be on guard. When the situation is unclear, we can't blindly approach. Shoot! Beckman ordered everyone to command the battle. Lime Jones, Gabu, and Usopp immediately fired together. Bang 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 gunshots. The 4 people surrounded Shane in a fan shape, and the bullets rained down. The bullets with haki fire spun and fell on the invisible shield in front of Shane. In an instant, the shield that was constantly attacked continued to show a translucent style, and ripples appeared due to the impact of the bullets. But, that's it. After firing all the bullets, Shane's shield was still intact. On the contrary, because the shield was too strong, the rebound force bounced the bullets everywhere, and the ice surface not far away was pitted everywhere. Shane's mouth curled up inadvertently. With the increase in attribute points, the defense of the pseudo-sound wave's transformation shield is stronger. If it was 3000 points, it would be more or less damaged. For Beckman, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gabu, the fact that Shane's defense was intact and not even broken was really surprising and shocking. What kind of ability is it to block all bullets as soon as you open your mouth? Lime Jones took a breath. Gabu even opened his mouth and couldn't speak. The bullets they fired were completely different from ordinary bullets. With the blessing of haki, it was difficult for the ability users to block them. What's more, every shot was fired with full force, even Aokiji would be shot into a sieve if he stood here. But this Black Bat Admiral, still the invisible shield, stood there without even a change in expression. What's wrong with this move? It's too hard. Usopp held the gun tightly, staring at the invisible shield that disappeared in front of Shane, looking very solemn. He is more difficult to deal with than the other 3 admirals. It seems that we have insufficient information about the 4th admiral. Beckman kept his eyes on Shane the whole time, his pupils trembling. With this defensive power alone, Black Bat Admiral has the capital to dominate the New World. The 4 even felt that if they wanted to break his defense, they might have to let the 4 emperors take action themselves. Shane glanced at the still unresponsive red-hair Corps Cotter and immediately said, "Rain of Bullets." Chapter 21. Bullet Rain. Hearing Shane's voice, Beckman, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gabu's faces changed immediately. Opening their mouths means attacking, so they have to be careful. Sure enough, a huge sense of crisis surrounded them. As soon as Shane opened his mouth, pseudo-sound waves surged, constantly forming and splitting in front of him. The sound waves they couldn't see were forming dense bullets and shooting at them. It seemed as if the space was shaking. Be careful. Beckman and Usopp's foreheads couldn't help sweating. Reminding their companions, while armament haki covered their whole bodies to set up defense, and the perception of observation was turned to the maximum. Soon after, the invisible bullets that came with the gust of wind arrived in front of them, and they had no time to dodge. Ding ding ding! The first shot landed on them, and it was like being hit by a beast. The force was too strong, and the ice under their feet couldn't help but crack and began to sink. Invisible bullets are extremely powerful. Under the huge impact, Beckman, Lime Jones, Usopp, and Gabu all felt pain in their arms and trembled. It was hard to block one. What kind of move is this? Gabu couldn't help but yell. But every bullet hit was like the power of Usopp and Beckman using guns. Lime Jones and Gabu couldn't hold on first, the bullets passed by, and the armament color on their arms broke and faded. They couldn't hold on at all, and they were cut open with a whoosh, and blood oozed out. Beckman also felt how perverted Shane's attack was, and immediately yelled, "Avoid the vital points." As soon as the voice fell, dense invisible bullets penetrated his clothes and passed through his waist, leaving a blood line. This impact force is too exaggerated. Special guns can't do such a dense and powerful attack. Usopp was numb. He had practiced guns for half his life, but the result was not as good as Shane's opening a rain of bullets. The 4 tried their best to protect their vital parts, and there was no way to avoid them in the dense rain of bullets. Each attack was so strong that they either retreated or injured and bled. After holding on until the rain of bullets ended, Beckman and the other 4 had been beaten back a lot, with wounds on their arms, torsos, thighs. Except for their vital parts, they were almost unavoidable. Even the ice along the way was full of cracks. On the pirate ship behind, the other pirates looked at it from a distance, and they were almost shocked. What's going on? Ben, Usopp, and the others are injured. How is it possible? That black bat just opened his mouth and the Cotters were injured. It was out of the blue, and the pirates couldn't believe the battle situation in front of them. The strength of the Cotters was witnessed by everyone in the film, and they had never been so embarrassed. That's right. Gabu, Usopp, and others were in a very embarrassed state, with dark faces, sweat on their foreheads, and full of shock. Without enduring Shane's attack, you don't know how strong it is. The impact alone made everyone feel uncomfortable, and the bullets also had armament haki. That's why they couldn't bear it, and most of their bodies were shattered by bullets, bleeding. Moreover, Shane had been standing still until now, without taking action or moving, but he beat them up just by opening his mouth and attacking. This guy. The 4 took a deep breath and calmed their trembling hearts. At this time, Shane frowned slightly and looked back. Beckman, who was originally in front, moved super fast and came to Shane's back. As long as your shield is broken, can you still stand there and fight calmly? Black Bat. Beckman's cold and calm face was full of anger at this time. Holding the special flintlock rifle, the red and black lightning of Conqueror's haki burst out of his body, and it was still pouring out, shining in Shane's eyes. The wind was blowing, with violent momentum. Beckman raised his hand, almost hitting the invisible shield. At close range, the 3 gunshots seemed to merge into one. Zzz. That was the entanglement of Haki, a fierce collision. The invisible shield rippled, absorbing the impact energy brought by the bullet. At this moment, Usopp, Gab, and Lime Jones couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. On the warships behind, the Marines also watched Beckman's big attack on Shane with shock, and they were sweating coldly in their hearts. Shane, who was at the center of the 3 violent attacks, seemed very calm. He calmly looked at the shield in front of him that was hit by the bullet. The violent energy overflowed, and Haki's fierce collision tore the ice surface around him, and even the momentum that soared into the sky tore the clouds above. But until the energy was exhausted, the bullet did not move forward any further. Instead, the rebound of the invisible shield made the bullet explode with a bang, and it could not withstand the shattering. Seeing that the invisible shield was not broken, there was only a small crack on it. Usopp, Lime Jones, Gabu, and others were numb and couldn't believe it. Beckman gritted his teeth and turned over to the ground, secretly taking a breath of cold air. Marine's 4th Admiral, an inestimable monster. If it were the other 3 admirals, I'm afraid Logia's body would be blown through, but facing Shane, it only made a small crack in his defense. Beckman was very surprised. The exit is both attack and defense. The means and moves are mysterious and strange, and the strength is unparalleled, too exaggerated. Such a monster is no wonder that Marine ranks it as the 4th Admiral. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it felt. On the sea, how many people would misjudge him, the Black Bat Admiral? Thinking of this, Beckman moved his footsteps and was about to evacuate and change positions again. At this time, Shane said, "Freeze." The surging pseudo-sound waves were cold and rushed straight to Beckman, who was close to him. His pupils shrank, and the powerful observation Haki allowed Beckman to catch the trajectory of the cold air and the invisible pseudo-sound waves. In an instant, Shane's moves touched the prediction of the future of observation Haki. Beckman saw himself being frozen into ice, restricting his movements, and then he was seriously injured by Shane's opening move. Suddenly, Beckman's back was sweating, and he was surprised that Shane's means could produce the effect of Logia. He immediately jumped. Crack! The place where Beckman stood instantly formed a large block of ice. He was almost restricted by Shane. Seeing that the cold air did not hit him, Shane raised his eyes slightly and said again, "3 knives." Pseudosonic vibration. The power is stronger than the cold air, and the pure attack is not a little bit stronger. Beckman, who has already predicted the future, dared not be careless at all. Seeing Shane's opening 3 knives, he quickly used the power of observation to dodge. The invisible blade passed by, but did not hit Beckman, but cut into the ice when it fell on the ice, and pierced the seabed diagonally. Suddenly, the 1,000-meter ice surface shook. The cracked place was shattered, and the place hit by Shane's 3 knives was shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, all the pirates couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their expressions were nervous. Almost, Beckman was hit by the attack of the Black Bat, and the consequences were disastrous. Chapter 22. The battle situation made people on both sides terrified. Gabu, Usopp, and Lime Jones were ready to lend a hand at any time and besiege Shane together. But Shane remained calm. This battle was just the beginning. If you want to fight, then fight. Defeating these people will increase your attribute points. Red Hair Pirates, their popularity is undoubtedly high. Just now, a newcomer had 50 points. No one could have imagined that Shane would have time to be distracted in the face of a Vice-Emperor level battle. However, Beckman dodged the pseudo-sound waves continuously, which made Shane realize some of his existing shortcomings. Facing a guy with strong observation Haki, there is a high probability that he will be dodged. However, while thinking about it, Beckman found that the cracks in the invisible shield were slowly repairing, and he frowned immediately. Even though he was surprised by Shane's strength, he still insisted. While guarding against Shane's opening, Beckman fired one after another. The bullets wrapped with Conqueror's Haki, braving the red and black lightning, hit the repaired cracks one after another. In Beckman's hand, the ultimate Haki bullet with kinetic energy seems to be quiet, but it is actually very powerful. Each shot is like the 3 bursts just now, or even stronger. The sound is ups and downs, and the potential energy explodes. There is even a tornado around, stirring the surroundings. But it fell in front of Shane, making the invisible shield looming, and the bullet seemed to stop in mid-air, and was then bounced off by the recoil force with flames. Shane remained motionless. Beckman's eyes condensed, paying attention to Shane's shield, but he saw that the attack did not prevent the shield from self-repairing at all. Strange means. Even the defense will automatically repair. What kind of mysterious ability does this guy have? Beckman thought secretly with surprise. And Shane was not polite, and he said, "Arrow. The arrow shape will attack faster and have stronger penetration." The rotating invisible arrow is indeed faster, because of its powerful power that threatens life. Beckman triggered the foresight of the future again. If it hits directly, it will go straight through the chest. After seeing the serious consequences again, Beckman couldn't help but sweat, but he made the best choice in the next second. While dodging, he continued to attack Shane. He didn't dare to get close, so he used a gun to attack from a distance every time. In the process of back and forth, Shane opened his mouth many times, trying to catch Beckman's movement trajectory, but in vain. The frozen sea surface was shaking, even the pirates' ships and warships could feel the impact of the power coming. The sea was surging. The ice surface area was bombarded less and less. Beckman's continuous shooting, the frequency was getting higher and higher, and Shane passively accepted it on the spot. But this scene was really shocking to the pirates. Who can force Beckman to fight in this way? Never before. Shane is the first. And from the beginning to now, Black Bat Shane has never moved at all. No matter what kind of attack, he can't force him to make more reactions. Opening and closing his mouth is an extremely fierce attack, and it can even tear the sea to the end of the vision. How powerful! We'll go too. Usopp, Gab, and Lime Jones couldn't hold back any longer and started to move, wanting to support Beckman. As soon as they moved, Shane's eyes swept over Beckman. Beckman just passively took the attack, and he just dodged and counterattacked. Shane knew that he couldn't take Beckman down in a short time, so instead of entangled with him, he simply let Beckman attack and set his target on the other red hair pirates. Beckman also noticed Shane's gaze and his face changed. Then, destroy. Speak out. The word destroy is one of Shane's most powerful single-word sound waves. It carries Shane's will to kill the enemy. When it comes out, the sound wave even shakes the air, causing a distortion effect. Moreover, it has a large coverage area and a fast speed. The ice surface was suddenly blown away, rolling up airflow and ice chips, and went towards the three people. The storm was spectacular. The speed was extremely fast. Instantly, Usopp in front of him fell into the state of foreseeing the future, and saw the terrifying power of the invisible pseudo-sound wave, and immediately screamed, "Run!" Not to mention being hit head-on, even if it was just a graze, it would hurt. However, before he finished speaking, the amazing power had already reached the three of them. Usopp had foreseen this and moved quickly. He jumped out almost at the moment when he was about to be hit by the pseudo-sound wave, with a look of horror on his face. And Rem Jones and Gabu didn't even have time to use their moves before they were completely hit by the horror in their observation. Zzz. Haki's defense was torn apart by the pseudo-sound wave in less than 3 seconds. The terrifying impact force fell on the two, causing them to spit blood. His body was even knocked back by this invisible force. Gabu and Rem Jones never expected that Shane's attack would be so fierce beyond their imagination. They were horrified and their heads were buzzing. They rolled their eyes and fainted while flying backwards. However, the power of the pseudo-sound wave showed no signs of stopping, and it went straight to the pirate's ship behind. Beckman's eyes were about to burst. It was too late to stop it. With a bang, the pseudo-sound wave brushed past the stern of the ship. Many pirates were blown back before they could dodge, vomiting blood and fainting, and fell into the sea. The remaining power continued forward, breaking through the sea and heading towards the end of the distant sky. Ding defeat the popular pirates, gain 50 attribute points. Ding defeat the popular pirates, gain 50 attribute points. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Shane's heart, and he added the points to the pseudo-sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 4154. One step stronger. On the other side, Black Bat Admiral alone beat the 4 cotters of the red hair pirates like this. Black Bat Admiral is invincible. Their pirate's ship is also damaged. Black Bat Admiral stood there and attacked, and 2 cotters couldn't stand it and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha. On the marine warship, the adjutants and soldiers were excited when they saw this, their eyes were burning. On the pirates' side, only Usopp and Beckman were fine, but seeing such a serious situation, their expressions immediately tensed up. Usopp hurriedly ran to Lem Jones and Gabu to check on the situation. Fortunately, he was seriously injured but not in danger of life or disability. Beckman stared at Shane the whole time and tried to attack again. Suddenly, his face changed. The vision that could predict the future allowed him to see the protagonist use the strange ability to open his mouth again. And the power caused next time. It was even greater than this time. The destructive power and lethality were also stronger. Many crew members would be finished on the spot. The most important thing was, even if he could attack before Shane opened his mouth, he still couldn't break Shane's shield. After thinking again and again, Beckman gritted his teeth. Black Bat, stop! Beckman raised his arm decisively and stopped loudly, we admit defeat. Ben. The other crew members looked at Beckman in surprise. As soon as he opened his mouth, he used a move. His ability is extremely powerful. If it weren't for his observation haki, I'm afraid we would be wiped out today. If they get angry and fight to the death, Shane will use more means to eliminate them. It's not worth offending Black Bat. Beckman weighed the pros and cons and surrendered decisively. Black Bat Admiral, in his heart, became more and more unfathomable. When Shane heard Beckman's confession, he stopped his action. The 4 words written on the wooden board in his hand were particularly conspicuous. I just want the letter. Beckman sighed helplessly, gave a look to Usopp who was gritting his teeth, indicating not to be impulsive, and then came to the side of the fainted rockstar and took out the red-haired letter from his bag. Since you want the boss's letter, I'll give it to you. Beckman threw it directly to Shane. And Shane reached out and took it, turned around and left without even looking at it. As for whether it is a real object, the system has given a response. Ding, mission completed, host gets 500 attribute points. Chapter 23. Without hesitation, Shane decisively added all the points to Pseudo Sound Wave. Pseudo Sound Wave, 4,789 points. Nearly 5,000 points. It means that his strength has soared again. Then, Shane, who got the letter, turned around and left. He boarded the warship in the admiring eyes of the Marines and turned around to leave. On the ice, only Usopp and Beckman were left standing among the pirates, so they hurriedly pulled up the injured Lime Jones, Kub, and Rockstar and returned to the ship for treatment. After this battle, the pirates on the ship couldn't help but hang their heads, and cold sweat still hung on their foreheads. Beckman, Usopp, Kub, and others who had fought were even more frightened. Isn't that Black Bat guy a little too fierce? Usopp looked at the miserable state of his 2 companions with bandages and couldn't help but slam the table. How could the red hair pirates who traveled all over the world be beaten like this by one person? Too strong, even scary. Lime Jones took off his tattered hat, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and sighed. As a combatant, and a cotter, he was defeated by Black Bat Shane in one move. He was somewhat embarrassed, but he had to admit it. I'm afraid his strength has already caught up with Shanks in his prime. Beckman, with a gloomy face, took a deep breath of mist and spoke suddenly. Ben, such an evaluation is somewhat difficult for others to accept, but it is a fact. Red Hair is very strong, but Black Bat Shane is too fierce. The key is that the means he used in the battle are very outrageous. He didn't take action from beginning to end, but he spoke, and beat their whole team into a mess, and there would even be huge casualties if he continued. On the other hand, Shane stood there, and his feet didn't move. Beckman had already used his ultimate move but couldn't do anything to him. This sentence is stronger than Red Hair, and everyone here can't refute it. Marine, it will be more difficult to deal with in the future. Beckman sighed helplessly. With the 4th Admiral, Marine can do more and its combat power is greatly improved. Just like today, Admiral Black Bat is obviously coming for the letter, and if it is the 3 admirals of naval headquarters, they may not go to sea so easily. It will be more troublesome to take action in the future. Suddenly, Gab, Lime Jones, Yasop and others are also a little worried. Just at this time, Bilibili's den den mushy rang. It's the boss. The 4 looked at each other and connected the call. Ben, how are you doing? I'll be there right away. Shank's tone obviously knew something and was a little anxious. It turned out that when the Cotters were fighting, a crew member asked Shanks for help, but that person had just been pulled ashore. Beckman didn't know, but it was not difficult to guess that someone asked for help, and said, "It's okay now, everyone is a little injured." "Are you kidding? Injured?" Shanks was relieved to hear that everything was fine, and then he was surprised. An admiral on the other side might not be able to injure all the people in the hands of Beckman, Yasop, and the other 4, right? "We encountered the 4th Marine Admiral Black Bat." Beckman told the story, telling all the situations that had happened before. He defeated Rockstar with his mouth, and put up a super strong defense with his mouth, and Yasop couldn't blast it open. He burst into a terrifying attack with his mouth, and even had the ability to freeze. In the end, he almost overturned everyone and caused a death. Red-haired Shanks listened quietly at first, but later he widened his eyes and was extremely surprised. A Marine Admiral that even Beckman, Yasop, and the other 4 couldn't solve together. I've never heard of this ability to become a move with just one mouth. And it can be so strong. After being surprised, Shanks frowned, thinking carefully but had no clue. If he couldn't even figure out his ability, how should he deal with Black Bat in the future? But it was useless to think too much at this time. Shanks could only sigh, there will be another formidable opponent in the sea in the future. Ben, I hope you are all right. Hearing the boss's caring words, Yasop, Lime Jones, and Gab were even more ashamed. Beckman looked at them and could only say, "Shanks, I handed your letter to Black Bat. You are not doing your job well, you deserve to be punished." He took the initiative to ask for punishment from Shanks. But Shanks didn't care at all and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You can't deal with such a powerful opponent. What's the big deal about handing over an insignificant letter? It's still a question whether Whitebeard will read this letter. Now that Marine has taken it, let them read it." This. The red hair was still the familiar red hair. Beckman and others smiled helplessly. But Shanks said in the next sentence, "Come back and meet up. I will go to Whitebeard in person." Back on the warship, Shane became a hands-off shopkeeper and threw the letter directly to the adjutant. This guy was the former deputy base commander and also the adjutant. If there is anything, it will be right to hand it over to him. The adjutant who received the letter also smiled helplessly, saluted and watched Shane enter the cabin room. Then he came to the interior of the warship and used Den Den Mushi to report to the naval headquarters. "Mr. Sengoku, we went to the depths of New World to intercept the letter and met 4 red hair pirates Cotters." The adjutant reported the incident in an orderly manner. As a result, when he heard that it was Beckman and others from the red hair pirates, Sengoku was shocked and said quickly, "Let Shane evacuate quickly, the headquarters will send reinforcements immediately." The red hair pirates, also known as the Iron Wall Pirates, have several top Cotters who are all general level strength. Sengoku's first reaction was to have people evacuate, fearing that the combat power would be reduced and that something would happen to Shane. The adjutant was somewhat moved upon hearing this, and then smiled and said, "The matter has been resolved, Mr. Sengoku, Black Bat Admiral is far more powerful than you think." Beckman, Yasop, Lime Jones, and Cab of the Red Hair Pirates were all defeated by Black Bat Admiral, and we successfully got the letter. "You, successfully got the letter?" Sengoku was stunned upon hearing this. "Yes, Black Bat Admiral fought the whole game alone." The adjutant told the process in more detail. "Shane crushed the whole game alone?" Cab and Lime Jones of the Red Hair Pirates were seriously injured, and almost overturned the pirates' ship. "Yes, in the end, Ben Beckman surrendered and handed the letter to Black Bat Admiral." In Sengoku's office, the senior Marine executives were all there, and the adjutant's report was transmitted through the Den Mushi, which shocked everyone in an instant. Shane has become stronger. Sengoku heard such a record and guessed that Shane had made great progress, and couldn't help but sigh. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all had different expressions and exclaimed, "It's just a monster." Garp laughed out loud, with satisfaction in his eyes, the future marine hope. In time, he will sweep away the villains on the sea. Wakakaka. Chapter 24. The marine executives were amazed and ended. "Now let's see what Red Hair will write to Whitebeard." Sengoku asked his lieutenant to read Red Hair's letter through Den Mushi. The Marines were a little surprised to learn the contents. Red Hair did not have any intention of joining forces. Instead, he asked Whitebeard to recall the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, and repeatedly mentioned that Blackbeard was dangerous, and even Red Hair himself was injured by Blackbeard. Red Hair was injured by Blackbeard. Everyone couldn't help but think of the Blackbeard pirates that almost wiped out Shane in the G4 branch. Dangerous? Didn't Shane almost wipe them out? Garp and Sengoku looked at each other. The three admirals looked at the Den Mushi in surprise. The communication between the four emperors could not be talking nonsense, which means that the gold content of the matter that Admiral Blackbat Shane almost wiped out Blackbeard's group is still rising. It is far from being as simple as they think that he is just a traitor of the Whitebeard pirates. Invisibly, a dangerous person was solved. It seems that the bonus given to Shane last time was still too little. This matter cannot be underestimated. I will personally report to the 5 elders and increase the military expenditure for the G4 branch. After all, with Shane guarding there, as its reputation grows, it may become another solid fortress, which will scare the pirates. Sengoku was in a good mood. In addition to giving Shane a bonus, he also began to plan to build a new barrier in the new world. But the bonus military expenditure is real. The adjutant was very happy to hear it on the other end of the Den Mushi, and wanted to tell Shane immediately. Sengoku's series of measures did not cause dissatisfaction among the three admirals. Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru all felt that they should give the G4 branch enough rewards. However, after taking a sip of tea, Granny Crane raised her head and said bluntly, "Recruiting Shane as Admiral is an unprecedented correct decision. With him, the actions of our entire marine have become calm." This made Aokiji and Kizaru look at each other. Shane has done so many achievements since he took office. Should we also be more diligent? We have to work hard. Young people are really scary. Kizaru shook his head and said with a smile. At this time, after Sengoku ended the call over there, he called the power room to contact the 5 elders directly. The majestic voice of Peter Saint came from the Den Mushi. "What's the matter?" "Peter Saint, there is something I need to report to you." Sengoku once again explained the reason why Shane attacked New World to intercept the letter. Hearing that Shane suppressed half of the Red Hair pirates alone, the 5 elders raised their eyes in surprise. "Very good. Blackbat did a great job. Blackbat's title of Admiral has been fully established. I didn't expect Blackbat to give us such a surprise." Saints Maz and Voculi were delighted to hear this and praised him. Being able to suppress 4 cotters including Beckman and Yasop alone, Blackbat's strength is as fierce as a beast. He is not a little bit strong. Even the status and strength of the 5 elders cannot be underestimated. In other words, Shane is on their side, which is equivalent to adding a 4 Emperors level combat force to the world government. 4 Emperors level combat force, how many can the entire world government have? It's like picking up a treasure. Through Den Mushi, the financial martial god Nasujiro Saint said on the spot, Blackbat's bonus has been increased, and the military expenditure of the G4 branch will continue to increase. This is the preferential treatment that Blackbat deserves. Saint Satan said bluntly, Sengoku's vision is as accurate as ever. Blackbat is a rare talent. He will become stronger in time. If he is well trained, his future achievements will be limitless. However, just as Sengoku called the 5 elders. In the depths of the new world, a huge pirate's ship was sailing on the ocean. Beep, beep. Marco held the Den Mushi and came to the middle of the deck, and handed the Den Mushi to the unusually tall man in front of him. "Dad, it's Red Hair calling. Whitebeard looked down at Marco and gestured to answer the call. On the other end of the den mushy, Red Hair laughed heartily, "Old Whitebeard, long time no see. Runny-nosed kid, are you calling just to be polite?" Whitebeard responded with a gurgling laugh. "No, I want to meet you." The red-haired man's tone became serious. "What can't you say now? Don't forget, I'm your enemy. Aren't you afraid that I can't leave now?" Whitebeard sneered. "Besides, it's not so easy for the four emperors to meet now." But Shanks was very determined, and his tone became more and more serious. "This is about the captain of the second team, Ace, and Blackbeard. Please give me this face, Whitebeard." Such a tone also means that the red-haired man is serious and very important. Whitebeard also felt the red-haired man's determination, and after considering for a few seconds about Ace and Teach, he reluctantly agreed, "If you can come to me, I will give you a chance to speak." "Whitebeard, this matter is very serious, it is best not to let anyone know about the meeting." Red-haired Shanks paused for a moment, and then expressed his desire to meet in secret. "Goolalala, red-haired kid, do you know what you are talking about? Who am I? Do you need it?" Whitebeard was laughing, but his tone revealed dissatisfaction. "Who does he Whitebeard need to sneak around to see? Just kidding. It's not that simple. You know how difficult it is for us to meet. Marine will definitely stop us. In fact, I sent someone to deliver a letter to you, but it was intercepted by Marine not long ago. It was the 4th Admiral Black Bat of Marine. Don't underestimate the young people nowadays, Whitebeard." Black Bat defeated the Cotters led by Beckman alone, and took the letter away. "The Marines must be prepared now. If we don't meet secretly, there will be big trouble." Shanks said a lot in one breath. On Whitebeard's side, when he heard that the 4th Admiral Black Bat and Beckman and others were repelled, he was a little bit unbelievable. "Admiral Black Bat, so fierce." Marco frowned. "One person blocked 4 Cotters of red hair? The new Admiral can have such strength. Even Akainu and Aokiji can't do it." Vista, Jaws, and others looked at each other. But the words spoken by Red Hair are evidence in themselves. With his character and the status of 4 emperors, it is impossible for him to lie. Even Whitebeard's eyes changed slightly, and he was surprised. "Beckman?" Black Bat was able to deal with the vice-captain who was rumored to be close to Redhead, which shows how strong he is. However, despite being surprised, Whitebeard did not agree to Redhead, and said, "Redhead kid, if you want to see me, come, don't forget to bring wine." After that, Whitebeard laughed. In Whitebeard's eyes, any obstacles are just that, if you want to meet, just be open and aboveboard. "Whitebeard, you, okay." Shanks wanted to persuade him, but knowing Whitebeard's temper, he stopped talking and agreed reluctantly. "After all, we still have to meet, Marine." Chapter 25. Many days passed. Marine G4 Branch Base. Today's 10 points are still added to the pseudo-sound wave. Holding the handle in his hand, Xian ate the snacks specially made by the chef, and gave instructions to the system to add today's attribute points. Pseudo-sound wave, 5004 attribute points. Ding, attribute points exceeded 5000. Obtain pseudo-sound wave, Azure Dragon enchantment. Azure Dragon. Another type of enchantment function. Xian was a little surprised. Could it be the same effect as the freezing enchantment? However, this place is not suitable for testing moves. Xian came to the cliff behind the base again. Just add all the last digits and try it. Pseudo-sound wave, Azure Dragon enchantment, 4 attribute points. Then facing the sea, Xian said directly, "Azure Dragon." The invisible sound waves rippled, and then quickly condensed into shape, and a green light appeared. Immediately, a 100-meter-long Azure Dragon began to emerge from the beginning. As if it came out of the void, it even let out a dragon roar when it opened its mouth. Xian was particularly surprised and delighted when he saw this scene. The pseudo-sound wave can actually summon a dragon like this. It's just a little smaller, not very transparent, and like an illusion. Thinking of it, Xian moved his mind, and the Azure Dragon circled, stirred up the hurricane and roared, and flew freely. With another thought, the Azure Dragon plunged into the sea, and in an instant, the sea water was boiling. Then it could circle around Xiaoyan's body and drive it like an arm. Because of the pseudo-sound wave, the illusory Azure Dragon itself has extremely powerful power, and the added points are more reflected in the size of the Azure Dragon. Xiaoyan played for a long time, just like getting a fun toy, and experimented for a long time. Finally, he put away the Azure Dragon and returned to the base. Until the next day, the new 10 attribute points arrived. This time, Xiaoyan did not feed the pseudo-sound wave with the attribute points, but continued to add them to the Azure Dragon enchantment. Sound wave, Azure Dragon enchantment, 14 attribute points. Go to a farther place to test the power of Azure Dragon. In the frozen sea, Shane rode his bicycle and headed far away until he reached a small island without people and vegetation. He spoke, Azure Dragon. After adding 10 points, Azure Dragon became even bigger. Hovering in the air, its illusory body looked like a real dragon if you didn't look closely. It is estimated to be at least hundreds of meters long, even comparable to Kaido's Azure Dragon form. With a thought, Azure Dragon roared, and a shock wave of air gushed out, smashing all the protruding reefs on the edge of the island. The seawater along the way was cut, and the wind and clouds surged in all directions. The power of Azure Dragon enchantment really surprised Shane himself. This is stronger than what I tried yesterday. Looking at the illusion, Azure Dragon doesn't seem to be a real illusion. Shane commanded again. Azure Dragon turned over and plunged into the water. The next moment, an amazing scene appeared. Diving into the water, the surging green dragon on the sea surface actually wrapped around the island and rolled it up. There was a continuous rumble, and broken stones fell into the water. The green dragon wrapped around the island, pulled it out of the water, and hung it in the air. At this moment, looking at this scene, Shane almost laughed out loud. It must be said that the Azure Dragon enchantment is very magical, just like a summoned creature, with a physical body, and 100% executing its will. Moreover, it seems to have the ability of the Azure Dragon, calling the wind and rain. With the new enchantment ability, Shane is even happier. After experimenting for a while, he returned to the base to continue playing badly, but he was more excited to play the game. The adjutant personally brought hot tea, and seeing Shane focusing on playing the game, he smiled helplessly. Young people are always young people, and boring base life can be so happy. Despite this, the reputation of the G4 base is rising steadily. Shane has killed many pirates with more than 100 million in revenue, and his reputation has spread far and wide. The battle with the red hair pirates has also been spread by gossip, and more people know about it. Especially the pirates in the G4 branch all know that there is a black bat admiral guarding, and there are fewer vicious incidents for a while. This also means that Shane is not needed in the distant places, and almost nothing happens in the near places, which makes it more leisurely. Admiral, have some tea and take a rest. The adjutant saw Shane finish the game and handed him tea respectfully. After seeing Shane nod, he stood aside and began to report some things and the news of the Grand Line. The New World was relatively peaceful, but there was quite a commotion in the first half of the Grand Line. The Shishibukai crocodile was defeated by a newcomer named Straw Hat Boy, and Straw Hat Boy also made a big fuss in an ice lobby and the like. Hearing this, Shane was slightly surprised that he was so leisurely, but time passed so quickly. According to Luffy's sailing speed, it will soon enter a turbulent era, and the war that affects the whole world, the Battle of the Top, will also begin. Shane was thinking. At this time, a voice sounded at the door. Report. Come in. The adjutant glanced at Shane and said after getting a signal. A communication soldier pushed the door in and saluted. Admiral. Rear Admiral. There is something happening in the sea near us. Cracker, one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates, encountered Drought, one of the 3 disasters of the Beasts pirates, during his voyage. Drought is fighting to snatch the devil fruit from Cracker. This kind of thing would not be a problem if it happened somewhere else. Pirates often fight. It can happen within the scope of the G4 branch's authority, and the subordinates must report to the base commander. When Shane heard about the fight between the 4 emperors, he was not interested and shook his head slightly. Admiral, I'm afraid you have to come forward in person. The Marine hesitantly explained, the war between the two gangs has affected the territory of the Kingdom of Gamma. The kingdom has no ability to resist the cauders of the four Emperor's pirates, and it is currently severely damaged. The kingdom sent a signal for help. If we don't go, I'm afraid the entire country will be destroyed by them. The Kingdom of Gamma is just a small country with a small area, but it is also one of the member countries. This is really a troublesome matter. At this time, the system was also triggered. Ding, triggering an unexpected task, expelling pirates, protecting civilians, and maintaining the security of the Kingdom of Gamma. Completing it will earn you 500 attribute points. 500? Shane's heart moved. Another wave of high rewards. In the past, even killing pirates didn't have so many. With Drought, Cracker, and other well-known pirates, the attribute points gained will be even more. After a calculation, Shane stood up immediately and took his Admiral coat. Assemble the team and set off immediately. After writing down the order, Shane strode out of the office first. Chapter 26. The main island of the Kingdom of Gamma. The pirate ship docked casually nearby, and the pirates on the shore shouted and rushed to kill. On the island, Jack the Drow, the desert star Cracker, led people to fight in the town without any scruples. Cracker had biscuit soldiers in his hands, almost endlessly dispatched, and constantly attacked around the huge mammoth. A hole. Come up and fight if you have the guts. Jack swung his nose angrily, smashed a biscuit soldier away, and roared. But the biscuit soldier was very strong. Jack did not break it, climbed up and chopped at him again. Although it did not cause any damage, it was very annoying, and Jack the Drow was very unhappy. Drought, dare to steal my fruit just like this? Dream on! Cracker sneered, standing aside and looking very arrogant. Because of the existence of biscuit soldiers, the Beast's Pirates members around were also beaten back step by step. Generally speaking, Cracker's side has a greater advantage. But at this moment, suddenly, Cracker's face changed, and he saw the ground under his feet turned into lines passing by, and he quickly jumped back. Desert 4 Generals. A figure fell from the sky, with his hands in his pockets and grinning. Shishibukai, Doflamingo. Cracker recognized who the person was when he saw the sunglasses and pink feather coat. Although he didn't know why Doflamingo appeared, Cracker warned, "Are you going to interfere in the affairs of the Big Mom pirates?" "No, I'm here to find someone." Doflamingo's eyes swept over and stopped at Jack. The purpose of his trip was to find him. Because today is the day to trade with the Beast's Pirates, Doflamingo, who had been waiting for Jack for a long time, came to find him in person. "I didn't expect to catch up with this excitement. Dover. Let's do it together. He has a devil fruit in his hand, and I'll give it to you when you get it." When Jack saw that it was Doflamingo, his eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately greeted him. Thinking about the fruit, it would be better to beat Cracker to vent his anger. Doflamingo was indeed tempted when he heard it. He, if the fruit is given to me." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, the lines under his feet were affected by something and quickly turned into glutinous rice cakes. Ta-da-da! The tall figure holding a trident and walking slowly surprised Jack and Doflamingo. Suite 4 Generals, Katakuri. This is the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, and with Katakuri's support, the situation changed. "This fruit is what Mom wants, and it must not be lost, Cracker." Katakuri turned his head and glanced at the opposite side, and finally locked his eyes with Doflamingo. "Hey, you dare to steal Mom's things? What's there to be afraid of?" Doflamingo made eye contact with him and said unhappily. The two seemed a little bit uncomfortable with each other. Jack was surprised at the gunpowder smell between the two. Suddenly, Doflamingo and Katakuri simultaneously released Conqueror's haki. The pressure that swept through the kingdom's territory like a gust of wind caused an extremely strong impact. Then, shouts and charges were heard. The two sides broke out into war again. The civilians were either stunned by the conquerors or affected by the war, and in the palace not far away, the king hugged the queen, looking miserable. "Why do you want to let my kingdom suffer an unprovoked disaster? Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Marine! Marine is here. The fourth admiral is leading the team. As the king was sighing in despair, the guards outside the palace ran and rolled, reporting in a hurry. The fourth admiral? The admiral who guarded the G4 branch and wiped out the billion-dollar pirates many times. The ministers under the throne frowned in surprise when they heard it. With the strength of the fourth admiral, I'm afraid he can't hold on. King. Now outside, in addition to the four emperor's pirates, there is also Shishibukai Doflamingo. What should we do? The ministers complained, without any plan. Yes, the three admirals didn't come, and there was only a young fourth admiral. How can we fight these brutal pirates? My people and my island will be destroyed by them, and I can't stop them. The king wanted to cry but had no tears. I didn't believe that a team of Black Bat Admiral could drive away the pirates. On the battlefield outside, Katakuri and Doflamingo fought, black and red lightning overflowed, blasting the surrounding land and dust flying. Cracker kept commanding the biscuit soldiers to besiege Jack. At this time, the pirates sent a message. Marine is here. It's the fourth admiral of Marine, leading a warship to the outside of Gama Island. Fourth admiral? Doflamingo and Katakuri looked back slightly, then jumped away with a bang, launching a new round of attacks, still fighting and colliding with each other, not caring about the appearance of the fourth admiral. Marine dares to participate at this time? Don't you want to die? Jack the Drow was extremely disdainful, and he snorted and shouted at the biscuit soldier. The fourth admiral, the guy codenamed Black Bat, who took the back door, came here at this time. Is he trying to stop the war? Cracker sneered, obviously not taking the rumored record seriously. A hole. You dare to care about other issues, who is Black Bat? Come here. Jack ran and rushed towards Cracker angrily, and his words clearly showed that he didn't take Shane seriously. Cracker chuckled and dodged, and a large number of biscuit soldiers surrounded him with a wave of his hand. Suddenly at this moment, a voice, freeze. A strange wave swept across the sea and headed straight for the battlefield. The cold air is coming. The sound of crackling sounded one after another. All the pirates along the way were frozen in place, moving forward all the way, and fell directly on Jack and Cracker. With a bang, 2/3 of the battlefield turned into a blue world. The battlefield calmed down instantly and was silent. Even Doflamingo and Katakuri, who were fighting fiercely, frowned and looked over. The power of freezing was not that strong. Cracker and Jack quickly broke free from the ice and shattered the ice on their bodies. The pirates on both sides also broke free from the ice and looked in the direction of the freezing attack with some shock. What's going on? Freezing ability, Aokiji is here. The people on the battlefield were a little shocked. Didn't they say that the person coming was Admiral Black Bat? Only Aokiji has the power of freezing. Then, everyone saw a figure walking slowly on the frozen sea. Black hair, young face, Black Admiral rank. No, not Aokiji. He's Black Bat. Fourth Admiral. Could it be that he did the freezing? How is that possible? The pirates were shocked and a little unbelievable, staring at Shane who was walking towards them. At this moment, Shane, who had no momentum at all, seemed to have infinite majesty. The feeling of a strong man. Katakuri and Doflamingo couldn't help but stare at each other, surprised. What's going on? Jack spat out ice chips, his face was hideous, and Cracker looked at Shane, thinking, Black Bat did it. Shane glanced at the many pirates, took out the wooden board from his waist bag, and wrote with charcoal pencil, leave. Chapter 27. As soon as the two words flashed, the pirates present were stunned, and then they all sneered. You came here alone, and you dared to let us leave in front of so many people? You didn't say anything, who are you looking down on? The fourth admiral, you are really dumb. It is said that he will attack as soon as he opens his mouth, but I don't think so. The pirates talked loudly without any scruples, with an unspeakable sense of contempt. And such a scene was particularly unhappy because Shane stopped alone. Seeing Shane's handwritten wooden board, trying to make them leave, he was even more annoyed. Who do you think I am? Black Bat. With a roar, Jack, the reckless man, was the first to attack. The huge body of the mammoth ran with a huge kinetic energy impact, plus a flick of the nose, and went straight to Shane's head. Looking at the covered armed color, the pirates felt that there was no suspense. Even if the Admiral faced Jack's head-on hit, he would probably not feel good. This black bat dared not even look at it. Young people are just conceited. The pirates were all waiting to see the show. As a result, the expected scene did not appear. Shane spoke lightly, "Shield." The pseudo-sound waves surged, and instantly turned into an invisible shield to protect the body. Jack's powerful nose fell on it, and ripples appeared instantly, looming. The movement swept past, and the airflow driven was like a hurricane. ZZ. Jack's trunk hit it, and fire flashed between armament Hacky and the invisible shield. But no matter how hard Jack tried, he could not move forward. The solidity of the shield made the arrogant Jack sweat on his forehead. Why is the black bat's shield so hard? Immediately, a greater rebound force broke out. Jack's nose bent, and his limbs retreated, almost falling to the ground. On the other hand, Shane was still standing there, motionless. Even the ground under his feet was not deformed by the impact of Jack's power. This guy is quite something. The elephant trunk that Jack smashed down was not weak. Even so, he still couldn't break his defense. No, it is rumored that Admiral Blackbat once challenged 3 admirals at naval headquarters. Is this true? It's just his amazing defense. How could it be possible? The pirates were shocked. They finally saw that Admiral Blackbat was confident. Their voices became much smaller and they dared not ridicule him anymore. Cracker, Doflamingo, and Katakuri all shrank their pupils. Blackbat's strength is not simple to take Jack's attack. He. The gossip on the sea, can't it be true? Doflamingo was a little uncertain. However, at this time, everyone suddenly saw Shane speak again. Knife. Speaking is attacking. The pseudo-sound waves gathered and formed, and the invisible blade slashed out. Jack just stood firm on his 4 legs and wanted to continue attacking Shane. But when the word knife was spoken, Jack felt a chill on his body. It was the observation Hacky that was giving a crazy warning. It meant that the person in front of him had launched a very powerful attack with the word knife. A hole. Knowing that it was a powerful attack, Jack in the mammoth state roared and said he would take it head-on. Armament Hacky covered his head and body, and the mammoth immediately deepened several degrees, and rushed towards Shane with his limbs digging the ground. Jack collided head-on with the invisible knife that was coming at high speed. Ding! A dull thud. Jack the Drow's armament Hacky was visibly broken. Sparks flew everywhere. In the eyes of everyone in shock, Jack's eyes turned white, the ground under his feet cracked, and then the terrifying force directly crushed his huge body and threw it up uncontrollably. The dizzy Jack couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and smashed through several buildings before landing on the ground. How is this possible? Drought was knocked away with one blow. The pirates saw it with their own eyes and felt their scalps numb. The mammoth's huge body, plus Jack's strength, how strong a force is needed to do this? And after landing, Jack couldn't stand up at all, his eyes turned white and he almost fainted. Not to mention ordinary pirates, even Doflamingo, Katakuri, Cracker, and other cotters were shocked and their faces changed drastically. Drought. Almost gone? Black Bat. Doflamingo realized how much he underestimated the 4th Admiral, and immediately changed his mind in shock, not daring to underestimate him too much. You know, Drought is a fishman, and an ancient species ability user. How could he be so severely injured with one blow? Even if Akainu came, he couldn't do it. On the contrary, Katakuri's eyes trembled a little, staring at Shane. He might be the only one who was cautious and vigilant from the beginning. But what everyone didn't expect was that Jack's tenacity was beyond imagination. Even though his eyes turned white after being chopped by Shane's knife, he quickly recovered, his eyes focused, and he suddenly turned over and stood up. There was an obvious knife mark on his head, and blood oozed out, mixed with the bloodline on his mouth, looking very hideous. The surging anger showed that Jack was still unconvinced, and he was even planning to rush in with a cry of elephant. Jack is really crazy, still fighting? But how should Black Bat deal with it? Can he still launch that kind of attack? Cracker smiled and watched his opponents fight to the death with the mentality of a bystander. But the next second, Cracker, who was still smiling, could no longer smile, and his expression instantly turned into horror. Just as Jack was about to pounce on Shane again, Shane calmly spoke, "Blue Dragon." The Blue Dragon enchantment was shown to the world for the first time. The pseudo-sound waves condensed invisibly, like a dragon head poking out of the void, with a dragon roar. Instantly, everyone present was stunned. Dragon! It's a dragon! Black Bat, he summoned the Blue Dragon. The pirates of the Four Emperors' pirates had never seen such an outrageous scene. A dragon emerged from the void and hovered? Who wouldn't be trembling when seeing the illusory body that stretched for hundreds of meters? Isn't this Kaido's move? Seeing the outrageous scene, Doflamingo couldn't help but exclaimed. He had seen the Blue Dragon form up close. What kind of move is this, Black Bat? Katakuri couldn't help but hold the trident in his hand tightly, indicating that his heart was also extremely shocked at the moment. It was weird enough to attack as soon as he opened his mouth, and he summoned a blue dragon? Although the illusory body was obvious and everyone knew it was not a real dragon, who could remain calm when looking at it? The dragon's might and the real sense of oppression were not fake. Cracker took 2 steps back in shock and muttered, "What kind of ability is this?" However, Jack, who was about to rush over, also looked up at the blue dragon's phantom, and admired it in confusion, but soon returned to normal and began to get angry. Extremely angry. Black Bat! Offending Governor Kaido! You are unforgivable! Jack roared angrily and was about to launch an attack. Shane's eyes were cold, and he thought, "Go!" The circling blue dragon roared immediately. Then he pounced on the mammoth on the ground. Chapter 28. Come on! Jack bounced on the ground with his hind legs, his anger made him fearless. The azure dragon flew over, and the air rolled up to make the air pressure in front stronger. In the eyes of the crowd, Jack and the azure dragon collided brazenly. Another roar. The huge body of the mammoth directly crushed the ground under his feet. Jack almost couldn't hold on when the ground cracked and sank, and he rolled his eyes and carried it hard. But the huge power of the azure dragon was not something Jack could withstand. With the sound of the armament color bursting, Jack's limbs plowed deep grooves on the ground and was knocked away by the azure dragon. Knocked away easily. Everyone was shocked, and stood there with their mouths wide open, unbelievable. Before Doflamingo, Katakuri, and others could react, another dragon roar sounded. The azure dragon's winding body pounced directly and bit the mammoth's body. Poof! Thick skin, even with the remaining armament haki defense, couldn't withstand the bite of azure dragon. Jack wailed, blood gushed out from the bitten parts of his body, and he fell down with the swipe of azure dragon's head. Then, under Shane's control, Jack had no time to react at all. Azure Dragon swept Jack with its tail again, rolled him, twisted its head, and bit him again. All the pirates present were stunned, dumbfounded. Drought, one of the 3 major disasters of Beast's pirates, was like a little mouse being teased by Azure Dragon, bitten madly, and had no power to fight back. The painful wailing continued, Azure Dragon moved back and forth, and every bite made Jack bleed, which was horrible. Until, Jack, who couldn't withstand the damage, faded from the mammoth form and returned to human form. Looking at Jack with blood holes all over his body, the pirates on both sides couldn't help swallowing their throats, their eyes full of horror. Lord Drought! The people of Beast's pirates were even more scared. Kaido's third-ranked man, the Drought that was feared by the world, turned out to be such a tragic situation. Even the Big Mom pirates were terrified, their eyes wandering between Qinglong and Shane. The 4th Admiral's methods were far more outrageous than everyone imagined. Damn it! Jack's eyes were bloodshot, and anger filled his heart. Even though he was crushed and had no power to fight back, he was a little afraid in his heart, but the simple-minded mermaid was still furious because of the offense to Kaido, and he insisted. The Qinglong controlled by Shane would not stop because of this. With a thought, Qinglong once again let out a deafening dragon roar. Then he swooped down towards Jack the Drow. After returning to human form, Jack looked at Qinglong with trembling eyes, gritted his teeth and pulled out a sickle-like weapon to resist. mobilized the already weakened haki and chopped down the dragon head. As a result, there was a loud bang. With a click, Jack's unique weapon was directly broken by the dragon's teeth. With a scream, Jack's palm broke and bleeding, and he retreated in panic. Master Jack! The beast's pirates trembled, but seeing that their leader was bitten by the azure dragon and bleeding all over, they still had to go up to save him and resist together. Idiot! Doflamingo cursed inwardly, but his eyes moved to Shane. At this time, Jack's pirates had just arrived under the azure dragon. Some fired, and some ran to save people. The bullet landed on the azure dragon and was immediately bounced off, followed by the dragon's tail. The violent hurricane was rolled up. Before the tail swept over, the first row of pirates were blown away by the strong wind. When the dragon's tail shoveled over, a group of people were slapped like flies and vomited blood. Drought was suppressed like a stray dog, and his pirates couldn't even resist. The people of the Big Mom pirates were terrified, and their eyes were full of shock. Ridiculously strong. The azure dragon summoned by Admiral Black Bat swept away all the pirates of the beast's pirates, one of the three disasters, the Drought fleet. The key point is that Black Bat himself stood there with his hands in his pockets, and did not take any action at all. There was no surprise on his face, as if it was all natural. Seeing that Jack was about to collapse, he tried to get up but was bitten by Qinglong. If the fishman's body was not tougher than humans, he would have died long ago. Joker! Finally, Jack's eyes showed the fear of death, and his passion was exhausted, calling Doflamingo. To be honest, Doflamingo didn't want to take action after seeing the mysterious method of Black Bat, and just hoped that Jack could run away. But at this moment, Jack was already asking for help, so he couldn't just stand by and watch, but, what should he choose? Attack Black Bat, but it would be a blatant provocation to Marine, which would be detrimental to his Shishibukai status. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with hesitation. Joker! Help me! Lord Kaido won't let him go. Jack's head was full of sweat and blood, and he shouted in fear. He really couldn't hold on any longer, and his left hand was bitten so hard that he couldn't pull it together and was almost bitten off. That invincible Kaido! Doflamingo's eyes condensed, and strange waves began to ripple under his feet. The land began to be colored, and as it continued to expand, it was like a white wave rolling. That was, a strand of white thin lines. Homogenization. Fruit awakening. Katakuri's eyes condensed. I didn't expect Doflamingo to help the Drought and attack Marine Admiral. Yes, Doflamingo's target was not the Azure Dragon attacking Jack, but Shane, who was standing there and watching coldly. The houses, streets, broken ground, and even trees around Doflamingo were all assimilated into lines. It soon spread to Shane's side. At the same time, Doflamingo opened his finger and made a cold move. Shield white line. Tens of thousands of lines suddenly appeared on the ground and stabbed at Shane. It was impossible to defend against it. In an instant, everyone was attracted by Doflamingo. Awakening ability attack. Black Bat doesn't seem to have reacted yet. He's going to get hit. The pirates exclaimed at Shane's indifferent look. Jack's predicament seemed to be saved. Everyone felt that the awakening move seemed to have no problem breaking the barrier in front of Black Bat. Result. A sharp ding. The sharp point of the shield's white line fell in front of Shane's invisible shield and directly scattered into thin lines. It didn't work. How could it be? Doflamingo's eyelids twitched, and his heart was extremely shocked. Added conquerors, the attack of the armed color was scattered in an instant? Don't believe it. Let's see how strong your defense is. Giant white line. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and released the awakening big move directly. The white line covered with high density of armed color, with a cold light, rushed towards Shane. Bang! A dull sound. The invisible shield rippled. But, that's all. Xiaoyan didn't even blink, but just raised his eyes slightly and whispered, Blue Dragon. In midair, a huge dragon head appeared from the void. A dragon roared. The second blue dragon appeared. Chapter 29. The defense was horrible, but Katakuri, Cracker and others saw that Doflamingo couldn't even break Shane's shield. They were shocked, but they didn't expect a second Azure Dragon to appear. Am I dazzled? Cracker was numb, his eyes were shaking, and he stared in disbelief. Katakuri unconsciously held his weapon tightly to cover up the shock in his heart. The other pirates were even more dumbfounded, and a wave of fear surged in their hearts. What a joke! The Azure Dragon that beat Jack to the ground can have a second one. The pirates couldn't describe their inner fear, and they were sweating coldly. One was already exaggerated enough to sweep away the entire team of drought disasters. Now there is another one, won't they also suffer? The means of this Black Bat Admiral are so strong that they can pervert. Doflamingo, who faced the roar of the Azure Dragon, felt a gust of wind blowing on his face, and sand and rocks flew around. He has been locked by the Azure Dragon. How could there be such a power in the world? Doflamingo gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his eyes bulged under his sunglasses. It was too incredible, and too powerful. The world was surging, and now the dragon's might of the two dragons was almost enough to make people kneel down. Xiaoan glanced at it, and with a thought, the second green dragon immediately circled up and locked onto Doflamingo. Immediately, it dived. The dragon didn't arrive, but the majestic momentum arrived first. The white line waves under Doflamingo's feet also rose and fell, just like his state of mind. Black Bat! I don't believe you are really that strong. Doflamingo snorted coldly, talking to himself to give himself courage. The white lines around him suddenly rose up in clusters as if they had life. Zzz. The red and black conquerors burst, covered with high-intensity armed colors. 16 clusters of white lines condensed into thorns and rose high. This kind of might, even Katakuri couldn't help but look solemn, and all the pirates were frightened. These were 16 high-density white lines of huge waves, and also Doflamingo's strongest move. Holy bullet! God slaying! At an extremely fast speed, 16 god slayings aimed at one point and pierced towards the head of the swooping Azure Dragon. With super high strength of penetration. Everyone didn't even blink. With this kind of power, everyone was looking forward to whether it could break the Azure Dragon of Black Bat Admiral. The next moment, the Azure Dragon did not dodge or avoid, and collided with the god slaying. The hacky lightning burst in all directions. Doflamingo stretched his hands, the veins on his head and neck bulged, and he tried his best to control the god slaying. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon did not move at all, and was blocked by the god slaying, and burst into a roar. Puff! Doflamingo's eyes were happy, and he saw that the spikes of the god slaying seemed to pierce a little. But the next second his expression immediately froze. With a buzzing sound, God's slaying dispersed. The high-strength armament haki was shattered, and the God's slaying was bent by the huge impact of the Azure Dragon. And the Azure Dragon's head was indeed slightly cracked. But in the blink of an eye, the crack healed quickly. The Azure Dragon summoned by Shane also has the effect of self-repair. Impossible! Doflamingo couldn't help but exclaimed. The ultimate move that he used all his strength on only left a tiny crack? And it will heal in the blink of an eye? What mysterious ability does Black Bat have? Why is the Azure Dragon he summoned so strong and so strange? It cannot be broken through in defense, and even Jack cannot withstand it in attack. Plus the self-repair effect, it is almost perfect. This point, let alone Doflamingo who was fighting in person. Katakuri was also shocked. A complete monster. With such means and strength, it is no wonder that Black Bat became the Admiral. At this moment, they finally understood why the naval headquarters had to set up an additional Admiral position. The battle is far from over. Doflamingo was shocked, but he did not dare to joke with his life. The Azure Dragon roared, and the dive that was temporarily blocked started again. Doflamingo stepped back, and the white lines around him surged and lifted up, and he used the giant wave white line again to pounce on the Azure Dragon. But such an obstruction is just a small obstacle for Qinglong. The dragon's tail swept and swept. Bang bang sounded. Accompanied by the whistling hurricane, the white line of the huge waves that came into contact was immediately swept away, leaving only the white line, and fell softly into the white line wave. It's no match for Qinglong at all. Doflamingo was really speechless this time, his forehead veins bulged, and his eyes under the sunglasses stared at Shane with fear and resentment, and then quickly retreated. Qinglong refused to give in, firmly executed Shane's will, and flew to chase Doflamingo. Minga can only reduce the scope of the white line assimilation, increase the intensity, and use the line ability to hinder Qinglong's attack while dodging, trying to run away. On the side, the pirates were repeatedly shocked and now they were dumbfounded. Master Jack, run, run! On the beast's pirate's side, the fighter who was spitting blood pulled Jack up and begged. Seeing Doflamingo being chased, Jack was not stupid. He stood up and ran away. His men followed him immediately, and the azure dragon behind him roared, sweeping away several people behind him with an air cannon-like airflow, and swooped down to Jack. Jack was not as good as Doflamingo's awakened ability. Bitten by the azure dragon, and tossed and bitten, Jack screamed and got up and ran again after being thrown away. This scene made the Big Mom pirates dumbfounded. This? What is this? Shishibukai Doflamingo and the Drought Squad, all defeated. Monster! What kind of ability is it? Black Bat Admiral Shane, he was still standing in his place, and he didn't even move his hands. He only spoke 3 times in total. He dealt with the troublesome enemy in a mess. Drought, Doflamingo, which one is not difficult and powerful, is like a child in front of Black Bat. At this moment, Katakuri, Cracker, and others were terrified and could not calm down. In the direction of the palace, seeing the pirates shouting become smaller, the king and the ministers came out to see, and were also deeply shocked by this shocking scene. The situation was completely different from what they imagined. Not only did Black Bat Admiral not do anything, but he just stood there and summoned the terrifying Azure Dragon to beat up Drought and Doflamingo. Chasing and beating. The 4th Admiral, won. So strong. Black Bat Admiral is so powerful. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty. We are saved. Those pirates are not the opponents of Black Bat Admiral. After the ministers were shocked, they realized the situation and immediately laughed in surprise. Yes. I didn't expect it. Black Bat Admiral won. The king grinned in surprise, and his old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. Black Bat Admiral not only won, but also won a crushing victory. The pirates fled in panic. On the other hand, Admiral Black Bat himself stood there calmly, making plans, and expelled the pirates in the blink of an eye. Chapter 30. Seeing Doflamingo being chased by Qinglong and escaping quickly, Drought and his men were even more frantic. At the original place, there was only a group of people from the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri, Cracker, and the subordinates behind him were still in shock, but suddenly reacted and their expressions became gloomy. What a Doflamingo and Drought! Now they are the only ones left in front of Admiral Black Bat. Shane's cold eyes swept over, and the expressions of the minions of the Big Mom pirates changed immediately, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Get lost! Shane's eyes stayed on Katakuri's body, and he wrote a big word. If it were before, I'm afraid he would have been mocking him constantly. At this moment, the pirates present didn't dare to say a word. Cracker was completely angry but dared not say anything. Katakuri's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned the trident in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Retreat." Even Doflamingo and Drought were beaten back and almost stayed here. The awakening power was useless in front of Black Bat. Katakuri still had self-knowledge. He could escape from Black Bat, but he chose to admit defeat in order to avoid greater casualties. Under normal circumstances, Marine would not fight to the death with the 4 Emperor's pirates. But at this moment, Shane suddenly heard a system prompt in his heart. Ding, Devil Fruit detected, 500 attribute points can be exchanged. The system guided that the Devil Fruit was on Cracker. There are attribute points to earn, how can we let it go so easily? In Katakuri, when Cracker turned around, Shane moved his feet and stretched out his hand to signal, and immediately stopped the pirates and did not dare to act rashly. Black Bat! What do you mean? Cracker was a little annoyed. Let us go and then stop us? What does Black Bat mean? Leave the fruit. Shane took out a charcoal pencil and wrote it, his eyes pointed directly at Cracker. Katakuri, Cracker's pupils shrank when he saw this. How did he know there was a devil fruit? And Cracker himself was furious. The fruit can't be given to you. Coveting the fruit on him? That's impossible. This fruit is very important to Cracker, and it would be a great achievement to send it to Big Mom. How could he give it to someone else? Cheyenne looked at it coldly, indifferent, with the writing board still lit in his hand. Cracker! Don't be impulsive. Katakuri's expression changed, and he immediately stopped Cracker. It's not impossible to consider handing over the devil fruit. For Cracker, this was extremely resistant in his heart. This was his contribution, and he couldn't let anyone else easily. In particular, Katakuri showed a retreating attitude, which made him feel defensive. But Cracker couldn't yell at Katakuri, so he turned around and chose to attack Shane. You use your ability to deal with Doflamingo and Drought, even if your defense is strong enough. There is only one of you here, how many people can you deal with? Cracker did not lose his mind, he thought that no matter how strong the fourth Admiral is, there is a limit. Now that Drought and the others are holding them back, it is a good time to take action. Don't do it. Katakuri glared suddenly, and it was too late to stop him. Cracker's biscuit soldiers swarmed in and surrounded Shane. There were at least dozens of biscuit soldiers originally created to deal with Jack, and they ran and sprinted under Cracker's drive. Freeze! Shane didn't care about this group of so-called high-strength puppets, and opened his mouth. In an instant, the pseudo-sound wave was transmitted to the front, the water vapor condensed, and the cold air overflowed. The running biscuit soldiers were accompanied by a click. They were completely frozen in place. A deep blue. Sure enough, he made a move by making a sound. This freezing ability can be easily used by him. Katakuri was shocked again. The more he looked at Black Bat's moves, the more magical he felt. Cracker himself saw the biscuit soldiers frozen in place, gritted his teeth, raised his hand and continued to make biscuit soldiers. He couldn't cause any damage to Black Bat, it must be that there were not enough of them, as long as he could get close. Suddenly, Cracker trembled all over. I saw Shane slowly speak again, Blue Dragon. The pseudo-sound wave vibrated the void. The condensed blue dragon poked out its head and body again, hovering in the sky with a dragon roar. The high-pitched roar spread far away, shocking everyone present. The third, Blue Dragon. He can still summon. The pirates exclaimed, and the fear in their voices could not be concealed. One dragon is ridiculously strong, and 2 and 3 appear one after another. Is there no limit to the ability of Black Bat Admiral? Katakuri looked ugly, and his heart was inevitably palpitating. He actually controls the third dragon. Is there a fourth one? It is hard not to doubt, which also makes Katakuri feel that he can't fight Black Bat Admiral like this. Cracker himself was frightened and took 2 steps back, looking at the dragon circling in the sky in horror. In a blink of an eye, the blue dragon glided down and roared. The air instantly turned into a violent shock wave, blowing the frozen biscuit soldiers away. He shook his head again, bit the biscuit soldiers that had just appeared, and smashed them with a bang. He easily bit the biscuit soldiers blessed by Haki, and Cracker's pupils shook and his arms trembled. The strength of the blue dragon is much stronger than watching the battle. At this moment, Cracker began to regret why he took action. The biscuit soldiers had no ability to resist Qinglong at all. Cracker was terrified, and Qinglong's ferocity quickly magnified in his sight. Impossible! Cracker roared in response, and opened his hands to create a large number of biscuit soldiers. But in front of Qinglong, they were like toys, and a piece of crumbs appeared when he opened his mouth. It was useless. It was useless at all. Seeing that Qinglong was about to pounce on Cracker, Katakuri gritted his teeth gloomily and had to stop him. Superpower rice cake. With a whoosh, Katakuri disappeared from the spot. The awakened paramecia power quickly assimilated the surrounding environment, and multiple donut-shaped circles quickly appeared from the ground. As Katakuri approached Qinglong, 2 glutinous rice hands covered with high-intensity armed color stretched out and pressed towards Qinglong. As the two came into contact, a roar broke out. The flashing conqueror's lightning stirred the surrounding environment, and the strong wind whistled. Under the huge impact, the 2 big black hands of glutinous rice were immediately twisted. Seeing this, Katakuri could not help but exert force again. 4 more donuts appeared from the ground, and 4 big glutinous rice hands stretched out and quickly pressed towards Qinglong. With a bang! With the continuous explosion of the big glutinous rice hands, the speed of Qinglong's attack on Cracker finally slowed down. Cracker was so scared that he was sweating all over his head. He looked at the ferocious Qinglong with horror and couldn't speak. And Katakuri's veins bulged, he gasped heavily, and his eyes were extremely shocked. Just blocking an attack from the Black Bat Admiral consumed so much power. His Qinglong is a monster, and he is a monster among monsters. But at this moment, a strange light flashed in Katakuri's eyes, and a chill rose from the solace of his feet, and the foresight of the future was triggered. Chapter 31. It took 6 awakened sticky rice hands to stop the Azure Dragon. Katakuri's inner shock was beyond words, and extreme danger was rising like a chill. The vision that foresaw the future instantly pulled him into the picture. He saw himself resisting the Azure Dragon and solving Cracker's crisis. Shane on the opposite side looked impatient, and he opened his mouth and uttered, "Destroy." Invisible waves swept by. The earth was overturned, and the clouds were torn apart. Katakuri saw that he couldn't even hold on for 2 seconds, and his body flew backwards and vomited blood. Everything along the way, including ice chips, biscuit soldiers, and even his pirates and Cracker, were all blown away and vomited blood. With a sound, all the people were seriously injured or even eliminated. Cold sweat flowed down Katakuri's cheeks, and the coldness brought him back to reality. Black Bat Admiral has a stronger move. The move that can destroy them all is in the next moment. Impossible. What is the limit of this guy? He is already stronger than other admirals. He is at the level of 4 emperors. Even more powerful than Mom's attack. He was uneasy. For the first time in history, Katakuri's eyes revealed a strong fear. No. Black Bat Admiral is impatient. There is no time for Katakuri to think. No more fighting. Black Bat Admiral. Katakuri made a prompt decision and surrendered loudly, "Devil Fruit, we leave it to you." Shane was about to activate the word destroy to get rid of them, so as not to procrastinate, but after hearing Katakuri's call, he lost the intention to do it. It seems that there are still people who know what's interesting. Leave it to him? Katakuri. This is Mom. Cracker heard this and immediately objected and refused. But before he finished speaking, Katakuri stared at him and stopped him sternly, "Shut up. This guy is obsessed with money and can't see the situation clearly." With the coercive eyes of Conqueror's Haki, Cracker was finally shocked. He shrank his head and dared not say anything more. "Give him the fruit, let's go." In the eyes of Conqueror's Katakuri and his very serious eyes, Cracker could only grit his teeth, unwillingly took out the strange sea treasure, and threw it far away to Shane. After doing everything, Katakuri said nothing, put away his ability, and quickly led people to evacuate while being alert. Shane took the fruit, too lazy to look at the pirates, and put the hand holding the fruit into his pocket. In fact, when he put it in his pocket, he had already summoned the system to exchange attribute points. Ding, devil fruit in exchange for 500 attribute points. Ding, successfully expelled the pirates of the Kingdom of Gama, protected the island and civilians, and obtained attribute points, 500. A big profit in one go. Xiaoyan was delighted. If he continued like this, he would be able to speak normally sooner or later. Although he didn't make any money, Xiaoyan didn't care and added attribute points to the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 6004 attribute points. Ding, pseudo sound wave exceeded 6000 attribute points and obtained enchantment, gravity. Current enchantment, transfiguration, max, freeze, 10, Azure Dragon, 14, gravity, 0. The attribute points of the enchantment don't need to be too high. Relying on the attribute points of pseudo sound wave can exert a powerful power. Xiaoyan had new abilities and more means, so he was naturally very happy and added the remaining 10 attribute points. Pseudo sound wave, gravity enchantment 10 attribute points. At this time, the adjutant's shouting came from behind. He was rushing from the warship with a small team. "Black Bat Admiral! The Azure Dragon you are chasing has disappeared. the adjutant shouted while running, reminding Shane, who seemed to be distracted. Shane looked up. Sure enough, the two azure dragons chasing Drought and Doflamingo disappeared completely because of the long distance of operation. Shane could also feel the energy of its pseudo-sound wave flowing back, which shows that the azure dragon is not without shortcomings. The limited distance is a small flaw. Shane looked up. Doflamingo, who was chased and injured, was suspended in the air with a thin line and moved without looking back. Drought took a few of his men to board the pirate's ship, and looked back after driving out a little. Forget it, the mission has been completed, I am too lazy to chase. Shane thought with a bit of a bad mentality, and was about to write a letter to the adjutant for instructions. But as luck would have it, an arrogant voice came from afar. It turned out to be Jack, who had already escaped, ignoring his men's obstruction, and shouted fierce words, "Black Bat! I will definitely take revenge. Your G4, and you will all be destroyed by the beasts. It's really annoying." Shane looked at the ship on the sea in the distance and whispered, "Meteorite." Instantly, a special sound wave that no one could see rushed straight into the sky. The existent but tangible pseudo-sound wave surged with gravity, following Shane's will. Before Jack finished speaking, the whistling sound enveloped the sky above the kingdom of Gamma. A huge ball of fire fell at a high speed in front of everyone. Marine was stunned, the king of the kingdom of Gamma and even the civilians were dumbfounded, the fleeing Big Mom pirates and Doflamingo, who was closest to the meteorite in the sky, were all shocked and stunned. That is, a meteorite from outer space. At this moment, the pirates were sweating. Jack seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and when he looked up, he was scared to death. How is this possible? The blazing fireball was a huge rock falling from the sky. It hit the beast Drought that tried to resist. Amid the roar, Jack rolled his eyes, completely defeated, hit hard by the meteorite. The waves rolled, splashing 100-meter-high wave in all directions. The steam rose, and no one could see Jack's situation clearly. But everyone knew that Jack was done for. He couldn't resist such an attack, and it was still uncertain whether he was dead or not. Doflamingo and Katakuri looked at him from a distance, their expressions dull, their hearts pounding, and a feeling of relief surged in their hearts. The fourth Admiral of Marine didn't use his full strength at all. Fortunately, I didn't fight him to the end. The people of the Gamma Kingdom were even more shocked and fanatical, and kept muttering, "Miracle!" Ding defeated the popular pirates Jack the Drow with the entire team, and gained 500 attribute points. I'm too lazy to do it, but I have to provoke you. Shane happily accepted this wave of attribute points, and added them to the pseudo-sound wave, which increased again. Pseudo-sound wave, 6504. Quick, search the sea area and determine the situation of the drought of all beasts. Shane was not in a position to speak, and the adjutant gave a very sensible order, asking the team to act quickly. On the other side, all the pirates also evacuated away from the island of the Kingdom of Gamma, and the guards on the island finally dared to go to the ruined town to finish the job. Seeing that the great crisis was resolved, the king, who was almost destroyed by the pirates, cried with joy and hurried over with his family and ministers. Black Bat Admiral! Thanks to your support, the kingdom was saved from disaster. Chapter 32. The Kingdom of Gamma is a wealthy country with a prosperous economy. In order to thank Shane for leading the team to solve the problem, the king immediately called for help and gave him a warm reception. Shane, who originally wanted to go back directly, was also attracted by the authentic food of the kingdom and stayed to taste it. Until the enthusiasm was too much, the princess and other things were delivered to the door. Shane immediately declined and wrote that he had a mission to leave, and the king gave up. Before leaving, in order to curry favor with Shane and to leave more goodwill, the worldly wise king of Grandmaster sent a large amount of treasure. Boxes of gold and jewels were really dazzling. The Marines were excited, and Shane was not polite. Facing the enthusiastic king, he nodded and directly asked the adjutant to take people to receive the treasure. The money gained by the G4 branch can directly benefit each of their soldiers. Long live Admiral Black Bat! Great! The Marine soldiers cheered and expressed their happiness. It's great to follow such a brother. The king and his men watched the warship leave. Just as Shane was about to go back to the cabin to have a good rest, a Marine sergeant came to the side and saluted, asking, "Admiral Shane, how do you think the drought of beasts pirates should be dealt with?" The specific arrangements for such a beast still depend on the arrangements of the highest-ranking officer on the ship, whether to send it to the branch or the headquarters. Shane felt that it was too troublesome to send it back and forth, and thought, why not just kill it and collect attribute points? Suddenly, a yellow flash came from far to near, and landed on the deck in the blink of an eye, scaring the adjutant and soldiers. Shane also turned around and saw the yellow flash condensed and turned into a tall figure. Kizaru in a yellow striped suit and a coat of justice. Admiral Borsellino. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and saluted quickly. Kizaru walked over with a smile and came to Shane, "It seems that I am late. You have solved it." He glanced at the direction of the detention room in the cabin. It turned out that Kizaru was on a mission nearby. Just when there was a report that the 4 Emperor's pirates needed support, he came directly. In fact, Kizaru just saw the scene of the meteorite falling from the sky, which really shocked the old Admiral. It's fine that the exit is a fierce move, but Shane can actually summon meteorites to attack directly. Kizaru then marveled at the monster black bat and adjusted his mentality before boarding the ship leisurely. Shane smiled and nodded in response. "You kid, you have become a lot stronger in a short time. We old guys can relax a little." Kizaru sighed frankly and walked into the cabin office with Shane side by side. Then he said, "Who is locked up inside?" Kizaru learned that there was a breath when he got on the ship. He drank tea and asked leisurely. "Drought." Shane wrote down 2 words quickly. "One of the 3 disasters of beasts pirates." Kizaru opened his mouth slightly and said in surprise. No wonder there was such a big commotion just now. It turned out that the drought was caught. The adjutant stood aside and told the story of repelling Katakuri and Doflamingo one by one. Katakuri, the leader of the 4 desert generals, actually took the initiative to retreat, and Doflamingo also came to join in the fun. "You can easily solve this situation, it's amazing." Kizaru couldn't help but sigh after hearing this, and was greatly surprised. It seems that Shane's strength is not a little bit stronger. Even if he personally goes up, he can't do this level. 4 Emperor's pirates, each one is not simple, Shane. One of Kaido's 3 most capable subordinates. It will be a little complicated if he is captured. Let's report to Mr. Sengoku first. Kizaru rubbed his chin with his fingers. After all the credit belongs to Shane, so he made a suggestion. Shane nodded in agreement, so after Kizaru searched his pockets and found the Den Den Mushi, he dialed it out. On the other side, Sengoku in the office was having a headache, while Garp, who was sitting there, was drinking and eating, which was completely different. Granny Tsuru, Akainu, and Aokiji were holding their arms, looking thoughtful. Red hair meets white beard. It has a big impact. If they really meet, who knows what will happen. 4 emperors, and the 2 most dangerous ones, are too difficult to deal with, so Sengoku called the top leaders to discuss countermeasures. Why not send all the admirals out? Garp chewed on a senbei, and seeing that no one was talking, he suggested. In that case, what about Marie Joyce? Sengoku said unhappily to Kaido. Admiral, at least one should be left here. At this time, the Den Den Mushi sounded. Borsellino. Mr. Sengoku, it's me, I have great news. After Kizaru answered the call, he didn't waste any words and reported to Shane about his situation in the Gama Kingdom. Doflamingo, Katakuri, Cracker, Jack the Drow. The 3 pirates' forces were making a big fuss in the Gama Kingdom, and the G4 branch was dispatched. Shane drove the pirates out by himself and captured Drought alive. In the office, everyone who heard it was stunned, and they were even more surprised by the progress reported by Kizaru. Not to mention that Doflamingo himself is Shishibukai, which means that his strength and power belong to the top of pirates. Even the weakest Cracker is a big pirate with a bounty of 860 million. In other words, Shane only went ashore and suppressed 4 top big pirates on the sea. What a powerful record! Everyone in the office suddenly had different expressions, revealing surprise. Sengoku even stood up and said in surprise. Shane expelled the 4 generals of Big Mom, defeated Heavenly Yaksha, and also captured Drought. That's right, Mr. Sengoku, Shane really gave us a big surprise. If I wasn't here, I really couldn't believe it. Kizuru sighed a little, and looked at Shane with admiration while speaking. In the office, Akina was surprised, his eyes twitched, and he shouted in his heart, "This monster!" After the last battle, Akina Sakazuki knew that Shane was not simple, and his strength was even stronger than his own, but he did not expect that he could achieve such a strong record in such a short time. He might be able to do it on the field, but it is definitely not as easy as Shane. Aokiji sighed, "You still can't compare with young people. Shane has become stronger again. If he can do this, you can guess that Shane is getting stronger, otherwise how could he deal with Katakuri, Doflamingo and other difficult characters so easily? You know, if he is not stronger than Daja, how could those guys retreat, and how could the Drought be caught by Shane alone?" Sitting on the sofa, Garp and Grandma Crane looked at each other, and their inner surprise was indescribable. Garp said bluntly, "We are so lucky to have such a genius monster in Marine." "That's right, Shane is our lucky general." Sengoku was overjoyed and praised him repeatedly. Chapter 33. Sengoku had been worried for so long, and finally there was good news. And Drought was captured, which gave the resourceful general a lot of room to play. So, Sengoku immediately arranged, "Borsellino, since you are with Shane, please personally escort Drought back. This matter is very important to Marine. We can use this opportunity to publicize it to the world. Marine's prestige will be improved and the pirates' growing momentum will be curbed. Inspiring people and improving Marine's majesty can make people in the world feel at ease. More importantly, with Drought in hand, Sengoku can even do more beneficial things later." The more he thought about it, the happier Sengoku was. Thinking that Shane was another great achievement, he continued, "I will personally ask the 5 elders for credit. Give G4 and Shane more rewards." Kizuru was immediately filled with envy when he heard it. Upon hearing this, Shane immediately became energetic and picked up a charcoal pencil to write, "I want to eat, drink and have fun. All G4 will get a raise and promotion." Of course, these words were just relayed by Kizuru. "No problem, Shane, I will report your request truthfully. With your contribution, there will be no problem." Sengoku agreed happily. Such a lucky general really made Sengoku feel comfortable. He was strong and stable, and he was also worry-free. After hanging up the phone, Kizuru looked at Shane sourly, then laughed first and said to Shane, "You and I are really in the same boat." With such a great contribution, Shane wanted to eat, drink and have fun, and also seek benefits for his subordinates. Shane smiled and shook his head, then asked his adjutant to arrange to contact Kizuru's warship, and he and Kizuru chatted in writing and speaking. Just like that. A few days passed. New World, the Sea of All Nations. The lawn outside the palace of Cake Island. Several ivory tables, delicious desserts, and tea, warm sunshine. Big Mom was enjoying life leisurely in the comfortable weather, and a group of ministers were enjoying afternoon tea with her. The whole utopia was set off by a peaceful atmosphere. But soon, hurried footsteps were heard. Katakuri and Cracker walked quickly with gloomy faces, even ignoring the brothers and sisters around them, and went straight to the center where Big Mom was. "Katakuri, what happened to you?" Big Mom looked at it and her eyes changed slightly. There were still traces of fighting on Katakuri and Cracker's bodies, and the expressions of the two made her feel that something bad had happened. Sure enough. Cracker's first sentence was, "Mom, the fruit is lost." Devil fruit was what Big Mom asked for, and she didn't bring it back at this time, which made her expression immediately fierce. The air pressure increased, and the subordinates around began to fear, and the previous peace was gone. Katakuri knew Big Mom's temper very well, and quickly explained, "Mom, the reason for this failure is that we encountered the 4th Admiral, Black Bat." "Huh? Black Bat?" Big Mom was a little surprised. The 4th Admiral could snatch the devil fruit from Katakuri? "Yes, Mom," Cracker returned with the fruit, and was first robbed by the beast's pirates. Katakuri looked at Cracker, who was holding his head and dared not speak, and began to tell everything one by one. Knowing that it was Black Bat who landed alone, repelled Doflamingo and Jack the Drow, and almost prevented Katakuri and the others from returning, the garden outside the castle suddenly became silent. All the ministers and Big Mom were shocked. With the drought, Doflamingo's strength can't withstand Black Bat. It's too exaggerated. I just heard that Black Bat defeated many pirates with more than 100 million. Is this strength true? It was too shocking. Ministers such as Peros Pero, Smoothie, and Owen frowned and took a breath. Such a record, I'm afraid it's not so easy for other admirals. Besides, with Katakuri around, the admiral can't be so tight. Could it be that this Black Bat surpasses other admirals so exaggeratedly? Mom. The most important thing is Black Bat's exaggerated fighting power. It's too strong. He can summon a move as soon as he opens his mouth. Not only is his attack power strong, but his defense is also strong. He can even summon a blue dragon that is as big as Kaido. And the huge meteorite that fell from the sky. Speaking of this, even Katakuri, who returned to Cake Island, was amazed and shocked. Description is far less exaggerated than what he felt on the scene. Blue dragon? Meteorite? What kind of moves are these? Can the 4th Admiral of Marine have multiple abilities? But just listening to it was enough to shock the ministers and make them look at each other in bewilderment. Especially when Katakuri talked about Shane's blue dragon, even his awakened ability almost couldn't stop it. The ministers were shocked. Chinin couldn't help but stand up suddenly, staring with eyes wide open, in disbelief. Katakuri tried his best and almost failed to block it. And Black Bat didn't use his full strength yet. How is this possible? It is said that Admiral Black Bat's attack is strong. Now we finally have the most intuitive feeling. Everyone present is very clear about Katakuri's strength. And Katakuri has no need to deceive Big Mom, let alone scare them. These are all true. Black Bat is too mysterious. Although he can use his moves when he opens his mouth, he can't speak. He is usually like a mute. His ability is probably related to the sound he makes. Katakuri reported everything and concluded. Everyone was shocked and even began to worry. Marine 4th Admiral is mute, but his strength is really strong. Whether it is opening his mouth to defend or attacking with a sound, summoning a powerful blue dragon, shocking meteorites, these means are all washing away everyone's worldview. And Big Mom was the same after listening to the whole process. She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes were full of gloom, and it was difficult to hide the shock in her heart. He is really that strong. Big Mom gritted her teeth and said this. These methods are more exaggerated than Roger and Rock's methods. Everyone was digesting this information, and the whole place became more depressed because of Big Mom's emotions. After a while, Big Mom suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down expressionlessly. This matter really can't be blamed on you, Katakuri did nothing wrong. Black Bat's strength is far beyond everyone's expectations. We have to avoid the 4th Admiral as much as possible. Well, how good is he? We are not in a hurry to test it. Since Drought has been captured by him, Kaido will definitely take action. Let him go and see, the 4th Admiral, can he be on par with the 4 Emperors? Chapter 34. Soon, newspapers came out of the printing factory and were sent to all parts of the world by the newsbird. Ships sailing on the sea, remote islands of the Grand Line, and the 4 major seas, every newspaper from the newsbird fell into the crowd. Drought of Beasts Pirates, was caught. Marine is mighty. Drought of Beasts finally fell into the law. Great. It was Admiral Black Bat, the 4th Admiral of Marine, who took action. Marine's highest combat power is really strong, and it has eliminated a major disaster for the sea. Not only Drought, but also repelled the star of the Big Mom pirates and expelled Shishibukai. The kingdom of Gama was saved. Saving a large kingdom is almost regarded as a hero. Some people were in tears, and some were cheering. The notorious drought has caused so much suffering to civilians in the name of disaster, especially the islands where the drought has been, where almost no grass grows and the drought lasts for hundreds of miles. Now that it has been detained, it is really gratifying. Shane, who led all this, was praised by people all over the world. Of course, gossips also began to spread among the common people. What about resisting the 4 pirates alone and defeating them easily? And about the fact that Black Bat Admiral could not speak, and he began to be called the Dumb Admiral because he could not speak. This nickname really made Shane laugh and cry. I also want to speak, right? At the same time, in the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo was furious and threw the bottle down with a gloomy face. Mute Admiral? He actually stepped on my head to improve his reputation. Good Marine. Doflamingo's veins popped out and he growled. It was because of the report in the newspaper that described his embarrassing escape, and he became one of the embarrassed escapers in Shane's hands, and his reputation was greatly damaged. This was simply unbearable for him with the pride of celestial dragons. Beside him, Olaji, Toripole and other family cotters looked at the newspaper, flashed a strong shock, stared and dared not look at Doflamingo. This Black Bat Admiral is really too strong. As a Shishibukai, Doflamingo's strength is unquestionable, and Katakuri and Drought under the 4 emperors are all first-line cotters, and their strength is even more terrifying. When the Empress Hancock got the newspaper and saw the record advertised by Marine, her pupils shrank and her expression became very serious. I think I underestimated the 4th Admiral of Marine. She defeated the 4 emperors' cotters, Doflamingo, and captured Drought alive by herself. With such combat power, she is undoubtedly the highest combat power of Marine. Rumors are rumors after all. It's not easy to be promoted to the position of Admiral by Sengoku. Hancock, it seems that this sea is going to be in chaos again. Marine has obtained such combat power, and now Drought is captured again. It's hard to say how it will develop. When the mother-in-law first read the newspaper, she took a breath, and then looked at Hancock and said earnestly. She was most afraid that Amazon Daughter Island would also be involved in the dispute between Marine and 4 emperors. At first, everyone thought that the 4th Admiral was just a show of strength to deal with over 100 million pirates, so there was no need to worry. But now that he has shown strong combat power, wandering outside the naval headquarters and stationed in New World, it is hard not to wonder what Marine wants to do. But these are not important to Hawkeye Mihawk. In the dark castle, Mihawk shook the red wine in his hand, squinted his eyes and read the newspaper, and after a long time, he uttered a sentence, "It's really interesting. We will meet, strong man." The black knife seemed to be trembling. On the other side, in the Great Triangle of Terror, Gecko Moria screamed in a sharp voice, "He, Black Bat, Black Bat! So powerful!" He was shocked by this powerful strength, and also grew crazy in his heart. The best, kill the Drought. Kill him. Gecko Moria has been hating Kaido of the Beasts for a long time. He hopes that Marine can have an irreconcilable head-on conflict with Kaido. After all, with Kaido's temper, he will never give up if one of his 3 capable generals is caught. Undoubtedly, in addition to the shock of Shane's strength to the world, it is also the fuse of world turmoil. In New World, red-haired Shanks, who was about to meet Whitebeard, reacted particularly seriously after seeing the newspaper. Black Bat's strength seems to have become stronger. Beckman hit the nail on the head, biting the cigarette butt and saying in a concentrated voice. At that time, the 4 major cotters were all beaten by Shane, and the attack speed at that time was not enough to defeat him. Now, Shanks can easily defeat Katakuri, the Haki Master, by opening his mouth and launching the same moves. His strength has obviously increased. Yes, he is too young. With such a strong power limit, his future is limitless. Usopp sighed as he ran his finger across the gun barrel. He thought about it and it seemed that there was no means that could threaten Shanks. Although he did not show a strong Haki cultivation, Shanks's ability was almost invincible, and the hexagon was unsolvable. The situation has become complicated now. Black Bat has shown a strong strength, and Drought has been arrested again, and Kaido will definitely not watch Drought being executed. Shanks looked into the distance, with a solemn look in his eyes. Whitebeard's affairs have not been resolved yet, and now Black Bat and Kaido are in conflict again. The sea is really going to be in chaos. However, at this moment, on the sailing Moby DK Marco took the newspaper delivered by the newsbird and exclaimed, "Dad, there is another big news." Hearing this, the captains gathered around. Whitebeard also raised his eyes slightly. It was the 4th Admiral of Marine who defeated Katakuri, Cracker, and Shishibukai Doflamingo, who were under Big Mom, in the Kingdom of Gama. The drought was even arrested by Admiral Black Bat. Marco immediately read out the report with a surprised tone. Such a huge force is enough to destroy the kingdom, but it was defeated by Black Bat alone? Black Bat? That guy who was just chasing pirates near G4 is so powerful. Isn't it the world government bragging again? Jaws, Vista, and others were shocked when they heard this. Katakuri, Drought, and others are not weak, and Whitebeard pirates have fought many times in recent years. Such a record should not be boasting, it is very likely true. After careful consideration, Marco spoke. Exaggerating too much is dangerous for Blackbeard, unless he is really strong. Sengoku, you found such a promising kid. Marco, find Ace as soon as possible. This time, Whitebeard finally looked at it seriously, supporting his face with his palms, and speaking with his eyes slightly focused. First, Blackbeard defected, Ace is still overseas, Red Hair's admonition, and now there is Blackbeard Shane, whose upper limit of strength is unknown. With all the major forces involved, only when his sons are around, can Whitebeard better protect them. Chapter 35. Black Bat Shane, the pinnacle of the young generation of Marines. Monkeyed Dragon held the newspaper, read it carefully and gave a very high evaluation, with an exclamatory tone. Doflamingo, Katakuri, Drought, Cracker, all of them are famous ruthless people on the sea. Black Bat can repel them, his strength is really powerful. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army frowned, both surprised and worried. Marine Admiral is different from Vice Admiral Rear Admiral. They have the protection of celestial dragons and directly obey the accusations of celestial dragons. They will definitely be a big opponent of the Revolutionary Army in the future. I really don't know. How did such a guy defeat the 4 pirates and capture Drought alive? Could it be that he did it by attacking as soon as he opened his mouth? Sabo, who has been promoted to a staff officer, stood beside Dragon, solemn. The Revolutionary Army is cautious in every action. Now with the powerful strength of Black Bat, it will definitely have a great impact on the subsequent plans. Of course, these things are the most gratifying things for the world government and the 5 elders. After this battle, Shane's fame and reputation also skyrocketed. In the eyes of the common people, he was already the highest combat power of the Marine, just like the 3 admirals, and was out of reach. However, in the major forces and the royal family of the kingdom, Shane's assessment was that he was slightly better than the 3 admirals, and his record was terrifying. How the world discussed and how it reacted was not important to Shane, and he had no idea. Turning G4 into a place to live, eating, drinking, and having fun, this is what a slacking admiral should do. But this day, Shane was not slacking as usual, but came to the port early after receiving a call. Momuzagi-jun was still as heroic as ever, with a charming look in her eyes. Especially when she saw Shane standing there to greet her, her face was full of smiles. Admiral Shane, it's an honor. Momuzagi walked forward with a smile. Shane smiled and nodded, raising the writing board in his hand. Where are the supplies? So they are not waiting for me, but for that pile of broken stuff. Momuzagi stamped her feet, a little speechless. Her task is to deliver supplies to the New World G4 branch, a lot of them. Among them are the game consoles prepared by the 5 elders. I am also very happy that you are here. Shane wrote this sentence again, and Momuzagi returned to her smiling face. I immediately said to Shane, 5 elders are very happy this time, and many of the things they gave you are special supplies from Marie Joyce. When Shane heard this, he was even happier, and immediately wrote to the adjutant to arrange it, and the welfare of the soldiers was also distributed. With bonuses and direct distribution of supplies, the Marine soldiers of the branch cheered, "Long live Admiral Shane! It's great to have a good leader." The branch was celebrating, and Shane also gestured to invite Momuzagi to rest in the base. Ding, today's 10 attribute points have been received. Hearing the prompt, Shane showed no emotion and added it to the pseudo-sound wave. As the pseudo-sound wave grew stronger, the transformation attack or shield became stronger. Looking at the attribute points, Shane was happy physically and mentally. It would be nice to live like this. While thinking, he and Momuzagi were about to step into the gate of the base. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded suddenly. Woo woo woo. This is the highest alarm. The two turned around and looked back intently. What's going on? Looking at the sky, there was no major natural disaster, Momuzagi asked. At this time, the Sign-Alman seemed to have received some news, sweating profusely, and ran over with a frightened look. Admiral Shane. Vice Admiral Momuzagi. Enemy attack. 50 miles to the south, the one coming is Kaido, the beast. The strongest creature in the world. One of the infamous 4 emperors. He is also the strongest person at the top of the world. No wonder the Sign-Alman looks like this. Hearing this, even Momuzagi couldn't help but change his face. On the contrary, Shane was a little surprised, and immediately climbed onto the observation platform of the base with Momuzagi. Sure enough, a dark cloud flashed with lightning in the distance, and was rapidly approaching the G4 branch base. After the marine soldiers were stunned and frightened, they quickly arranged under the reaction of the adjutant. At this time, a deafening dragon roar. Kaido actually came to the sky not far from the base, and his cold eyes swept over the marine base, which was like an ant on a hot pot. The huge and terrifying blue dragon form was simply suffocating. Tell me, where is the black bat? Hand it over. Kaido's nostrils spurted out 2 streams of white steam like air, and he roared with his bloody mouth wide open. The target is Shane. There is no doubt that all parties can get the news in the newspaper, and Kaido is no exception. Moreover, with his moody temper, he immediately rushed out of Onigashima and rushed to the G4 branch while the world was amazed, to find Shane to regain his face. His angry tone and the dragon's might that enveloped the whole place immediately made the soldiers below the rear admiral tremble with fear in their hearts. This monster who has been arrested 18 times but cannot be killed. Moreover, each of the 4 emperors can compete with the naval headquarters. With the arrival of Kaido, the G4 base has no strength to resist him at all. With the dragon's might, the marines can't think of any other ideas. Momuzagi was shocked and her face was extremely ugly at this time. Kaido, I'm here to seek revenge on you, Shane. You must ask for support immediately. As a substitute admiral, although she is determined to fight, it is impossible to stop Kaido completely. In her eyes, Shane is a young man. Even if he is strong, he has a low chance of winning against the 4 emperors who occupy the New World. As he was about to take out the Den Den Mushi to contact, but just as he took it out, Shane pressed his hand slightly to stop him. At this moment, Shane was not afraid or worried, but looked at the dragon in the sky without looking away. Ding detected that the host is currently facing the top pirates. If you defeat the opponent alone, you can get 1000 attribute points. 1000. Shane's eyes lit up. Directly upgrading a small stage, 1000 attribute points are enough to let the pseudo sound wave go to the next level, which is also the highest reward point ever. But the system prompt also explained the requirement, that is, Kaido must be defeated alone. Therefore, Shane decisively stopped Momuzagi's request for help. Otherwise, if the support came one by one, his attribute points would be gone. Shane, what are you doing? Momuzagi didn't expect Shane to stop him. You have to know that he is facing the strongest creature Kaido. If he doesn't ask for help, the branch will be destroyed by him. Shane told Momuzagi not to worry and to stay calm, and wrote with a charcoal pencil, I will fight him in a duel. Momuzagi was stunned when she saw this sentence, and looked at Shane in disbelief. A duel with Kaido? The strongest in the world in a duel are Kaido and Whitebeard. This decision is simply shocking. Believe me. Shane saw this and wrote another sentence with a sincere look. Only if you can convince Momuzagi can you really fight Kaido in a duel. Momuzagi didn't have much time to think about it, Kaido's eyes had already shifted. Shane, as an admiral, made such a request, and it was difficult for her to make a decision. But then she thought about Shane's amazing record and his strength that he had never used his full strength. If I am not strong enough, I will immediately ask for help and fight. In the end, Momuzagi sighed and took a step back. Seeing this, Shane smiled slightly and turned to face Kaido. Chapter 36. Gradually, the sky above the G4 branch was completely covered in dark clouds as Kaido approached. The azure dragon poked its head out from the dark clouds, and part of its body was still looming in the clouds. The huge dragon head stared with big copper bell eyes, and had already discovered Shane and Momuzagi standing together. After all, the black shoulder badges and young faces appeared in newspapers many times, and it was easy to identify their identities. Black Bat. Jack is one of my big bosses of the beasts. You dare to catch him, your crime is unforgivable. Kaido was very angry, and his tone was grim. Taking away his right-hand man was a serious blow to his 4 emperors, and it was also a reason for Marine to give him a shot. A chance to shoot without scruples. This is also the reason why Kaido came to vent his anger without hesitation. The 4th Admiral repelled Doflamingo, Katakuri, and others? In Kaido's view, it is far from enough. Shane did not speak, his eyes became cold, and he entered a fighting state. 1 man and 1 dragon stared at each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The Marines felt suffocated and were extremely nervous. Who would have thought that at this time? Kaido chuckled with contempt in his eyes. Ha la la la, I am so disappointed, Black Bat. Whether it is news or intelligence, you are boasted to be very strong, but now it seems that you are very weak. Haki is the standard for Kaido to identify the strong. And Shane looks like an ordinary person, without any breath. After saying that, Kaido seemed to know that Shane could not speak, and his contemptuous eyes swept over, revealing a sense of boredom. In his eyes, Shane really became a vase for the world government to show off. Your branch, and you, stop here, the sea is not something that people like you can stir up. With a disappointed tone, Kaido immediately wanted to end it all with 1 blow. After saying that, the nostrils exhaled white steam again. From the dragon's body, a burning heat is brewing. And as Kaido opened his mouth, the flames gathered into a ball in the dragon's mouth. Seeing Kaido about to launch an attack, the Marines couldn't help but sweat and took 2 steps back in horror. Momuzagi couldn't help but put his hand on the hilt of the knife at this moment. His expression was extremely solemn. Everyone find shelter. That's the dragon's breath. As the former deputy base commander, the adjutant had seen the horror of Kaido's blue dragon. He immediately shouted for everyone to take shelter, and at the same time looked at the young admiral's back with worry. Hot breath. At this time, Kaido's eyes were fierce, and he spewed a column of fire directly at the base. The blazing flames carried a strong impact force, enough to penetrate and melt steel. Such a huge attack, the consequences of being hit were unimaginable. Coupled with such a terrifying visual effect, it stimulated every Marine soldier in the field, and some even exclaimed unconsciously, "No! Shield!" Thrilling moment! Shane spoke. The pseudosonic wave was instantly stimulated, and it took shape quickly in the air, which was invisible to everyone, at a speed faster than the heat breath. A shield, under Shane's wool, protected the entire base. The next second, the heat breath came. Boom! A dull sound broke out. The heat breath hit the super-large invisible shield. The flames suddenly hit the steel plate like a stream of water, splashing and scattering. To the people below, it was as gorgeous as a blooming flower. The invisible shield withstood the high-intensity impact and high temperature of the heat breath, producing waves and revealing a translucent state. Blocked, blocked. Looking at the scene in front of them, the frightened Marine soldiers finally reacted and shouted in surprise. Momuzagi, who wanted to help immediately, had stopped and looked at the invisible shield that completely blocked the heat breath in surprise. Shane actually protected most of the base this time. And Kaido's heat breath can't hit it. Obviously, not just a little bit, but Shane has become much stronger. Kaido stared with his eyes wide open, and was surprised to find that his attack was completely blocked. It is no exaggeration to say that the heat breath that was intended to end in 1 blow was enough to destroy the entire Marine base. It was not easy to block it. However, the translucent shield could completely withstand the impact and high temperature. Kaido also reacted at this time. Shane just called out the shield. Opening your mouth is a move, as expected, this is your ability. Kaido muttered to himself a little surprised. But the disdain in his eyes remained. It was just blocking an ordinary heat breath. Kaido glanced at the translucent shield that covered most of the base and sneered, "See how I smash it completely. You want to block it with a shield? Qinglong controls wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and has many means." Arrogant Kaido immediately attacked again. The circling dragon body flew directly over the base, and the Qinglong showed its full body in the dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth, and the wind was compressed into a sickle by the power of the Azure Dragon. The extremely sharp invisible shield below fell. Suddenly, a strange collision sound was heard. The densely falling sickles of bad wind hit the invisible shield, and each hit made the invisible shield ripple, but after hitting, it was shattered by the indestructible invisible shield. Hi! A strange color flashed in Kaido's eyes. That kid's shield is so strong? The marines below couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Again, blocked again. Black Bat Admiral really has the strength to resist Kaido. Hope ignited in the hearts of the soldiers. Our Admiral is not bad. But at this time, Kaido's dragon face showed humanized hideousness. He couldn't bear to face Shane's defense after 2 consecutive moves. Tornado. A roar. The dragon body rotated. The stirred air took shape, forming 4 huge tornadoes outside the base, and pressed towards the base under Kaido's control. "Laozi, let's see how you defend." Kaido grinned. The swift tornado kept approaching, and as it moved, it stirred the sea surface and made it surging. The crosswind force made the surroundings chaotic. However, Shane's defense automatically protected 360 degrees. The base, the invisible shield, was like the sandwich of 4 tornadoes. The sizzling sound started from the touch. Kaido's eyes suddenly condensed. The movement of the tornado stopped completely, and the 4 tornadoes kept rubbing against the invisible shield. Ripples continued to be generated, but the wind force could not pry the invisible shield, thus continuously reducing its power. Tornado, bad wind. Kaido saw this and immediately increased the power. The power of the 4 tornadoes continued to recover and rise. One after another, the bad wind sickles fell into the tornado from Kaido's mouth and rotated along, and continued to chop on the invisible shield. Such a sharp sickle of bad wind, under the effect of the tornado, each blow is a heavy chop. But in the end, the invisible shield remained motionless. And Shane's expression did not change, still standing there calmly. Seeing that he could not break it no matter what, Kaido could not help but show doubt. Haki is not that strong. What kind of means and ability is this? How can he achieve such a strong defense? It is no exaggeration to say that even an island would be torn apart in the face of such an attack. However, Kaido's disdainful Black Bat Admiral just opened his mouth with the word shield and blocked it all. Chapter 37. The Marines were already extremely shocked, and they all gasped. "I almost thought we were going to be killed by Kaido. It's hot breath, strong wind, and tornado. All the terrifying attacks were blocked by Admiral Shane. Great! Admiral Shane, maybe he really has the strength to fight against the 4 emperors." Kaido's reputation was earned through hard work. At first, no one thought Shane could block it, including Momozagi. But now the shocking scene completely convinced everyone. The whole sea outside was turned upside down, and it was like doomsday under Kaido's blue dragon power. In the base protected by the invisible shield, except for a little vibration, there was almost no damage. This is Admiral Shane's amazing defense with a shield. It's so shocking. Even if the tornado and bad wind disappeared, and the invisible shield disappeared semi-transparently, Kaido still had a look of doubt. In the world, there seems to be no such ability to open the mouth to form a move. What on earth could he be? I can't figure it out. But then, Shane showed him an even more amazing ability. Blue Dragon. The pseudo-sound waves vibrated the void. The enchanted power immediately formed a blue dragon body, poked its head out of the void, and roared angrily at Kaido's blue dragon form. This blue dragon phantom is not much smaller than Kaido. It is very visually impactful. Seeing this scene, except for the adjutant and other marine soldiers who had seen it, Momozagi, including the opponent Kaido, were all surprised. Momozagi's pupils trembled, and her expression was a little dull. What kind of move is this, Shane? Opening his mouth to launch defense, launching an attack. He can actually summon a blue dragon similar to Kaido? It seems that the phantom blue dragon is like a living thing. Kaido himself was even more surprised, his eyes staring blankly at the blue dragon phantom that poked its head out and then revealed its entire body. Just like looking in the mirror, Kaido's expression was a little funny, and his mind was a little confused. How can this kid's method be so magical? However, Shane's counterattack was not over yet. One blue dragon was not enough. Two blue dragons sounded again. The sound of the pseudo-sound wave made Kaido's eyes tighten, and then two giant dragon phantoms appeared. They were fan-shaped and distributed on the invisible shield, facing Kaido directly. Three blue dragon phantoms, a roaring dragon roar made the air distorted, and the sound vibration rushed directly to Kaido's face. His Momozagi, the adjutant, and the soldiers couldn't help but take a breath, shocked by the picture of the giant dragons circling. And Kaido was also pulled back to his thoughts by the dragon roar, and his human expression suddenly became ugly. Bluffing! Black Bat, you dare to use such a weak method! Kaido's eyes became more and more violent, and his tone was cold. He thought that Shane summoned the same blue dragon phantom as himself to humiliate himself, not to attack him in a real way. But before he finished speaking, Shane didn't care what Kaido thought. His will for the Azure Dragon was to beat Kaido. Three Azure Dragon phantoms roared and charged. You know, each one is as big as Kaido, and the three together are very imposing. Kaido thought it was a bluff, and he was about to tear the Azure Dragon phantom in front into pieces with a gloomy face. But the moment he touched it, he found that the illusory Azure Dragon phantom was actually a real touch. Immediately, a huge force came from the dragon's body, pushing Kaido's claws away, and biting Kaido. Fortunately, Kaido reacted in time, twisted his body and bumped, and barely knocked the Azure Dragon phantom away. What a strong force! At this moment, Kaido finally felt something unusual. The power of the Azure Dragon phantom is not weak, even too strong. Is this still a phantom? Don't forget, this is only the one in front. Then the other two also rushed towards Kaido's dragon head, and the speed was not slow. Kaido gritted his teeth, and the dragon tail swung to one side, and the dragon head collided with the other two blue dragon phantoms. Suddenly, there was a dull sound of thump. Kaido's dragon head was knocked back, and the phantoms that were fanned also retreated again and again. You know, Kaido is the strongest creature. His huge blue dragon body has infinite power, but he almost suffered a big loss in a melee with the blue dragon phantom. It can be seen that each blue dragon phantom is not weak and has extremely strong power. It is far from the bluffing that Kaido believed in. Surprise, shock. The emotions revealed in Kaido's eyes were extremely volatile. But now he didn't have so much time to be shocked. The blue dragon phantom circled and entangled Kaido again. The four dragons showed amazing dragon body melee in the air. Although Kaido's power is obviously much higher, he will eventually suffer a loss when facing a siege. Such a scene also shocked the marine soldiers below and made them dumbfounded. Is my vision not blurry? The Azure Dragon phantom summoned by Admiral Shane is fighting with the real Azure Dragon. The soldiers were all stunned. Momozagi was even more stunned. I knew Shane was strong and could block Kaido's attack, but I didn't expect that the Azure Dragon phantom summoned by him would be so perverted. It was obviously just a phantom, but it had the power to fight Kaido's dragon form. How shocking! The beating Kaido became more and more irritable, and he roared, "Get out of here!" Crack! The Azure Dragon phantom bit Kaido, and continued to shake his head and bite even if it couldn't bite through the scales. Kaido was so angry that he bit it and threw it away with his power stronger than the Azure Dragon phantom. At the same time, Kaido also found that he couldn't bite through the Azure Dragon phantom's defense. Hot breath! The dragon breath of fire was fired with a bang, and the powerful impact washed over the bodies of the three Azure Dragon phantoms with burning heat. The result was that the Azure Dragon phantom was only pushed 100 meters away, and in the blink of an eye it rushed towards Kaido again. Bad wind! Tornado bad wind! Kaido activated the wind. The sickle bad wind slashed at the Azure Dragon phantom. Only a little fire appeared, and the bad wind was bounced away without any damage. The power of the tornado was greatly reduced in the roar of the three phantoms. It could not cause any damage to the Azure Dragon Phantom at all. Roaring thunder! The voice turned into thunder, and Kaido made another move, hitting the phantom, but the result was the same as the heat breath. It could only make the Azure Dragon Phantom retreat a little, but could not hurt it. The defense of the phantom is so strong? What kind of ability is this guy? Why is it like this? Kaido no longer had a contemptuous heart, and his heart flashed with shock, and the surprise and anger on the dragon's face could not be concealed. At the same time, he also realized that the blue dragon that Shane had summoned was not that simple. The basic attack in dragon form could not break the phantom. There must be a more powerful attack. Thinking of this, Kaido stared at Shane behind the three blue dragon phantoms. Red and black lightning burst out from the dragon's body, and while forcing the blue dragon phantom back, the body changed. Kaido, restored to human form, shook his head, holding a mace, and the armed color on his body and conquerors shone. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He was going to show his true strength to deal with Shane. Chapter 38. The dragon roared. Three phantoms of the Azure Dragon roared at Kaido, who had turned back into human form. "You're so tough. I underestimated you, Black Bat." As the strongest creature, he hadn't felt pressure for a long time since Odin. His strength was extremely strong and his body was tough. Even in the dragon form, the phantom Azure Dragon could completely withstand it and could not cause any damage to it. At this time, the three phantoms of the Azure Dragon roared, their bodies swirled, rolled up a hurricane, and rushed towards Kaido. "Get out of here, lousy!" Before the words fell, Kaido burst out with an amazing breath. His whole body seemed to be coated with a layer of painting curtain, and the red and black conqueror's lightning bloomed like a spider web. Thunder! 8 trigrams! The mace swung in an arc, with crackling lightning, and slammed down towards the Azure Dragon Phantom in the front. Conqueror's haki, armament haki, plus Kaido's own huge power, the speed is extremely fast. Before it completely touches, Conqueror's hits the head of the Azure Dragon's Phantom through the air. The haki energy is concentrated, flashing with brilliant colors. The impact of the thundering 8 trigrams makes the Azure Dragon's Phantom tremble, and the momentum of the sprint suddenly stabilizes. Then, the powerful force flashes with haki, and even rushes through the Azure Dragon to the sea below. The sea surface was instantly blown up. Water splashed up to hundreds of meters. However, in Kaido's powerful thundering 8 trigrams, the Azure Dragon's illusory pupils did not change. The mace landed on its head, blocking its momentum, but not only did it not knock the Azure Dragon away and break it. It just cracked at the head part, revealing the white shiny structure inside. Finally opened the crack. Kaido was very surprised, staring with his eyes, flashing solemnity. The previous heat, bad wind, and tornado could not cause any damage to the Phantom Blue Dragon. Now, the thunderous 8 trigrams plus Conqueror's haki only broke it. This shows how hard the blue dragon that Shane summoned is. But before he could be happy, Kaido's eyes suddenly condensed. In a flash, the head of the blue dragon Phantom was healing visibly. It can also repair automatically. What kind of ability does this guy have? Why is it so weird? At this time, Shane smiled faintly and wrote with charcoal, "That's it." Kaido was immediately furious when he saw it, damn it. In his eyes, although Shane is an admiral, he is also a young kid. He is the Sea Emperor who dominates the world, but he is ridiculed in public by a fledgling kid? The roar of the 3 blue dragon phantoms exploded again. They rushed towards the falling Kaido from 3 directions with great momentum. But during the leap, Kaido used his body to avoid the bites of the 2 big mouths, and then aimed at the 3rd blue dragon phantom sprinting down. King Kong! Disphorus! Kaido seized the opportunity and swung the mace in the air. Zzz, the powerful haki was highly condensed during the swing. Suddenly, a stick of energy fell like a beam of light, hitting the head of the blue dragon phantom below. The blue dragon phantom that had just recovered suddenly trembled, light and fire exploded, and cracks appeared on its head again, but it still roared fearlessly and continued to sprint with its stagnant body. Kaido, who was already angry, became even more angry. Seeing the cracks on the blue dragon's head recover in an instant, he opened fire in a rage. First, he used the mace to hit the blue dragons on the left and right, and then aimed at the blue dragon phantom chasing below and zoomed in again. Zilla! The red and black conqueror's lightning bloomed more densely. Kaido, holding the mace with both hands, had fire in his eyes, vowing to smash Shane's azure dragon. Lightning followed the downward pressing mace, leaving a trail in the air. Kaido roared and smashed it down at a very fast speed. Descend to the third world. Indulge in Naraku. The exploding Haki lightning was extremely terrifying. The impact of the falling airflow alone blew up the sea below. And this time, the azure dragon phantom was pressed down, shaking violently under Kaido's fierce attack. Ka! The cracked lines on the head were even larger, and it seemed that the azure dragon phantom's head was about to be knocked out. Gundali Longshen Jun. The mace wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, with rolling thunder and lightning, was swung quickly, covering a large area in front. Each time, it was an amazing attack with great power. Bang! 1, 2, 3 times. Kaido gritted his teeth and continued to attack the azure dragon shadow that could not escape. The crack in the recovery state also expanded with Kaido's attack. It seemed that it was about to burst. The terrifying aftermath generated was shaking in all directions. The azure dragon shadow, after all, was made of pseudo-sound waves, not like the flesh. Continuously suffering from Kaido's big move, the cracks extended longer and longer, spreading from the head and body. Seeing the effect, Kaido was even more excited. Finally, the azure dragon shadow that was difficult for Xiaoyan was broken. In the coverage of the Jundalai Longsheng army, the other 2 azure dragon shadows could not get in, and they wanted to rush but were shaken away. The red Haki lightning was like a little snake spreading out of its nest. A loud bang! At the moment of hitting, the entire azure dragon shadow sank, energy was radiating, and light lit up in the cracks. Kaido saw this and immediately roared and poured out Haki, with veins popping out of his hands. Under the continuous force, the azure dragon phantom gradually cracked, with a strange sound. Finally, Kaido's mace slashed across the azure dragon phantom's body, and the remaining force slammed into the defense of the invisible shield, causing ripples. The azure dragon phantom collapsed, disappearing like Kyoka Suijutsu. All its energy was converted into pseudo-sound waves, returning to its original form for Shane to control. Ha 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 ha! That's all! Black Bat! Finally, after getting rid of a azure dragon phantom, Kaido laughed wildly, staring at Shane with a fierce light in his eyes. When I destroy these pieces of yours directly, see how you can still block it. After destroying 3 azure dragons, Kaido expected that Shane would have no means of attack, and could only watch himself break the defense one by one and welcome death. The marine warriors and Momuzagi couldn't help but look ugly again in Kaido's wild laughter. Although the azure dragon's phantom is powerful, it will still be solved by Kaido. If this continues, Admiral Shane has no chance of defeating Kaido. On the other hand, Shane seems to be not surprised that Kaido can solve the phantom azure dragon. Looking at Kaido's arrogant appearance, Shane put the writing board back behind him and slowly said, "Azure Dragon. The energy of the pseudo-sound wave is sufficient, and the transformation battle hardly consumes much." As soon as he opened his mouth, the phantom dragon head appeared again in the invisible void and roared at Kaido. Sound waves rolled. The arrogant laughter stopped abruptly. Kaido looked at the azure dragon that stretched out its entire body in the air, and couldn't help but look stunned. Some couldn't believe it and said, "What's going on? Summoning a new dragon so easily?" Chapter 39. The Marines present were stunned, and then everyone showed surprise. Admiral Shane summoned a new azure dragon. Great! It turns out that azure dragons are not afraid of being smashed. The soldiers were surprised and happy to be able to summon a new azure dragon just by opening their mouths, and they shouted Admiral Shane. Kaido himself was even more stunned, and his previous rampant laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes couldn't help but tremble. Is it easy for Shane to destroy a azure dragon? Diamond Die, Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, Thundering 8 trigrams, Longshen Jun. It takes almost all of his strength to smash the illusory azure dragon. Tough, powerful, can fly but not a real creature. It's simply a bug-level move. And now Shane opened his mouth and summoned another new illusory azure dragon? Kaido's expression turned ugly, his face was twisted hideously, and white air came out of his nostrils. This guy! What kind of ability is this? Shameless! After fighting for a while, the three illusory blue dragons were still surrounding him. For a moment, Kaido himself was numb. But the strongest creature is the strongest creature after all. The blue dragon is extremely difficult to deal with, but he raised his fighting spirit again and locked his eyes on Shane. Opening his mouth is an attack, opening his mouth is a defense. A person can force me to this point without moving a step. Kaido seems arrogant, but once he gets serious, he is meticulous. To capture the thief first, he sets his target on Shane himself, trying to go straight to the dragon. The three blue dragons roared and continued to rush over. Kaido also moved again at this moment. Although the blue dragon is strong, it can't cause effective damage to him. Even if he is bitten, he has to rush down. Ding! Kaido ignored it completely, broke free from the blue dragon's huge mouth, and kicked hard on the invisible shield with his feet. For a moment, everyone below was dumbfounded looking at Kaido, who fell on it, breathing rapidly. His intentions were not difficult to see by the marine soldiers. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. The wind moves the clouds. Kaido raised his mace with both hands, and with the rolling conqueror's haki, he brought it down with one stick. Haki lightning flashed. Violent ripples appeared on the invisible shield. Under the single attack that was more powerful than the hot breath and bad wind, everyone could clearly see the amazing power on it. There were even more timid people who fell to the ground in the overflowing conquerors. No, not good. Admiral Shane, he wants to kill him directly. Some people panicked, and some people gritted their teeth and persisted. If this shield was broken, if Kaido really killed him, the ending could be imagined, and Admiral Shane might not be able to protect everyone. Even Momozagi's expression changed drastically when she saw Kaido smashing the shield with all his strength. Under such a strong attack, Shane's shield can't hold on for too long. After thinking about it, Momozagi couldn't help but hold the hilt of the knife, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Shane was the only one who remained calm. The illusory azure dragon did not cause enough damage to Kaido. As a result, Kaido attacked without hesitation and stood on the shield and smashed it hard. Boom! Thunder and 8 trigrams flashed. It seemed that the base was shaking. Then, there was another dull sound. Kaido's whole body was flashing conqueror's lightning, his muscles were exaggeratedly bulging, and he used the third world to hit the invisible shield hard. The ripples continued, and Kaido's mace had sunk into it. Many marine recruits could not bear the pressure and fell to the ground with their eyes rolled up. Then, there was another loud bang. Kaido continued to attack the invisible shield. Finally, a crack appeared, and it became more and more serious during Kaido's attack. The marine warriors present, including the adjutant, swallowed their saliva, their hearts were extremely nervous, and some fear began to appear in their eyes. Shane Admiral's shield. It's obviously going to collapse. What should I do? Admiral Shane. Everyone's eyes were on Kaido and Shane with the invisible shield. So far, Shane was still watching calmly. Break it for Laozi. At this time, Kaido roared. The crackling lightning twisted wantonly on the mace. Kaido's amazing power rose again, and the entangled conquerors made the marines' pupils shrink and sweat. Thunder. 8 trigrams. A stick fell. It was the same strange sound as before. The invisible shield composed of pseudo-sound waves had a greatly reduced defense because of the increased range. Under the bombardment of the 8 trigrams mace, it was still not stable enough. Finally, it was pierced by Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams, and the invisible shield was fully exposed, rippling with ripples, and disintegrated inch by inch. The pressure belonging to the 4 emperors also completely enveloped the base below because of the disappearance of the invisible shield. Ha ha ha! Black Bat, let's see how you can stop me this time. Kaido laughed arrogantly, his murderous intent directed at Shane. Without the defensive shield, the entire base was like paper in Kaido's eyes. Under the might of conquerors, the Marines of G4 branch all looked terrified and could not raise their weapons at all. Trouble. Momuzagi looked nervous, holding a den mushi in one hand and a knife handle in the other, staring intently. She knew that Shane still had the ability to attack as soon as he opened his mouth, and she could not help but intervene. Kaido's red eyes now stared at Shane, murderous, wanting to fly over and attack him directly. Shane seemed to have expected everything. The shield was broken, he looked up at Kaido, and slowly uttered, "Meteorite." The pseudo-sound wave burst out instantly. It shook the air and rushed straight into the sky, knocking a big hole in the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds. There was a hole in the clouds in the sky. Kaido, who could not feel the sound waves, looked up and suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. What did he do? Somewhat in doubt. Suddenly at this moment, the Marines in the base square opened their mouths involuntarily, staring with eyes wide open in disbelief. Even Momuzagi was like this, her pupils were shaking. And Kaido just felt a little inexplicable at first glance, and then he looked directly above himself. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his whole body was agitated. In just a few seconds, a meteorite of astonishing size was breaking through the rolling dark clouds in the sky, carrying blazing flames, and falling towards him. Quick! And it was too big. The meteorite has not arrived yet. The huge airflow and air pressure came first. The sea surface was pressed and the waves were turbulent. Kaido was stunned, and the words "What the hell is this?" came out of his mouth. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Kaido was hit in the body. Tsitsai. Kaido was as fierce as a monster, but under this impact, he still couldn't withstand the power of the meteorite. Haki flashed across the burning meteorite, but there was almost no stagnation. Kaido was pressed down hard and rushed straight to the sea below. The meteorite hit the buildings outside the base and smashed a 1,000-foot wave. The falling shock wave swept everything around. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Dumbfounded. Even the adjutant and the team members who had seen it once were still the same. Momuzagi looked at the huge waves not far away and Shane's back, and swallowed his throat. Shane opened his mouth to summon the meteorite. 4 Emperors Kaido, all smashed down. Chapter 40. Admiral Shane. Too strong. A huge meteorite smashed Kaido down. It's useless if a person with special abilities falls into the sea. Long live Admiral Shane. We won. The invasion of the 4 emperors was solved just like that. The Marines, who were terrified and frightened, witnessed the surging waves and cheered with joy. They had no confidence before, but now they were surprised by the reversal of the battle. While cheering, Momuzagi reacted with a shocked look and breathed a sigh of relief. Kaido was also smashed down. Even if it is the strongest creature, it can't continue if it can't die. I'm afraid it will die. A crisis that destroyed the entire base, was solved by Shane just like that. Good boy, I underestimated him before. Momuzagi's relaxed face showed joy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Now, everyone will know that the G4 branch can't even attack Kaido, and it has become completely famous. In the square of the base, the Marines looking at the sea below were surprised, but the cheers continued. Shane's face remained serious. He stood high on the base, staring at the sea with huge waves. As Shane was familiar with the world of pirates, he knew very well how perverted Kaido of the Beasts was. Maybe he was not the strongest in terms of combat power, but Kaido was undoubtedly the one who survived. Falling into the sea might be dangerous for other people with abilities, but not for Kaido. However, the facts were just as Shane thought. Just as the Marines were jubilant and ready to clean up the mess. A cold snort directly petrified everyone's expression, and they couldn't believe it. Immediately, a figure with a dragon tail swinging and a cloud under his feet rose from the surging waves. Kaido. He's fine, and he can even come out of the sea. Shocked. Everyone in the square couldn't help but tremble, with fear in their eyes. That was Kaido who had activated the Dragon Man form. The yellow flowing cloud under his feet was the power of Azure Dragon. Flame Cloud. He was flashing with the red and black lightning of Conqueror's Haki, baring his teeth, looking at Shane with fear in his cold eyes. This is your true strength, Black Bat. Kaido was obviously injured by Shane's meteorite, and his clothes were torn. And if it wasn't for the strong impact of the meteorite that split the sea water, Kaido would really be powerless because of the curse of the sea. Shane also stared at Kaido, with a slight smile on his face. It's not surprising that the meteorite, which is stronger than the future Fujitora, didn't completely injure Kaido. The human beast form. It seems that some tricks are needed. Kaido was very angry, stepping on the flame cloud, holding the mace and flashing it cracklingly. Shane! Be careful! Momozagi's expression was extremely ugly. If Kaido gets close to him, with the ability that Shane has shown so far, who knows what will happen. After all, Kaido is in a very violent state now, especially his angry expression, which makes Momozagi very worried. Once Shane is suppressed, the G4 branch will still be doomed. But how could Shane let Kaido come in and destroy his own nest? Seeing Kaido's momentum soaring, Shane's eyes condensed slightly, and he began to use the pseudo-sound wave enchantment combination for the first time. Meteorite, Ice Rainstorm. Pseudo-sound waves burst. The dark clouds in the sky above seemed to be twisted and disturbed by something. Kaido couldn't help but grit his teeth when he saw this, and squatted slightly to prepare for battle. Shane, who attacked as soon as he opened his mouth, now dared not even underestimate Kaido, but he didn't hesitate at all, and roared, "Come on!" The dark clouds seemed to be ravaged by a big hand, and then torn into pieces. Along with it came huge sharp ice blocks passing through it. Although not as huge as the previous meteorite, it is also bigger than Kaido himself. Such ice meteorites fell densely, with a whistling sound, which was extremely spectacular. Shane Admiral's ability is too powerful. A group of marine soldiers saw this scene, their eyes were about to pop out, and they were extremely shocked. The falling speed, plus the blessing of gravity, plus the energy of pseudo-sound waves. Each falling ice meteorite also has ice spikes, and its power is difficult for Kaido to estimate. While swinging the mace, it hit the first falling ice meteorite hard. While moving, Kaido opened his mouth and yelled, "It's impossible to defeat me with ability. Today I'll show you that only Haki can surpass everything." Sizzle! Black lightning cut through the sky. Kaido's mace smashed deeply into the ice meteorite, constantly embedded in it, and tore the ice stone. But at the same time, Kaido's face couldn't help sweating, and his eyes became more solemn. The power of the ice meteorite was beyond Kaido's imagination. Once it touched, it was a terrifying force that made his arm sink. Destroy them all! With Kaido's roar, the first ice meteorite broke. Don't forget! This is a meteorite rain. There were countless meteorites whistling and falling towards Kaido like raindrops. Long Shenjun! Quickly waving the mace, Kaido stood on the flame cloud and kept bombarding the falling ice meteorites. But at this time, 3 dragon roars rang out. The phantom of the blue dragon passed through the ice meteorite and opened its mouth to bite Kaido. One of them even bit Kaido's tail and kept tearing it. Damn it! Another blue dragon phantom attacked, and another ice meteorite kept falling. No matter how strong Kaido was, he couldn't take care of it completely. He just turned around to fight off the blue dragon phantom, but a piece of ice meteorite hit his head and back. The spikes on it even scratched Kaido's cheek and pierced directly into the dragon scales under his shoulder. Blood oozed from Kaido's body and cheek. He was immediately furious and swung his mace to smash the ice meteorite that was coming again. In a blink of an eye, he was bitten by the blue dragon and the bleeding part. In this way, falling between the ice meteorite and the blue dragon phantom, Kaido continued to have more wounds on his body. The Dragon Man body looked even more terrifying. But if it goes on like this, Kaido feels very aggrieved, let alone losing or not. Fighting with Shane is simply torture. So at this moment, the angry, frightened, and impatient Kaido finally couldn't bear it. Fire Dragon! Torch! The Dragon Man body began to change and ignited flames. The 3 blue dragon phantoms that kept biting Kaido back and forth were forced away. The ice meteorite fell on Kaido's red and warm body, causing it to tremble and move. But at this time, Kaido was changing from a dragon man back to a blue dragon form. The high-temperature flames continued to condense on its body, forming a lava-like armor covering it. Finally, a larger fire dragon appeared above the base. Extremely ferocious. The huge body hovered, and the extremely high temperature made the G4 base extremely hot. What's more terrifying is that Kaido easily broke through the 3 attacking green dragon phantoms in such a state, and suddenly pounced on Shane. Black Bat. Die. Fire Dragon, 8 trigrams. The Marines at the base were terrified and felt powerless. Momozagi's pupils were shaking, and he pulled out his long sword and said anxiously, "Shane. Go." Chapter 41. Kaido transformed into a giant dragon of fire, and his swooping might was unparalleled. The visual impact was terrifying, as if he was going to crash and melt the entire base. Just sweeping the frontier buildings with his tail, they were melted into magma, which shows how powerful it is. 3 blue dragons circled to block the attack, but they were burned by the fire dragons and their bodies were shaking and rippled, and they were completely ineffective. Kaido broke through the encirclement of the 3 blue dragon phantoms and rushed straight to where Shane was at a very fast speed. The sky was spreading with black lightning, and the fire dragon that occupied the field of vision was even more violent, making Momozagi look extremely anxious. He drew his weapon and ran quickly towards Shane. The other marine warriors had long been scared by this scene, and were deeply shocked by Kaido's fire dragon torch. But for Shane, it was not a desperate moment. Looking back, he saw Momozagi rushing over with a sword, and Shane quickly stretched out his hand to indicate that it was okay. If Momozagi really attacked or defended Kaido, wouldn't Kaido's 1000 attribute points in a one-on-one fight be all gone? What can I do? The situation at the moment does look critical. Such a huge fire dragon pressed down towards Shane, and Momozagi didn't stop at all. Even the Haki entanglement on his body was visibly activated. Shane made a prompt decision and stepped forward in the face of the fast-approaching and extremely ferocious fire dragon. Immediately, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Destroy!" Pure pseudo-sound waves burst. The amazing energy is invisible to the naked eye, and it hits the fire dragon Kaido in the form of circles of sound waves. The air is trembling and twisting. The airflow seems to stop flowing at this moment. Kaido himself can feel that the invisible sense of crisis is constantly increasing. Black Bat. No matter what moves you use, you must die. Kaido roared in anger, and his speed increased a few points, crashing into it with a high temperature that melted the entire base. In an instant, the fire dragon torch and the pseudo-sound wave of the word extinction collided with each other in the air. Loud roar. As the flames on Kaido's body splashed around, the entire base and even the sea surface below began to shake. The huge energy and power impact between the two spread from the center at an extremely rapid speed. Building bricks, steel bars, etc., all could not withstand the amazing aftermath. The collision between Conqueror's Haki and the pseudo-sound wave flashed brilliantly with the naked eye. Burning flames, black lightning, translucent sound waves, and the flames when energy is compressed. Strong airflow swept the G4 base for 10 miles, shaking the earth. And Kaido's huge fire dragon body was also firmly understood by the pseudo-sound wave at this time, and could not move forward at all. How is it possible? Kaido roared in shock and anger. The fire dragon torch is a move with infinite power. But Shane just uttered a word and stopped himself. Can't break through? The Marines in the base square were all stunned with stiff faces. The powerful aftermath swept through, causing them to be unable to stand steadily, but in the face of such a shocking scene, they had to crawl and look up. Admiral Shane blocked Kaido without making a move. The fire dragon that even melted the high-strength buildings in the base. Looking at Admiral Black Bat, who was still standing proudly in the storm, the sea was shaking and the ground was shaking, the soldiers were extremely shocked. He didn't even need to move his hands to hold Kaido back and wrestle on equal terms. After today, Admiral Shane is destined to stand at the top of the sea. Momozagi, who was closer, held a weapon in his hand and had stopped at this moment, blocking one hand in front of him, with an extremely shocked expression, staring with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Shane blocked Kaido's powerful move. Momozagi stared blankly. She was familiar with this move of Shane's. She had personally experienced being knocked away. However, although the power at that time could knock both Shaitan and her away, it was far less powerful than it is now. Did Shane at that time hold back or become even more powerful? However, at this moment, the one who was most shocked was Kaido himself. This power, which was completely different from Haki, made Kaido feel like he was hitting an indestructible alloy wall. Unable to shake. Whether Haki, who tried his best, or the power of the Azure Dragon, was offset by the invisible terrifying storm in front of him. What on earth is this? Kaido, the Azure Dragon wrapped in flames, was full of disbelief. But this was just the beginning of the bombardment. It lasted less than 10 seconds, and the power of the pseudo-sound wave became more and more powerful. Kaido gradually felt that he could not bear it. Impossible. How could he achieve such a powerful force? He didn't even move his hands, he just said one word. What kind of power is this? As the power of Shane's side increased, Kaido was more and more shocked, but he could only grit his teeth and persist, bursting out the full power of the fire dragon torch. The earth-shaking power aftermath crushed the building in front of the base and fell into the surging sea. The scorching temperature swept the whole place with the aftermath. But the pseudo-sound wave carrying Shane's will was still increasing in power. After a few seconds, Kaido's flames were blasted back by the pseudo-sound wave, and the body of the fire dragon was shaking. The black lightning became less and less. No. Impossible. Finally, Kaido couldn't bear it anymore, and roared in shock and anger. Immediately, the entire huge fire dragon armor was torn apart by the pseudo-sound wave and extinguished. As the impact direction completely disappeared, Kaido's own blue dragon color was revealed. What shocked the Marines even more was that at the moment when the fire dragon torch was broken, Kaido could not withstand the invisible impact force, and his dragon body flew backwards uncontrollably. Boom! The pseudo-sound wave hit Kaido hard, and his dragon scales burst and blood spurted out. And Kaido himself vomited a mouthful of blood, and as he flew backwards, his body turned back to a normal human form and quickly fell backwards. At the edge of the base, Kaido smashed into the bluestone ground, his entire body embedded in it, and dust filled the sky. The amazing impact of the pseudo-sound wave fell into the sea along the path, and the sea suddenly seemed to boil. A more violent earthquake came, making the Marines unable to stand steadily. The aftermath gradually subsided when Kaido smashed into the ground. The Marine warriors slowly stood up, swallowing their throats and said, "Admiral Shane, really won." It was really too shocking. The Marines who gradually reacted were immediately ecstatic from the bottom of their hearts. Win! Really win! Long live Admiral Shane! The terrifying fire dragon was Kaido of the Beasts' devastating move, but Admiral Shane just stood there and beat Kaido to vomit blood. What an amazing performance and strength! Momozagi was really relieved this time. With surprise and shock in her eyes, Kaido, defeated. The defeat of the four emperors is a major event that affects the whole world. Shane really did it. But just when the Marines were happy, Shay did not stop, but stared at Kaido seriously. Then his eyes condensed and he spoke, "All things, Tianyan." The pseudo-sound waves turned into gravity energy and fell. Instantly, Kaido's location experienced a violent fluctuation. Chapter 42. The wall at the edge of the base suddenly shook and cracked. Bricks, stones, etc. were all sucked by gravity and floated up. Where Kaido fell, the ground cracked and was quickly pulled up. And he himself was sucked up by the universal pull launched by Shane. IZI. A hole. Kaido, who was pulled up, was covered with dust and bloodline, and roared in embarrassment and surprise. Shane's ability was too mysterious and strange, beyond everyone's imagination. Even Kaido had never seen such power. Invisible defense shield, Azure Dragon Phantom, meteorite, and even ice can be condensed into stone. With the word destroy, its amazing power can't even withstand the fire dragon torch. Such power, how can Kaido not be shocked and surprised? And now, he was directly pulled up by a suction force, and flew towards Yuanan involuntarily. At the same time, Kaido's reaction was also very fast, which was also an opportunity to get close to Shane. With his physical body, even though he was seriously injured, he could still exert some strength. So he wanted to follow Shane's gravity and rush directly to the enemy. Unexpectedly, at this time, Shane pulled Kaido over and said directly, "Suppress." Instantly, the direction of gravity changed. The terrifying gravity, like a mountain pressing down on Kaido, acted on Kaido. With a loud bang, Kaido's whole body was pressed down, and the ground cracked. Gravity! Gravity! Kaido was shocked. Every inch of skin and muscle in his body was bearing the terrifying weight, and it was constantly strengthening. The ground also strengthened and sunken under Kaido's pressure, and cracks spread. ZZ. Immediately, Kaido no longer hid his backhand, emission haki entangled, black lightning in his eyes, and his limbs tried hard to break free. But unfortunately, the suppression force continued to grow stronger as Kaido struggled. This part of the base square then sank directly, forming a huge pit, accompanied by a violent tremor on the ground. For a moment, Kaido had no chance to break free. Admiral Shane is too strong. Kaido is suppressed again. Everyone saw this scene, their foreheads sweating, looking at it with shock, their eyes wide open, and they were actually very surprised. However, this was just one of the steps Shane took to defeat Kaido. Kaido, who has full physical defense, physical strength, and even vitality, must be used up. Thinking of this, UNN spoke directly, "Don't use swords in the world." The pseudo-sound waves vibrated the air and surged out. This kind of shocking energy, which is far more than sound waves, infinitely formed blades one after another towards Kaido, who was suppressed in the throat. The word world is to completely suppress Kaido. These invisible blades surrounded Kaido 360 degrees, and were still preparing to be generated, and fell towards him in an instant. The first knife with terrifying power chopped Kaido's back. With a clang, Kaido's whole body shook violently, as if he was hit by a meteor, and groaned. The sharp slash even cut off a piece of his emission haki. What is this? Kaido was shocked and his pupils were shaking. In the invisible air, there seemed to be infinite dangers, which made the observation color constantly worn. But there was no time to let Kaido was thinking, he was already suppressed by gravity, and two more knives fell in an instant. Clang clang sounded, fire flashed, and haki black electricity sizzled. Emission haki, couldn't bear it at all, was chopped into pieces and quickly filled up by Kaido in fear. What kind of method is this? What is it? Kaido was really scared, he had never felt such power. Haki was also chopped into pieces. But in response to him, the knife world was completely formed, and the endless blades fell. 1 knife, 2 knives, 4 knives, 8 knives. Torture. For Kaido, Marie Joya's laboratory was not so torturous, there was no solution. Move and was suppressed and couldn't move, and Shane's attack couldn't be completely blocked. Kaido could still rely on the huge amount of haki to bear it at first, but as countless blades in the knife world fell, even with an amazing amount of haki, it couldn't withstand Shane's knife world. Haki was chopped. Falling the invisible sword on Kaido could only leave a white mark, but the following attacks could directly break Kaido's body defense. Blood spurted out of his body. Kaido couldn't help but roar. It was the first time he was injured without Conqueror's entanglement. And then, he was lying on his stomach and the sword world continued to hit him. Head, cheeks, neck, arms, back and thighs. Every part was constantly bombarded. And these, in the eyes of Momuzagi and the Marines, were like the power of God. The adjutant swallowed hard, his eyes widened, watching Kaido's haki being broken, and said with difficulty, 4 emperors. Kaido, repeatedly defeated. What a joke! Not to mention Kaido who was attacked, even their marines with some strength could feel how terrible Shane's attack was. Although they couldn't see the attacks that fell out of thin air, every hit on him was Kaido's body caused the entire base to tremble. This attack was so strong. What was even more shocking was that everyone could no longer count how many times Kaido had been attacked. Every time the base trembled, it was almost connected. Too strong. Including Momuzagi, seeing the scene beyond everyone's cognition and imagination, everyone was speechless for a moment, unable to express their true feelings. just staring at Kaido, who was stubbornly resisting in the pit and turning into a bloody man little by little, and Haki getting weaker little by little. A large number of knives became more and more dense, chopping the entire pit into dust and then being pressed down by gravity. And Kaido, from gritting his teeth to persist, gradually frightened in his heart, to roaring and bursting out, trying to break free. Today, he was directly chopped into a bloody man by the invisible knife. Until armament Haki completely disappeared and no longer replenished, Kaido's body resisted for a minute, and then his head was hit many times on the back, and finally rolled his eyes and fainted. That's right. Kaido, the strongest creature. Haki was chopped to pieces by Shane's sword world and gravity suppression, and fainted on the ground. The sword world disappeared, and the suppression disappeared. The sound and the shaking of the base stopped. In the big pit in the base square, there was no dust, but a bloody figure lying there motionless. Shane looked at Kaido, who had fainted, to determine whether he would recover quickly from the damage of pseudo-sound waves. After a long while, Momuzagi and the adjutant recovered from the shock, and tremblingly stepped forward, seeing that Kaido had really fainted and rolled his eyes, with scars all over his body, and staring at the eyes of the earthquake. He couldn't believe it, and was still standing there. The power of pseudo-sound waves was so strong that even a monster like Kaido couldn't recover for a while. Solved. Shane turned around and wrote a line of words. Everyone reacted, and the adjutant was the first to get excited and cheered, "We won." The one who fell unconscious in the pit was one of the 4 emperors, the most notorious existence, Kaido of the Beasts. The soldiers breathed rapidly and began to get extremely excited. From the initial fear to the current surprise, after the ups and downs of emotions, everyone cheered deafeningly. "We won! Long live Admiral Shane!" Who would have thought that the youngest 4th Admiral could not only resist the 4 emperors, but also had the invincible strength to beat them down? The first move was the move. The entire base was only less than half damaged, and he defeated one of the 4 emperors. No doubt, for the Marines stationed in New World, he was like a god of war. Everyone was full of reverence and enthusiasm, shouting Shane's name. "This guy is really ridiculously strong." Mr. Garb, Granny Crane still underestimated him. The battle made Momuzagi amazed, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she looked at Shane's back in admiration. This strength completely surpassed the 3 admirals, and even the highest combat power of the Marine was raised to a higher level. More importantly, the person who fell was Kaido. The strongest creature in the world. One person guarded a country, and the world government did not dare to act rashly. Now, he fell in front of Shane. How shocking! You should know that in the past, when Kaido, who was suicidal, came to the naval headquarters to make trouble, sank the escort ship, etc., it was the heroes Garb, Sengoku, or the Mainwood generals who joined forces to fight and suppressed him. And they couldn't make Kaido faint. Now, Shane stood here all the time and said that Kaido was completely suppressed. For Momuzagi, it was really amazing. And for Shane, dealing with Kaido was just a little more laborious than the previous opponent. At the same time, when the Marine soldiers cheered, Shane also received a prompt from the system. Ding successfully defeated Kaido of the Beasts and won 1000 attribute points. Enough to improve the attribute points of 1 stage. Shane added it to the pseudo-sound wave without hesitation. Pseudo-sound wave, 7500 to 1. Ding pseudo-sound wave broke through 7000 points, and obtained a new enchantment ability, Thunder. It's all enchantment fruit ability. It seems that I need more attribute points to speak freely. Shane muttered in his heart when he saw the system prompt. However, it is still worth being happy to get the ability of Thunder. With a new enchantment, it is still a powerful enchantment, and the power of pseudo-sound waves has also reached a higher level. It is equally important to himself in the world of pirates where the strong are respected. Thinking of this, Shane smiled slightly and was in a very good mood. "Please give me flowers." At this time, the adjutant came up with a happy and respectful look on his face. Shane saluted, "Admiral, you have worked hard. Now Kaido of the Beasts has fainted. What do you think we should do? Should we report to the world government for on-site handling or escort him to the headquarters?" Faced with the request of his subordinates, Shane did not think so much. Seeing Shane hesitate and consider, Momozagi reacted quickly. How about letting me escort him to Marineford? It is not easy to execute Kaido. It would be better to let the higher authorities. It can also be regarded as a surprise for Mr. Sengoku and others. Momowagi's suggestion is a good choice. Shane was too lazy to bother and directly wrote a good study. Then let's do it. Momozagi smiled immediately. Thinking that he was giving himself a share of the credit for the escort, this kid is quite good. But at this time, Xiaoyan's eyes turned, pointed to the damaged area at the front of the base, and then wrote, more bonuses and benefits. G4 branch is now his own nest. He is a local emperor here every day. He must eat, drink and have fun, and his subordinates must have a high happiness index. Ha, of course no problem. Admiral Shane, just wait for good news. Momozagi grinned and began to mobilize his men to put seastone on the unconscious Kaido, and prepared to return immediately. Shane also knew that when facing the awakened Zoan, the sooner he was escorted back, the better, so as to avoid any more accidents. So he smiled back and nodded to indicate that it was okay. The war that Kaido came to provoke and retaliate came to an end. 0. After Shane finished the battle, he just stretched his body and handed all the things to his adjutant, and then returned to the base building under the eyes of all the soldiers. On the other side, Momozagi and others set off with the unconscious Kaido, and they were a little nervous all the way. Fortunately, Marine has a special ocean current that can reach naval headquarters faster. Just like that, more than a day later. Marineford. Naval headquarters building, conference room. Monkey again. How can this family be so troublesome? Marshal Sengoku was so angry that he slammed the table, shaking the teacup to the ground. Aokiji and Kizaru beside him sighed helplessly. It turned out that the information about the Straw Hat Luffy and his gang causing trouble in an ice lobby gave the marshal a headache. Who made this little guy the grandson of a marine hero? I will personally catch Luffy back. Garp strode in and said loudly to Sengoku. You said it. Garp. I didn't force you. Sengoku snorted. I'll go right away. Garp turned around and opened the door again. Seeing this, Aokiji stood up and followed without saying a word. He wanted to go too. As a result, when the two opened the door, they saw a crowd of people at the port in front of the window that could directly overlook the port square. Huh? What are these guys doing when they are not at their posts? Aokiji was a little surprised. But at this time, a great uproar was heard. Sengoku, Kizaru, and others in the conference room also heard the noise, stepped forward to see, and frowned. There was no discipline in the naval headquarters when there was such an uproar. So the senior executives wanted to see what happened, and Garp also set out, and they went down to check. As a result, when they arrived at the port, they found that everyone was shocked, and they were watching the Momozagi ship. When they looked again, they saw the huge figure escorted down from the ship, and the pupils of the three admirals, Sengoku and Garp all shrank. Kaido. The senior executives were really stunned and had no psychological preparation. Who would have thought that on such an ordinary afternoon, the Sea Emperor would be sent to naval headquarters? Report. Mr. Sengoku. Everyone. Commissioned by Admiral Black Bat, one of the defeated four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, will be escorted to Marineford for disposal by the headquarters. Momozagi and a group of marines came to Sengoku, the three admirals and others, stood in front of them and saluted, and reported with their heads held high. I wonder if they can be as powerful as this small team? After hearing what Momozagi said, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Garp looked at the unconscious Kaido, and then at Momozagi. Although they didn't say anything, the incredible look on their faces was hard to describe. Even the expressionless and cold Akainu was shocked in his heart. When Sengoku heard Shane's title, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You mean Shane did it? Yes. Mr. Sengoku. Momozagi was not afraid to publicize Shane's achievements and began to tell the marine executives about the attack. G4 was attacked by Kaido, intending to retaliate for the drought. Shane Admiral stepped forward and fought Kaido in a one-on-one duel, and finally, Aokiji couldn't help but interrupt when he heard this. Wait, you mean, Shane fought Kaido in a one-on-one duel, and won. Righteousness. Chapter 43. The governor of the beasts pirates, Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, can be taken seriously by naval headquarters just by his name. But at this moment, he was tied up by sea stone and escorted to the front. Sengoku, Garp, and even the three admirals couldn't believe it for a moment. When it was said that Shane challenged Kaido, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others couldn't help but interrupt. If you don't see it with your own eyes and experience it yourself, no one will believe it, but it's the fact. Momuzagi pointed at Kaido, who was still in a coma, and sighed. The strongest creature that gave countless people a headache was escorted back to naval headquarters like this. Hearing this, Aokiji, Kizaru and others looked at each other in disbelief. Garp even walked to the unconscious Kaido and said in a serious voice, "It was Shane who beat him so badly." Kaido's horn on his head was broken, and he was covered with scars, bloodline Madara. No one dared to deal with him when he was sent to Marineford, fearing that this monster would suddenly wake up. This was also the reason why the senior executives could not accept it all at once. Especially when they thought of Kaido coming to commit suicide, Garp Sengoku teamed up to subdue him, but Kaido was still arrogant. Everyone didn't know what to say for a while. Of course, this is Kaido of the Beasts. Momuzagi knew their incredibleness, so she began to tell Shane about the battle with Kaido at the G4 base. The shield word protected the base, the Azure Dragon and the Azure Dragon biting battle, the meteorite fell, the destruction word knocked Kaido away, and finally the invisible knife world that seriously injured him. The marine soldiers around were all stunned, staring with their eyes and becoming more and more shocked as they listened. Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals were shocked. Their expressions were wonderful. Who would have thought that Shane, who was stationed at G4, was so strong? But Kaido, who was 247 people, was tied up in front of everyone, and directly confirmed Momuzagi's words. He really did it. It seems that we still underestimated Shane's strength. After hearing this, Garp couldn't help but exclaimed. Even if he wanted to fight Kaido alone, it wouldn't be that easy, and he could never do it like Shane when. No wonder this kid wants to be an admiral right away. Grandma Tsuru was shocked, her eyes trembled slightly, and she began to admire. Young people nowadays are really scary. How come the four emperors are just like this? Kizaru touched the back of his head, and his tone was very complicated when he looked up. Crushing Kaido throughout the whole process and beating Kaido into this state, I am afraid that only Shane, an admiral in history, can show such amazing fighting power. Akainu and Aokiji were even more shocked, and they didn't know how to express it for a while, and their mouths were slightly open. What a joke! Such a thing has become a reality and is shown in the eyes of their older generation of admirals. The feeling is extremely complicated. Kaido. In a one-on-one duel, almost no one present dares to say that they can win. In other words, Shane is much stronger than them. Even the always calm and wise, the resourceful General Sengoku couldn't help but feel excited and exclaimed in shock, "Shane, this is too fierce." Other vice the admirals and the marines watching in the square were already speechless after being shocked by Momuzagi's statement. Everyone was surprised to see that Kaido was captured, but it was not the world government or the top leaders who did it, but the Black Bat Admiral who guarded the G4 base, who captured him in a single fight. Admiral Shane. He is simply invincible. Yes. This is Kaido. Kaido. An unkillable monster. The strongest creature was beaten so badly by Admiral Shane. I feel that we don't have to be afraid of going to war with the Emperor of the Sea in the future. In the square, there was also an uproar of discussion, and it became more and more intense. After reacting from the shock, everyone was very surprised. With a strong man who could beat Kaido down, the momentum of the Marines rose immediately. This is how the whole incident happened. Marshal Sengoku. Admiral Shane has no other demands for credit, he just wants bonuses and supplies. Momuzagi had anticipated this situation, and continued to report without interruption. This appalling incident is undoubtedly great news for the Marines. In addition to being shocked, the three admirals including Garp, Shitun and other generals couldn't help but smile. Grandma Crane, Sengoku and others were overjoyed and said, Good. Good. Shane is really our Marine's lucky star. Capturing Kaido is a great achievement for all Marines. Shane can have anything he wants. Double it. Sengoku was overjoyed and waved his hands. No matter from the strategic significance or the policy of clearing the pirates, catching Kaido would make even the 5 elders very happy. Thanks to Shane, the entire Marine will be rewarded and commended. Suddenly at this moment, Kaido took a long breath, abruptly interrupting the joy of the Marines present. As soon as he opened his eyes, Kaido, who found that there were Marines in front of him, immediately recalled the battle with Shane, and roared with red eyes, "Black Bat Shane!" While roaring, the chains on his body creaked, and several of them broke. The Marines around him panicked and immediately pulled away to be on guard. Kaido, who woke up, was like a beast, as if he had suffered a strong stimulation, and he stood up under the suppression of sea stone. "Get out of the way! This monster, ordinary sea stone can't lock him!" Garp immediately stood in front of the Marine soldiers, and the national player reminded. 3 admirals stepped forward at the same time, and the 3 abilities of ice, magma, and flash burst out. Facing the strongest creature, no one in the headquarters dared to be careless. Kaido seemed to be still in the state of being slashed by the sword world, hammering everything around him crazily, tearing the chains on his body, extremely crazy. Black Bat! Black Bat! The scars on his body were broken. Kaido was very hideous, making Sengoku and the 3 generals frown. "We can't let Kaido go crazy, otherwise without Sea Stone's suppression, it will be another big battle." Dark Hound, Yashikagamai, Ice Bird, Akainu, Aokiji, the 3 generals of Hwang-Yuan took action decisively. In an abnormal state, Kaido, who was still injured, had no way to dodge, and was first frozen by the Ice Bird. Then the beam blew him back again and again. Dark Hound burst out with an attack, blasting it into the ground, creating a huge pit of fire. In the mist and fire, Kaido shook his head, as if he had woken up from the rage. Looking at the charred wounds on his body and the wounds cut by the knife world, he smiled grimly. "Marine 3 admirals! Sent me to Marineford. Shane!" Under the attack of the 3 admirals, Kaido was injured again, but when he looked up at Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals, he showed sarcasm. "You are a prisoner again, Kaido." Sengoku narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "So what, can you kill me?" Compared with Shane, the attack of the 3 admirals is like tickling, so pitiful. Sengoku. Kaido laughed wildly, not worried about his situation at all. Hearing this, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu all looked grim, and Garp and the others were even more surprised. Kaido, who has always been arrogant, actually thinks so highly of Shane? Akainu Sakazuki was surprised, and recalled the sparring with Shane at that time, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Shane's strength is indeed as reported by Momozagi. It's really exaggerated. Originally, everyone still thought that Shane was a young man, and although his strength was not as good as before, he still needed experience. At this moment, Shane's status in everyone's mind was infinitely elevated. The terrifying record and strength cannot be viewed with the eyes of a young man. Sengoku looked at Kaido's wanton ridicule and ridicule. Not only was he not angry, but he showed a smiling expression. "Don't waste your words, Kaido. Use the special sea stone, lock him up, and sleep in Impel Down." At the command of the marshal, the Marines at the level of generals took action immediately. Since Kaido has sunk the escort ship many times and is now awake, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru personally went out to suppress it and took Kaido to Impel Down. At the same time, Sengoku immediately went to another direction and went to Marijoice to report in person. Between power. The 5 elders learned that Sengoku had arrived and immediately let him in to report. As a result, after hearing Sengoku's report, the highest power, who had always been calm, could not help but stand up suddenly and said in surprise, "You mean, Kaido was caught by Shane?" Sengoku nodded in affirmation, and then said, "Yes, Kaido has been sent to Impel Down for imprisonment. He really made a great contribution." Saint Wauchuri recovered and praised. "A monster like Kaido is a headache for us. He even blocked our way into Wanakuni." Now it seems that all the troubles have been solved. Shane is the real monster. Saint Satan said solemnly with a look of surprise in his eyes. Even if the 5 of them were to go out and fight Kaido alone, no one could do this. You gave us a big surprise, Sengoku, your original decision was correct. Saint Maz narrowed his eyes and gave Sengoku and Shane a positive attitude. It seems that Marine's strength will be further improved because of Shane. With such a strong man, we don't have to worry too much. Saint Nasjuro's majestic expression revealed satisfaction, and he spoke faintly. Shane's youth is undoubtedly the most valued by the 5 elders, because they have enough time to make this powerful Admiral stand on the side of Marie Joyce completely. The 3rd Admiral, no, the 4th Admiral officially has the strength to capture the 4 Emperors. This is very good, Sengoku, we can agree to all the requests made by Shane. Isn't it just a bonus and resources? Saint Pit waved his hand. Saint Voculi smiled and said, tell Shane that from today on, he will have the real Admiral power, commanding the G4 branch and the 4th Admiral force of the naval headquarters. It can be said that the 5 elders really gave Shane the authority that the top leaders have, not just a title. Yes. Sengoku was also a little excited when he saw the 5 elders happily giving rewards. This is to let the naval headquarters expand its troops. This action shows that the 5 elders have begun to attack the 4 emperors. Then, the 5 elders looked at each other and ordered Sengoku, also, thoroughly publicize Shane's combat power and tell the world. We want to make the pirates all over the world tremble. Marine has a combat power stronger than Kaido, what a terrifying thing it is. It is also a major news to increase the influence of the world government. How can the 5 elders let it go? Sengoku gladly accepted the order and then left. In the power room, the happy expressions of the 5 elders gradually subsided. Shane, there is no problem with his background. We are worthy of our attention and must keep him in the world government forever. His ability is the most important point. I didn't expect that even Kaido's haki couldn't stop him. What kind of ability could it be? The huge conference room echoed with the unclear voices of the 5 elders. When it comes to promoting its own majesty, the world government is always so quick. After Sengoku did it, it took only 1 day. Smoker's news agency had countless news birds carrying the announcement everywhere. In the weakest sea area of East Blue, many people don't know what the 4 emperors mean. But seeing the pirates with a bounty of 4.5 billion being captured by the Black Bat Admiral, all the kingdoms were shocked. Those who understand the weight of the 4 emperors, as well as the 3 seas of the north, south and west, were completely shocked by the news. Kaido? Kaido? How is it possible? That kind of monster would be caught by the youngest Marine Admiral? What a joke! A startled voice came from the Vinsmoke family's ship. Judge held the newspaper, his eyes kept jumping. Unbelievable, but there were not only words on the newspaper, but also photos of Shane fighting Kaido, and photos of Kaido in prison. These, because 1 day was not proving the truth of the matter. After a long while, Judge said solemnly, it's going to change. 4 emperors, Shishibukai, naval headquarters, these are the 3 major forces in the sea. Now the balance has been broken. 1.4, Marine has produced a monster that can defeat the 4 emperors, you can imagine how much is involved. Not just Vinsmoke, the war mercenary. Other forces in the 4 seas, including the underground world, as well as major powers and kingdoms, were all affected by the news. That's great. 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts was captured and impelled. Now the villain is completely locked up. It's all thanks to the 4th Admiral, who is so strong that he can defeat one of the 4 emperors. Some people were cheering and even dancing with joy. After all, Kaido has committed many sins. On the contrary, people from those countries that have always benefited from Kaido's arms business couldn't believe it. How? How could Kaido lose? The King of Beasts who has dominated Wanakuni for 20 years will be defeated by a young boy. First there was the drought, and now even Kaido was captured. The Black Bat Admiral, he opened his mouth and used a move, which was extremely powerful, crushing Kaido. This is terrible. Some people were happy and some were sad, all of them were extremely surprised. A chain reaction completely made the whole world explode, and there was an uproar. New World was greatly turbulent by this news. The Sea of All Nations. In Cake Island. A violent earthquake was heard, and the people on the island were terrified. Big Mom's surprised and unbelievable voice sounded in the castle, "Kaido. Defeated by that kid. No one knows the value of the fish fruit. Blue dragon form better than Big Mom, not to mention Kaido's special bloodline, Haki, who has practiced for decades." Big Mom, who was reading the newspaper for the first time, couldn't even control her mind, and the movement of Pu caused a violent thunder. Chapter 44. Mom, it's true. The newspapers describe it very clearly. Black Bat Admiral dueled with Kaido, Kaido was defeated, and was taken into custody. Pero wrinkled his nose and spoke in a very solemn tone. This news is questionable, but it also provides enough evidence to prove its authenticity. The other ministers below didn't dare to believe it at first, but after reading it, they were all shocked and took a breath. Marine, the fourth admiral, is very well hidden. Dafa couldn't help but complain, and glanced at Cracker, who was taught a lesson by UNN. Knowing that even Kaido was defeated, Cracker gritted his teeth, not knowing what he was thinking. Hanzei was arrested, now it's Kaido, Marine is attacking Wanakuni. The ministers were shocked and began to worry. At this time, Katakuri arrived with more detailed information. Mom. There are details about the battle between Kaido and Black Bat. The frightened ministers hurriedly looked at Katakuri curiously and eagerly. They wanted to know how Kaido was defeated. Big Mom took a deep breath, sat back on the throne, and said, "Black Bat, what method did you use?" Katakuri looked horrified, and said solemnly, "Unknown. Kaido was indeed defeated by Black Bat alone, a real duel. Winning a duel with the strongest creature?" The Charlotte family members in the hall were shocked when they got the confirmation. After all, Kaido is a great pirate with the same status as Big Mom. Could it be that Marine's monster is also stronger than her? A group of people couldn't believe it. And Katakuri continued to narrate, "It's still that trick of opening his mouth to summon the Azure Dragon, and even opening his mouth to form a defense to block Kaido from attacking the base. Black Bat can summon larger meteorites, even ice meteorites to attack, and finally show gravity, sucking and even suppressing Kaido. In the end, he used some invisible attack to Kaido weighs 155. Although the words were short, but the power expressed in them shocked everyone. Even Big Mom was like this, staring with wide eyes, wondering, it's the Blue 16 Dragon, and the meteorite. And there are invisible attacks. What kind of monster ability is Black Bat? Kaido's conquerors can't withstand Black Bat's attack. The situation has become difficult." After Katakuri finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. Big Mom did not speak again at this moment, but her face darkened. It is certain that she is worried that Marine will make a big move, but Bug Mom is more afraid of Shane, who has strong strength. After all, being able to subdue Kaido means that Shane has at least the amazing experience of Roger. The scene was suppressed with Big Mom's silence. After a long while, Big Mom finally spoke up and warned everyone, in the future, bypass the Marine G4 branch. If you act on your own and something goes wrong. Humph. Compared to the Big Mom pirates waiting and watching. At this moment, the Beasts pirates who saw the news were in an uproar. For the people of the Beasts, the news in the newspaper is too exciting. It's nothing for the invincible Lord Kaido to be captured. Can he be said to be defeated? In a short time. Those who really fought, the Flying Six gathered with the Flame Disaster Jin and the Plague Disaster Quinn in the Onigashima Castle in an uproar. Lord Kaido was really defeated. How is it possible? It must be fake. Lord Kaido might have lost on purpose, he wants to commit suicide every day. This is all sent down by Impel. Lords, let's go save Lord Kaido. The real fights were arguing, clamoring to save Kaido. Shut up. How could Lord Kaido lose? Among the Flying Six brothers, Runmu brother shouted loudly. Fuzifu smiled coldly, now Jack is captured, and Governor Kaido is also captured, what should we do? Rescue is also a solution. Jin glanced at the different expressions of the real fight and the Flying Six, and then said, it doesn't matter. Governor Kaido is not the first time, it is their business to release any news. We don't need to panic. Because soon, the governor will come out by himself. By then, Jack will also return with Governor Kaido. Jin is more confident than others. This is also the reason why the lower-level people in the beasts are shocked and confused, while the middle and high-level people seem much calmer. In their eyes, no matter what the news says, it cannot change their view that Kaido is invincible. With the comfort of the second-in-command, the beasts' pirates calmed down quickly. But another person who has a close relationship with the beasts' pirates was shocked. Because he is not only connected with Kaido, but also has an unclear relationship with the world government. Relying on this relationship, after a phone call, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. Ghost Bamboo said, "The news is true. Kaido was really defeated by Shane head-on. There is no exaggeration. How is this possible?" Doflamingo hung up the contact with the Marine Insider, with a shocked look, clenching his fists tightly. The scene of fighting with Drought and Black Bat Admiral and fleeing in a panic emerged. Doflamingo suddenly realized that Shane had held back that time. "Master! What should we do?" Toribel looked at Dover's complicated state and said anxiously. "Kaido was defeated, this matter is too big. The impact on us is almost comprehensive." Speaking of this, Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, and he couldn't help cursing, "Where did Marine find this monster of a monster, Black Dragonfly?" Kaido's capture means that his arms business supply is broken, and more importantly, what will Marine, who has greatly increased in strength, do? Now the three major forces are unbalanced. The whole sea will not be peaceful. The new era is coming. Toribel. Doflamingo suddenly covered his face and laughed crazily. "Once the news of Kaido spreads, I'm afraid the whole world is boiling now." Toribel looked at Dover and laughed, sniffed his nose hard, and said slowly. "Indeed. Kaido was arrested by Black Bat Admiral and impelled down, and it was a 1v1 situation, no one could be calm. In grand the first half of line. A sea area shrouded in gloom, thriller bark." A group of people exclaimed in surprise, "Beasts Pirates Governor! Kaido was defeated by Black Bat Admiral and imprisoned in Impel Down. How come the young 4th Admiral is getting stronger and stronger?" Absalom, Perona, and others were surprised and shocked. Moonlight Moria looked at the newspaper, and his eyes suddenly seemed to solidify. He stared at the newspaper, shocked and unbelievable, and then became excited. "Ha ha ha ha!" A sharp laugh broke out after silence, and Gecko Moria's eyes were red. "Good catch! The young 4th Admiral is really strong. Unexpected. Beasts Pirates. Kaido lost. Lost to Black Bat. Great. So great. It's best to kill him. Marine. Defeat Kaido. It's incredible. Black Bat Shane. How outrageous are your abilities." In the dark castle, Hawkeye Mihawk quietly looked out the window, and Sengoku flashed a strong fighting spirit in his sharp eyes. The black knife beside him seemed to be trembling. This news caused Mihawk, who was calm, to have a violent fluctuation in his mood. Very surprised. Since Shane appeared in front of the world, there are more and more stories about him, each one more outrageous than the last. It's Shishibukai, it's Drought, and now even Kaido has fallen. This makes Mihawk more interested in Shane's strength. And on the other side, Nine Snake Island. A group of people around the Empress Hancock were shocked and their pupils dilated, and they couldn't believe it. 4 emperors. Kaido of the Beasts was defeated by Black Bat and sent to Impel Down. This is too terrible. What kind of ability can defeat Kaido? Black Bat's strength is much stronger than the 3 admirals. He is still a young man, and he doesn't look more than 20 years old. The women chattered and were in an uproar. The old lady leaned on a cane, her face full of shock, and sweat on her forehead. Hancock held her chin with her hand, her eyes were extremely solemn, and she was also shocked. The world is about to change. Hancock. How could the mother-in-law see that the power at sea is about to be unbalanced? Then what kind of storm will the 9 snakes be involved in? Jinbei, the sea knight in the Fishmen Island, Pluton Rayleigh, who lives quietly in the Sabayati archipelago, and others are all very surprised. To be able to defeat Kaido of Wanakuni head-on, the strength of the 4th Marine Admiral, I'm afraid it has already reached a higher level. With such a young and peak Marine Admiral, what will the 5 elders, Sengoku, do? Pluton Rayleigh is deeply worried about the fate of the pirates in the future. Moreover, this is far more than just a problem for the pirates to worry about. The Marine Admiral under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Dragons can still defeat Kaido head-on, breaking the balance of the 3 major forces. The terrifying existence makes the Revolutionary Army hidden in the dark extremely worried. Sabo, Monkeyed Dragon, and the 4 sergeants gathered. Everyone's face became very ugly in shock. Everyone, Marine's 4th Admiral is undoubtedly a huge obstacle for us. If we want to take action against Marie Joyce, we will face him sooner or later. Black Bat. Sabo stood up and broke the silence first. No matter what, this is a problem that everyone has to face. Now we don't even know the ability of Black Bat Shane. According to the intelligence, opening his mouth to attack is just Black Bat's basic means of attack. In the Battle of the Kingdom of Gamma, he has shown the ability to summon the Blue Dragon and Meteorite. The specific details of defeating Kaido are still unknown. Monkeyed Dragon said to everyone with a solemn look. The intelligence of the Revolutionary Army on Marine is far less detailed and accurate than that collected by Big Mom on Marine. Hearing that Shane's ability was so amazing, the 4 sergeants were shocked. No wonder Kaido was defeated by Black Scorpion. Sabo continued, Black Bat's strength is now too strong. Just in case, the entire Revolutionary Army will conduct a detailed investigation on him. At this time, the Revolutionary Army had to pay great attention to Shane, who was a royal-level fighter. So when the Revolutionary Army launched a detailed investigation of Shane, the world also became more and more famous as the news fermented. Marine G4 branch has become a huge combat force second only to naval headquarters. The reward given by the 5 elders was quickly delivered to Shane. The reward alone was not less than Kaido's bounty, and the supplies were countless. Even the G4 branch had a major expansion. And because of Shane's reputation, no pirates dared to approach the nearby waters. Just knowing that they have entered the vicinity of Marine Egg 4 branch, the pirates will turn around and slip away in a hurry. This also led to a big battle. The whole base entered a peaceful day. The game console invented for me by Vegapunk is really interesting. Shane, who was lying on the sofa, playing the game console, and being served by 493, was extremely comfortable. On the contrary, the adjutant was beside him, dealing with various documents on behalf of Shane in distress. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps, and the sound of a marine soldier knocking on the door came. Come in. The adjutant looked at Shane who was concentrating, rubbed his eyebrows, and said. Report. Shane Admiral. There is a situation. As soon as the soldier came in and said, the adjutant's eyes flashed. It's good to have a situation. They haven't been dispatched for several days. In the waters near the Whitebeard Pirates group, the headquarters marine team requested support, said the marine who came to report. Why would there be a warship there? The adjutant was a little surprised. At this time, Shane also looked up. The marine soldier hurriedly said, it is the warship sent by the headquarters to prevent Red Hair and Whitebeard from meeting, but now it has been sunk by pirates, and we need to go to rescue. The warship was destroyed, it seems that people are indeed needed. When the adjutant heard this, he turned his head to ask Shane's opinion. As a result, he found that Shane had already gone back to continue playing games, and said helplessly, Admiral Shane, what do you think about this? The meeting between the 2 sea emperors, this matter Shane has no interest at all. After all, he has seen it from a god's perspective, it is nothing more than Blackbeard's trivial matter. Shane casually wrote, you take people to rescue, only rescue people. As for the meeting? I don't bother to pay attention. Yes. The adjutant had expected it, and he stood at attention and saluted and left the office. However, what Shane didn't expect was. Shortly after the adjutant led the team to sail, a sign Alman hurried over again. Report. Admiral Shane. Something happened at the front line. Our rescue ship was sunk just after it arrived. When Shane heard this, he immediately looked up. Good guy, he was beaten for just saving people? So he quickly wrote, who did it? Yes, it was the red hair pirates. Red hair? Are they so overbearing just for saving people? Shane frowned. At this time, the familiar prompt sound of the system sounded. Ding, triggering an unexpected task: terminate the meeting between the red hair pirates and the whitebeard pirates, and expel the two pirates. Complete the task to get 1500 attribute points. Another big reward. With these 1500 attribute points, the pseudo sound wave can be broken through 2 stages. What is there to hesitate about? Shane immediately stood up and quickly wrote, prepare the warship immediately. Yes. Seeing that the Admiral was going to take action personally, the Marine soldiers' eyes were full of excitement, and they hurried out to pass the order. They are now crazy about Shane, and many Marines have come to follow Shane to the sea. Just like that, a warship with a black identification mark quickly sailed out of the base port. Chapter 45. Welcome, Captain Redhead. A loud voice came from the Moby DK. On the Red Force docked not far away, the one-armed redhead in a black cape boarded Whitebeard's ship with a wine flask bigger than himself on his back. The strong haki made the newcomers of the Whitebeard pirates fall down one after another. Sorry, I gave you a little intimidation when I just boarded the enemy ship. Gulala, the runny-nosed kid back then, can now stand on his own. The 2 sea emperors finally sat face to face under the gazes of the cotters of both sides. Is this the attitude of wanting to see me? Redhead kid. Whitebeard tore off the 4 on his body, took the wine flask thrown by the redhead, and looked at him playfully. No. Blackbeard's matter really needs to be taken seriously, Whitebeard. Red-haired Shanks said seriously, but seeing that Whitebeard was still so arrogant and looked down on everything, he continued, he is a sinister guy who is forbearing under your resounding reputation. Quickly recall the Fire Fist Ace, maybe we can stop this era of rampage. After that, Whitebeard listened, but drank the wine in one breath, then suddenly hit the red-haired man, and said arrogantly, are you teaching me how to do things? Red-haired kid, don't forget who I am. The strongest man is still so domineering. This scar was left by Blackbeard, I didn't take it lightly. Whitebeard. And the situation on the sea is no longer the same as before. A monster among monsters has appeared in Marine. Black Bat. In such a situation, it is still necessary to give face. Red-haired Shanks did not say anything particularly unpleasant, but looked at Whitebeard. Black Bat? That guy is really interesting. At this point, Whitebeard neither refused nor agreed, but mentioned Shank. It seems that you also know. Kaido was defeated by Black Bat Shank and imprisoned in Impel Down. His strength is not ordinary. Even Red Hair Shanks himself is not sure that he can win against Black Bat. Of course, Red Hair Shanks did not say this. Gulala not ordinary strong? So what? Whitebeard leaned forward slightly, disdaining Shanks' words. What he said was interesting, was just interesting. After decades of traveling across the sea, from the Rocks era to the present, Whitebeard has not been so concerned about a young man because of some news. Shanks was helpless and continued to remind him solemnly, don't forget, the G4 branch is right next to your territory, Black Bat can't be ignored. Old Whitebeard. Even Beckman suffered at his hands, and Kaido was defeated. If this continues, even your Whitebeard pirates will suffer. Whitebeard seemed to have heard a joke and laughed uncontrollably, Gulala. What do you mean by suffering? The little brat on Roger's ship now dares to point fingers at me? I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes condensed instantly, and he was obviously impatient. While talking with his eyes wide open, he actually pulled out the naginata under his feet. Whether it was the problem of Ace and Blackbeard or the problem of Black Bat, Whitebeard didn't listen at all. Redhead was helpless and angry about this. It seemed that persuasion was a dead end. Thoughts turned around. Shanks pulled out the griffin sword with one arm, still insisting on his own theory of the times, the era of rampage is coming. Don't underestimate the young people. Whitebeard. Tsitsizes. The Black Conqueror's haki flashed with lightning. The two weapons collided in the air. The powerful shock combed the clouds in the sky. On Marco, Vista, and others and the red-hair pirate's ship, everyone frowned. Dad is angry. The boss has drawn his sword. Both sides were troubled by the two captains. However, at this moment of conflict, the subordinates of both sides who were on guard against the outer ocean sent out warnings at the same time. Another Marine has appeared. We haven't reached an agreement yet. Marine is not allowed to interfere at this time, sink them. Beckman raised the Den Mushi and sent instructions to other ships in the fleet. As a result, his subordinates responded with a surprised voice, Brother Beckman. No. The person on that warship is Black Bat. Marine's 4th Admiral, Black Bat. Beckman's eyes suddenly changed, and he became very solemn. Usopp, Jinbu and other cotters beside him frowned. Black Bat. He dared to come. Don't act rashly. Don't fire. This mute admiral who defeated Kaido, even the 4 emperors vice-chairman had to think carefully. Beckman didn't want to come up and provoke Black Bat Admiral first. Marco, Jaws and others also knew at the same time, and they all looked surprised. We have already met, what is Marine still doing? And he is still mute admiral. Hey, don't underestimate him, get ready for battle now. Marco waved his hand to command the squad members, and walked to the highest deck at the same time. Marine Black Bat appeared, and the 2 willful captains could no longer be allowed to mess around. Beckman and the officers also came up one after another, all with serious expressions, and reported to the red-haired man first. What's wrong? Marco. Whitebeard was originally competing with Red Hair, but suddenly both officers came up and stopped fighting with Red Hair. Dad, the mute admiral of Marine is here with a warship. Marco glanced at Red Hair and said. Black Bat. Red Hair's eyes suddenly condensed, and he walked to Beckman's side, and then looked forward together. Sure enough, a warship was coming quickly. There was an obvious Black Bat logo on the flag above. ITT. Shanks frowned, thinking about why Black Bat came at this time. Could it be? Naval Headquarters has a major operation against them? That's not right, there are only Black Bat and his group, and there are no other warships on the sea. Dad, they are not here with good intentions. Vista stroked his beard and came to Whitebeard and spoke. When Black Bat arrived, the red-hair pirates immediately became serious and solemn, which surprised the captains. Although defeating Kaido was a strong record, the 2 emperors of the pirates were here, and Red Hair still treated them like this. I am afraid that he still underestimated Black Bat. On the contrary, Whitebeard said calmly, you are here at the right time. Let's see what the genius monster that Sengoku cherishes is like. Still invincible. So, the 3 parties did not take action until the warships kept approaching. Everyone also saw clearly Shane standing on the bow, wearing a black coat with epaulets. He is really younger than the photo. Marco muttered in his heart, his eyes kept hitting. Not only him, but now all the pirates' eyes are focused on the rumored dumb admiral. The warship sailed all the way and broke into the space between Moby DK and Red Force. Shane ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the whale-like Moby DK. This is Black Bat, younger than in the newspaper. I heard that his record is not simple. First, it was the drought, then Beckman, and not long ago, it was even more sensational that he also captured Kaido and took him to Impel Down. This young face, can he really defeat Beckman and Kaido? In the Whitebeard pirates, Jaws, Bista, and others, and even some cotters of the Red Hair pirates, have never really seen Shane. Everyone was on guard and it was difficult to put the word strong on the person in front of them. In the eyes of everyone, Shane had no aura at all. That too young face, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a teenager. It was such a teenager, vaguely going to become the strongest in Marine? It was incredible. Whitebeard and Red Hair Shanks also saw Shane for the first time, and they were different. Whitebeard's eyes that looked down on the world have always been like this, very calm, but he said in his heart that he was courageous. In such a pirate's camp, he dared to break in alone, which was really bold. Shanks, on the other hand, was daunted and serious, as if he could see through Shane. In the quiet scene, only the sound of wind and sea remained. The adjutant stood behind Shane, wet, and swallowed like the other Marines, very nervous. Facing the strongest Haki, the strongest man, Shane also looked at him. At this time, Shanks leaned on the handle of the knife with one arm and said to Shane, "Black Bat Admiral, long time no see. No matter what your purpose is here, give me face and leave. There will be no peaceful coexistence between the two different camps." Red-haired Shanks did not want to start a war, so he could only persuade the Marine to leave. Hearing this, Shane's mouth corners slightly raised. What a face-saving fruit! Take out a writing board and write, "Give me face, Red Hair pirates leave on their own." Are you asking for face from Red Hair? Marco, Jaws, and others, as well as Lakilu, Bendik, Snake, and other two groups, were stunned. Good guy, he really can't talk. But what is this operation? Black Bat is too confident. You know, he is facing the two most powerful people in the whole sea, and two major pirates groups. Even if the naval headquarters comes, he won't dare to act rashly, right? Gulala Whitebeard laughed with his mouth open, staring at Shane with a suspicious look in his eyes. What an interesting kid, looking at Shane, he is too calm and fearless. Shanks could only sigh in his heart when he saw this, and immediately pulled out the griffin that he had just put back from his waist. A few days ago, you led people to intercept my letter and injured my brothers. Black Bat. You don't think Red Hair pirates are easy to talk to, do you? Leave now, otherwise, both the old and the new will be counted. This is a serious warning from the red-haired four emperors. Shane almost rolled up his sleeves and started to work. What is he talking about? It doesn't matter if you sink your own warship? But at this time, the Den Den Mushi came very timely, and it sounded. Shane took it out and saw that it was a white Den Den Mushi. It was a call from Marine Ford. I didn't care where I was, and I answered it carelessly. Hey! Shane! That sea area is too dangerous, don't worry about the pirates, retreat quickly. Sengoku's nervous and worried words came. He got a report from his subordinates that Shane went to stop the four emperors from meeting, so he hurriedly contacted him. Although Shane has the strength to defeat Kaido, the opponent is not easy either. Whitebeard, the old monster plus the new monster Red Hair. The fighting power is not comparable to Kaido. Sengoku was nervous that the situation would get out of control, and was also worried that Shane would be defeated by Whitebeard and Red Hair and die. Then he heard Shane knocking softly and refusing to retreat, and Sengoku was even more angry. Don't underestimate Red Hair and Whitebeard. Return immediately, this is an order. Although the voice was small, all the masters present could hear the anxious order from Sengoku. Shanks felt relieved. With the order of Marine Marshal Sengoku, you Black Bat must leave anyway. As a result, at this time, Shane took out the writing board and wrote it down quickly. When he handed it to the adjutant, the Den Den Mushi was also handed over. The adjutant's pupils were dilated when he saw it, and his eyes asked Shane if he really wanted to say that. Shane nodded firmly, and the adjutant took a deep breath and shouted on Shane's behalf, "Sorry. Mr. Sengoku. Admiral Shane will enforce justice." Bang! Shane turned off the Den Den Mushi and turned to look at the already surprised pirates. He disobeyed orders directly. The pirates didn't know what to say for a moment. This Black Bat was too bold. The marshal didn't even give face. Red-haired Shanks' face darkened. It seemed unlikely that Shane would retreat. This guy didn't even listen to Sengoku's orders. However, at this moment in Marine Ford, Sengoku was hung up by Shane, and his expression was stunned. After realizing it, he immediately said angrily, "Shane is young and hot-tempered. Reckless. Too reckless. If you really annoy Whitebeard, it will be bad for Red Hair pirates. Shane must not be in trouble. He is the brightest new star of Marine and the hope of Marine." Although he blamed him, Sengoku was anxious in his heart and quickly summoned the three admirals, Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino. You must rush as quickly as possible to make sure that nothing happens to Shijoun. He can be defeated, but he must not be destroyed by Whitebeard. The three admirals knew the importance of this matter and immediately boarded the ship and set sail. Back to Shane. After the pirates were surprised, they saw Shane turned around and wrote again, "Red Hair, leave. Let the red hair pirates evacuate again. Shane's attitude was already very obvious, and Shanks, Beckman, Hongo and others all looked gloomy. It seems that this battle is inevitable, and the red hair pirates will never give in. At this time, Whitebeard squinted his eyes and said, "Marine. This is my territory, not the Marine branch. If you want to leave, it's you who should leave." As a result, Shane looked at this unusually burly man and wrote, "You talk too much." Facing Whitebeard, Shane actually directly attacked with words. Def. Lakelu, Yasop, and others took a deep breath secretly. Whitebeard didn't care about Shane's toughness, but the captains under Whitebeard were angry because Shane was disrespectful to them. Marco couldn't help it immediately, and he glared at Swan and yelled, "Black Bat! How dare you be so presumptuous to your father?" Immediately, the demon fire ignited all over his body, and he jumped directly at Shane. Wrapped in Haki's flying kick, it went straight to Shane's forehead. Shay looked at it indifferently and said softly, "King Glongfu." Instantly, my body shook. The shadow of the Azure Dragon took shape, poked its head out from the void, and pushed Marco, who was flying towards me. Bang! Marco was immediately knocked back. Chapter 46. The scene of the Azure Dragon's phantom was very shocking. Marco did not expect that when he reacted, the huge Azure Dragon had already arrived in front of him. The impact force was very heavy, as if he was hit by a high-speed train. Marco groaned, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Everyone was surprised to see this. Azure Dragon. The trick to deal with drought. Beckman was shocked and surprised by the power displayed by the Azure Dragon. When he fought with Shane, he had not shown this method, but it appeared in the later battles with Drought and others, as well as Kaido. With Marco's strength, he was knocked away in one encounter. The illusory Azure Dragon is very powerful. The body is illusory, but it is actually a physical entity. No wonder he said he defeated Kaido. Shanks, Hongo, Gabu, and others stared at him. Although they knew that Shane had this trick, they were still surprised by it. A master can see the doorway. With just one move, the red hair pirates can see that Shane has the strength to fight against the four emperors. After all, the dumb Admiral has many moves. Even Whitebeard raised his eyes slightly, in doubt. To see such ability with one's own eyes, is really unprecedented. Marco, Baista, Jaws, and others exclaimed. Black Bat, with such amazing strength, was Marco knocked away in one go? Even if the three admirals came, they might not be able to do it. It shows how powerful the moves released by Shane on the opposite side are. And Marco himself flew backwards, feeling the pain in his arm blocking, and was extremely surprised. What kind of power is this guy? The haki contained in the Azure Dragon is not strong, but its power is too strong. In addition to being surprised, a pair of demon fire wings spread out, and Marco stabilized his body. Roar! The sound of dragon roar shook the sky. The phantom of the Azure Dragon obeyed Shane's will, circled and chased after Marco. The Whitebeard captains standing on the Moby Dick began to get restless. Opening his mouth is a move. The marine black bat is indeed worthy of its reputation. Let me try, how strong this dragon is. Flower Sword Baista drew out his long sword with both hands at the same time, and jumped while speaking, rushing towards the Azure Dragon quickly. The petals of the sword energy drifted. Baista's body slowly rotated, as if with 1,000 pounds of force, and suddenly chopped the neck of the illusory Azure Dragon. The sword energy formed by emission haki is really like a blooming flower. Ding! The illusory Azure Dragon trembled suddenly, but its momentum did not decrease at all, and it could even leave Baista behind. What a strong body! 287 couldn't cut it at all. Baista hissed, fell freely in the air, and was just surprised. But at this time, a figure approached quickly. Come again! Jaw's deep voice sounded. After he jumped up, he held Baista with one hand and threw it towards the phantom blue dragon. With the support of Jaw's arm strength, Baista held two swords and was very powerful. But the offensive of the Whitebeard pirates was far more than that. Everyone knew that Shane was a strong man with real strength and was not to be underestimated. 5 captains including Brahmank and Lakyo rushed out one after another and attacked the phantom blue dragon together. At this time, Baista and Jaws joined forces, one sword after another. High-intensity haki and sword energy, the combined attack of strength, hit the phantom blue dragon. A dull sound. The phantom of the blue dragon tilted, and Brahmank and others followed immediately, and various attacks continued to fall on the phantom of the blue dragon. The 6 captains joined forces to attack fiercely, causing a burst of fire in the sky, and finally beat the phantom of the blue dragon back again and again. The super strong defense of the Azure Dragon Phantom also gave the captains a headache. Continuous bombardment could not hurt the Azure Dragon Phantom. Just then, Xia and Below looked up at these captains besieging the Azure Dragon, and said calmly, "Azure Dragon." The moment he opened his mouth, Whitebeard and red-haired Shank's pupils shrank. They felt Shane's strange energy again. Then, another huge dragon head appeared in the void. The deafening dragon roar made the faces of 6 captains, including Baista and Jaws, change and become gloomy. He can also summon the Azure Dragon. The second Azure Dragon circled and immediately rushed into the battle. Everyone stepped on the air, watching the ferocious Azure Dragon rush into the camp. The sound of the phoenix rang out. Phoenix Seal. Marco, in the form of a human beast, flew back and used a super powerful move to fight the second Azure Dragon that rushed over. The claws were attached with strong haki, and a violent shock wave was released the moment they came into contact with the Azure Dragon. With a loud bang, Marco flew backwards repeatedly, his face horrified. "I didn't block this either." The Azure Dragon's phantom just trembled, and its flying movements changed slightly. Its sturdiness made the captains sweat coldly. Seeing Marco flying back quickly, in order to prevent the second blue dragon from joining the melee, Jaws left the original battle and went to support Marco. Jaws and the Phoenix Marco, who were all diamond-like, could ignore the heavy impact and fight the second blue dragon with difficulty. For a while, the 2 blue dragons fought fiercely with the 7 captains. But everyone on the ship below could see that the captains were struggling and struggling. Black Bat's methods are really pervert. Usopp gritted his teeth and sighed in surprise. He was just chopped by Shane's knife before, and he hadn't faced this kind of blue dragon monster at that time. "It's not unreasonable that he can defeat Kaido, force," Hongo said with a serious face. Whitebeard and Red Hair stared at the battle between the blue dragon and the captain, thinking, "Like Kaido's beast-like blue dragon. What's the matter with this guy's ability?" Red Hair Shanks was a little confused. There seems to be no description of this ability in the ancient devil fruit illustrations. Just thinking about it, suddenly, Shane shouted "Blue Dragon" again. This time, everyone present couldn't help but change their faces. "There's more!" Lakilu exclaimed. Before he finished speaking, Shane's third blue dragon appeared. In the roar of the dragon that resounded through the sky, he quickly joined the battle. The 2 sides led by Marco and Vista were already struggling, and the third blue dragon broke in and broke the balance instantly. The 7 captains would definitely not be able to hold on under the impact of 3 blue dragons, not to mention that they were in midair without their feet touching the ground. As a result, 1 or 2 of them couldn't hold on and fell to the deck at a high speed. Marco was finally bitten by the blue dragon and kept pulling out the blue flame of the phoenix. The blue dragon carrying Shane's will would not let the captains who fell down follow up immediately and dive down to the Moby DK. Red Hair Pirates Sujesus and others immediately entered combat mode and prepared to help, and the other members of Whitebeard Pirates also stepped forward to resist with angry faces. What no one expected was that a retreat stopped everyone. "Gulala! Little guy, good tricks!" Whitebeard grinned, revealing a smile that resembled a whale. While recognizing Shane, one hand had already grabbed the air in front of him. In order to fight against Shane's illusory blue dragon, Whitebeard actually took action decisively. Even Shanks was surprised by this scene and retreated silently. Whitebeard, who grabbed the air with one hand, suddenly opened his eyes. The left hand grabbing the air drew an S shape. In an instant, the C0 frame raised its hand and created a wave. The vibration force exploded and went towards the 3 illusory blue dragons that were diving. K. A strange sound. The virtual blue dragon seemed to hit an invisible wall of air, and its entire body trembled violently as it swayed left and right. This frequency was exactly the same as the fluctuations of a ship on the sea with the waves. He actually controlled the virtual blue dragon? Shane was slightly surprised. This was the first time someone had done this. But Whitebeard was shocked. Is the fake blue dragon so powerful? He almost lost his balance. Whitebeard's right hand followed suit, and a white halo appeared on his right fist. He hit the 3 virtual blue dragons hard and blasted them out through the air. Crack! Instantly, the front of the fist began to crack due to the triangle. The fierce vibration impact hit the blue dragon. The amazing vibration made the cracks in the atmosphere above even more spectacular. The sea suddenly surged. The 3 blue dragons finally cracked under the shock fruit ability of Whitebeard, Gug, and continued to expand. The cracks glowed white, and as the blue dragons cracked, their bodies were erased like an eraser, and the pseudosonic energy waves were really good. This scene shocked all the Marines. He is indeed the strongest man, Whitebeard. You know, everyone saw Kaido at that time, and it took several hits to kill one. Shane was not surprised at all. Whitebeard's strength was expected. Og. Whitebeard still had that smile, and he sneered after shattering 3 blue dragons. He turned his eyes to Shane. There was no movement afterwards, so everyone thought Whitebeard was going to say something to Shane. As a result, the two looked at each other for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the turbulent sea showed no signs of stopping, but became more violent. It seemed, the water level where the warships were located had dropped. Shane's eyes condensed, and he had already guessed the general idea in his heart. Whitebeard's left hand was not pulling just to control Qinglong. Sure enough, not far away, the violent waves rose hundreds of meters high. It hit the warship from both sides. It's a tsunami. Behind the adjutant, the Marines couldn't help but tremble with fear. Such a huge wave, you can't hide from it. Marco, Bista, and others looked at it with a sneer. Dad's ability depends on how you hide. On the other hand, Shanks and his group stared at Shane with a serious expression. How can you resist? Everyone knew that Shane's words were outrageous, and their eyes were focused on Shane, but they didn't care about the spectacular and deadly tsunami. Gulila boy, do you want to save the warship and your subordinates, or break through by force? Whitebeard laughed, and his haki was fully exposed. The warship was submerged, which was equivalent to Shane having no foothold, and his ability could not be smoothly exerted in the sea water. Shane looked around, even stroking his hair, and then he said, "Freeze." The pseudo-sound wave has a property point of 7500. This moment is fully reflected in the ice enchantment. As the voice was spoken, the pseudo-sound wave covered the area in the blink of an eye, even beyond the huge waves. Q. Ultimate freeze. The liquid solidified in just a moment. In just a few breaths, a vast ice and snow world appeared in front of everyone. A piece of blue. Whitebeard, red hair, the 2 pirate fleets, warships, and even huge waves, the entire range of seawater was frozen into ice. The crisis of the huge waves was resolved, and it turned into 200-meter-high walls. The temperature of the entire area also dropped sharply. What? Shocked. Whether it was the Whitebeard pirates or the Red Hair pirates, even the Marines themselves were shocked by Shank's ability to change the environment in an instant. How can this freezing ability be comparable to Aokiji's? Impossible. What kind of ability does she have? Why can she even freeze Logia? Incredible, how did this guy do it? The pirates were amazed and their eyes trembled. Even those who knew that Shank had the power of freezing did not expect that Shank could use it to such an intensity. What is the difference between this and Aokiji's Logia? Even the 2 sea emperors, Whitebeard and Red Hair, were quite surprised. Blue Dragon, freeze! Shank's face sank and he murmured. Whitebeard snorted coldly, you have some tricks, kid. But at this moment, red-haired Shanks seemed to have made up his mind, holding the famous griffin sword, and took a step forward. Zzz. The red and black conqueror's lightning burst out from Shank's body and spread to the blade. It's time to end this farce, Black Bat. Before he finished speaking, Shanks flew towards Shane on the bow of the warship at an extremely fast speed. The amazing conqueror's haki was like a substance, shattering the ice along the way. Shanks, holding a knife with one arm, had a sharp look. Shay's eyes fixed, his hands folded across his chest, and he did not flinch. The world's rampage should not start here. The balance should not be broken. Shanks approached quickly, as if talking to himself, or to Shane and Whitebeard. Until a certain distance, Shanks, holding the knife in his backhand, had already aimed at Shane. God avoid! The blade passed by. The air slash with Conqueror's haki cut out the black and red primary colors. Shanks, who inherited Roger's swordsmanship, and Conqueror's haki, who was even better than Roger, was extremely powerful. Everyone thought that Shane might not be able to react in time to the swift and rapid attack and be injured. Before the slash came, Shane said directly, "Shield." The pseudo-sound wave formed around him instantly. "Protect the body in the shape of a shield." The next second, God avoid is coming. Shanks' figure was also very close, and with great force, he slashed the invisible shield. A dull bang. With the sound effect of electricity, Conqueror's haki came into contact with the pseudo-sound wave to produce a violent flash of electric light. God avoid, can no longer store any more. Shay inside, not even a strand of hair was blown up. Unmoved. The divine blast was perfectly blocked. Lakila couldn't help but let out a cry of horror when he saw this. "Shield," he said, "shield. But this defense is too strong. Even the divine blast can't cut it." Hongo took a breath and said in surprise. "It's not that no one can block the red hair boss's divine blast, but there has never been anyone who can block it head-on like Shank, who didn't even tremble his feet and blocked it head-on." It can be said that the pirates on the red hair pirates' side were a little bit unbelievable. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, everyone also saw how powerful the red hair conqueror's divine blast was, and they couldn't help but frown. This black bat has strong attacks and strong defenses. Shanks felt the solidity of the divine blast, and his eyes changed. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and injected a stronger haki. Chapter 47. The sharp sword energy flashed black lightning on the surface of the invisible shield. Shanks' face was solemn, and he bit his back teeth tightly. This guy's defense is just as Beckman said, it's extremely solid. The invisible shield was like an unshakable steel fortress, which made Shanks marvel. But he didn't give up, and continued to increase his strength. The surging conqueror's haki stirred the air in the entire area, forming a violent hurricane. Violent. Powerful. Shanks, who increased his power, showed the power of a true haki master. The black lightning flashed, and the invisible shield had a more intense conflict. The invisible shield produced ripples like the surface of the water, which swayed more and more under Shanks's step-by-step pressure, and a crack was visible to the naked eye. "It works!" Such an obvious crack made Shanks excited, and the veins on his arm bulged. But no matter how much power he increased, the crack remained the same. A closer look revealed that the crack was repairing quickly. It was just that the speed of repair was so fast that it looked like it had always been like this. What kind of ability is this? It was really amazing. Shanks had never seen such a terrible ability. The pirates who were watching the battle also noticed this and were all quite surprised. The boss's divine repellent couldn't even cut through. Conqueror's strength is already maxed out. Black Bat's defense can still withstand it. It looks like the surface of water, but it's too hard. Yasop, Gabu, Lakilu, and others witnessed the battle in front of them, staring with eyes wide open in disbelief. Shanks' divine repellent could counter the four emperors' level of combat power, but that was when they were attacking each other. How could he stand still like Shane, with a shield firmly blocking the power of the divine repellent? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked, staring at Shanks' divine repellent that couldn't get through in an inch with horror in their eyes. This kind of slash. Barrier fruit can't withstand it. How can Black Bat's ability be so strong? Look, even the warship under his feet didn't collapse. The shield in front of him is recovering. So even the god's shield can't cut it. The pupils of Vista, Jaws, and others shrank. How strong must this shield be to make Shanks unable to deal with it? This ability? No. What exactly could it be? Under Whitebeard's calm expression, his thoughts were surging in his heart. Decades of experience could not see through Shane's ability at this time, let alone that he would have such a great power to block the god's shield. But at this moment, Shane locked his eyes on Shanks in front of the shield and said, "Suppress." The pseudo-sound waves condensed and surrounded Shanks, who was fiercely slashing at the invisible shield. This is... Shanks seemed to sense something and his eyes changed, especially after he found out that Shane had spoken. He was even more worried. He immediately retreated decisively. It was almost a subconscious battle reaction, which just allowed the red-haired Shanks to dodge. In an instant, the terrifying gravity descended from the upper void. It almost brushed Shanks' black cloak and hit the ice surface below. In an instant, the sea surface seemed to be hit by an invisible heavy object, and ice chips flew and turned into mist. The entire plane quickly sank. It pushed up the surrounding sea water and destroyed all the surrounding ice surfaces. Shanks' pupils shrank sharply when he saw this, and he stepped on the air to push his body back quickly. In an instant, the rising sea water and ice exploded. A terrifying abyss was formed in the violently pressed gravity flow, leading directly to the seabed, and even smashed through the seabed ground, and continued to sink. The seabed ground was shaking. The ocean was shaking with it. The people who witnessed this scene were also shocked. He opened his mouth and smashed a big hole in the sea. What kind of method is this? The people on both sides of the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates were extremely surprised. Shane's methods seemed to be different every time. The important thing is that they are powerful every time. Shanks gritted his teeth and landed on the distant German mast, frowning. The warning of the observation color just now was very strong. So strong that he subconsciously made the right response, otherwise he would be suppressed and might be directly stuffed into the seabed. This method is simply terrifying. Shanks's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. It's more powerful than before. Beckman looked at the abyss that could not be healed for a long time, his eyes were gloomy. In the previous fight with Shane, he could still dodge with the help of observation haki. But now, Shane's attack was obviously faster and more powerful. Just now, even Shanks almost didn't dodge. The noise also calmed down at this time, but the unhealable ocean abyss was still displayed in the eyes of everyone, which made people feel shocked. He can form such a move just by opening his mouth. What if he faces the ship? In front of Shane, the pirate's ship seemed like a toy. We can't let him fight back. At this time, Beckman immediately made a decision and looked at Usopp and others at the same time. Click. Guns loaded. The invisible shield in front of him can produce cracks, which means that he is not far from the upper limit. As long as the shield is broken, no matter how strong the attack is, it can't stop our siege. Beckman's plan is not ruthless, but even he himself didn't realize that there was anything wrong with a group of people besieging Shane. When did they define Shane as a strong man of the highest class? Swish! Red Hair the pirates' officers took advantage of the interval between battles and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Usopp, Hongo, Lachilu, and others, as well as Beckman, were already standing on the ice. Several weapons were raised, and strong armament haki rose from their bodies. The officers reached the emission level of armament haki, and they were visibly attached to the chair pillars. The weak part: if one shot doesn't work, just shoot until it penetrates. Beckman, Usopp, and others believed that since Shane's invisible shield would crack, it must have a limit. The place hit by the red-haired god's dodge was the most obvious weak point. Bang! The gun went off. Bullets with high-strength armament haki were fired. Moreover, with the gun skills of Usopp, Beckman, and others, they fired not just one shot, but 10 shots in one breath. But the bullets formed a barrage in front of Shane, which had to be said to be very powerful. The Marines on the warship couldn't help but change their faces. Marco, Zi, and others also focused on the attack of the Iron Wall pirates. Just when everyone thought that even if Shane's shield could withstand the first round, it would not be able to withstand the second and third rounds. Shane didn't intend to waste time on defense. These bullets wrapped with emission arrived in an instant, and Shane said calmly, "Shinra Tensei." instantly. It seemed that the space around Shane was shaking. The bullets shot at him suddenly stopped. All the potential energy and impact force were lost at the moment of exiting the Shinra Tensei. The bullets stopped, suspended in front of Shane's invisible shield, and everyone could even see the emission armament color on the bullets. Just when they were startled, suddenly, all the bullets were bounced away at a faster speed. The bullets reversed direction, either piercing the big ship, or hitting under the ice, or flying into the sky. How? How is it possible? Seeing the horror scene, Usopp almost lost his voice, his eyes full of shock. The bullets they fired were not ordinary bullets. Even Admiral couldn't withstand the intensity. But Shane didn't even move his fingers, and those bullets seemed to have lost all their power and were bounced away? What kind of method is this? Beckman and others held their guns, cold sweat on their foreheads, pupils trembling, looking at Shane standing proudly. At that time, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. Gravity is also history. Shane can operate various tricks through pseudo-sound waves. In a flash, he could copy the moves of Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull. Bullets, which have physical trajectories, are impossible to attack at close range. Slashing, shooting, haki, taijutsu, all have no effect. To defeat this monster, do we have to crush it with absolute strength? Red-haired Shanks was also very surprised. He has a high combat IQ, but now he can't find Shane's weakness, and his brows are furrowed. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, everyone saw that Shane easily resolved the offensive of the red-haired group, and he used invisible mysterious abilities. Conquerors, emission haki are all useless. It simply overturned everyone's understanding of abilities. The captains and the pirates behind them couldn't help but show shocked expressions and were stunned. How to fight such an opponent? The attack was deflected. Whitebeard saw through all of Shane's actions. His gaze has changed from looking down on the world at the beginning to being very solemn now. Even he had to admit the brilliance displayed by UNN. You know, even if there were 3 admirals, Sengoku himself could not do it so lightly in a round of attack by the red hair pirates. And Shan-en, his expression has not changed until now, and he is very relaxed, which shows that neither the red-haired god's avoidance nor the collective haki shooting of the Cotters made this Black Bat Admiral feel any pressure. Sengoku, it seems that you really found an incredible successor. Whitebeard was just exclaiming with emotion. Suddenly, at this moment, his eyes condensed and focused on Shan-en. It turned out that Shan-en spoke. Everyone was extremely alert when Shan-en opened his mouth. Opening his mouth is a move, every time it brings great shock to everyone, no one dares to underestimate it. Ice Dragon, fall! Shan-en looked at the red hair core Cotter opposite and whispered the factory direction. The pseudosonic waves burst out and rushed to the sky. These invisible energies made the 2 world-class strongmen, Red Hair and Whitebeard, look surprised. Only at their level can they vaguely feel the movement of pseudosonic waves. Falling? In the air. Beckman suddenly raised his head and looked directly above him, alert. Usopp, Gabu, and others also raised their heads and stared. Then, everyone was stunned. How? How is this possible? Is it so outrageous? Is there no limit to his ability? It's too scary. The pupils of the red hair group dilated, and they smiled bitterly after being shocked. In the sky, a huge shadow was constantly expanding, covering the entire sea below. Red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, as well as Marco, Vista, Jaws, Izzo, etc., all attracted their attention and looked up. Huge. Incredibly huge dragon head. That is, a giant dragon shining with ice crystals, breaking through the clouds and falling down. He threw down an ice dragon as big as the naval headquarters. 0. When everyone saw its huge size, they couldn't help swallowing their throats, staring in amazement, and sweat on their foreheads. Even the pirates under his command were trembling, and they were so scared that they sat on the ground and muttered that they were going to die. If the pirates had to describe their feelings, it would be like Marineford being hit by Shane. Even Whitebeard and Shanks' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. This kid, he made such a thing in just a few seconds. Whitebeard had seen too many exaggerated abilities, but Shane's ability to create such a huge ice dragon out of thin air is simply unbelievable. Could it be some kind of awakening ability? Shank's pupils trembled, and a possibility flashed through his mind. Could it be some kind of ability that looks like the Nika fruit? At this time, the cold air blew, and the ice dragon seemed to fall slowly, but in fact it was very fast. It was too tricky, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates could no longer watch. 14 captains jumped out, led by Marco. On the Red Hair pirates' side, the cotters standing on the ice also quickly gathered together. At one point, the phoenix burning with demonic fire soared into the air, becoming more and more violent, and rushed towards the falling ice dragon first. Jaws had a fierce look on his face, shining with a shining luster, and his whole body turned into diamonds. Baista picked him up, and took Pramank, who was swinging a sledgehammer, to the sky and headed towards the ice dragon. Lakyo, Blenheim, Izzo, and others followed. Marco was the fastest, and took the phoenix flame to the dragon's mouth first. Phoenix fire seal. Bang! Colliding with the ice dragon, Marco himself was shocked, and the amazing gravity of the fall almost made Marco fall. Gritting his teeth and holding on, a large amount of ice chips were blown away. Then, Jaws roared and hit the dragon head hard. Baista's super large slash, Brahmank's hammer hit. The combined efforts of the 14 captains smashed the dragon head that was instantly alive beyond recognition. The speed of falling also slowed down a bit. But the huge size of the ice dragon still has infinite power. The captains did not give up, and stayed on the ice dragon to try to smash it. At this time, a group of people came roaring from below. The Red Hair pirates led by Beckman came. Usopp leaped up and tried to smash the ice dragon's body with high-intensity haki bullets. Beckman, Hongo, and others started from the neck, and emission haki flashed. L'Aquila rolled into a ball and slammed into the waist and abdomen of the ice dragon. For a while, the roar continued. Everyone took out powerful moves. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates stopped the falling speed, and the Red Hair pirates' cotters destroyed the structure. This scene made the pirates below stunned, their eyes were full of shock, and their mouths were wide open and speechless. This was just a summon attack by Admiral Blackbat, but it took the officers of the two pirates groups a while to deal with it. The officers are trying to stop the ice dragon from falling. From the beginning till now, Blackbat Shane has been attacking alone. The officers worked together but couldn't destroy it quickly. Chapter 48. The officers and captains joined forces, but they really couldn't destroy the giant ice dragon directly. But under the destruction of everyone, the giant ice dragon couldn't stand it and was about to fall apart. Seeing this, Marco, Jaws, Baista, Pramank and other captains shouted and pushed the ice dragon down, pushing it far away. Finally, the ice dragon fell, its body broke into pieces, and crashed into the sea ice with a bang. The white fog rolled, and the ice surface not far from the pirates' ship was all smashed. The pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopped it. If it was smashed down, the consequences would be disastrous. The two pirates' members who were still frightened breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Shane who stood proudly with pale faces. This monster! How to deal with it? Marco and Beckman fell on the boat, their eyes full of fear, paying attention to Shane's every move. Difficult. It was really too shocking. Shane's moves are not only powerful and destructive, but also very fast. Up to now, including summoning the huge ice dragon, Shane has not wavered before making any moves. The exit is a move that can launch a powerful attack so easily that even Whitebeard, the red-haired man, can't help but tremble when he realizes this problem. Fighting with such an enemy is simply torture. We can't go on like this. We don't know how much Blackbat's bottom line is left. We will soon be exhausted. Red-haired Shanks turned his wrist and wanted to launch another fierce attack on Shane. We must shake him no matter what. Whitebeard also realized this problem and his eyes condensed. But at this moment, everyone's face changed again. The residual power of the falling ice dragon was still there. Shane, standing on the warship, said 197 again. Ice Dragon Meteorite Group. In an instant, the temperature of the sea frozen by Shane suddenly dropped again. The pseudosonic wave rushed into the sky, and the invisible surging energy almost completely covered the sky. The pseudosonic wave attribute of up to 7,500 points, its power was released on a large scale, and the power was unimaginable. The clouds in the sky seemed to be torn by a giant hand, but the blue made everyone look at it, mouths wide open, dumbfounded. The huge ice dragon appeared again. The most terrifying thing is that there are far more than one ice dragon falling. As far as the eye can see, there are at least 5 rushing in front, heading towards the pirates' ships fell. You know, such a huge ice dragon would take several rounds to fight with the Biotic. So many. For a moment, the red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates felt their scalps tingling and their faces showed despair. How can we stop this? This whole sea area will be destroyed by Black Bat. It will definitely be. Is it really the extent of our ability? The strong visual impact made those who reacted swallow their throats and talk to themselves, full of shock. Beckman, Yasop, Gabu, Hongo, even Marco, Vista, Jaws and other high-level cotters and captains could not help but be dumbfounded. It's so hard to destroy one, what should we do now? Too many, can't be stopped at all. Is that guy still a human? Even if a group of people tried their best, regardless of the cost, they could only stop 2 ice dragon meteorites at most. Beckman's super high IQ was helpless under the absolute power suppression at this moment. Whitebeard held the hilt of the knife, and with a serious look in his eyes, he couldn't help but hold it tighter. The strength shown by Shane was far beyond the expectations of this strongest man. At this moment, red-haired Shanks was in a state of foreseeing the future. A red light flashed under his eyes, and the ice dragon smashed all the ships frozen on the sea surface to pieces. Except for the cotters and captains, the others were even powerless to resist under the impact. Heavy casualties. Shanks' face turned ugly after returning to reality in an instant. The griffin in his hand was also entangled with the violently fluctuating armament haki. We must go all out, destroy the ice dragon. With a lingering shock, Shanks didn't have time to think about it. He bent his legs and jumped up from the ground with his strength. Zzz. The black lightning formed by Conqueror's haki flashed on Shanks' body. The falling ice dragon was lifelike, as if roaring at him. Shanks was shocked again, the ability of the Black Bat is simply outrageous. Immediately, veins on his arms and forehead bulged, and he swung the knife with his backhand. With a sizzle, the amazing sword energy soared into the sky. The slash comparable to the world's #1 swordsman was even more powerful in Shanks' hands. The black and red sword energy flashed for hundreds of meters, piercing through the first ice dragon formed by the ice, and splitting its body from it. The sword energy continued to move forward, and continued to cut the second one. Conqueror's haki and armament under the dual effects of haki, the ice dragon was cut open and began to crack from the inside. One strike destroyed the 2 huge ice dragons. Ice fragments fell all over the sky. Beckman, Marco, and the captains of the 2 sides took action to catch the falling ice meteorites. But the situation is still serious. Shanks felt that he was not cutting ice, but more like cutting solid stones. There are so many. All he could see were ice dragons. Shanks gritted his teeth, exerted force on his legs, and raised his body again, rushing towards the falling ice dragons. God avoid! Slashing across the air. It was another amazing sword energy containing Conqueror's haki. God avoid, which can cut cracks in the invisible shield, seems to be more efficient in dealing with ice dragons. The sword energy flashed for hundreds of meters, and 4 more ice dragons were broken immediately, which was extremely amazing. With the captains of the cotters protecting him, Shanks dared to make a bold move. In the high-pressure storm of the falling ice dragons, Shanks moved back and forth, slashing and slashing with the griffin in his hand. The powerful sword energy slashed the ice dragons left and right. Shane looked up at this scene, but he was not too surprised. This kind of pure physical attack was still a little threatening to the 4 emperors. Although the Marines were surprised that the attack of the Black Bat Admiral was blocked, they were very calm. The pirates were relieved. Under Shanks's continuous attacks, these meteorites basically did not cause much damage. Gulala! What a tricky young man! Whitebeard looked at Shank's series of actions and couldn't help but stare at Shane across from him again. After decades of traveling across the sea, even he had never seen a monster like Kongjin. 0146011016 Fila 144290380. At this age, no one can compare to Shane. Big Mom can't do it, Rox can't do it, Roger and Garp can't do it either. Even the powerful people with unlimited resources such as Jellinger of World Government and 5 Elders are far less exaggerated than Shane. This also completely changed Whitebeard's view, solemn and fearful. At this moment, Shanks took action to stop the crisis, so Whitebeard intended to continue to attack Shane. Clenched his fist with his backhand, and his muscles squirmed. The white halo of shock fruit emerged. At this moment, Shane seemed to have sensed something and looked at Whitebeard, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. ////. Whitebeard and Shane looked at each other. This time, there was no unique smile on his face before, but solemnity. The strength of the attack was far more violent than before. Before the fist was swung, the violent shock fruit ability had already cracked the ice under the Moby DK. And it continued to spread in the form of cracks. This also caused the hull to ripple on the water again, which was extremely shocking. Dad! Marco turned back suddenly and saw Whitebeard trying to charge up for a blow, and his eyes flashed with worry. Most of Whitebeard's injuries came from himself, and he was worried that his dad would relapse again. However, everyone was surprised and looking forward to seeing Whitebeard's outbreak. At this time, Conqueror's lightning flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. While shouting, he punched back and fell hard towards Shane. Crack! The atmosphere exploded. The cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Boom! The Moby DK under Whitebeard's feet trembled suddenly. A shock wave broke out at the crack of the atmosphere and rushed towards Shane. The broken ice along the way turned into powder, leaving a deep gully, and the sea water gushed out from the bottom. Amazing power! Continuously releasing large ice dragons to smash down, do you still have the strength to block it? As soon as Shanks landed on Red Force, his eyes never left Shane. With the strength of Whitebeard's attack, if he himself was not careful, he would be blown away, and it would be impossible for Black Bat Shane to resist it easily. Therefore, by observing Shane's reaction, we can see Shane's background and how much strength he still has. Others saw Whitebeard release such a powerful attack on Shane, and they hoped that it would be effective. Standing on the bow, Shane watched Whitebeard hit a shocking blow, and for the first time moved his feet to adjust his posture. Immediately, he said, "Air shock." Everyone was stunned, and a shocking scene appeared. The pseudo-sound wave formed a fist at the moment when Shane opened his mouth, and hit the atmosphere in front of him fiercely. The atmosphere burst that was exactly the same as the ability of shock fruit appeared. The warship surged on the sea water with the broken ice surface. Strange sounds intertwined, and there was also a shock in front of Shane, breaking everything in front of him and blasting towards Whitebeard. The two shock forces immediately caused the originally frozen ice to break. The waves were surging, and the frozen ice on both sides collapsed directly. It can be seen that because the two used powerful shock forces, a violent tsunami was being generated, and it was about to roll in all directions. It happened in a split second. It took only a few seconds from Whitebeard's attack to Shane's air shock. The two shock waves collided with each other. The collision occurred in an instant. A white halo formed at the collision point and continued to expand. The vibration force generated was even more terrifying. The ships on the scene kept shaking, as if they were about to fall over at any time. Everyone held on to the fixed objects they could grab, but their eyes were full of shock and stared at the battle. The clouds in the sky were stirred and twisted. But within a few seconds, the white halo in the middle exploded. The strong aftermath of the impact penetrated the atmosphere, as if it broke the space, and the remaining impact was like a typhoon passing through, and even blew many people off the ship. Fortunately, the energy had been consumed in the confrontation, otherwise this wave of confrontation alone would have caused heavy losses. However, before the aftermath ended, everyone was already sweating profusely in shock. How is it possible? This is Daddy's shock fruit ability. How could he use it? How could Black Bat use Whitebeard's ability? This is impossible. All abilities are unique. This is common sense and a law. Even the ancient devil fruit illustrations have never shown abilities that can be replicated. How did Black Bat do it? Whitebeard pirates, red hair pirates, both sides were shocked. With incredible looks on their faces. Shane's use of air shock can be said to have directly overturned their cognition. Not to mention the pirates under his command, the captains of the cotters even dropped their jaws to the ground, staring with wide eyes in disbelief. He's weird. It must be. Marco, Vista, and others were extremely gloomy, gritting their teeth and staring at Shane. Except for Whitebeard, no one knows the shock fruit ability better than them, and they can tell at a glance that it is the same ability. How many unknown methods does he have? Beckman glanced at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and his heart trembled. The strength and means that Shane showed were too amazing. Even if it was a replica, he could still fight on equal terms with Whitebeard. This also indirectly shows how terrible his strength is. However, at this time, the red-haired Shanks was far more shocked than others. The Sea Emperor, the red-haired man who remained calm in the face of the collapse of Mount Tai, had cold sweat on his forehead and his pupils trembled constantly. Frozen, Blue Dragon, Meteorite, and now there is a shock ability. Can he use any ability? He started to use the moves as soon as he opened his mouth. Shanks noticed that Shane's words were as effective as his actions, and he was shocked. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and stared at Shane, feeling for the first time how outrageous it was. How can you use the shock fruit ability? How could Whitebeard not be shocked by the familiar power? Shane did not respond to Whitebeard's surprised shout. But he looked at the two pirates who were still reluctant to leave and raised his eyebrows. Don't want to leave? Then beat them until everyone flees. Shock, Sword World. As soon as Shane opened his mouth, the pirates on the opposite side, including Whitebeard and Red Hair, could not help but be on full alert. But in an instant, pseudosonic waves took shape, and the energy appeared violently above the Moby DK. The exit is the attack. Still no pre-swing. Above the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates, the atmosphere cracked visible to the naked eye. The space seemed to be collapsing. The sense of danger had already made people's hair stand on end before the attack came down, and everyone couldn't help sweating when seeing this scene. Black Bat Admiral, another terrifying attack. The pseudosonic blade with the power of shock appeared for the first time. The main body cannot be seen, but there is an atmospheric crack in the shape of a blade. At first glance, they were densely hanging in the sky, and then they fell towards everyone below. The sound of crackling continued. The blade fell and pierced the atmosphere, and cracks appeared one after another, which was extremely shocking. No. No way. The sky seems to have cracked. No, it is cracked. Don't be dazed. Defense. What is falling is attack. Marco, Jaws, and others, as well as Beckman, Yasop, and others, could not help but stare in amazement when they saw this. This Shane is really shocking. The feeling brought to them by the world of shocking sorts is even more terrifying than the falling group of icebergs. Chapter 49. At this moment, Whitebeard stared with his eyes wide open, and the naginata in his hand was placed casually, with an extremely terrifying aura rising from his body. The Conqueror's lightning flashing in his eyes made him look like a demon descending. Immediately, Whitebeard bent his knees suddenly and jumped high towards the vibrating sword. Dad! Seeing this, Marco couldn't help but worry more. With such a full-strength attack, Whitebeard might not be able to withstand it with his sick country. But at this time, Whitebeard's body surged with a strong Conqueror's haki, and without using any weapons, his fists were covered with white halos. The terrifying power made Whitebeard like the center of a thunderstorm, making everyone tremble. Whitebeard roared, and with his two fists, he smashed at the thousands of cracks in midair with the power of haki and shock fruit. Bang! The atmosphere cracked. It was as if the space was broken, and the cracks spread in all directions. The sea was completely surging, and the waves were rolling. The cracks went up and down, and the visual effect caused by the shock fruit spread all over the sky, making countless people tremble with fear. A violent shocking shock ability impact, including Conqueror's haki lightning, the falling shock knife whirled blasted out. Whitebeard took action. It seems that it should be able to block the attack of Black Bat. When the knife world appeared, many people despaired, but the people of Red Hair Pirates saw Whitebeard's mighty explosion and held hope in their hearts. But what everyone didn't expect was that at the moment of collision with the shock knife world, Whitebeard's face changed drastically. It was earth-shaking. But Shane dropped an amazing force, an invisible blade that could not be shaken by the energy of shock fruit. The sizzling sound was piercing. The invisible blade that cut through the atmosphere and fell was unhindered, piercing the terrifying impact of Whitebeard's smash. It was almost like a crushing blow. Everyone could see the vibration being torn apart with their naked eyes, and it had no effect on the invisible knife falling from the sky. The impact brought by a large number of invisible knives, the force was all transmitted to Whitebeard, causing his tiger body to tremble. Whitebeard was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. He had never encountered such a situation. Shock! This was the first time that the power of fruit was so easily broken. This young man, 16, is too strong. At this moment, Whitebeard finally saw how perverted Swan and pseudo-sound waves were. Even if it was an imitation, the power of shock that was reproduced could crush the original shock fruit. Whitebeard didn't believe it, and the impact he blasted out was destroyed by the invisible knife. He turned and continued to roar, increasing his strength. The shocking vibration, not only the atmosphere burst, but even the space was distorted. Whitebeard endured the severe pain from his body, his eyes were bloodshot and burst out with power. In the shocking vibration, many invisible knives were destroyed, but more and more invisible shock knives fell and collided with shock fruit. Strange waves in the sky spread out like ripples on the water. The sea was furious. The sky was distorted, and everyone was terrified and stunned. Even Whitebeard couldn't block Black Bat's moves. Dead. Finally, Marco saw Whitebeard's face became increasingly gloomy and dark. He could no longer hold back. He transformed into a complete phoenix in a jump and flew towards Whitebeard quickly. Poof! At this moment, Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dim, watching the power of shock fruit being completely torn apart by the world of shock blades. Countless invisible blades still fell on everyone. New era. Whitebeard stared blankly and sighed in his heart. According to the strength shown by Black Bat Shane today, even if rocks came, he would be suppressed. He had to admit that he was old, and he had to admit that Shane was strong. But the inner emotion could not stop the invisible blade that was still sweeping over. The cracks that pierced through the space and whistled were densely packed, each of which was an invisible blade formed by pseudo-sound waves. The attack force that even Kaido's monster body could not resist was getting closer and closer to threaten Whitebeard in midair. At this moment, Marco flew over and resolutely blocked in front of Whitebeard. Dead. Hold on. Marco flashed a blue demon fire that wrapped Whitebeard, pushing him down and colliding with the dense world of swords above. The Phoenix has an elemental effect close to Logia, and has unparalleled recovery ability, which even makes the four emperors helpless. But the moment he was hit by the invisible knife, Marco was shocked. The pseudo-sound wave and the shock force instantly enveloped his whole body, and the characteristics of the Phoenix could not resist this destructive power. In an instant, Marco's flying momentum suddenly stopped, and horror flashed in his eyes. Why is it so strong? The invisible knife brought an atmospheric rift and penetrated the wings of the Phoenix to hit a big hole. The flames could not recover even when they were burning. There was a sharp pain in his arm, and Marco gritted his teeth secretly, with a look of shock and tenacity. But then, countless invisible knives fell on him. With a clang, the invisible knife that hit his body shattered armament haki, sparks flew everywhere. Although the invisible sword weakened most of its attack power, it was not a normal insertion into Marco's body. Not good. Vista, Jaws, and others below were all shocked. Whitebeard's father's attack was destroyed and backfired. Marco blocked it with his body, but he could only protect his vitals and was constantly hit by the invisible sword. He was stunned for a few seconds. Marco could not stop attacking repeatedly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was blasted down by the demon fire. Vista, Jaws, Izzo, and others were shocked and annoyed, shouting for their father and Marco, and jumped up to attack. But at this time, a figure quickly blocked Marco. Red-haired Shanks looked extremely ugly, holding Griffin in his half-arm, and slashed with a knife. The sword energy passed by and blocked the large number of invisible swords. Black lightning burst out at the moment of contact, and the sword energy was wanton. Every invisible blade that fell on the sword energy destroyed Shanks' sword energy and tore it apart. Shanks gritted his teeth and sweated on his forehead. If this continues, there will be heavy casualties, and the ship will be destroyed by Black Bat's move. Too strong. Shanks saw the number of invisible knives not decreasing, and he couldn't help but feel helpless. 0146010116 Fila 144290560. He was able to protect himself, but he was powerless to do anything else. Boss! Suddenly, Beckman's voice came. He who always liked to use guns actually rushed up with a sword, with emission haki and conquerors surging all over his body, swinging his weapon at the falling knife world. Below, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Jaws, Vista, Izzo, and the cotters such as Lakilu and Yasop followed closely. Dozens of people joined forces to launch moves. Gunshots, sword energy, lasers, fist wind, hammer shadows. Even further down, on the ship the pirates' members opened their artillery and fired in support. How can it be so strong? Only when they really fought with the sword world did they realize how terrible its power was. Some cotters even almost vomited blood after close contact. An invisible sword carrying an atmospheric rift is already so powerful. The dense fall of a large number of invisible swords shows the pressure faced by the two pirates. Red-haired Shanks kept slashing out sword energy to block, and even moved left and right to support those who couldn't hold on, running until he was sweating profusely. He couldn't launch a large-scale destructive offensive like Whitebeard, so he could only reduce the power of contact with the invisible sword in this way, because of the blocking. Fortunately, Whitebeard blocked a lot with his fists, and now with the help of red-haired Shanks, the world of shock blades did not fall on a large scale. The remaining cotters and captains joined forces to use various moves, haki overflowed, and the roar continued, blocking the remaining invisible blades. What a united fighting spirit! Shane watched the scene of the pirates in front of him joining forces to resist. The Marines behind him were shocked and excited. Admiral Shane suppressed the two pirates. How shocking! The Marine soldiers were also stunned. As the offensive of the world of shock blades gradually stopped, the sea kept surging, and the broken ice and ships kept shaking on the sea. The earthquake on the seabed continued, the sky was devastated, and the clouds were stirred up piece by piece. The captains and cotters fell, panting greedily for air, and they were more or less injured. Marco wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and helped Whitebeard stand still on the Moby Dick. At this time, the two royal-level pirates were all looking at Shane with horror, extremely fearful and vigilant. Black Bat Shane! How could he be so powerful? Before, no one thought that Shane could fight against Whitebeard and Red Hair pirates. But now, after the offensive, Marine was not damaged at all, and couldn't even touch the corner of Shane's clothes. On the other hand, whether it was the captain or the cotters, they all looked ugly, with huge losses, and almost all of them were injured. It was incredible. A sense of force majeure surged in the hearts of the pirates, and their morale was low. This guy, he slept too much. Beckman saw that Shane was not exhausted, and his back was cold. This attack almost defeated all of them, including Whitebeard, who was vomiting blood and injured, but he was still energetic. How can we fight this battle? Beckman wanted to persuade the two captains to retreat. Morale is gone. Even the aftermath was barely blocked by everyone's joint efforts. Vista, Izzo, and others protected Marco and Whitebeard behind them, worried and shocked by Shane's strength. What on earth is this kind of monster? There shouldn't be such an outrageous guy in the world. Everyone couldn't calm down at all, and no one reacted for a while. But at this moment, Shane set his eyes on Shanks, who looked gloomy and seemed to be thinking deeply. Compared with Whitebeard's double attack that caused the body to backfire, red-haired Shanks still had enough fighting power. To expel these guys, they had to be defeated. Seeing Shane's eyes, Shanks's face changed drastically. Needless to say, Black Bat wanted to take action. You will definitely not get any advantage if you fight, and you can't even touch the corner of Black Bat's clothes. The gap is too big. Shanks was shocked and just wanted to surrender and stop the war. As a result, Shane's move was too fast. Before he could finish his words, Shane had already said, "Cowardly destruction. With the ability to shock, the power will be enhanced, and the effect is good. Shane likes to use it very much." The pseudo-sound wave carries Shane's will to defeat the red hair pirates. In an instant, a terrifying fan-shaped impact is formed, covering all the opponent's range. The first to roar is the surging ice wave that blocks the way, which is blasted into mist by the pseudo-sound wave until it completely dissipates. The powerful power can even see that everything on the path in front of the warship is destroyed by the invisible pseudo-sound wave. Seeing this scene, Beckman, Usopp, Gabu, Hongo, and others felt their hearts tighten, cold sweats broke out, and hurriedly urged Haki. Everyone has felt the power of Shane's move. At this moment, the perception of the sight and hearing color is crazy warning, who dares to take it lightly? And Shanks clenched his back teeth, and jumped up while holding Griffin tightly. We must stop his attack. Shanks was not absolutely sure, and had to use his most powerful moves. Black Conqueror's lightning burst out from Shanks' body crazily. 210. He looked like a terrifying thunderball, holding a griffin, and the influx of emission Haki made the sword energy sharper. Shanks stared at the front, and when the shock was about to come, he roared, "God spray meteorite! Swing the sword!" Thousands of black and red lightning burst out, and the sword energy far more powerful than the god's avoidance swept out quickly. Like swinging a 100-meter giant blade, it collided with the pseudo-sound wave in the air. Fire flashed. Thunder and lightning raged. The energy at the collision point of ultimate lit up, so gorgeous that it almost made people unable to open their eyes. This was the strongest blow Shanks had ever made. The sea was raging again. The sky was swept away. Everyone faced the storm and fire, staring at the intersection, hoping to break UNN's attack. But in just a few seconds, the effect of Conqueror's Haki's air attack was constantly shortened by the pseudo-sound wave pressure, and finally collided directly with the sword energy. Shanks' arm veins bulged, and he couldn't help but roar, and the power in his hand could not help but increase by 2 points. 444,444. Haki lightning continued. The atmosphere continued to crack and spread at the conflict point. But the situation was that Shanks was still retreating, and he was suffocated by the pseudo-sound wave. God's fall, can't stop the attack of the Black Bat. Beckman and Hongo and others were shocked. Although it is not as destructive as Whitebeard, in terms of single confrontation, Shanks's power is even stronger. In the end, he still couldn't resist it. Little did they know that the pseudo-sound wave of the word destroy was far more powerful than the world of shaking swords. Shanks was constantly retreating by the impact, and his hand felt as terrible as shaking the whole world. Boss! L'Aquila couldn't help it, and immediately Haki exploded, rolled into a ball, and rushed up in panic. Bang! As expected, L'Aquila was like a ball hitting a wall and was instantly bounced away. Go! Only by working together can we fight. At Beckman's command, he rushed forward with his gun in hand. Conquerors entangled, emission supported. Bumped directly next to Shanks. Instantly, Beckman gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and felt the unmatched impact force. Go! Seeing this, Usopp, Hongo, Gabu and others took action. The Cotters counted one by one, all trying their best to hold on. In a blink of an eye, the Cotters of Red Hair Pirates, including L'Aquila who rolled back again, joined forces with Red Hair. Finally, Shanks's retreating figure stabilized. The power of shock and destruction gradually disappeared until it ended. After the attack, Beckman and the others rushed back to the ship exhausted. Haki was almost exhausted, and everyone had a pale face and trembling pupils. Almost lost everything. Chapter 50. Did they really almost lose everything? Shanks was panting, sweating all over, and looked exhausted. He looked back. All the Whitebeard pirates were injured. Whitebeard's face was pale, and there was bloodline at the corner of his mouth. Marco, Bista, Soze, and others all had some fear in their eyes. Even his trusted companions were the same. That was the fear of Black Bat Shane. The members of the two pirates were even more terrified, sweating profusely, and looking at Shane opposite them as if they had seen the King of Hell. XES. Why does such a terrifying strong man exist? The news says that he crushed Kaido. It's absolutely true. He can really do it. Defeat Kaido? Black Bat's strength is enough. Opening his mouth is a move. And the power is so strong that even the two Sea Emperors can't stand it. More importantly, such an incredible strong man is just a young man. Opening his mouth lightly, it can destroy the world. A group of big pirates who have been roaming the sea for many years are now panicking and have been psychologically traumatized. How to fight him next? But at this time, Shanks finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was afraid that Shane would start an offensive again, so he shouted, "Cease fire! We will evacuate immediately." 4 emperors took the initiative to bow their heads. Beckman, Usopp, and others gritted their teeth, and the pirates behind them breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way. Shane brought them too much fear, and they had to see what the boss meant if they didn't want to fight. Now that Red Hair wants to stop the war, Hongo and others are inexplicably relieved. However, on the Whitebeard pirates' side, everyone felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, Red Hair Shanks gave up this face first. In the pirates' world, the strong are supreme, and whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. It seems to emphasize freedom, but in fact, this is the essence, and Shane knows this very well. Now that Red Hair has given in and admitted defeat, Shane was too lazy to continue, and wrote back, "Leave immediately." Seeing that Shane did not mean to kill them all, the Red Hair pirates breathed a sigh of relief, and began to pack up dejectedly and activate the Red Force. "We don't have the strength to fight, get away from this monster as soon as possible." Beckman sighed, looking at the cracked gun in his hand. No one would have thought that the 4th Admiral of the Marine would have such a terrifying strength, no one would have thought. Hongo gritted his teeth while checking Shanks's injuries. This was the first time that the Red Hair pirates suffered a big loss. Black Bat Shane is invincible, and even too strong to be human. In the future, an irreversible event will happen. Shanks looked back at Shane with worry, and couldn't figure out where the powerful moves he saw today came from. But as the ship left, Shanks could only shout to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard! Let Ace come back! A new era is coming! A new era, yes!" Whitebeard sighed in his heart and looked at the warship at the same time. The changes in the world are beyond imagination. Even Black Bat, who is incredibly strong, has appeared. Maybe he really needs to gather his sons around him. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates can only do nothing. With Red Hair withdrawing, they are powerless to fight to the death. Besides, facing Shane, everyone knows that they have no chance of winning. So they left the area at the signal of Marco, Jaws and other captains. On the other side, on the warship, the adjutant saw the pirates evacuating like this and asked anxiously, "Admiral Shane, are you going to let them leave like this? These are Whitebeard and Redhead. And they obviously don't have the ability to fight again. If he can take him down, Admiral Shane will just let Sengoku down, and he will be the marshal." Shane shook his head lightly and wrote, "No need, desperate dogs will jump over the wall." It is indeed possible to take them down, but Shane would rather keep these guys and brush some unexpected events to get rewards. Dog? This metaphor. The adjutant was speechless. I thought that Shane was indeed the strongest admiral, and only he had the qualifications to look down on the 4 emperors. The Marines cheered and shouted, "Admiral Shane is invincible." Unconsciously, the Marines of the G4 branch worshipped Shane almost crazily. At the same time, the system prompt also lit up in Shane's heart. Successfully expelled the pirates, prevented the meeting of the Sea Emperor, completed the mission, and obtained 1500 attribute points. Add all, enough for Shane to improve the 2-stage pseudo-sound wave. Add 1500 pseudo-sound waves. Shane gave the order without hesitation. Pseudo-sound wave, 8000 attribute points. Ding host attribute points reach 8000, get enchantment, observation haki, enchantment, conquerors. 6,500 to 8,000, 2 stages and 2 rewards, although Shane can't speak freely, but the appearance of these 2 things still makes his eyes light up. Enchantment, Observation Haki, has the effect of sensing the opponent's actions and shielding the Observation Haki to predict the future. Enchantment, Conqueror's Haki, pseudo-sound wave with Kamui pressure, can directly attack the opponent's mental field. Observation Haki is passive. Conqueror's is really voice-controlled in Shane. Observation Haki just makes up for my shortcomings, and the mental attack of Conqueror's Haki, with the current strength of pseudo-sound waves, I'm afraid that under full force, the 3 admirals will be hit and fainted. Shane estimated in his heart, and began to get excited. It's not that the opponent always stands there and fights hard with him, just to make up for the shortcomings. After all, only with strength can one improve, and sooner or later one day he will be able to speak normally. Admiral Shane, should this matter be reported to Marshal Sengoku immediately? The adjutant thought of his previous refusal to execute orders and could not help but step forward to remind him. Shane nodded without thinking. There is no need to worry about such a small matter. So while returning to the voyage, the adjutant called Naval Headquarters. At this time, Sengoku in the office was still having a headache. Shane, this kid, don't let anything happen to him. As Sengoku was muttering, the phone from Impel Down rang. What? Kaido ran away with the drought. Tell Magellan not to chase him, just repair the damaged facilities in Impel Down. Kaido is difficult to kill, and Sengoku knows this very well and does not hesitate. Compared with Impel Down, he is still worried about the car. 0146011016 Philo 144300130. At this time, the Den Den Mushi rang again. It's from the G4 adjutant. How is Shane? Make sure he holds on. 3 admirals have been dispatched and will be here soon. Tell Shane not to force it. As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku heard the adjutant's voice and immediately told him urgently, speaking like a string of beads. The adjutant was stunned until he told Shane not to force it, and then he came to his senses and said seriously, report. Marshal Sengoku. Admiral Shane, 1. What? 1? Sengoku seemed to think he had heard it wrong, and couldn't help but repeat it again. Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Shane, 1. The battle is over. The adjutant was excited when he thought he had to report such a great victory. In the office, Sengoku, Granny Tsuru, who had arrived early, and Hiro Garp were both stunned. Win, what does that mean? Winning in the battle between Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks? This made the 2 old men unbelievable, staring at the Den Den Mushi in Sengoku's hand with confused expressions. Even Sengoku himself was stunned. I thought of any result, but I didn't expect Shane to win. Shane Admiral faced 2 Imperial-level pirates groups and suppressed them one after another. Hearing the other side quiet down, the adjutant knew that this was too shocking, so he reported the battle in detail. Shane started talking about his moves, first defending against the red-haired attack, then using freezing, and then using the blue dragon, and the ice dragon meteorite, etc. His exaggerated tone, as the adjutant's description became more and more excited, surprised Sengoku, Garp, and Grandma Tsuru. Do you know what you mean? Rear Admiral. Sengoku couldn't help but interrupt with a serious tone. Marshal Sengoku, I am absolutely sure, I saw it with my own eyes. How dare I make a false report of such a thing, the adjutant assured. Suddenly, the 3 people in the office stood up suddenly, and their breathing became heavy. Shane defeated Whitebeard and Red Hair? This is too shocking. Keep talking. How did Shane win? Sengoku also became excited, and his saliva flew while he spoke. The adjutant then told the shocking scene of the World of Swords, and Whitebeard was injured and vomited blood, and Marco's attempt to stop him also followed suit. As for the Red Hair pirates, Shane almost wiped out the entire pirates group with the word shake and destroy. In the end, Red Hair admitted defeat and evacuated, and the Whitebeard pirates group also slipped away, and Shane did not choose to pursue and ended. The voice fell. The 3 people in the office could not calm down for a long time, and their hearts were surging. Newgate, defeated by Shane and vomited blood. For a moment, Garp felt that this world was unreal. It's incredible, it's really incredible. Granny Tsuru couldn't keep calm at all. The four emperors have been a major concern for Marine and even the world government for many years, because they are so powerful that they still exist today. But now, Shane, who is 20 years old, defeated them like this? It's simply shocking and unbelievable. But reality is reality. No matter how impossible or outrageous things are, they can happen. And now it really happened. Shane's strength is far beyond their imagination, which makes people's scalps numb. And the Kaido incident has become normal in comparison. Shane is really too powerful. Marshal Sengoku reacted and laughed out loud. Great! Shane! Ha 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 ha! This is the guidance of fate. It is God's will to let Marine end the era of the great pirates to get Shane, a powerful general. Among the four emperors, 3 have been defeated by Shane, and what a brilliant record! New World 4 emperors. Sooner or later, they will be judged by justice. Sengoku laughed, his eyes flashing with ambition. The heaven-defying Shane is in the Marine, and he may have the hope to end the great pirates era as the Admiral. If he can really accomplish this, Sengoku feels that his life is worth it. Excited, Sengoku said directly, "Let Shane have a good rest and wait for the reward." Yes. Shane Admiral has already known. The adjutant looked at Shane, who was recovering leisurely next to him, grinning with joy. However, after hanging up the phone, Sengoku did not stop for a moment and contacted the 3 admirals who came to support again. The battle is over. Hearing the voice of the Den Den Mushi, the 3 admirals sitting in a room were startled. Aokiji Kyuzan asked quickly, "Is Shane safe?" "No injuries." Borsellino said bluntly, "If Shane suffers, we are in the New World, so we can vent our anger." As a result, Sengoku on the other side smiled and said, "No need, Shane is fine, the problem is the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates." Borsellino, Kyuzan, and even the cold-faced Akainu were surprised. "Mr. Sengoku, could it be?" "Yes, Shane defeated the 2 major pirates, including Red Hair and Whitebeard. There is no need for support there, you can return to the ship and listen to the details." Sengoku said briefly, gave a general order and hung up the phone directly. Det. Kyuzan and Borsellino looked at each other and took a breath. Akainu Sakazuki frowned and was extremely shocked. The 3 of them were really surprised, and the scene became even quieter for a while. After all, Sengoku would not joke with them. That is to say, Shane really defeated Whitebeard, Red Hair, and even their pirates. It's really hard for me to believe. It's really scary, Shane. Borsellino smiled bitterly and couldn't hide his shock. This performance is too exaggerated. 4 emperors? 3 of them have been defeated by Shane. Kyuzan's eyes were trembling, and he said in disbelief. Although Akainu didn't say anything, he hugged his arms and lowered his head, and his expression under the peaked cap was also unbelievable. A young man in his 20s actually did what the Marines couldn't do for decades. His strength is unfathomable. What is the limit of that guy? But just when the 3 were shocked. Da. A Marine ran over quickly, "Report. Admiral, Red Force appeared in front, it's the Red Hair pirates." Hearing this, the 3 admirals who had just received Sengoku's call immediately stood up, walked quickly to the deck, and looked through the telescope. As expected, the people on Red Hair's ship really seemed to have experienced a fierce battle. Borsellino's mouth was full of surprise. In the telescope, Beckman can be seen with wounds on his body, and Red Hair's body is even torn. Almost all other cotters are injured, and Red Hair is no exception. It seems that Chang's record is true. He really did it. Kyuzan was shocked. What kind of battle situation could make Red Hair fall to such a state? The Emperor of the Sea, the Imperial Pirates, is too embarrassed at the moment. At the same time, the 3 people thought about the location of the warship, which was on one of the routes for Red Hair to return, which was exactly the same as the message conveyed by Sengoku. Aokiji, Master Akainu is really sure. 0146011016 Philo 1443000130. However, both parents appeared in the field of vision. The Red Hair pirates also found the warship advancing at full speed. Beckman, Usopp, Hongo, and other officers stood by the railing, looking at the warship warily. They also saw the three admirals appearing at the bow, with gloomy faces. As the distance got closer, Kuzan, Borsalino, and Sakazuki looked suspicious. The Red Hair pirates were not in the right state now, and were considering whether to attack. Suddenly, red and black lightning flashed in the sky. Marine! Don't go too far! Chapter 51. Shank's eyes were sharp, and he burst out Conqueror's haki, warning the approaching warship. The Conqueror's haki, which was full of deterrence, pressed down, and the young marines on the warship fell down one after another. The voice transmitted by the Red Hair sounded, "Don't go too far." Marine! Aokiji, Kizaru, and the other two stared. Akainu showed disgust, as if he was ready to attack at any time. Seeing that Marine still did not respond and continued to approach, Shanks gritted his teeth, pulled out some of the griffin on his waist, and his whole body was shaking with haki. "We have suffered a great loss at the hands of Black Bat. Don't go too far. If Marine still wants to kill them all, the Red Hair pirates can only fight to the death." However, after hearing what the red-haired Shanks said, Aokiji and Kizaru immediately lost the urge to fight. It seems that the Red Hair has really been forced into a desperate situation by Shane. If we move, they will definitely fight to the death. Aokiji shook his head and decided not to take action. So what? While Shane has beaten them so badly and their fighting power has dropped, we should completely defeat them. Akainu glanced at Aokiji, gritted his teeth, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Being beaten by Shane is the best opportunity, isn't it? Unexpectedly, Kizaru Borsalino stretched out his hand to stop him and advised, "Forget it, Sakazuki. If we really want to make a move, the soldiers on this ship will not survive, and even the three of us will not be able to survive. We are not Shane, and we don't have that strong strength as a backing. They do have a chance to make a move, but even if the opponent is demoralized and in a mess, it is not easy to deal with. If they fight desperately, both sides will suffer heavy losses. Now this kind of fighting is not suitable." So Kizaru simply stopped Akainu. "Don't forget, Mr. Sengoku has ordered to return," Aokiji added slowly. Akainu really wanted to go up. But now, Aokiji and Kizaru said they couldn't do anything, and he had no choice. After a cold snort, Sakazuki turned and walked into the cabin with mixed feelings, out of sight, out of mind. "Turn around and return." Kizaru glanced at his unhappy back, shook his head, and then shouted to the Marines. "In a short time, we have been left far behind by Shane." Aokiji still stood there, and couldn't help but admire. The record on the news and the angry words of the red-haired man just now completely convinced Kuzan. Kizaru also sighed, "With Shane guarding the new world, what does it matter whether the red-haired man is put in or not?" At the same time, after hanging up the contact with the three admirals, Sengoku walked back and forth in the office. Garp and Grandma Tsuru were already shocked by the defeat of Whitebeard and the red-haired man. "Shane's contribution is really great, I really don't know what reward to give him." Sengoku didn't expect that he would have a headache about how to reward. It's simply a monster among monsters. Such a credit is really hard to determine. Garp took a long time to pick up the teacup again and sighed. Sengoku still felt that he should improve according to the last standard and report to Shane, so he turned around and walked out of the office and went straight to Marie Joy's. Between power. It was still the quaint green sofa. 5 elders had just sat down for a while. When they heard Sengoku's report, they sat up again in surprise, with a look of surprise on their faces. Shane defeated Whitebeard. Red Hair. Again. Saint Satan had never seen such an outrageous monster in more than 200 years, and couldn't help but shouting. Yes. The reliability of the news, 99. Sengoku couldn't hide his pride. Marine has always been the face of the world government. It's just a face. But now, because of Shane's joining, the nature has changed immediately. He is the one who will end the Great Pirates era. Amazing, really amazing. This little guy really gave us a big surprise. The strongest genius in the past 100 years was Black Bat. Whitebeard, the remnant of the old era finally fell. Black Bat has infinite potential. Woli Hung, Pit Sheng, and others praised him repeatedly, with smiles on their faces and joy in their hearts. Whitebeard, a man with the power to destroy the world, makes them extremely afraid of him every day. Although it is not the ability to destroy the world directly, the earthquake can really destroy all the plans of the world government. In addition, the 5 elders have no way to defeat Whitebeard head-on. But now, the world government also has the ability to fight Whitebeard one-on-one. And there is Red Hair. Although there is something secret between the 5 elders and Red Hair. But Red Hair's combat power is unquestionable, and even with Whitebeard, he still couldn't beat UNN. The combat power is unparalleled. A real monster. The actions that the world government can take suddenly have fewer concerns. Shane, you really found a treasure. The 5 elders were excited, one for the future, and the other for Shane. Give Shane the top bonus, plus Whitebeard's bounty. Give Marine G4 branch complete independence, and add resources and military expenses. Contact Vegapunk, and send Shane anything interesting in his future island. In one word, Sengoku, keep Shane in Marine. The financial god, Saint Maz, waved his hand and immediately arranged the reward. Yes. Sengoku nodded with a smile on his face. The other 4-5 elders didn't think there was anything wrong. For talents like Shane, it is worth giving more preferential treatment. Another point, the victory of this war also needs to be widely publicized. Saint Wali gave Sengoku instructions. Whether it is to deter the pirates, make the revolutionary army afraid to act rashly, or increase prestige, it will be beneficial to the world government. In this regard, Sengoku also agreed to build momentum for Shane, which would be of great help to the future successor of Marine. So soon, after stepping out of power, Sengoku started to work. With the efforts of the news agency and the world government, in just one day, the headline newspapers flew to all parts of the world with the news birds. Kaido was arrested first, Whitebeard was arrested later, and Red Hair was defeated. With this news widely publicized, the world was once again shocked by Shane's amazing achievements. Breaking news! Breaking news! New World 4 Emperors defeated. Mute Admiral reappears in Kamui. Uphold justice! Countless people cheered in the kingdoms that joined the world government, the 4 Seas, and Whitebeard's bad reputation. Those villains called the Sea Emperors were defeated by the Mute Admiral. That Whitebeard! The biggest pirates! Oh my god! This is a great thing! Ha ha ha! Vicious pirates, let's see how arrogant you are! Mute Admiral is invincible! Countless people cheered and celebrated, happy that Shane defeated the 2 Sea Emperors. Of course, this is for ordinary people. Shane's reputation also reached a new height again, and his reputation far exceeded the 3 admirals. The strongest in the world. The strongest admiral in the marine. Black Bat. The Sea of 10,000 Nations. Cake Island, Castle. Big Mom sat on the throne, her face full of shock and disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. Big Mom used too much force, and the newspaper in his hand was torn directly. First, Kaido was defeated and detained by Black Bat, and now it is reported that Whitebeard and Red Hair met and were defeated by Black Bat one after another. World government, how dare you be so arrogant about Black Bat's record? It is true that Kaido was defeated, but even Whitebeard and Red Hair were defeated by him? How is it possible? The other 3 were defeated, doesn't it mean that Black Bat's Yan is stronger than the 4 emperors? Pero, Daifuku, Cracker, and others stared with wide eyes, thinking that this was impossible and must be fake. Katakuri! Check it out immediately. I want to confirm the truth of this matter. Big Mom ordered with a gloomy face and gritted teeth. Yes, Mom. Katakuri immediately walked towards the side hall and started to activate all the secret forces of the Big Mom Pirates intelligence network. Soon, the news from all parties made Katakuri's eyes tremble, and he quickly returned to the throne of Big Mom. It's, really? Mom. Red Hair met with Whitebeard, Black Bat Shane was dispatched from the G4 branch, and a big battle. The result is as the news in the newspaper, Black Bat won, and also injured Whitebeard and Red Hair pirates. His strength can be called invincible. Katakuri was shocked. At that time, he knew that Black Bat was not simple, and his strength was beyond imagination. Drought, including Doflamingo, was not an opponent, and neither was he. Then Kaido was also defeated by him, but in the end, everyone still underestimated the limit of Black Bat Admiral. He can defeat the 4 emperors. With such strength, it is not enough to call him the strongest admiral. Katakuri called him a monster in his heart. However, after being confirmed, the whole hall was quiet in an instant. Someone couldn't help swallowing and making a sound. That's actually true. What kind of strength can defeat Red Hair and Whitebeard? Arabian Nights. This is much more exaggerated than Kaido's arrest and imprisonment. The ministers and generals of the Big Mom pirates were extremely shocked and their expressions were wonderful. Even their mom didn't dare to say that she could fight against Whitebeard and Red Hair together. His dumb admiral could actually do it. And he defeated the 2 sea emperors. After hearing Katakuri's affirmation, Big Mom herself looked incredible, opened her mouth wide, and stared with bloodshot eyes. Really, it's really, a monster. After a long while, Big Mom finally reacted and murmured. 4 emperors, 3 of them have been defeated by Black Bat Shane. Big Mom was very afraid in her heart, and she glanced at her many children and continued. Everyone, be vigilant against the G4 branch. Don't provoke Black Bat. At the same time, in Wanakuni, Ghost Island. It was only a few days after escaping from Impel Down. Kaido, sitting on the throne of the castle, laughed out loud. Red Hair? Old Man Whitebeard? A fellow who imitated Roger, a remnant of the old times. Now you know. The world is constantly changing. 2 people with their subordinates met together and were defeated by Black Bat. How funny. Ha la la la. Kaido laughed, but his tone was full of sarcasm. What a scary guy. Jin looked at the laughing Governor Kaido and sighed at the news. No wonder Lord Kaido lost and was caught in Impel Down. This admiral is really a pervert of over 1,000. 2 major pirates groups were defeated even though they were present. The red-haired guy and Whitebeard couldn't beat the dumb admiral together? Too scary. It's him again. The strongest person in the world government right now. Quinn and the Flying Six kept talking, all with surprised faces. After all, this news was incredible. Black Bat was so strong that it was no wonder that Governor Kaido was also captured by him. At this time, Kaido had thrown the newspaper aside, stood up, and said, "It seems that Marine's actions will become more and more frequent." Black Bat Shane. Marine is completely different with him. As Kaido said, he was thinking about Shane's amazing methods. What kind of ability can be so effective as soon as he speaks? Governor Kaido, do you have any plans? As soon as Jin saw Kaido's look, he knew that he had an idea. Let's take the opportunity to fight back. Lord Kaido. Jack was covered in bandages and yelling. This reckless man thought that a fight was going to happen. However, he misunderstood Kaido's thinking. Why fight? Everything remains the same. The sea has begun to rise. Lao Zi will keep an eye on all Marine's actions. Kaido finished speaking, grinning coldly, and clenching his palms into fists. Black Bat is really strong. His current strength is even stronger than Roger back then. This made Kaido feel anxious, and he also wanted to become stronger. There will be another big battle. Black Bat Shane. The strongest creature Kaido, has not made any progress for many years. Now he decided to practice hard. All the disputes outside are not as strong as himself. Shane is the best example. The terrifying strength, when the news came to the secret headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, made the Cotters even more frightened. It's simply a monster among monsters. Sabo slammed the newspaper on the table, and his face became gloomy. 4 emperors? When did they become so cheap, defeated by Black Bat again and again? This is unbelievable. Kaido, Red Hair, Whitebeard, all in Black Bat's hands. It's been rumored that the dumb admiral is the strongest admiral, the best in the world. Is the news really accurate? Too exaggerated. The Cotters of the Revolutionary Army took a breath, and then there was an uproar in shock. The shock brought to them by the defeat of the four emperors was like their worldview was broken. Even the youngest red-haired Shanks was the real sea emperor who dominated the new world. Including the famous Whitebeard, how did the dumb Admiral, who was only about 20 years old, do it? Is his strength really heaven-defying to such an extent? However, Monkey D. Dragon looked at the newspaper in his hand with a serious look, and did not stop the noise of the crowd. This matter is indeed too outrageous, but Dragon knows that it is true. According to the last news and intelligence, the news released by Marine and 5 elders is true. The world is really going to change. Stop the recent plan against Grand Line, and focus our revolutionary goal on the 4 seas first. We must preserve our strength, maybe we will soon face a storm. Long was extremely apprehensive, and after thinking for a long time, he gave an order, asking the Revolutionary Army to avoid conflict with Marine. After all, if he really provoked Black Bat Shane, he might not be able to kill as many people as he wanted. Chapter 52. Who strong? Really strong? Shane. As expected of a man who can even defeat Kaido. Whitebeard, that monster. And Red Hair was defeated too. As soon as Doflamingo saw the news, he contacted the undercover to confirm the authenticity. After confirming it, he laughed wildly, his appearance was crazy. It was not unfair for him to lose, and it was not unfair for Kaido to lose. The cotters of Don Quixote family stood below, and their scalps were numb by the news. It's really scary. Master. Such a guy is suppressed in New World, Torrible was sweating, and his hand holding the newspaper was shaking. He was afraid of the invincible strength, and he was also afraid that the business he was in charge of would be interrupted. After all, Marine didn't dare to do it before, but now it's uncertain. It's okay, Yin. Doflamingo waved his hand and sneered, it doesn't matter, everyone. The new era has arrived. Just watch. It's not just the Shishibukai Heavenly Yaksha who are deeply shocked. In the underwater kingdom the Fishmen Island, there was a cry of surprise in the royal palace. The sea hero Jinbei took the newspaper from Neptune and was stunned immediately, his eyes shaking. Dad, was defeated by Black Bat? No, impossible. Jinbei couldn't believe it, and turned away despite Neptune's dissuasion. He wanted to go up and find Whitebeard himself. And the Shishibukai in the Amazon Lily of the Kingdom of Women and the Thriller Bark and other places were also incredible. This is almost impossible. Grandma almost tore the newspaper in her hand, she was very upset. She knew too well what kind of strong men Whitebeard and Red Hair were, and why there was someone called Whitebeard in this era. But now, a young man pressed Red Hair Shanks and Newgate to the ground and rubbed them? It just made Grandma's 3 views explode. Empress Hancock frowned and said nothing, but she was very surprised in her heart and became curious about Shane. What kind of man is he? He can defeat several people who are almost the strongest in the world. However, at this time, compared to the shock of Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria seemed much crazier. He Marine Black Bat. What a terrifying guy. Thanks to you, this will be a good opportunity for me to enter the new world. Mariah felt that if she entered the new world as Shishibukai, she might be able to seize Kaido's territory soon. At the same time, as the only way for pirates to enter the new world, Sabayati Archipelago was also in an uproar because of Shane's news. Inside a restaurant, Gangster Beeg looked at the newspaper in his hand. His pupils were full of surprise. Red-haired and the strongest man in the world also lost? Defeated by Marine's mute Admiral. Many people's first reaction was disbelief, and Beeg was the same. At this time, a voice came from the corner, nothing is surprising in the world. The strongest in the world is Black Bat. Beeg heard the words and turned his head to look coldly. I saw a man with golden curly hair and a cross tattoo under his neck sitting there. Basil Hawkins. Beeg recognized this person and snorted coldly. Suddenly, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Instead of making trouble, it is better to calm down. If you provoke Marine. Drakex pushed open the door of the restaurant and saw 2 people who were as famous as himself. Marine? Beeg, who had just finished reading the news, and Hawkins' momentum was weakened when he heard the word Marine. The Marines of today are not the same as before. With a Marine Admiral as powerful as Black Bat, all pirates have to consider the consequences of fighting against the Marines. However, not everyone is afraid. Area 21. The supernova known as Captain Kidd, after a brief shock, was arrogant. Black Bat Shane. He will be my target. Ha ha ha. If he defeated the powerful man who could defeat the 3 Sea Emperors, wouldn't he be able to immediately become the 5th Sea Emperor with great prestige? Do you dream during the day? At the roadside snack stand, Trafalgar Law heard Kidd's arrogant shouting and couldn't help muttering. Defeat Black Bat Shane? What a joke! He is a monster among monsters. Even Kaido couldn't withstand his power, and Red Hair and White Beard were defeated together. How dare a guy who was just hailed as a supernova say such a powerful man? Indeed, the reputation of the 4 emperors became the cornerstone of Shane's fame. It was so shocking that all the pirates who gathered on this island were almost shocked. Some even chose not to go to the New World and turned back. The newbies who were heading to Jewelry, the Big Eating Woman, Uruj, the Strange Monk, and Apu, who belonged to Kaido, were even more surprised. Such a guy really exists. Too powerful. After entering the New World, you must avoid Black Bat. You're doomed if you meet him. The newbies, those who have arrived at Sabayati or are on the way, all began to change their original sailing plans because of this news. However, the world is boiling for Shane. Our protagonist fell into the game carefully prepared by Vegapunk. A few days later, 3 warships from naval headquarters entered the port of G4 branch. Momuzagi Jun led the way and brought many vice admirals of marine to the branch. Shane's adjutant had been waiting for a long time, and saluted immediately when he saw the vice admirals. Welcome to the G4 branch to observe. It turned out that the naval headquarters sent them to observe and learn activities. The participants were all mid and high-level marines, almost all of them were vice admirals. Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Maynard, and base commanders from other bases. A large group of people, led by alternate admirals Momuzagi Jun and Shitan Kaji, came here. Don't be polite. We'll have to trouble you to show us around. Shitan returned the salute and immediately went up to greet him with a smile. This is the adjutant beside Shane, who dares to neglect him. The vice admiral also had to be polite. Momuzagi rolled his eyes and then asked, "Where is Admiral Shane?" A group of vice admirals also cast eager and enthusiastic eyes. They also wanted to see Shane, the strongest admiral in history. 0146010116 Falu 144300450. Admiral, he's still busy, I'll show you around the new G4 branch base first. The adjutant secretly twitched his mouth and immediately shifted his attention. Since they were busy, they were not in a hurry. On the contrary, the vice admirals were very interested in the brand new base. After all, almost every vice admiral had the opportunity to be in charge of the position of base chief. And as everyone knows, almost all of Admiral Shane's bonus was spent on base construction. Although the area is not as large as the headquarters, the quality is almost better than that of the naval headquarters. As they walked along, the vice admirals were amazed and saw what a big investment is. This is Vegapunk's latest artillery. It's expensive, and the headquarters can't use so much. This is the sea stone defense wall. How much money is needed? The soldiers are all wearing brand new individual equipment. The training ground is also using the most sophisticated equipment. As they walked along, the adjutant took the vice admirals to visit, and everyone was envious. Not to mention other bases, even the naval headquarters Marine Ford, those are the latest equipment that can only be used in wartime, and they can be seen everywhere in G4. The construction is even better. With the strong support of the 5 elders, this base is incredibly solid. So the group of vice admirals walked for nearly an hour, as if they were visiting an exhibition. Later, they saw the rich food and beverages at the G4 base. They were really envious and even had the urge to transfer here. With huge financial support, the living standard in the base is almost one level ahead of the naval headquarters. These are all fought for by Admiral Shane. The adjutant replied with a smile, and his face was full of pride. This is the treatment that the strongest admiral should have. and G4 is also the strongest fortress guarding the New World. Yes, Admiral Shane stands at the top of the world and is the strongest. We also have many questions to ask. The Vice Admirals responded one after another, and then expressed their desire to see Shane. Seeing that the time was almost up, the adjutant immediately arranged it. 10 minutes later, many Vice Admirals unexpectedly saw Shane, who was sloppy, looked like he hadn't washed his face, and slept with big strides. Admiral Shane, why did he come here in person? Everyone rushed to greet him and saluted, Admiral Shane. Shane waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. As for his slovenly appearance, that was because he played games all night. But this appearance did not affect the enthusiasm of everyone. There were many Vice Admirals, plus 13 or 14 base commanders in office, and most of them met Shane for the first time. As the adjutant introduced them, Shane nodded and greeted them. But before Shane could get to know them, suddenly, the alarm of the base sounded. There are still pirates daring to come at this time? The Vice Admirals were surprised, and Zhen was also a little surprised. With this group of Vice Admirals and his Black Bat, it is no exaggeration to say that their combat power can exceed that of the naval headquarters, and any pirates who come are looking for death. Fortunately, it was just a warning sound. The soldier hurried over to report, Admiral Shane, it's Shishibukai, and more than one has come. They said they want to visit you. The soldier's words immediately stunned the Vice Admirals, and Chang'an was also quite surprised. The adjutant glanced at Shane, and then asked, who are they? Boa Hancock, Hawkeye my Hawk, Tyrant Bear, Sea Knight Jinbei, Doflamingo. Shishibukai, 5 of them came directly. For a moment, everyone was very surprised. In the past, these big villains could not be summoned, but now they actually came directly to find UNN. The Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters did not like these Shishibukai, and they did not like them to deal with Shane. Of course, it was just a feeling of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Shane did not refuse the Shishibukai who came to his door, and let them in. Others didn't care, but Shane still wanted to see what the world's most beautiful woman, Hancock the Snake Princess, looked like. So soon. 5 people in strange costumes came towards him in the base square. Jinbei, who had just come from Whitebeard, had a blank expression on his face. Doflamingo, who had provoked Shane but was still arrogant. My Hawk, the first swordsman with a black knife on his back, eyes like eagles, and a sharp momentum. Tyrant Neng, who was huge and holding a book. And, Hancock, the Snake Princess, who walked gracefully and had a domineering temperament. The Vice Admirals frowned and stared at him in silence. Shane looked at Hancock, and the Shishibukai who came closer also saw Shane, who was sloppy. They didn't expect to see Shane in such a state, and were a little surprised. The man who defeated Whitebeard, Red Hair, and Kaido lives a little casually. Hancock said secretly in his heart. Jinbei and Tyrant Bear did not react at all, but my Hawk stared at Shane, his eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. Hey Black Bat, we meet again. Doflamingo took the initiative to break the silence and explained, last time it was a misunderstanding, there was no malice, I came here to apologize. As expected of a black market dealer, he knows the ways of the world and brought gifts. But Shane did not even look at Doflamingo, but looked at my Hawk, whose eyes were getting more and more fiery. Seeing this, the faces of the others changed slightly. My Hawk, this madman, is he going to fight with Black Bat? Doflamingo did not care about the embarrassment of being ignored, muttered in his mouth, and took a step back. As expected. My Hawk said seriously, you are really strong. This is a very nonsensical opening remark. The Vice Admirals frowned, which was indeed a bit rude. But in my Hawk's eyes, there was only Shane on the opposite side. He said that he could not feel any momentum from Shane, which was very abnormal in itself. Either he was an ordinary person with no strength, or he was too strong, so strong that he could not sense the amazing momentum. My Hawk obviously thought that Shane was the latter, so he could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight the strongest admiral who could defeat Red Hair. Let's have a spar. Black Bat. While speaking, the black knife was unsheathed. "How dare you, Hawkeye!" Immediately, the vice admirals couldn't help it and scolded directly. "Admiral Shane is meeting you, you are going to take action now." This was a provocation in front of many Marines, and Momuzagi, Shatun, and others looked unfriendly. Although Hawkeye was the #1 swordsman, it didn't mean they would be afraid. And Shane rubbed his sleepy eyes, and was too lazy to care my hawk. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded in my heart. Ding, trigger an unexpected event. Defeat Hawkeye my hawk within 5 minutes and get 1000 attribute points. Another 1000, so high? Shane suddenly became energetic and looked at my hawk. The famous guy is a walking attribute point extractor. Okay. There was a time limit, so without hesitation, Shane took out the wooden board and wrote a word. The vice admirals did not expect Shane to agree, and they were all stunned. "Shane Admiral, you are fighting in the base. Isn't it appropriate?" Momuzagi persuaded on the side. "They are not worried about Shane, but the base will suffer if a war starts here. Time is tight and the task is heavy. With only 5 minutes, Shane has no time to find a place," so he wrote, "It doesn't matter." Admiral insisted on accepting Hawkeye's challenge, and everyone didn't say much. At the same time, they also became a little excited. Admiral Shane, who defeated 3 Sea Emperors, duels with the world's #1 swordsman. You can see the battle of the highest combat power. The Shishibukai had already retreated, looking like they were watching a show. Both sides stood still. My hawk did not dare to be careless in front of Shane, and took the initiative to open observation haki to predict the future. He wanted to strike back, but in the end, my hawk's eyes were shocked. "I can't see him in the future." Chapter 53. The future predicted by the observation haki was pitch black, and Shane could not be seen at all. My hawk instantly became more solemn, and thought in surprise. How could a strong man who could defeat Red Hair be easily predicted by the observation haki? This also indirectly shows that the ordinary Black Bat Admiral in front of him may have the top Conqueror's haki. But what my hawk did not expect was that Shane did not even think about slowly wasting time with him and sparring with him move by move. Almost when my hawk was in a state of confusion, Shane directly used his ultimate move. He opened his mouth and said, "Shock and destroy." Kaij. The pseudo-sound waves instantly rioted, forming an invisible fan-shaped impact, rushing towards my hawk. With a rumble, the atmosphere along the way cracked, and the floor of the square exploded directly into rubble and flew away. The clouds in the sky were instantly washed away by the sweeping energy. The terrifying and amazing energy stunned everyone in the field. Opening the mouth is an attack. Opening the mouth is destruction. This is the offensive of Black Bat Admiral. The vice admirals who had never seen Shane take action exclaimed. Even if the base was reinforced, it could not stop Shane's destructive offensive. Hancock, Jinbei, and others were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Seeing the invisible impact of destroying the world passing in front of them, the wind brought by the aftermath almost overturned them. "This is too terrifying." Jinbei covered his face with one hand and grabbed the stone slab under his feet with the other hand, looking at it with a slit in his eyes. With his strength, he had a strong sense of crisis of being destroyed under such power. Hancock even leaned against the wall of the base, looking at the figure standing proudly after opening his mouth. The strongest admiral who defeated the 3 emperors. This is the invincible strength he possesses. Everyone was horrified, and the ground shook violently. The 7 warriors of Marine 749 were shaking in the sea, and all of them were shocked. I should have insisted on stopping him. Momuzagi smiled bitterly. When Shane started fighting, the power he created was really amazing, and the newly built base suffered. However, compared to the shock of everyone, my hawk, who was facing the destructive attack head-on, could feel what destruction was. His scalp was tingling. My hawk was shocked, and he immediately changed from holding the knife with one hand to holding 2 hands. Too strong. The perception of observation color constantly stimulated my hawk's mind, indicating danger. But he didn't want to dodge at this moment. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki were entangled with the black knife. Black lightning flashed continuously with a sizzle. My hawk, with a strong momentum, took a slashing posture. He, who always used only basic attacks, used his ultimate move. Night End. With the black knife slashing diagonally. The space seemed to be cut open by the black sword energy, spreading hundreds of meters and falling towards the shock and destruction impact. But even though Mihawk used all his strength to slash, it suddenly exploded less than a second after it came into contact with the shock and destruction impact. The black sword energy dispersed like powder, and everyone's jaws almost dropped. If it weren't for the remaining black lightning, everyone couldn't believe it. How could it be? Doflamingo, Hancock, Jinbei and others couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Momozagi, Shitun and other vice admirals didn't expect it to be so easy, and they were all stunned. Would the attack of Haki, the world's #1 swordsman, be weak? At least no one on the scene dared to say that they could take it. But Shane's terrifying move actually destroyed the sword energy in 1 second. The changes in everyone's expressions were still frozen, but the offensive on the scene had never ended. Witnessing the end of his night, which was easily broken by Shane, Mihawk's heart trembled suddenly. Before he could react with the second knife, the terrifying might arrived in front of him. The sharp eagle pupils reflected the rupture of the atmosphere, as if hit by a high-speed train. When Mihawk felt the huge impact, he could not control his backward flight. The amazing destructive power tore his armed color defense apart, and Mihawk vomited blood while flying backward. Then he smashed into the outer wall, and the rubble collapsed. And the pseudo-sound wave disappeared in Shane's thought, as if the amazing confrontation had never happened. For a while, the Marine and Shishibukai present were shocked, staring with their mouths wide open, unable to believe it. This is Shane Admiral's invincible Zimai. With just one move, the world's #1 swordsman was beaten backward and vomited blood. Marine exclaimed in extreme surprise. Black Bat has really become more terrifying. Doflamingo's fingers were trembling slightly. This confrontation with Mihawk was completely beyond his expectations. Mihawk's strength is well known. He thought Xiaoyan was ridiculously strong, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Dumb Admiral is really ridiculously strong. The world's #1 swordsman Mihawk couldn't withstand a blow, no wonder Whitebeard and Red Hair were defeated. Hancock, Jinbei and Tyrant Bear, who had always only known Xiaoyan's strength from rumors, couldn't hide their shock and were dumbfounded. In the square, the waves pressed down the night. Xiaoyan looked at the mess in front of him, but didn't wait for the system prompt. This means that Mihawk was not knocked down by the shock. As expected. In the collapsed outer wall, Mihawk pushed away the rubble with his black knife and stood up again. With bloodline, his clothes were torn, and his hat flew away, but his swordsmanship did not diminish. On the contrary, he was full of energy because of his injury. To be able to defeat Red Hair, Whitebeard, he is really ridiculously strong. You are a real strong man. Strong. Mihawk deserves the greatest respect, go all out, and fight with all. Flash step. In the blink of an eye, Hawk moved. In a flash, he was in front of Shane, with the black knife raised high and Haki wrapped around him. Night. Flash. Shield. Shane and Mihawk attacked almost at the same time. When the word shield came out, the space rippled, and the pseudo-sound waves formed an invisible defense in front of him. And Mihawk fell with a sword, carrying the sword energy of Conqueror's lightning, and fiercely slashed on the invisible shield. The ripples on the water surface shook open. Mihawk turned his wrist and slashed down again. Ding! 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 The dull sound of the sword hitting the shield continued to ring. The sword energy was surging, and Haki was overflowing. Everyone felt the vibration from the ground and couldn't help swallowing their throats. Every powerful and heavy slash could also be swiftly struck, which almost no one except Mihawk could do. Everyone could feel his amazing power, and each slash was not much weaker than the ending just now. What an amazing sword energy! And, as the slashes got faster and faster, Xiaoyan was completely enveloped by the sword energy of Hideo yet, so that everyone could not see clearly. The ground where he was located cracked, dust was stirred up, and the black lightning of Conqueror's Haki was like a snake spitting out its tongue, and it continued to burst out densely. It was impossible to count how many slashes he made. When Mihawk's haki continued to fail, he turned and retreated. The people watching the battle looked at Xian without holding their breath, and their eyes widened and they took a breath. He was still standing there, even his posture hadn't changed. The ground beneath his feet, even Shane's clothes were not covered with dust. The invisible shield that loomed around him didn't have any cracks. Mihawk's mad flash and slash was perfectly blocked by Shane. Defeat Shishibukai Hawkeye within 5 minutes to get a reward, remaining time, 3:59. There were only 4 minutes left. Shane frowned, originally planning to kill Hawkeye with one blow. It seemed that he would have to spend a few more moves. In order to save time as quickly as possible, Shane directly said to Rijo, "Suppress it." Pseudosonic shock. Hancock, Doflamingo, Jinbei, and others who were still in shock, as well as the vice admirals, immediately felt an indescribable sense of danger. And the Hawkeye Mihawk, who had just taken a breath, felt like a needle piercing his eyebrows. It seemed that something terrible was about to fall on his head. Not good. Before he finished thinking, Mihawk's battle-hardened reaction had made the best choice: dodge. It almost rubbed the corner of his clothes. While dodging, a huge force came, and the surrounding air instantly solidified and exploded. Mihawk's body tilted and he fell to the ground. But the horror has just begun. The pseudosonic gravity descended, covering the entire 10-meter radius. The shabby ground of the base collapsed instantly and continued to sink. Dust rolled in all directions. The whole base was shaking violently. Then, a corner of the square collapsed. The collapsed place, along with the edge, fell into the sea. In a blink of an eye, a bottomless abyss appeared in front of everyone. Mihawk retreated repeatedly, his pupils trembling. Almost was blasted into the ground by Shane. The result was unimaginable. Momuzagi, Chafo, and Hwashaishin and other vice admirals were even more shocked by the scene before their eyes. A group of marine soldiers were even more dumbfounded and stood there. The strongest admiral in the history of the marine opened his mouth and launched a terrifying offensive. Its gold content is still rising. On the contrary, Shane's adjutant was the first to react, and hurriedly shouted, "Shane Admiral! Be gentle, don't sink the G4. The adjutant knew the power of Shane's attack very well. If the battle continued at this level, the entire base would soon be reduced to ruins. Just after a while, the brand new base was destroyed. Hearing this, Shane looked at him helplessly. The nest built at a huge cost really can't be destroyed like this. The suppression effect in the field also disappeared. Chatter. No wonder the 4 emperors are not his opponents. Doflamingo was shocked by Shane many times, and now he calmed down and gradually became thoughtful. And Mihawk had stood still again, his eyes full of extremely solemn caution and vigilance. Time passed by. Shane didn't hesitate. Since he had to avoid large-scale destruction of the newly built base, there were not many means left. At least meteorites and the like could not be used, otherwise it would not be as simple as destroying the base. So he spoke decisively, "Qinglong. If the meteorite doesn't work, then summon the thugs first." The invisible pseudo-sound waves surged and condensed, and the huge dragon head poked out of the void and roared loudly. "It's that move." Doflamingo looked at the blue dragon that was bigger than last time and was shocked. He had already experienced the power of this thing and was still frightened. A group of marine soldiers and Shishibukai also watched the blue dragon appear in the roar. But what was even more amazing was, all the directions around Mihawk began to produce fluctuations. A blue dragon appeared, followed by the second, third, and fourth. Until the fifth appeared and surrounded Mihawk. Deft. Everyone looked at the 5 blue dragons that completely occupied the sky above the base and couldn't help but take a breath. "Don't destroy the base? What is this summoned? It's amazing." Mihawk's eyes condensed, and haki wrapped around his body until the sword tip. Immediately, a dragon roar pierced the air and headed straight for Mihawk. The rumored methods of Black Bat Admiral. Mihawk had heard of Shane's blue dragon and didn't dare to be careless. He jumped up and slashed at the imaginary blue dragon. The sharp and heavy sword energy cut through the sky and directly hit the head of the imaginary blue dragon. 444,444. The expected situation of being cut off did not happen. The tenacity of the imaginary blue dragon was completely beyond my hawk's imagination. Not only was it not cut off, but the blue dragon even roared and collided with the sword energy. It can stop the first blue dragon for a short time. My hawk turned around in surprise and saw the other 4 flying blue dragons. The speed is top-notch. The dragon summoned by Black Bat is so terrifying. My hawk gritted his teeth and rushed up with a black knife in his hand, without avoiding it. It was just a summoned creature of Shane. If he avoided it, what kind of challenge would it be? But then, my hawk held the black knife and collided with one of the blue dragons, and the sword tip touched the dragon head. In an instant, the majestic power surged like a huge wave, and my hawk couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The armament haki of the whole body immediately increased a few points, and the veins on the arms under the clothes bulged. Damn! How could it be? The power of the virtual blue dragon is too strong. It was almost impossible to use the force in the air. After my hawk resisted for a few seconds, his whole body suddenly flew backwards uncontrollably. The blue dragon that was wrestling with the sword energy completely eliminated the sword energy by 0.3, opened its huge mouth and bit towards my hawk. My hawk tried his best to chop out the sword energy with the black knife, and bit the virtual blue. Then, several more sword energies were slashed out, trying to stop the other 4. Who would have thought that the virtual blue dragon did not hit it this time, but bit the sword energy, and instantly exploded with red and black lightning. Surprisingly, it bit off the sword energy. My hawk was shocked in his heart, he had never seen such a method before. But the 5 green dragons could not be broken or blocked, and the result was predictable. No matter how my hawk dodged and swung his sword to counterattack, he was still hit by one of them. This time, the green dragons rushed forward and surrounded my hawk and hit him. 1 force defeated 10 skills. Even if my hawk had enough sword skills, he could not resist the attack of the 5 virtual green dragons at this moment. Puff! Under the continuous impact, my hawk finally couldn't resist and chose to resist the attack. As a result, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the square. It happened in a flash. It was only a minute. What the hell is this? Hancock was shocked by this minute and opened his mouth wide, full of disbelief. The world's #1 swordsman was actually hit by the virtual green dragon of Black Dragon Flagenon and flew backwards? It's scary to say it out. Jinbei, Tyrant Bear, and Doflamingo fell silent, staring at the green dragon without saying a word, with a turbulent heart. These scenes are really too shocking. The strength of Admiral Black Bat is unfathomable. Shatun, Hwashaishan and other vice admirals have only heard of it, but they didn't expect that Shane's illusionary Azure Dragon is so strong. I'm afraid Admiral Shane can only use this one move to flatten the Emperor Taban. More than flattening, looking at my hawk's battle situation, it's almost the same even if the 4 emperors come. Chapter 54. Yes, with just these 5 Azure Dragons, even the 4 emperors can't withstand it, the Vice Admiral thought. In fact, the Azure Dragons were not as strong as they are now. But my hawk couldn't resist it, and everyone witnessed it with their own eyes, and they were all amazed. He was knocked into the ground again and was covered in the rubble. Xiaoyan's eyes changed slightly, and the system prompted that there were only 2 minutes left. But there was still no prompt for completion. This meant that my hawk, who vomited blood again, had not fallen down. Suddenly, the world was affected by some kind of force. Dark clouds filled the sky at some point, and the light dimmed. What's going on? Everything seemed to happen in an instant, which surprised everyone in the square. Xiaoyan glanced at it, and then turned his head to look at my hawk. At the moment of turning his head, there was a bang. The rubble flew, and my hawk rushed out of the pit and appeared in front of Xiaoyan in almost the blink of an eye. At this moment, his temperament was completely changed. A trace of dark ghost energy lingered on my hawk, becoming more and more intense. The eagle eyes flashed with a dark blue halo. This is a kind of qualitative change of haki. Ghost Chi. Xiaoyan is familiar with the Pirate's King, and immediately thought of the mysterious power that appeared in Zoro. The ghost chi used by my hawk in front of him is even more amazing and terrifying. It looks like he is not a human at all. At the same time, my hawk, who flashed in front of Xian, also moved. Night. The world falls. Raise the black knife high. The ghost chi is like alive, and it immediately wraps around the black knife with my hawk's movements from the divergent state. The ghost chi is so deep that it is a little blue, and its amazing power makes everyone present change their faces. The world's #1 swordsman should not be underestimated after all. In the battle with Xian, it seems that my hawk is not at the same level at all, and even gives people the illusion that he is not strong. But on the contrary, my hawk is very strong, as strong as the 4 emperors. It just loses its brilliance in front of Xian. However, my hawk's attack made everyone realize it again. This man is the world's #1 swordsman. The majestic ghost energy makes people's backs cold. With a dark blue sword tip, you can't even see where the sword energy is, and it falls in front of Xian. Until it touches the invisible shield, rippling like water. The sound of hissing, the ghost energy is rampant. At this moment, it seems that there is no wind or breath. But the next moment, the amazing fluctuations burst out. The strong and invisible aftermath spreads instantly. The building was blown up by the impact, and the wind was raging. Whether it was Shishibukai or Vice Admiral, none of them could withstand this aftermath and were almost overturned. One by one, they held on to the fixed objects and looked at the field in horror. This level of confrontation is too terrifying. However, even such a strong sword fell on the invisible shield, and it could not break through. The invisible shield was fluctuating wildly, and after a few seconds, a crack gradually appeared. Seeing this, my hawk's eyes moved, and the ghost energy around him suddenly became more majestic and turbulent, flowing down his arm to hide a break. Its power instantly became 2 times stronger. My hawk still underestimated the terrifying defensive power of the invisible shield. The solid invisible shield with infinite pseudosonic energy has unimaginable toughness. There are cracks, but no matter how much power is added and how much ghost energy is poured, it is impossible to tear it apart and break through. How could it be? It is obviously going to break. My hawk roared in his heart. It is obvious that the invisible barrier is about to be broken, and he believes that he can threaten Shane and even have the hope of defeating him. But he just can't do it. He is so close, but he can't seize the opportunity, which makes people crazy. However, too much energy and the violent spread of the aftermath almost caused a disaster for the entire base. The ground was cracking, and it continued to affect larger places. Even the main building was shaking wildly and stones fell. The aftermath impact overturned and blew away many marine soldiers, and even the vice admirals began to have some difficulty. Flashing red and black lightning occupied the conflict. The earth shook. It is no exaggeration to say that this is not much different from Hisashi. Momozagi, Shitun, and others were shocked, and the expressions of Shishibukai such as Empress Hancock and Jinbei were exaggerated, and they were shocked by the confrontation between the two. Shane was not worried about my hawk in front of him, but turned his head and frowned slightly. If this continues, it will be difficult to control the power of the fight. His newly expanded and reinforced base will really collapse. He felt a little helpless, and the system prompted that there was not much time left. Shane spoke decisively, "Overlord. Soul calming. First time using enchantment, Conqueror's Haki. The sound waves with up to 8,000 attribute points have absolutely repressive energy. As the name of the move suggests, under Shane's will, it instantly enveloped my hawk as he spoke. Shane's Conqueror's Haki is strong and has a vibration effect. What's different from the traditional Conqueror's Haki is that almost all the pressure energy is focused on my hawk alone. The sound waves are used as a transmission basis, and the entire space is instantly rippled. My hawk was already on guard against Shane's actions. When he saw him speak, he felt something was wrong. He seemed to have sensed something and released his ghost energy and Conqueror's Haki with all his strength. But as the entire space trembled, my hawk's eyes showed fear. His Conqueror's Haki and ghost energy were actually torn apart visibly with the naked eye. An invisible and colorless, but stronger and more violent conquerors crashed into my hawk's soul. He was trying his best, but his eyes suddenly turned black, and his head was like 1,000 gravity. All the strength disappeared. My hawk didn't even make a sound, his spirit was hit hard, his eyes turned white, and he fell straight back. Ba. Conqueror's haki. He didn't react at once. Momuzagi, Shitun, and others were stunned, staring at my hawk falling down like this. Hancock, Tyrant Bear, and others opened their mouths wide, completely stunned by the sudden scene. What happened just now happened very quickly, very quickly. But the Shishibukai and Vice Admirals present were all experienced, and the strong Conqueror's haki that flashed by made their scalps numb. Conquerors who are stronger than red hair. Doflamingo's eyes changed, and his facial expression was a little distorted. He really didn't expect that Shane actually had a Conqueror's haki that could shock my hawk. In short, what shocked Doflamingo the most was, what kind of king did Shane, the Black Bat Admiral, want to be? Compared to him, my Conquerors, is nothing. Hancock also discovered the strength of the Conquerors that could pierce my hawk's haki, and sighed. He has Conquerors just like Mr. Garp. Momuzagi exclaimed, really shocked. The powerful ones can defeat the 4 emperors, and now Shane has shown the top Conqueror's haki. Even more domineering than red hair. Shane Admiral's Conquerors, is also ridiculously strong. Shitun was shocked and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The strength that he had worked hard to improve for many years was like a joke in front of Xia-en, and there was no comparison at all. Seeing the world's #1 swordsman fainted under Xia-en's majestic Conqueror's haki. That amazing power made everyone present feel terrified. In the field, the ghost energy and sword energy fluctuations were also dispersed by Conqueror's haki, and the world became bright. Ding defeat Hawkeye My Hawk within 5 minutes and gain 1000 attribute points. A large amount of attribute points was earned, and Xia-en was relieved. He finally defeated My Hawk in time. It must be said that the world's #1 swordsman is still very difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Xia-en added attribute points to the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 9000 attribute points. Pseudo sound wave attribute points reached 9000, and enchantment, thunder was obtained. It was another powerful battle enchantment. Xia-en was not surprised, but he was also in a good mood. Thunder is the power of thunder. Seriously. With one more layer of means, the strength will naturally rise to another level. Moreover, close to the 10,000 level mark, Shane can also feel the changes in his body every day with the pseudosonic energy. The physical strength is also becoming stronger and stronger. That's it. Shane stood to check his own situation, and the shocked people reacted one after another. The adjutant looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The construction work has just been completed, it seems that it has to be done again. The battle is over. The vice admirals surrounded Shane. The unconscious Mihawk was sent away by the adjutant, and the Shishibukai had no mood to continue visiting the G4 branch after this battle. Without even a sip of water, Tyrant Bear, Hancock, Jinbei, Doflamingo, and others said goodbye with worries. They boarded their respective ships with gloomy faces. When they came with their own purposes to see the rumored mute admiral. Hancock just wanted to meet Shane and find out the truth. Jinbei was because of Whitebeard. On the way back, Tyrant Bear contacted the Revolutionary Army and reported all the clues about Shane to Monkeyed Dragon. You actually took the risk to go to G4. Bear. Hearing this, Monkeyed Dragon was surprised, but he was not surprised by the strength shown by Kongjin. On the contrary, he was worried that Bear's actions would be dangerous. Mute Admiral is destined to become our biggest obstacle to dealing with Marie Joyce. Dragon, you must prepare early. Although Bear did not say a word on the scene, he was worried in his heart. Having seen Shane's methods, he knew how difficult it would be to face Shane in the future. At the same time, on the other side, Doflamingo returned by boat, sitting at the bow without saying a word. Toripol, who was traveling with him, was worried and looked at him with hesitation. It's not just as simple as the new era. He. Doflamingo pondered, and suddenly became low and cold. It's because the dumb admiral is too strong, master. It looks like the world will be in chaos soon. Although Toribal didn't enter the base, he could see the aftermath of the earth-shaking battle. I think all the Shishibukai who are going back now are worried. With the dumb Admiral here, Marine is too strong. Shishibukai, there is no need to exist, and they will be liquidated sooner or later. Once we face him, who has the strength to fight against him? After saying that, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing wildly. There was a lot of irony in the laughter. There is no chance of winning. The so-called Shishibukai, one of the three major forces of the Grand Line, is just a joke. Just as Monkeyed Dragon worried, if Shane was going to take action, all the Shishibukai present would be in trouble. Fortunately, Doflamingo, who is of Celestial Dragon's bloodline, has other plans. Such a big fight in Marine G4 branch naturally could not escape the eyes and ears of the headquarters. After the Vice Admirals finished with Shane, they reported the matter before returning to Naval Headquarters. In the office, Aokiji, Garp, sat on the sofa. Akainu, Kizaru sat on the chairs beside. After Sengoku answered the phone, he was stunned. Vice Admiral Group went to visit Shane. What went wrong? Grandma Tsuru saw Sengoku was abnormal and asked. Sengoku put down the den mushi with a strange and surprised look on his face, and said, not only the Vice Admirals went, but the Shishibukai went too. Garp laughed and said, those big villains? Which 280 dare to go to Shane? And Grandma Crane asked directly, Sengoku, just say whatever you want. Except Gecko Moria, all of them went. Hawkeye my hawk also challenged Shane. As a result, that kid defeated the world's #1 swordsman. Sengoku looked strange, and that's why. Even Whitebeard and Red Hair were defeated by Shane, so it was reasonable for my hawk to lose, just a little unexpected. And what surprised Sengoku was the way Shane defeated my hawk. Kuzan, Garp, and others couldn't help showing surprise when they heard this. Hawkeye actually challenged Shane? He is really a guy who is keen on strong people. Kizaru immediately said that this was normal. Garp, Grandma Crane nodded. Shane's strength is obvious to all. He has the ability to defeat Hawkeye. Now, the brilliant record has been further improved. The guys in New World are even more trembling. Wahaha! Garp couldn't help laughing out loud. The suppression of absolute power will make these villains like ants on a hot pot. Some people will be unable to sit still. Shane's methods are as strong as before, but this time, he used Conqueror's Haki. Shitun reports that Hawkeye fought to the end and was stunned by Shane's Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku finished speaking, unable to hide his inner surprise. It seems reasonable that Conqueror's Haki appears on Shane. But using Conqueror's Haki to stun Hawkeye? How strong does one have to be to do that? Garp, Kuzan, Tsuru, and Akainu all froze when they heard Sengoku's words. It was incredible. Even Whitebeard, the red-haired conquerors, can't make a strong man like Hawkeye faint. Kuzan stood up suddenly and said in a serious tone. He even doubted whether it was true. Don't mention red hair. Roger, rocks can't do it. Garp shook his head and said in amazement. How strong a fate must be to make Conqueror's Haki reach such a level. It's simply terrifying. Even Granny Crane couldn't figure it out, and exclaimed, Shane has to do his best to get it up. As we all know, the strength of Conqueror's Haki comes from his fate and physical growth. Shane is indeed powerful, but his age is destined to experience. This point simply breaks everyone's cognition, and even feels scary. However, Sengoku, Garp and others would never have thought that Shane's Conqueror's Haki is different from the whole world. No one is more special than Bachan. The important thing is that the fundamental reason for Conquerors, which belongs to the enchantment effect, is pseudo-sound waves. I don't think this is the point. He is Marine Admiral. Our highest combat power. Conquerors. Wahahaha. Garp laughed loudly, happily interrupting everyone's deep thoughts. Chapter 55. Under the current situation, Marine has enough power to defend justice. Should we consider the issue of Shishibukai? At this time, Sakazuki suddenly spoke and looked at Sengoku. Shishibukai. Aokiji, Kizaru's eyes narrowed. At this time, Akainu suddenly mentioned the issue of Shishibukai, and everyone was a little surprised. Enough power. Akainu's intention was obvious. With Shane here, Marine not only expands its combat power, but also has the absolute highest combat power. 4 emperors cannot pose an absolute threat as usual. Then the role of the Shishibukai system has become invalid, and this sea does not need evil guys to balance it. With Shane and us, it is enough to calm the sea. Sakazuki glanced at everyone and made a firm opinion. You mean, cancel the Shishibukai system? Sengoku and others looked serious. This is not a trivial matter, but a major event related to the overall plan. But what everyone didn't expect was that the first person who agreed was the Chief of Staff, Tsuru. Shishibukai, it's indeed possible to move. Grandma Tsuru calmly picked up the teacup, glanced at Sengoku and said. Kuzan and Borsalino also considered the feasibility of this matter. Hawkeye my hawk has been defeated by Shane, I think other guys will also start preparing. If it is to be implemented, this is also a good opportunity. Unexpectedly, Garp also agreed and reminded everyone with words. To take action against Shishibukai, this is the opportunity. The more time passes, the more difficult it will be to deal with those pirates with their cunning. Then, Kuzan, Borsalino, what do you think? Sengoku did not put forward his own opinion, but thought about it, and then asked others. It's not a bad idea to take action against Shishibukai. After all, we are very free now. Borsalino laughed and looked like he was listening to you. I agree. Kuzan did not give any reason, but affirmed it. After all, the reality is in front of us. Who among the 4 emperors dares to act rashly now? Even if the Marines come out in full force, they have to seriously consider the consequences of reckless actions. If it weren't for the lack of troops, maybe the Marines and even the world government would have to hold a major cleanup operation. Then everyone has no objection to Sakazuki's proposal to abolish the Shishibukai system. But this matter still needs to be asked to Shane. Let him come back to the headquarters and report on his work. Sengoku nodded immediately and then made a decision. For major matters, Shane's opinion must be notified and asked. Indeed, it is not enough for us to just watch. The 3 admirals, Garp and Granny Crane also thought it was natural. With Shane's current strength and status, the entire marine is also a very important existence. Without Shane, there is no big action. So after the motion was passed, Sengoku directly called the adjutant to notify the G4 branch. As a result, at this time, a messenger came to the door. Report. Marshal Sengoku, there is a man named Lafitte who wants to see you. It seems to be to discuss some deal. Sengoku was a little surprised. Lafitte? It seems to be some devil sheriff. This is just a small figure for the 3 admirals, but Nansen has heard Smoker mention it. Originally, Sengoku was not interested in meeting him, but the messenger said, he said it was about the Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Suddenly, the senior executives in the office were attracted by this name and were a little surprised. Especially Sengoku, whose eyes immediately condensed. Regarding Porgas D. Ace protected by Whitebeard, he had been paying attention to it for a long time. Let him come. Immediately, Sengoku agreed. When Lafitte, dressed in a strange outfit, arrived at the conference room and saw almost all the senior executives of Marine, he was shocked. But Lafitte was not stage fright, but smiled. Seeing him so confident, Sengoku said lightly, if you can't hand over useful information, you can't leave Marineford. Thank you, Marshal, for meeting you. This matter is the bargaining chip my captain uses to trade with you. Lafitte seemed very graceful and bowed. Go on. Sengoku knocked on the table, expressionless. The Fire Fist Ace is now in the hands of our Captain Blackbeard. He means to use the Fire Fist in exchange for the position of Shishibukai. Use the Fire Fist in exchange for the position of Shishibukai. Aokiji and Kizuru both felt a little funny. A system that is about to be abolished, but there are still people coveting it. But isn't this Blackbeard the traitor on Whitebeard's ship? That's really good. But using a Fire Fist as a bargaining chip to back up the world government is obviously not enough. Aokiji and Kizuru disagreed, and so did Akainu, Garp, Sengoku, and Grandma Tsuru. Is this the bargaining chip you handed over? It doesn't seem to be enough. Sengoku waved his hand directly, not very interested. After all, it would be of no benefit to them to accept it, but would make Whitebeard even more angry with naval headquarters. Although Shane can defeat him, he must also prevent this shock fruit ability user from attacking across half of the sea. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lafitte was not disappointed, but said more confidently, "The Fire Fist is certainly not enough, but this Fire Fist is Chuanja's biological son." What? Suddenly, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they were a little stunned. Garp's face immediately became gloomy, and his fists clenched. This secret is still made public. And seeing the shock of the marine executives, Lafitte was quite proud in his heart, and began to tell all the evidence of Blackbeard. After all, Blackbeard had been on Whitebeard's ship for many years, and the Fire Fist ace was also in his hands. Sengoku, Grandmahi and others nodded frequently in their hearts. It is reasonable, and as long as the Fire Fist ace is obtained and asked, it can be directly confirmed from the attitude. Besides, Sengoku had long had doubts, and now he felt it was true, and couldn't help but glared at the already dim Garp. Marine agreed to this deal. "We will send Blackbeard in person." Sengoku then agreed and told Lafitte. Unexpectedly, when Lafitte heard that it was Shane who was going to trade, he was shocked and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He waved his hands repeatedly, "Don't bother Admiral Blackbeard to go in person." The mute Admiral was too fierce, and Lafitte didn't want to face him. The Marines laughed a little, and then they remembered that Blackbeard and his gang seemed to have offended Shane and were almost killed on the spot. Seeing Lafitte's fear, Sengoku could only slow down a little, so he arranged, "Then let Kuzan go and bring back Ace the Fire Fist. Once his identity is confirmed, the deal with Blackbeard can be implemented." Lafitte was finally relieved about this arrangement. It's good that it's not Blackbeard, otherwise there will be no courage to talk at that time. A few days later. Marine Ford Square. The Marine soldiers stood in awe. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Maynard, and others stood at the forefront of the harbor, watching Aokiji Nanzen's warships sail in. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard couldn't help but laugh proudly when he saw the lineup of the headquarters. Being able to enter the naval headquarters means that his plan is progressing smoothly. Then, Aokiji took the lead in letting the Marines hold down the shackled ace with a look of despair and walk off the warship. Blackbeard and his 4 men followed closely behind, looking around. But just as they landed on the ground of Crescent Bay and were about to go to the headquarters building. "That's Admiral Shane's warship." When Ghost Spider turned around, he saw a warship coming from a distance. On the sail, the black G4 logo was very conspicuous. That was the logo that only Shane could use. Because of Ghost Spider's exclamation, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The expressions of the Marine soldiers in the square changed, and they were obviously excited. Aokiji smiled slightly, stopped his steps, and looked over. And Blackbeard and his group trembled in their hearts and swallowed their throats. How could I have such a coincidence to meet this evil star? Blackbeard's face was ugly, and he began to get nervous from the bottom of his heart. He and Shane still had a grudge, and the most important thing was, he was almost killed by him last time. It was impossible not to be nervous, but fortunately this time he came to the naval headquarters for a trade. Soon, the warship slowly entered the port. Shane, wearing a justice coat with black epaulets, stepped onto the port with an upright posture. "Admiral Shane!" There was a sudden cheer at the scene. "It's so lucky! I actually met Admiral Shane today." "Yes, Admiral is stationed at the G4 branch, and I can hardly see him in person. Finally, I have seen the greatness of the strongest human." Almost all Marine soldiers worship the nearly invincible Black Bat Admiral, and many people are even more excited to see him for the first time. It was a star-chasing scene. Especially now that Shane has the Conqueror's Haki enchantment, his temperament is open, and a momentum that makes people convinced is permeated. Blackbeard, Van Oka, Lafitte, Poison Q, and others saw Shane, their eyes twitched, their steps could not help but step back, and they were terrified. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but Blackbeard did not notice it. He could not help but exclaim in his heart, "What a terrifying momentum!" This black scorpion is getting more and more terrifying. Even Whitebeard's shock fruit was defeated by Shane, so Blackbeard naturally felt fear. Shane did not look away, and had no interest in Blackbeard and his gang. Instead, he slowly walked past Ace and nodded to Aokiji. "Come on, let's go to the meeting room together." Aokiji Kyuzan smiled back and walked side by side with Shane to the building. Ace, who was being escorted away, could not help but open his tired eyes and look at the back of the man who was younger than himself. What an amazing momentum! He is Black Bat, the guy who defeated my dad. The powerful deterrent force made Ace couldn't help but exclaim, and then he lowered his head in silence. Naval Headquarters Building. In the huge conference room, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Akainu, and Kizaru sat in the front seat waiting. There were many other vice admirals participating, all with serious faces. Then, the door was pushed open. Shane and Kyuzan walked in. A group of vice admirals stood up and saluted excitedly. "One Chong and Admiral. Praise Admiral." Sengoku, Kizaru and other senior executives also stood up to greet them. "Thank you for your hard work, Shane, Kyuzan." Sengoku smiled and motioned them to take a seat. There was no more pleasantries, and Xiaoan took a seat in the respectful eyes of the vice admirals. Sengoku confirmed the situation in the Whitebeard pirates with Blackbeard again, and confirmed the identity of Ace the Fire Fist. "He is Roger's son, there is no doubt about it, right? Ace." Blackbeard laughed, he knew that Ace was now unable to defend himself. Sure enough, Ace, who knew his identity, looked at the Marine Admiral and Vice Admiral present, and was so excited that he couldn't control himself at all. "My dad is Whitebeard." Ace denied it hoarsely. But the more such an attitude, the more people were silent. "Poor gas. Fire Fist, you can't defend yourself anymore, this is an undeniable fact, and we can even restore the details of your mother giving birth to you." Sengoku compared his own intelligence and it was basically close. At this time, Garp's expression was extremely ugly, as if he was enduring something, and his whole body was shaking. "Roger's son. It's really him. Marshal Sengoku has made it very clear. Too incredible. The captain of the 2nd Division on Whitebeard's ship is actually the son of his mortal enemy. Demon blood. Roger's son, I didn't expect him to be alive in the world, he should be executed." "Hush! Stop talking. This is a high-level meeting. Admiral Shane is also here." The conference room was shaken and noisy, but it soon stopped. Sooner or later, Garp glanced at Sengoku, and then looked at Ace, who looked down as if he had lost his soul, feeling extremely helpless. If he had been a Marine, King Lee is good, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation now. "Poor gas D Ace. Your identity is confirmed. No matter what, as Roger's son, you can't escape judgment as the blood of the devil." Sengoku's eyes sparkled, and he made the final decision. He is really the son of Roger, the king of pirates. If it is made public and executed, it will be of great significance to the Marine and world government. Now that Shane has suppressed the 4 emperors and has made such achievements, the end of the great pirates era is just around the corner. This is a trend that no one can stop. So, Sengoku directly agreed to Blackbeard's request. "Your deal is done. From today on, draft the draft and confirm that you, Blackbeard, will be the new Shishibukai." Blackbeard's eyes lit up, and he laughed, then. Happy cooperation. Becoming a big pirate who plunders legally is just one step. Sengoku was too lazy to pay attention to the traitor Blackbeard, but was thinking about the abolition of the Shishibukai system, which might be delayed. But at this moment, Blackbeard said, "Since I have become a Shishibukai, Marshal Sengoku, it's not too much for me to visit Impel Down." Impel Down. Sengoku and the soldiers present were slightly stunned when they didn't expect Blackbeard to make this request. Shishibukai has the power to make conditions and the right to make the world government meet a request. But everyone looked at Blackbeard with some confusion. There is this opportunity, just to visit Impel Down? There are prisoners in it, what does Blackbeard want to do? Everyone didn't understand, but they couldn't think of any harm. So for a while, no one objected. But among them, Shane's mouth was slightly raised. Sure enough, he took action. Shane was familiar with the plot and knew that Blackbeard entered Impel Down intention. But whether it is to stir up the world's first prison or the conspiracy behind it, Shane doesn't care. Chapter 56. Shane didn't want to reveal Blackbeard's intention, but just watched quietly with his legs crossed. It would not be good for him to reveal this matter, but Blackbeard would still stir up the storm, and maybe he could get some attribute points on him. Sengoku stared at Blackbeard, frowned slightly, and said, "Are you sure you want to visit Impel Down? The undersea prison is very important, what does Blackbeard want to do in it?" After thinking about it, Sengoku couldn't guess his intention. But after considering it, he agreed to Blackbeard's request, but the marshal was not without a backup plan, and turned his head to look at Zhen who was standing aside. "Visiting Impel Down is not a problem, then Shane will take you there personally." As soon as these words came out, Blackbeard's expression froze. "Let this evil star lead?" Before he spoke, Sengoku continued, "By the way, escort Fire Fist Ace to Impel Down for detention and await his fate." Shane couldn't help but wonder, didn't he call him to the meeting? This is a serious matter, and we are relieved to have Shane escort us. Grandma Crane saw this and understood Sengoku's thoughts, and spoke up. At this time, Blackbeard couldn't refute any more, and he hesitated to speak. He was afraid of getting along with Shane in his heart, but he had no choice. If he proposed not to go with Shane again, I'm afraid Marine would reject his request on the spot. Besides, Shane didn't want to bother. As a result, at this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding, trigger an unexpected event, escort Fire Fist Ace, arrive at the 6th floor, and get 500 attribute points. 500 attribute points for one trip? There was no reason to refuse this. Shane immediately stood up and nodded, agreeing. It is not far from Naval Headquarters to Impel Down. With the special triangular current, Shane led his men to escort Ace, followed by Blackbeard, who was timid and did not dare to speak. Soon they arrived at the 1st floor of Impel Down. "Admiral Shane." As soon as the warship docked, the jailers saluted enthusiastically. Magellan and Magellan, Domino, Saritas, and City Chan had been waiting here. They had never seen the world-famous strongest Admiral Shane, and at this moment they saluted UNN nervously. Normally, Magellan did not need to salute the Admiral, but it was completely different when facing Shane. The young Admiral in front of him was the man who defeated Kaido, Red Hair, and Whitebeard, the 3 emperors of the sea. The strongest in the world. Pirates respect the strong in the world, not to mention the strongest. They were both excited and nervous. Shane nodded friendly. Everyone knew the nickname of the dumb Admiral, so they came up attentively and took Shane to the Impel Down. "Shane Admiral, this is the underwater prison. We are currently on the 1st floor. The elevator in front can go directly to the 3rd floor." Magellan was well prepared today and did not have a stomach ache. He walked in front like a little brother and introduced Impel Down. Shane looked around and was not interested. He could only say that Impel Down was very spacious. All the way down, the 4th floor, blazing hell. Magellan's office is also on this floor, and Ace, who was escorted in, also needs to undergo the prison disinfection ceremony here. This is also a feature of Impel Down. Shane is still a little interested in the big iron pot in the middle. As a result, just as Ace was disinfected and taken out, everyone walked along the corridor, and the prisoners on both sides started to quarrel. "Magellan! Ha ha ha! Look, what is the warden doing with Little Marine? There's a newcomer coming in. Hey, Little Marine, what rank are you? Come in and play with Grandpa." Although Shane was wearing a coat, the prisoners inside didn't seem to realize that he was an admiral. They were all in a state of confusion and were shouting loudly. Like a camp roar, one cell started shouting, and the cells on both sides of the corridor all started to make a commotion, and it was suddenly noisy. Blackbeard and his gang sneered at the back, and were very happy to see Shane being mocked by these prisoners. "Shut up!" Magellan glared and stopped the prisoners. But they were not afraid of Magellan at all, and kept making noise. "You are really tired of living. City Chan." Magellan was angry and wanted to let City Chan go up to increase the sentence for each of them. Before he finished speaking, Shane stepped forward and said calmly, "Noisy. The mute Admiral doesn't speak, but once he speaks, the consequences will be disastrous. The pseudo-sound waves covered the entire floor the moment Shane opened his mouth, enchanting Conqueror's haki. Unlike the Conqueror's transmission process of others, almost in the blink of an eye, the suffocating pressure erupted. Blackbeard's group, Ace, the jailer, Magellan, and others could all hear a buzzing sound, and then the trembling pressure came down. The space seemed to tremble violently. The world was quiet. In the cells on both sides, the prisoners who were originally shouting fell down, all with white eyes, and fainted. Conquerors! The whole floor was stunned instantly. How is this possible? Blackbeard felt the strong pressure, and saw that the fourth floor was quiet instantly, and his heart couldn't help trembling. What an amazing Conqueror's haki! When he fought with Shane in the G4 branch before, Conqueror's haki was never shown haki, now suddenly showing, really scared Blackbeard. Conqueror's haki, only Conqueror's haki is the most special, it is a super talent that can truly compare to the power of the fruit. Top strong men like Roger, Rox, etc., Conquerors are very scary, and so is Red Hair who doesn't get along with Blackbeard. And what Shane showed is undoubtedly the top Conquerors. Dumb Admiral actually has Conquerors. Even if there is no targeting, Poison Q, Van Oka, Lafayette, and Badgers are all scared to the point of their legs going soft, with a look of horror on their faces. Such talent is almost the same as Red Hair. How can he have such a strong Conquerors? Ace stood in the middle of the jailers, his pupils trembling, looking at Shane, very shocked. It is incredible that a Marine Admiral has such a strong Conquerors. Magellan, Hanyabal and the others were stunned for a long time before they suddenly realized and swallowed. This is the deterrence of Admiral Black Bat. It's so terrible. There are many big prisoners on the fourth floor, and none of them can handle it. As expected of the strongest Admiral. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Shane and was amazed. And Shane didn't even look at the cells on both sides. Lift your legs and continue walking. 0146011016 Fila 144310560. Magellan, Hanyabal, and others hurriedly collected their thoughts, followed quickly, and continued to introduce, Admiral Shane, the elevator in front can go directly to the 6th floor. It would be great if there was a direct elevator. So soon, the group reached the 6th floor Eternal Hell through the elevator. When Shane stepped into the 6th floor, the system prompt came as expected. Ding arrived at the 6th floor of Impel Down, and obtained 500 attribute points. 500 attribute points were simply credited. As usual, Shane added all of them directly to the pseudo-sound wave. Pseudo-sound wave, 9500 attribute points. As the 10,000 mark was approaching, Shane became cheerful. With further improvement in strength, I can live freely in this world. I just don't know if the 10,000 mark can be controlled by pseudo-sound waves and can speak freely. Shane felt that he had become accustomed to the days of silence, and was not as anxious as before. Next, Magellan arranged for City Chan to put the Fire Fist Ace in the cell. Blackbeard and his gang followed, scanning the cells on both sides with burning eyes. The rumored 6th floor, thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard smiled deeply, looking for a big prisoner who was qualified to be his partner. And Shane, wearing a coat of justice, was also noticed by the prisoners on the 6th floor. Admiral Epaulets. Is he the Black Bat? The young Admiral who captured Kaido into Impel Down. It seems to be him. He looks really young. BGFG. Kaido wouldn't lie, would he? The big prisoners on the 6th floor obviously knew Shane from Kaido. They looked at Shane up and down with malicious eyes, and sneered from time to time. These prisoners who have been imprisoned for many years are really scary. Some even shouted to Shane provocatively, "Are you Black Bat?" Compared to the 4th floor, the big prisoners here are not noisy, but they are all very annoying. After imprisoning Ace, Magellan ran over and shouted, "You'd better be quiet. If you don't want to eat." Just at this time, Blackbeard Teach had already walked around and had already found the big prisoners he wanted to bring into the gang. Magellan was really afraid that Shane would be angry, so he hurriedly said, "Admiral Shane, calm down, we can go up first after the mission is completed." Shane was too lazy to pay attention to these mentally ill prisoners. He was bored and was about to leave. As a result, at this time, a sneer came from the cell on the second floor, and many big prisoners shut their mouths immediately, looking like they were watching a show. It's that monster Bullet. What does Bullet want to do? A rough voice came from the cell behind. Are you the 4th Marine Admiral who defeated Kaido? I heard you're very strong. Do you dare to fight me? Ha ha ha. Bullet's laughter was very arrogant and full of sarcasm. He was challenging Shane. From Kaido's description, the 4th Marine Admiral was even stronger than Roger and Rox. He didn't believe it, especially when he saw Shane exuding the deterrent feeling of a strong man. He couldn't help but ask for a fight. This Bullet actually wants to challenge the Marine Admiral. I guess he won't accept it. He's just a little kid, ha ha ha. I don't think Marine has the courage. 4th Admiral? Hey! Fight with Bullet. The surrounding cells suddenly made a noise, and all kinds of words were trying to influence Shane to accept Bullet's challenge. Magellan was furious and shouted at the prisoners, "Shut up!" Blackbeard's eyes suddenly changed, and he sneered in his heart, "Bullet and Black Bat fighting? That's a good show to watch. But this guy probably won't accept it. A prisoner, there is no benefit in winning." Blackbeard thought it was impossible. Shane was lazy and really had no interest in any challenge. He didn't want to pay attention and remained calm. If Magellan hadn't stopped the prisoners from making noise, he would have suppressed them with another conqueror's haki. But what Shane didn't expect was that just as he was about to walk away, the system sounded a reminder again. Ding! Trigger an unexpected event. Defeating the evil pirates can gain attribute points, and the 6th level of evil value is at a high level. You can get double rewards by defeating them with summons. Defeating with summons can double the reward? Shane's eyes suddenly lit up. Before, points were obtained by killing evil pirates, but recently, completing tasks can gain a large number of attribute points. Who would have thought that there would be such a good thing on the 6th floor? They are all extremely evil criminals. It will definitely be a big deal to defeat one of them, plus double. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around at this time and looked at this sinful field. In this case, no one will be left behind. Maybe, just impel down the 6th floor can also harvest 2,000 attribute points. Shane, you. Magellan was startled by Shane's sudden stop, and seeing that he was even more interested, he couldn't help swallowing his throat. Admiral, is he really going to fight with Bullet? Xiaoyan turned around and walked towards the depths with the provocative Bullet. What? You don't dare? Black Bat. Bullet stood in the darkness of the cell with his arms folded, sneering. Xiaoyan took out a wooden board and wrote, "You, all of you on the 6th floor, defeat my men and release them on the spot." What do you mean? Let everyone on the 6th floor go together. Bullet suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was really arrogant. But what did he mean by subordinates? Relying on those crooked people he brought? As a result, Shane nodded directly, indicating that it was just like that. Ha 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 ha. Is this Marine Admiral crazy? You, let everyone on the 6th floor go together. Interesting. I'm going to tear him apart. The news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100 in the cell, and there was a lot of ridicule in the uproar. Marine Admiral is indeed powerful, and Kaido also indirectly proves that Black Bat is very powerful. But so what? Everyone on the 6th floor is an extremely huge force that can even subvert the world. Magellan was sweating and hurried forward to stop him. Don't be impulsive. Admiral Shane. After being provoked, did Shane hold back? Thinking of being knocked unconscious on the 4th floor, Magellan was really worried that Shane would mess up. But Shane actually wrote to him to let him go. You don't know, the 6th floor has always been hidden from the eyes of the world. The prisoners here are all extremely vicious. If one of them is released, the world will suffer a disaster. And the matter is too big. Shane Admiral, even if I am the warden, I don't have the power to release all the prisoners. Magellan repeatedly persuaded him with earnest words. Han Yabao, City Chan and others also spoke out to explain the seriousness of the 6th floor. Once an accident occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. More importantly, Magellan knows better than anyone that there are more monsters imprisoned inside than Douglas Bullet. Ha ha ha. So funny. Challenge the entire 6th floor? The boy warden dare not let it go. Do you understand? Intentional, he knows it's impossible. Ha ha. The prisoners sneered and mocked. But Shane was calm and wrote to Magellan, I am responsible for everything. Responsible? Because Shane insisted on letting the challenge go, Magellan's face turned ugly. Absolutely not. Admiral Shane, if you insist, I can only report to Marshal Sengoku. Chapter 57. Magellan sternly refused. Releasing the prisoners on the 6th floor was too serious a problem. Even though Shane was now a powerful person, he did not dare to neglect his duty. The prisoners mocked him, and Blackbeard and his gang were stunned by Shane's actions. Is the dumb Admiral crazy? Release all the prisoners on the 6th floor to duel. If a few escape, the problem will be serious. Even we know, he can't know. Fan Oka, Poison Q, Lafitte and others whispered to each other, paying attention to what Shane would do next. Will he force Magellan to execute it, or stop there? However, Shane was indifferent, looking at Magellan, and it was self-evident. Magellan's forehead was sweating because of Shane's eyes, but he still insisted on taking out the Den Den Mushi and reporting to his superiors. If Sengoku knew, it goes without saying that the plan to make money by sweeping the 6th floor today would be ruined. Although Shane could be indifferent, he didn't want to make trouble. So when the Den Den Mushi was about to be broadcast, his eyes swept over. Conqueror's haki hummed, and the Den Den Mushi was stunned. Magellan was stunned, and he could never have thought that Shane would do this. Blackbeard and his gang, even the prisoners on the 6th floor, were all surprised by Shane's sudden action. ITB. As a result, at this time, before everyone could exclaim in surprise, Shane spoke directly, shock the dragon. Instantly, the entire space shook suddenly, attracting the attention of everyone present, and then a dragon roar erupted on the 6th floor. What is that? In the cages on both sides, the prisoners saw that the light on the dark 6th floor became brighter, and then a huge dragon head appeared out of thin air. Amid the dragon roar, the dragon's body hovered on the stone pillar, and its emotionless eyes stared down. Seeing such a huge dragon appear, everyone was shocked on the spot. Bullet and the big prisoners couldn't believe their eyes. Is this what Shane said, his men? The huge dragon body, although smaller than the one summoned outside, is still fierce. The most amazing thing is that there are 2 white halos on the 2 front paws of the illusory dragon. The amazing breath it exudes shocked everyone present. That is, shock the power of fruit. Black Bat. How could he? How could he? Blackbeard recognized the power he dreamed of at a glance, and his hands trembled, his eyes stared straight, and he was shocked. How could the power of Whitebeard's father appear on Black Bat? For a moment, Blackbeard was stunned. Similarly, Ace, who had just been locked in the cage, staggered to his feet and stared at the dragon with wide eyes. The familiar vibration power. Although there was no burst of power, it was very clear. In another cage, the trembling pupils and frowning crocodile were even more incredible. Whitebeard's vibration ability. How could it appear on the dragon summoned by Black Bat? The rumored Black Bat Admiral is so exaggerated. The crocodile challenged Whitebeard and felt the rage that shocked the sea. It's simply beyond cognition. The fruit ability is unique, how could it appear on another person? However, the aura of the powerful dragon continued to rise, and the pseudo-sound waves cast its body, making the prisoners present feel the majestic pressure. The ridicule at the beginning was now completely silent, and fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Admiral Shane. You. Han Yabao, Magellan and others were frightened and retreated. The only thing left in my mind was, is Admiral Shane crazy? Why must the war be started here? Let's not talk about the consequences. You have to know that this is the 6th floor of Impel Down, in the deep sea. Shane just glanced at him lightly and waved his hand casually. The marine warriors following Shane retreated without hesitation. Soon, the dragon moved. With the white halo of shock fruit, it just moved its claws slightly. The atmosphere exploded. The cracks spread. The entire 6th floor trembled. Those alloys made of sea stone seemed to bear a huge force. Bang! Suddenly, the cages were broken. Yes, all the cages on the 6th floor were opened. Shane stood there, looking indifferently at the prisoners who were shocked and forgot their situation for a while. Magellan, Han Yabao, etc., as well as the jailers, were so scared that they almost fell to the ground, muttering with horror, "It's over! It's over!" And the prisoners on the 6th floor reacted, and the handcuffs on their bodies were not a problem at all, and they suddenly looked hideous. "Come together? You can get out if you beat him. What a joke! Ha ha ha! The shackles are gone. Who will fight him? Bullet, let those werewolves go. Let's go." After years of imprisonment, these prisoners were almost desperate. Now that Admiral Black Bat actually opened all the cages, no one wanted to fight. Crocodile, the imprisoned Ziliu of Rain, the Big Barrel, Katrin Peng, these real ruthless people were even more glittering. The only ones who didn't react were Bullet and the innermost cage. But Shane wanted to clear the whole place and suppress them all. As his eyes swept across the whole place, the dragon moved. The white halo on the claws moved with it. Instantly, the sky shook and the earth trembled. The crackling atmospheric rifts almost covered the dome of the 6th floor. Boom! The stone pillars around which the illusory dragon was coiled were shattered. A wave of shocking power pressed down on all the prisoners below. In an instant, the ground exploded, and the prisoners in the cage screamed, bleeding from all 7 orifices and falling to the ground wailing. Their bodies were like being hit by heavy objects, and even the weaker ones were slow to react, and some bones were broken. Even though some of them reacted, it was useless. Armament Haki couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of Shenlong. The 6th floor was also filled with dust under this shock. In the continuous pressure from above, Crocodile gritted his teeth and resisted, releasing the armed color and the tornado formed by sand fruit with all his strength. Can he pervert so much with a dragon he summoned? It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. Crocodile was numb, and sweat kept coming out of his head because of his full strength. There were not many people on the scene who could withstand the attack of the dragon. Shiryu of Rain, King of Evil Government, Big Barrel, San Juan Wolf, Depen, Bullet. What on earth is going on with this guy? I can't stand it any longer. He hasn't even made a move yet. This fake dragon is going to destroy us. King of Evil Government, Depen, and the others looked as if they had seen a ghost, sweating profusely, and exerting their haki. The only person who could withstand the power of the dragon with ease was Bullet, whose hands were covered with dark purple armor. And in the depths, that red figure. At the entrance of the elevator on the 6th floor, falling rocks and dust kept falling. Magellan, Han Yabao, Little Thatch and other Impel Down people, as well as Blackbeard's group, and Marine soldiers gathered here, and even the 6th floor was shaking under their feet. The powerful force made them look shocked. Magellan's face was extremely ugly. Although he was shocked by Shane's amazing means, he knocked most of the prisoners to the ground. But the main body of the 6th floor also has to withstand a strong attack. If you are not careful, this underwater prison will be finished. The ground was covered with dust. When the dust settled, only a large number of prisoners were left lying on the ground, and the cage was completely broken into ruins. Ding! Use the summons to defeat a large number of evil prisoners and gain 500 attribute points. A large number of attribute points were earned, but Shane frowned slightly. The sin value of this group of minions is not very good, only 500 points in the case of double. It seems that the main force is still on the big prisoners. 500 points just reached the 10,000 point mark, and Shane directly added it to the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave. 10,000 attribute points. Ding! Pseudo sound wave reaches 10,000 points, and obtains enchantment, fusion. Similar to shock and freeze, fusion happens to be Bullet's ability. However, at this time, there are not many prisoners left on the 6th floor. Big Barrel, Depen, the giant San Juan Wolf, the Evil King, Shiryu of Rain, Sand Crocodile, Ace, and others. They all used all their strength to withstand the attack of the illusory dragon, and now they all looked ugly and shocked. What kind of ability is this? Black Bat's power is too outrageous. No wonder Kaido keeps saying it's a monster among monsters. He hasn't made a move yet. What do you mean by defeating his men to be released? This is not easy. The prisoners, who were extremely solemn, could not think of an effective way to face the Phantom Dragon for a while. They couldn't just bypass Shane and the Phantom Dragon to escape. But at this moment, a roar sounded. In the ruins not far from Shane, a figure violently pushed away the rebel, and the shackles on his body were gone. This person was Douglas Bullet. Black Bat! Do you look down on me? Bullet was angry at Shane's arrogant remarks. What do you mean by defeating his men to get out of Impel Down? When has he ever been looked down upon like this? He jumped out of the ruins, and everyone's eyes were blurred, and he rushed behind Shane. Dark purple high-intensity armament haki wrapped his whole body, and the inorganic matter pulled on the ground covered his body like armor. The fist smashed down, like a whistling. Just by looking, you can tell how fierce Bullet's attack is. Black lightning flashed and Conqueror's haki entangled. Bullet seemed to have entered the devil's form, trying to knock Shane down with one blow. No one had reacted yet, but Jinan had expected it. Shield! Instantly. Pseudo-sound waves filled the body, forming a solid barrier. Bullet's punch smashed down, and ripples fell on the invisible shield, swinging along the invisible shield. And his fist was right there. All the power was absorbed by the invisible shield. Feeling the indestructible defense, Bullet's eyes were shining, and he was a little bit unbelievable. Haki was rampant. Black lightning caused the air to go wild. After a dull sound, Bullet's full-strength attack not only failed to threaten the invisible shield, but was rebounded by the last force, and his body exploded backwards, almost stumbling to the ground. Such a powerful fist can't even hit Black Bat. It can't even shake the surroundings. What kind of method is this? Defense, this is what Kaido mentioned, Black Bat perverts defense. Crocodile, the king of evil government, Depen and other big criminals were shocked. Although they had known about Shane's strength for a long time, they found that he was so amazing and powerful when they really faced him. Kaido was right. The invisible defense in front of his Black Bat was extremely solid. It seems, the excitement of the outside world has exceeded my imagination. Behind Bullet, a red figure appeared. Under the old face, a majestic haki was rising. I-18. Magellan, Zayasha, and others looked nervous. The most terrifying prisoner of Impel Down has also come out. But with the appearance of the Red Earl, the atmosphere has become weird. No one paid attention to the illusory dragon entrenched on the 6th floor, but everyone stared at Shane. The illusory dragon can use the shock fruit ability to instantly defeat a large group of prisoners. It looks like it's not easy to mess with. Sand Crocodile, Big Barrel, and others know that it's not easy to mess with, so instead of fighting the dragon, it's better to besiege the Black Bat Admiral in front of them. There will be more chances. Catch the leader first. In an instant, the big prisoners moved. Solid defense. Facing so many of us besieging, how long can his defense last? You want us to fight that dragon, dream. Depeng, the evil king, grinned and rushed to the front. Armament haki covered, fists and side kicks landed in front of Shane. With a muffled sound, the invisible shield rippled slightly. After truly feeling Shane's defense, they knew how solid it was. The rebound force made Depeng, the evil king, grit his teeth and was pushed back by the huge force. Let me do it. Suddenly, a huge palm fell down. Sanwan Wolf stared and slapped Shane. The power of the giants combined with haki is really powerful. But it fell on the invisible shield and could not fall. The palm wind rolled up dust, but the wolf's palm was not bounced off by the solid invisible shield. It staggered back and fell to the ground. Desert Sword. Crocodile saw the opportunity to attack, and the gravel on the ground was instantly used by him, forming a machete from the ground and falling. Shiryu of Rain, Burndy Waldo, In Barrel, and others also did not spare any effort to attack. Leave Black Bat here today, we can all get out. Burndy laughed, his eyes were extremely fierce. Without Black Bat, Magellan and his gang would not have enough power to stop this group of prisoners. So, he directly turned on the 100-fold increase and swung the huge long sword. The next moment, all the attacks fell on Shane's invisible shield. The crowd's siege was as good as Bullet's full-strength punch just now. The roar echoed on the 6th floor. The fluctuations of haki and ability swept the whole place. The aftermath also covered Shane with dust and gravel. Blackbeard and his gang and Impel Down's people were terrified. But the big criminal's attack was not over yet. The Red Earl made the final move. He picked up a standard long sword, wrapped in black armed color, Conqueror's haki, and rushed towards Shane, who was covered in smoke and dust, like a shadow. A crisp sword sound. The sword energy raged, blowing away the dust, and pierced the invisible shield in front of UNN. Liquid. The invisible shield fluctuated violently like the surface of the water. The Red Earl poured haki and power, and at this moment, he couldn't help but change his eyes. Chapter 58. It's so strong. What's the power of this kid? The Red Earl found that no matter how much haki power he increased, the obviously translucent defense in front of him remained motionless. You know, just now, the big criminals attacked, and it should be the weakest defense. This sword should not be able to break through, but it should leave some marks. But now, it can't be shaken at all. This surprised the Red Earl. The name of Black Bat is really well deserved, and Kaido is not exaggerating at all. Little did he know that Shane was much stronger than before. The invisible shield constructed with 10,000 attribute points may not leave any marks even if Kaido tried his best to smash it. In terms of absorbing potential energy and rebounding force, the invisible shield is impeccable. This group of big criminals, none of them can pose a threat to Black Bat. Magellan, Han Yabao, and others were completely stunned. Seeing that the Red Earl was also bounced back in the end, he couldn't help but sigh in shock. Fan Oka, Poison Q, and others were so scared that they hid in the back, their pupils shaking. They didn't understand how they had the confidence to fight this monster when they went to the G4 branch. Even Blackbeard was sweating and his legs were shaking. He said to himself, the Lonely Red can't be pierced by conquerors. Is that guy really invincible? Black Bat is even stronger than when he was in G4. Red Earl, but he is a great pirate who is as famous as the Flying Pirates and Whitebeard pirates. His strength is comparable to Whitebeard. Although Black Bat has defeated his father. But the gap is not so outrageous. For a while, Blackbeard lost confidence in his ability to obtain a new fruit. However, Shane, who only relied on the invisible shield to block a circle of the collective 360 attack, frowned slightly. These prisoners don't seem to be very cooperative. Taking advantage of this gap, Shane glanced over and said, "Destroy." After many days, the word destroy came out again. The pseudo-sound waves burst out instantly. The entire 6th floor was shaken by the impact of this explosion. The sound waves were like pillars, and all the sea stones and the lower buildings along the way were turned into ashes by the pseudo-sound waves. The terrifying destructive power that was as strong as ultimate made everyone present feel terrified. Bang! A loud bang! In the eyes of Magellan, Blackbeard, Red Earl, Bullet, and many other prisoners, it passed by invisibly. They couldn't react. It almost brushed past the bodies of these prisoners, while making everyone's hair stand on end. It actually directly blasted through the wall of the underwater prison and blasted it into the sea. In the sudden shock, everyone's mind was in a trance. What an amazing destructive power! This is also the first time that someone can see with their own eyes how the wall of Impel Down is built. A thick layer of sea stone was shattered, and layer after layer of ultra-high-strength alloys, stone buildings, etc., were like blank paper under the word destroy. This destructive power was enough to scare everyone, including the old Red Earl. Shane was warning, not attacking anyone. But then the shocked people reacted, the wall was pierced, and outside was the seabed 10,000 meters deep. Suddenly, the terrified people couldn't help but tremble, their faces turned pale and desperate. The seawater was pouring back, and everyone would die in this 10,000-meter seabed. The terrifying pressure alone was enough to crush everyone to pieces. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The desperate people found that the seawater did not pour back in at all. The wall did not collapse. Instead, the seabed outside was torn and separated. The Red Earl, Bullet, Ace, Crocodile, and others, as well as Magellan, Hanyabal, Blackbeard and his group. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. The shock in their hearts was indescribable, causing everyone to open their mouths and not make a sound. Who can achieve such a miracle? There was no backflow of seawater outside the sixth layer wall because the seawater was gone as far as they could see. It was as if a vacuum area had been created, and it was unknown where it extended to. Even outside the range, the seawater could not heal, and it looked extremely bizarre. This just shows how terrifying the power of Xiao'en's attack was. Even the Red Earl reacted and couldn't help swallowing his throat, his fingers trembling. He knew that no one present had a chance to defeat Xuan-en. Not aiming at them was already a kindness. Otherwise, they would all die. Everyone in the audience was shocked and stood still for a long time. Immediately, Xiao'en said, "Merge." Instantly, the pseudosonic enchantment merge was activated. The sixth layer, including the fragments of the wall that were penetrated, inorganic matter was extracted and quickly gathered in the gap. That huge gap that shocked everyone was actually recondensed and repaired. The pseudo-sound wave does not need any haki, the fruit ability bonus, and directly fixes the wall of the building. The clattering sound outside disappeared. The bizarre scene seemed to have never happened. But the people present were even more shocked. Not only did they not feel relieved, but their spines were chilled. Is he still a human? This is 10,000 meters below the sea. Whether it was Magellan and others who were impelled down, or Blackbeard's gang, or the prisoners, they only felt their scalps tingling. From Shane's opening word of destruction to the easy repair of the wall, it was too easy. Just like taking their lives, it was probably so easy. Among them, Bullet was sweating on his forehead, feeling incredible and terrified. "This is my ability." The effect of extracting inorganic matter for use is exactly the ability of his fusion fruit. And Shane opened his mouth and formed. This posture comparable to the awakening fruit ability made Bullet feel unreal. Outrageous. It's outrageous. How could he use the power of the fusion fruit? Shane doesn't care what others think. Strength is the best explanation. Seeing that this group of unruly prisoners finally calmed down and dared not move rashly, Shane took out the wooden board he carried with him and wrote, "If you break the rules again, you will die." It was a warning and an emphasis. If you don't follow the rules and fight with the illusory dragon, Shane will take your life directly. And on the other side of the board, it was still the same sentence, "Whoever beats my men will be free." Red Earl, Bullet, Burndy Waldo, Big Barrel, Deppen and others didn't understand, so they could only nod silently. The Black Bat Admiral in front of them was too strong, far beyond their strength. Just relying on the word destroy, everyone lost the determination to fight it to the end. Not to mention Deppen, even Red Earl Redfield was convinced by Shane. The overwhelming strength creates the current situation where the strong are respected. See this scene. Even if Magellan opposed Shane's approach, he had to sigh at this moment, the strongest admiral, or the current supreme combat power on the sea, is indeed unreasonably strong. No one has ever convinced these people on the sixth floor. There was no one before, but now there is one. Blackbeard Teach, Van Oka, Poison Q and others were increasingly wary and frightened of Shane. The big prisoners nodded, indicating that they understood Shane's meaning, and no one dared to do anything. Shane stood back calmly and said, "Gravity Dragon, Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon." The pseudo-sound waves changed with Shane's will. Based on the Azure Dragon and supplemented by the enchantment ability, 3 more illusory dragons were pulled out. And the 3, each with different abilities. They roared, poked their heads out of the void, and appeared. All of a sudden, 4 illusory dragons were hovering over the 6th floor. The big prisoners' faces changed drastically with the dragon roars. Shane continued to write, "Defeat any of them and you can leave." It seems simple, but in fact, Red Earl, Bullet and others did not dare to be careless at all. The scene of knocking down a large group of prisoners with one blow before, everyone has already experienced the horror of the illusory dragon. But compared to Shane himself, Burndy, Crocodile and others are still confident in defeating the phantom dragon. There is no choice now. The evil king gritted his teeth, glanced at the people around him, and said in a muffled voice. But before he finished speaking, I saw the inorganic torrent under my feet like a stream of water converging towards Bullet. The inorganic matter formed armor on his body and kept changing its size. In a short time, it was combined into a large size that was no smaller than the strange wan wolf. Although it was not as big as an island, it was also considered medium-sized. You'd better keep your word. Black Bat. The sixth floor was very wide, and there was enough space for fighting. Bullet combined with inorganic matter, roared, and strode forward directly, aiming at the nearest frost phantom dragon and grabbing it. His size was not much smaller than the phantom dragon. I thought that with such a size and strength, it would be easy to catch a phantom dragon. As a result, when Bullet held the body of the phantom dragon with both hands and tried to throw it, he realized how terrifying the phantom dragon was. The ice dragon was covered with frost, and even shook off Bullet's attempt to throw it. What a powerful force! You won't know until you try it, and you'll be shocked when you try it. Bullet couldn't help but say in surprise while in the fusion. Then, he backhanded a heavy punch and hit the ice dragon hard. The ice dragon didn't retreat at all, opened his mouth and roared, and directly hit Bullet's fist. He actually chose to fight head-on. Bang! The two forces collided. The power shock wave generated between the dragon head and the inorganic fist spread to both sides, accompanied by a muffled sound like a gust of wind passing through. But what Bullet and even the jailer, Marine, Blackbeard, and others who were watching the battle didn't expect was that the huge Bullet was the one who retreated. He stepped back again, and couldn't resist the impact of the dragon at all. The fist was covered with a layer of ice, which almost spread to the body. Beyond imagination, difficult to deal with. Bullet was surprised and his face became gloomy. Without saying a word, he continued to rush towards the ice dragon. At this time, other prisoners also took action. This melee was completely launched. Crocodile, Shiryu of Rain, Big Barrel, and Depend chose to attack the gravity dragon. This virtual dragon with a purple halo on its claws seemed easier to deal with than the other three. As a result, they picked the most difficult gravity. Sandstorm. Dust, broken cages, with a lot of resources to turn Crocodile into gravel, thus releasing a large dragon port sand slug. The gravity dragon was directly wrapped in it and eroded by the wind and sand. Under the effect of this ability, Crocodile felt that he could make the virtual dragon vulnerable. Big Barrel took the opportunity to set fire. The wind helped the fire, and the fire helped the wind. In an instant, the gravity dragon was swept into the fire and sand. Dai Peng and Shiryu of Rain were ready to use slashing to try to hurt the gravity dragon. But the two sharp slashes had just been slashed out. The gravity dragon roared, and the entire fire and sandstorm trembled violently. The purple halo spread, and gravity descended. The attack of the four people was suppressed, and the fire and sandstorm came to an abrupt end. The sword energy emitted by Shiryu of Rain and Dai Peng began to slow down before reaching the gravity dragon, and was immediately shattered by the dragon's body. It was not a threat at all. From beginning to end, the gravity dragon was intact. What an amazing defense! Dai Peng couldn't help but exclaimed. It was not that easy for them to defeat a dragon and get out. At this time, Shiryu of Rain anxiously reminded, "Don't be stunned. Hide." But even if he reminded, he couldn't dodge it himself. The four people were suppressed by gravity in almost one breath. The huge and heavy pressure seemed to crush their cells. Because of its size, the Big Barrel couldn't help but make a sound of pressure. However, this was not the worst. The two trump cards, Zhenlong and Li Long, and 3.0 were chosen by others. San Juan Wolf, King of Evil Government, Berndy Waldo, and Red Earl had to stop the two dragons. After all, this was not a 1v1 battle, but a big melee. The dragons were powerful, and their number was limited. They could only see who could withstand it and then find a chance to defeat one. The wolf's size increased a lot. He was a giant, and was even 2 heads taller than Bullet at this time. Then he roared, and rushed towards the dragon with his arms covered with armament haki. Berndy Waldo saw that the wolf was going to control the dragon, so he quickly picked up a big axe and used amplification. Catch it! Wolf! Amplified 100 times, the small axe became a big axe as tall as the wolf. Berndy-Waldo did not hold back at all, and poured armament haki into it, determined to kill the dragon. As a result, the dragon turned around without emotion and collided directly with the wolf. At the same time, a roar was heard. Crack, 0146010116 Fula 144320300. The atmosphere cracked. The wolf screamed when it was hit, and blood foam spurted out of its mouth, and its body slid backwards. He was not smart at all, and he never figured out that his strength was so different from that of the illusory dragon. The axe that Berndy dropped hit the cracked atmosphere, and the momentum stopped. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in, and the axe kept shaking. But 2 seconds later. No, it's impossible. Berndy-Waldo watched the amplified weapon in his hand, and the armament haki on it was shattered. The fierce and sharp shock impact fell straight down. Bang! Berndy-Waldo touched the impact force and was directly smashed under the 6th stone slab, spitting blood. Chapter 59. Although the words were slow, the battle of each dragon started almost at the same time. Every prisoner wanted to defeat a dragon and get the right to leave. The Red Count and the remaining King of Evil Government rushed to the last Thunder Dragon. The King of Evil Government could not use the power of the island fruit, but he could also manipulate the stone slabs under his feet to form a rock giant in the rumbling life. Wait for me to hold down this fake dragon. The King of Evil Government had a fierce look in his eyes, and a human expression appeared on the head of the rock. It must be said that each of the big prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down has powerful abilities. However, the Red Count looked at it calmly, holding a knife in one hand and not taking action immediately. As expected. It was not only the King of Evil Government who was huge. Bullet came from the side, and the sound of the evil wolf falling down made the Red Count's pupils shrink. Each of the dragons summoned by Black Bat has different abilities. Seeing that everyone was at a disadvantage, the Red Count was shocked. At this time, the King of Evil Government also tasted the taste of the Thunder Dragon. The Rock Hand really tried to grab the Lightning Dragon, but the Virtual Dragon didn't use its ability, and just rolled its body. The body composed of pseudo-sound waves burst out with powerful force, and actually crushed the Rock Hand directly. The action of the Evil King seemed to be fierce. The next moment, the dazzling lightning rioted on its body, lightning like a snake. The dragon opened its mouth, and the thunder formed a lightning shock, which hit the Evil King directly. Everywhere you look, there is lightning. No. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid. The size problem has become the problem of the Evil King. Even the Red Earl didn't react, and in an instant, the lightning pierced the Evil King. Power impact, burning, unparalleled destructive power. The Evil King had no power to resist at all, and screamed. The ability of the island became the source of his feeling of lightning damage, and Tian Fen suffered. At this time, the Red Earl finally moved. The red figure quickly passed a distance of dozens of meters, and jumped up to the side of the virtual dragon that was spewing lightning. The sword fell. The black lightning wrapped by Conqueror's haki split the thundering ability, and the sword energy directly hit the dragon's neck. Zzz. The violent sword energy and lightning exploded. The Red Earl's expression changed drastically, and he was stunned. This sword 16 was ready to strike, but it seemed to be cut on an unshakable solid, which was surprising. Immediately, the Thunder Dragon gave up the bombardment of the lightning column, turned around, and swept its tail directly towards the Red Earl. Fortunately, the Red Earl was agile and dodged quickly. The dragon's tail swept past, and the air was scraped like a knife under the huge force, and the dust was everywhere. This force is too terrible. The seemingly random tail swing attack had such momentum, and the Red Earl felt his scalp numb. He didn't dare to confront the virtual dragon head-on without preparation. And at this moment, suddenly, the ground shook violently. The terrifying gravity swept the whole place. The amazing repulsive force directly knocked Crocodile, Big Barrel, and others away, and they vomited blood. The ground of the 6th floor was blasted into a big pit by the repulsive force, revealing the alloy fixing plate below. Shiryu of Rain, Big Barrel, and other 4 people were directly bounced away, hit the distant wall, and embedded in it. As the rubble fell, the Red Earl couldn't help but grit his teeth. Shichibukai and these ruthless people joined forces and couldn't last more than 5 minutes in front of the dragon? And the one-sided situation is far from over. The sand crocodile was just pulled down by the gravity dragon. There was a wailing sound from the evil wolf. The evil wolf of the giant clan wanted to go up and tear with the shock dragon by relying on its size. Before he could hug the illusory dragon with his hands, he was covered by the cracked atmospheric rift. The evil wolf trapped in it was pressed down by the shock dragon's claws in the air, and the shock force continued to hit him. The muscles of the evil wolf were constantly torn, vibrated, and destroyed. He screamed one after another. If he hadn't had the support of the armed color, he would have been killed by the shock. At the same time, after the Red Earl moved away from the Thunder Dragon, the evil government king was targeted again. The thunder of 10,000 pounds erupted from the Thunder Dragon. The body cast by the island fruit was directly ravaged by thunder and lightning. The evil government king was electrocuted and couldn't scream because his mind was blank. Gradually, his body began to break and fell to the ground. The Red Earl was terrified. He was not only afraid of Xiaoen, but also deeply afraid of him. Why does such a person exist in the world? Even the summoned dragon is so terrifying, how strong can he be when he goes all out? The absolute power completely impressed this top powerhouse on the Aoku Sea. I dare not imagine that a 20-year-old young man can be several times stronger than them. And now he wants to defeat one of the dragons. The hope is very slim. The battle situation is almost an absolute crushing by the 4 illusory dragons. The only one who can still hold on is Bullet, who has trained his body for 20 years. Impossible. Bullet was beaten back by the ice dragon. In terms of strength, it is almost impossible to compete with the illusory dragon, even after the fusion. It even made his inorganic body fragile at one point. If it weren't for the high intensity and huge amount of armament haki, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Bullet, who was in the center of the inorganic, had bloodline on the corner of his mouth, and he bit his back teeth tightly to hold on. Another fierce punch was thrown at the ice dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and exhaled, and the cold current froze Bullet's extended arm into ice, and then hit it and smashed it into powder. Bullet had expected it after the fight. Under the feet of the combined giant, there was a stream of inorganic matter replenishing. The broken arm quickly recovered and hit the face of the illusory dragon. With a bang, the fist wind and the collision impact spread with cold air. Taking this opportunity, the Free Red Earl seized the opportunity, decisively dodged over, and together with Bullet, he finished off the ice dragon. Scarlet Half Moon. Cut. The red figure passed over the dragon's head, entangled conquerors, and this time, the ordinary long sword of the armed color, wolf likely broke through the head of the illusory dragon. The red slash penetrated several centimeters. The Red Earl who flashed past turned his head and looked, showing a happy expression, but a second later, it suddenly changed. The crack that was cut out, was actually recovering. Bullet also discovered this situation and couldn't help but yelled, "Continue!" And he used both hands at the same time, intending to tear the head of the illusory dragon with his upper hand. Crack! The cold air froze his arm again. Although the ice dragon had no eyes and was lifeless, it felt more powerful at this moment. Twisting forward, it knocked Bullet off the ground with a bang. Seeing this, the Red Earl's eyes flashed with surprise. He found that, at this moment, the other 3 dragons actually solved the others and rushed towards the 2 of them. And the huge Bullet seemed to have become the first target to be solved. I still need more power. Bullet also discovered the situation, and with an anxious heart, he began to use his fusion ability without limit, absorbing inorganic matter to build a larger body. The building stones, wood blocks, and steel on the 6th floor can all be decomposed by the fusion ability and turned back into inorganic matter. Streams of black and purple fluids gathered on Bullet. He wanted to evolve to a larger size, otherwise he would have no chance against the 4 illusory dragons. On the contrary, the Red Earl was free with a normal human body, without any sign of positive help. But now Bullet couldn't care at all, and tried his best to absorb and build. But no matter how he used his ability to increase, his fusion giant form only grew a circle and then remained motionless. Inorganic matter is gone. The entire 6th floor is almost wrapped in sea stone, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and most of the buildings are covered with sea stone. Bullet's ability can't continue at all, and objects that are closely linked to sea stone cannot decompose inorganic matter. This itself is a prison for trapping Haki masters and those with strong abilities. Bullet's growth stopped here, but he didn't surrender. Still the nearest ice dragon, he took a step forward, gathering his strength, and gathered all his strength into a punch, ready to fight for the right to leave. Go to hell. The whole arm of the combined giant was shining with a dark luster, and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around it, making it shine with black and red lightning. The force was heavy. The ice dragon was emitting cold air all over, and it instantly solidified into a ball with the momentum of the collision, and collided fiercely with Bullet's punch. For a moment, a huge sound broke out. The power of the illusory dragon was still much better than Bullet. The combined giant staggered back, and the ice froze it at a very fast speed in the process. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. Even Bullet, who was at the core, couldn't help but groan, and blood oozed out from between his teeth. But the attack he had endured was not over yet. Bullet tried to stand up again, but was suddenly suppressed by an invisible force. Gravity was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, directly pressing down the combined giant, and the ground collapsed until it stopped with a bang at the sea stone layer. This is the gravity dragon activating its enchantment ability. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 more dragon roars. Zhenlong, Longtang follows. The atmosphere cracks. The visual effect is like a space rupture, which makes Bullet's pupils shrink and his eyes show shock. No. He was suppressed by gravity and had no way to avoid it. He mobilized the armament Haki to cover the whole body of the combined giant. The purple halo and the white halo were linked together. The shock and gravity shock came at the same time, and the destructive force that made the whole impel down tremble fell. Bullet immediately felt the irresistible terrifying force falling on him. Bang! The defensive armament Haki was instantly defeated. The inorganic body cracked like a spider web. Immediately, a column of lightning gushed out from the mouth of the thunder dragon. Bullet was in the center. Continuous fierce attacks, even this devil's descendant couldn't stop it. He didn't even scream. He just opened his mouth and spit out a lot of blood in the inner layer, and then he was drowned by the lightning. Amazing! The horror of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Magellan, Little Sadie, Hanyabal and other impel down people hiding at the entrance, as well as Blackbeard's group, jailers, marine soldiers, all were shocked and shocked. Each of them was dumbfounded, their throats were stuck and their mouths were wide open and they couldn't speak. Bullet was knocked down, and the body constructed by the power was torn into pieces. Berndy Waldo, Sand Crocodile, Big Barrel, Depen, Shiryu of Rain, King of Evil Government, Evil Wolf. None of these big criminals could hold on for 5 minutes before being defeated. At this moment, they were beaten by the illusory dragon like dead dogs and lay motionless on the ground, either seriously injured or unconscious. Shane, even the illusory combat power he summoned was so powerful? Blackbeard Teach, the ambitious man looked at Shane's proudly standing back and felt deeply powerless. Even if the future plan succeeds, will he have a chance to defeat Black Bat Shane? At least, the current Blackbeard. Zi is completely scared. At this time, Shane watched Bullet fall down, and the system prompt sounded in his heart. The summoned Azure Dragon defeated the Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet, and received double rewards, 600 attribute points. Counting Sand Crocodile, King of Evil Government, Berndy, and others, it is exactly 1500 attribute points. Although it did not reach 2000 by 530, Shane was also very satisfied. Let's add pseudo-sound waves. Xiaoyan gave the order directly in his heart. Pseudo-sound waves, 11500 attribute points. Pseudo-sound waves break through 11,000 attribute points and get enchantment, Biscuit Fruit. Sure enough, it is still a Devil Fruit ability enchantment. Xiaoyan is already used to this system routine, but the biscuit ability is a bit powerful. It's called a biscuit, but in fact, it's a body that can be controlled by pseudo-sound waves. In other words, you can create a clone in your own image. Xiaoyan took a look and immediately thought of the various wonderful uses of this enchantment. It's no exaggeration to say that this should be called an enchanted clone, which is definitely a first-class god-level skill. Not bad. Xiaoyan was in a good mood, and his impel down brawl was quite fruitful. But at this moment, something strange suddenly happened in the field. The ice dragon suddenly let out a low wail. A red figure was seen tearing the ice dragon's entire body with a crescent slash. Lonely Red, Blackbeard, Magellan, and others only just reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. The Red Earl actually defeated an illusory dragon? It turned out that the Red Earl, who was wandering in the center of the battle, had been looking for an opportunity. Bullet's last punch was to help him open the door to defeat the dragon. The power of that punch was not to be underestimated. Although the ice dragon had the ability to heal, it was also pushed to the limit of its body by Bullet. At this moment, the Red Earl seized the opportunity. When Bullet fell, he began to prepare his ultimate move, the Scarlet Full Moon Slash. This attack hit the ice dragon at its most vulnerable moment and tore its weakest part apart, succeeding in one fell swoop. Even, the Red Earl's move didn't allow others to react. 0146010116 Fila 144320450. Shane didn't ignore the Red Earl, but he didn't expect that this old guy was so thoughtful and would seize the opportunity. The ice dragon reached its limit, completely collapsed, and turned into an invisible pseudo-sound wave to return. The other three dragons also stopped their movements completely. Magellan, Han Yabao, Little Sadie and others stared with their eyes wide open, very surprised and shocked. And Blackbeard's group of people's pupils trembled, and then they looked at Shane one by one. Defeat the illusory dragon, and Black Bat will let go of the defeated person and leave. The Red Earl panted, stared at Shane, and didn't say a word. The long sword in his hand had completely broken. Even if Shane regretted it, he could only accept it. But Magellan, Blackbeard, and the Red Earl did not expect that Shane almost did not think about it, and pointed to the exit. Indicated that the Red Earl could leave. No. No. Shane Admiral. The Lonely Red, you must not leave Impel down. Magellan panicked and immediately jumped out to stop him. Chapter 60. Are you kidding me? Red is a master who can rival the four emperors. Marshal Marine almost risked his life to capture him. Once he is released, the harm he will cause will be greater than that of all the big criminals present. After all, he is a strong man who has been imprisoned for decades and has great hatred for the world government. Magellan is loyal to his duty, and he cannot let Janan let Red go in front of him. Blackbeard Teach looked like he would expect it, so Shane would surely agree to it. Who would have thought? Let him go. Shane turned his head and looked at Magellan when he heard his words. 3 words were whispered, and the pseudo-sound waves were accompanied by Conqueror's haki, which directly suppressed his mind. Magellan had almost no resistance, his eyes rolled up, and he fell to the ground. Admiral Shane. Han Yabao, Little Sadie and others hurried forward, but they did not dare to say anything more. Shane's indifferent look alone made them lose all hope of resistance. But the others were shocked by Shane's behavior. He actually gave Magellan to. Blackbeard Teach was very surprised. Doesn't he care about the people above? Letting the Red Earl go, even he, a pirate, understands the responsibility. Sand Crocodile, who fell to the ground and was unable to move, Bullet and others looked up in surprise, a little unbelievable, and looked at Shane with new eyes. He really did what he said. Really, let him go. Berndy Waldo spit out blood foam from his mouth, and couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. This broke the impression of the world government for many years. I didn't expect that there were such people in the Marine. Doesn't he really know the consequences of doing this? And the Red Earl himself was stunned on the spot. After reacting, he stood up in surprise and quickly rushed towards the exit. During this period, he also looked at Shane deeply. In addition to Garp and Kong, there is actually such a person in the Marines. The Red Earl left from the exit with almost no obstruction. The jailers, marines, and other soldiers all made way. Just like that, the red figure disappeared on the 6th floor. Shane glanced around, seeing the mess, and then wrote, "Rebuild the cage, and keep the remaining people in custody." After informing Han Yabao, who was in the highest position, he turned around and left with the marines. As for these prisoners, they had no ability to force trouble now. After all, even Bullet couldn't get up, and Shane had become a huge stone in their mouths. Even if they were not imprisoned in a cage, they had no confidence to escape by force. As soon as Shane left, the prisoners were shackled with sea stone. Han Yabao and others anxiously woke up Magellan, who was stunned by Conqueror's haki. Knowing that the Red Earl was really released, Magellan was depressed. "Admiral Shane, you made a big mistake." Magellan's character was so loyal that he wailed in frustration when he woke up, and then ran back to the office. At this time, Marie Joyce, between power. Sengoku, who came, was holding a meeting with the 5 elders. Roger's biological son, the demon bloodline, was finally caught. "There is no need to consider this matter, just execute him. There is a lot of room for maneuver, maybe we can consider public execution. What do you think, Sengoku?" The 5 elders' expressions changed when they heard that they had captured the captain of the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's biological son. As the people in power, they want to maximize the benefits of this matter. Sengoku, who was asked, put forward his own idea: public execution. There is no benefit in secretly executing him. The 5 elders nodded when they heard these 4 words. This is the top level of the resourceful general, and they know it without their suggestion. Sengoku continued, "Perhaps we can use this opportunity to attack the Whitebeard pirates, and publicly executing Roger's son is of great significance." The 5 elders nodded frequently, agreed with Sengoku's statement, and decided to let him handle it with full authority. It was just decided just now. The emergency contact phone bug that Sengoku carried with him rang. After the 5 elders signaled, Sengoku picked up. Magellan's rapid breathing and report came from the other side. "Mr. Sengoku." He told the story of Shane suppressing the prisoners on the entire 6th floor. Hearing this, Sengoku and the 5 elders were quite happy. "Good, Shane." Sengoku smiled and was very satisfied with this. And the 5 elders did not expect Shane to cause trouble everywhere, and he also did a big thing. For the world government, it is a good thing to completely suppress the 6th floor. After all, those prisoners will not give up no matter how long they are locked up, and each of them has strong fighting power and is difficult to deal with. Impel Down even has to pay attention to whether these people have a chance to escape from prison. But just when he was happy, Magellan continued, "Admiral Shane really did it. Redfield defeated one of the dragons and really let him go. I'm sorry Marine, sorry world government, I couldn't stop Admiral Kongjin." Magellan confessed. But when they heard that the Red Earl was released by Shane, the faces of the 6 people in power changed. Sengoku was shocked and said, "What? What a joke! Shane really let the Red Earl go? That would be a big deal. He is a lawless person comparable to Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Just to catch him, the former marshal almost died." The 5 elders were the same, and their faces immediately darkened. When the phone was hung up, Sengoku glanced at the faces of the 5 elders and felt a pang in his heart. The 5 elders, annoyed. "What is Shane doing? I actually let the Red Earl go." Satan Saint immediately shouted angrily, and now his anger was almost all directed at Sengoku. A swordsman, haki top powerhouse, if he intends to retaliate, let alone. How much risk will Marie Joyce have to take? It's not surprising that the Red Earl hunts celestial dragons. But these are secondary. What really annoyed the 5 elders was that they were out of control because of Shane's reckless and unruly attitude. You know, Shane is now known as the strongest human on the sea. Such a reckless fighting force made the 5 elders feel uneasy. It seems that he has been treated too well. He is indeed a talent, but that is not an excuse to ignore the world government. Marine Admiral, where did you get the authority to release the prisoners on the 6th floor? Shane must be punished. The 5 elders felt that Shane must be made to understand who was in charge. Sengoku listened, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. Although he was optimistic about Shane, this matter was too much. And the 5 elders did not hesitate to punish Shane, take back Black Bat Admiral's power over naval headquarters. Let him go back to G4 branch. Also, Shane's rewards, resource allocation, etc., will all be halved. Shane harvested a wave of impel down and walked out of this underwater prison leisurely. As he became stronger, he did not need to follow the rules of the world government too much. The strong are respected. So from beginning to end, Shane did not consider how the people above would punish him. As a result, before returning to naval headquarters, the adjutant took Shane away with a sad face halfway. "Admiral Shane, you are so good at causing trouble, you even overturned the impel down. Marshal Sengoku ordered us to return to the G4 branch immediately. All your authority in Marineford has been revoked, and even the branch's bonuses and resources have been cut in half. It seems that there will be a big action next. Marshal Sengoku ordered us to defend New World." The adjutant reported to Shane helplessly. In response, Shane smiled and nodded. The superiors also have to save face, and it seems that they will be ignored for a while. It just so happens that Shane is more relaxed at the G4 base without participating in the headquarters affairs. And the so-called big action mentioned by the adjutant is the public execution. The naval headquarters has issued orders to all branches around the world to summon elite marines. Unfortunately, the G4 branch was ignored. At the same time, information about the public execution began to be announced to the world. The day after Shane returned to the branch, a large number of newspapers were sent to all parts of the world. And this kind of big news is completely scattered all over the world. Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the second team. Fire Fist Ace. Oh my god! Is the war going to start? This is a good thing. Marine is going to declare war on the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely not sit idly by. Sitting idly by? With Admiral Blackbat, the strongest admiral in history, here, Whitebeard can't leave again. That's right, don't forget that Whitebeard was defeated by the mute Admiral. The execution of the captain of the second team is just the beginning. The Sea Emperor of New World is going to be finished. Newspapers were scattered, and people everywhere cheered and jumped for joy. Everyone thought that as long as Shane was there, the Whitebeard Pirates would not be a threat. Pirates, the sword hanging over the hearts of ordinary people, the lawless villains will finally receive justice. The people of the major member countries were particularly excited. They guessed that this was just the first step for Marine to make up its mind to eradicate the pirates. The underground forces, the royal families, and the dignitaries also knew that if Whitebeard's family was touched, he would not let it go. The Whitebeard Pirates are powerful, it looks like a fierce battle. Fierce battle? With the dumb Admiral, Whitebeard can only be defeated again. Don't underestimate the strongest man in the world. No matter what, New World, no, the whole ocean will be in chaos. The underground kings, as if they smelled potential benefits, began to stir. For many years, the Whitebeard Pirates have not only been a thorn in the world government, but also a stabilizing force that has prevented all forces from acting rashly. Once he falls, the situation is bound to change. 9 Snake Island, 7 Water Cities, the Fishmen Island. Every place saw the news of the public execution and was shocked. It should be said that the whole world was detonated by the news. However, in New World, Wonguosi, Cake Island, Katakuri came to the castle with the latest information. Big Mom, Pero's Pero, Cracker, Smoothie, etc., all solemnly present. They have all heard the news of the public execution, and they are all surprised. Well, no matter what, Old Man Whitebeard will definitely go. People like him would rather die than back down. The dumb Admiral alone is enough to make Whitebeard go without return. It seems that we have to prepare. Once it is confirmed that Whitebeard has failed, immediately seize his territory. Big Mom grinned, this joyful scene is so good. Whitebeard went to war with Marine, and they were the ones who benefited in New World. The control of this territory can bring a lot of benefits to Big Mom. So she was very excited, and even the ministers below saw the benefits and grinned. Mom, things are not that simple. Katakuri shook his head. We just learned through our intelligence network that something big happened in Marine. Mute Admiral Shane escorted Fire Fist into Impel Down, but for some reason he suppressed all the prisoners on the 6th floor. Katakuri's words immediately surprised everyone present. Mute Bird is causing trouble again? The 6th floor, that eternal hell. It is said that the prisoners imprisoned there are not simple, and each one is extremely dangerous. It doesn't seem strange that Black Bat can do such a thing. Pero, Daifuku and other ministers were surprised, but they also thought there was nothing strange. Shane is basically the strongest in the world, even in the 4 Emperor's pirates. Even Big Mom didn't think it was surprising, but she watched Katakuri go down. Black Bat not only suppressed the entire 6th floor of Impel Down, but surprisingly, he let a legend go for some reason. The Lonely Red, known as the Red Earl, is Rider, Zhao Field. Therefore, Black Bat was held accountable and punished by the world government, and he was not even on the list of Marines to recruit this time. It has to be said that the intelligence of the Big Mom pirates is terrible. Katakuri basically told all the interests involved, including this secret list of Marines to recruit. Red Earl. It's him. Big Mom couldn't help but dilate when she heard this name. She knew how terrible this man was back then, and even at that time, she was completely unable to fight against the Red Earl. Such a person was actually let go by the Mute Admiral? Big Mom's eyes widened when she heard that Chang'en was not on the call-up list. Haben is crazy. Without Shane, can they deal with the Whitebeard pirates so calmly? So he let the Red Earl go. The Mute Admiral is really outrageous. No wonder the naval headquarters didn't call him up. I don't think this is that simple. 11. Without the Mute Admiral, can Marine have the confidence to win? Anyway, the war situation seems to have changed a bit. The ministers were talking about it. And Big Mom also stepped on the newspaper and began to think. What is Marine's purpose in doing this? Leaving Shane in New World. This matter makes her very afraid. At the same time, she also felt a little regretful. It would be a lot less exciting to fight the Whitebeard pirates without Black Bat on the scene. Perhaps participating in the war can show more of Shane's methods, and also allow them to learn more about it, which will be beneficial for the future battle against Marine. Katakuri also sighed, what a pity. Mom, there are many mysteries behind this matter. Shane is still in New World, and it is very likely that he is guarding against us. This also means that the two forces will lose a lot without the most important bargaining chip in the struggle. Anyway, get ready, kids. When this war begins, it's time for the world to turn up the tide. Chapter 61. Lord Kaido. Something big has happened. Quinn, Jack, and the Flying Six came to the back of a Nagashima. This is where Kaido practices. Kaido was naked, holding the lanja stick in one hand, and looked back at everyone. Naval Headquarters has announced that the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates, the Fire Fist Ace, will be publicly executed. Quinn announced the news loudly. As soon as this was said, Kaido's eyes changed slightly, public execution of the people of the Whitebeard pirates. Then, Kaido became excited. Old man Whitebeard will not watch his men being executed. They are all his sons. Ah ha ha ha. War, is the taste of war. Creating a grand war that sweeps the world is exactly Kaido's ideal. There is no doubt that public execution is the fuse ignited by Marine. The Beast's pirates watched Kaido excitedly in silence. At this time, Jin fell from the sky and landed in front of Kaido. Kaido immediately said to him, and him, Black Bat. The Mute. This time, let's compete with him again. Kaido went all out to improve his combat power. He practiced for many days and gained a lot, and his confidence grew a lot. As a result, at this time, Jin, who had just arrived, said, Governor Kaido, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The Mute Admiral may not participate in the war. Kaido's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked over with some confusion. What's the matter? Marine wants to start a war, and he can still exclude him. Without Shane, the combat power is still maintained at the previous level. Does Marine have such great confidence to ensure that Whitebeard is taken down? It's just a rumor. The source of this news is mysterious. I don't know which force it is. But I think it's not impossible for the mute Admiral not to participate. After all, there is Black Bat in New World, and the Whitebeard pirates will fight with naval headquarters. But this is just an unknown. Hearing this, Kaido thought deeply and quickly understood, and then sneered again and again. It's really possible. Then keep an eye on him. At this point, Kaido has lost interest and turned around to continue practicing. The rest of the beast's pirates looked at each other. Then, are we still involved? Runty and others were confused. Phosphor, who turned around and left, couldn't help laughing. Governor Kaido was not interested in a war without Shane. At the same time, on the other side of New World, 340. The red and gold ship Red Force was sailing through the waves. The people on the ship were standing on the deck, looking down at the newspaper in their hands, each with a solemn expression. Marine has really started to act. Fire Fist Ace. Public execution. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely go to rescue at all costs. What can we do, boss? The fuse of the war was ignited by Marine. Hongo, Lakilu, Yasop, and others were very surprised, and the momentum of the possible development in the future was even more solemn. Blackbeard did it. Shanks, what you guessed happened. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes slightly suspicious. Blackbeard. Red-haired Shanks gritted his teeth, then looked up at everyone, but sighed helplessly. War is bound to happen, we can't stop Whitebeard. The only way is to get involved and stop both sides at the same time. Shanks wanted to stop the war, otherwise it would be very likely to cause a riot in the world. This was inconsistent with the prophecy he had learned, and it would be best if everything could be stable on track and wait for that day to come. But at this moment, Shanks was not worried about the war, but whether he could defeat Kongjin. Beckman saw Shanks's thoughts. Combat power is the key to everything. If Whitebeard goes, he will definitely lose. It depends on how he rescues the Fire Fist and how he sends his men away. The implication is that this may not be a war, or it may be a battle royale of the Whitebeard pirates. But at this moment, Gabu hurried out of the cabin and shouted, "Boss! Our people have sent a message. Marine is recruiting elite combat forces from all over the world. It seems that the dumb Admiral will not participate." Hi! When this was said, the cotters were collectively surprised. Shanks and Beckman raised their eyebrows. This is interesting. Black Bat may not participate in the war. Beckman instantly thought of many possibilities. Gabu then said, "It seems that the dumb Admiral made some mistakes and was punished by the 5 elders. The news is gossip, but it is very likely. That is to say, Black Bat Shane will not participate." Shanks whispered softly at first, then he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "No matter what, the news of the public execution has come out, and Whitebeard will never let it go. Okay. We don't know what Blackbeard is up to. Send someone to keep an eye on him." Gabuzongjonger nodded and returned to the cabin. And Shanks was still worried. Blackbeard was secretly tinkering with some plan, and now the clues were beginning to emerge. And on the Marine side, Admiral Black Bat was like a giant mountain erected in the New World, making the Grand Line pirates breathless. One thing after another, the red hair pirates who maintained the balance were under great pressure. Let's talk about the other side. The protagonist of the public execution, the Whitebeard pirates, temporarily docked on an island. More than a dozen captains of large fleets surrounded Whitebeard, all with solemn faces. And Whitebeard, holding a newspaper in one hand, was silent for a long time. They are actually going to publicly execute Ace. Teach. He did it. Let's go to Marineford to save Ace. Dad. Captains such as Vista and Jaws roared in hatred, wanting to kill Naval Directly Headquarters. Calm down. Marco took a deep breath, glanced at everyone, and then looked at Whitebeard with worry. As the ship's doctor, he knew very well the extent of Whitebeard's injuries and the damage to his body caused by the lily fruit. With such a body, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Whitebeard stood up again and said firmly, "Gather everyone. Naval Headquarters is not scary, our goal is to save Ace. The only thing we need to focus on is how to break through the defense line of Black Bat." Speaking of Black Bat, the indignant captains calmed down, their faces became more ugly and solemn. That was an unreachable mountain. The battle some time ago really made everyone feel scared. But Dad, you dragged your injuries to fight Black Bat. Marco clenched his fists and said reluctantly. Whitebeard sighed, in fact, the only worry was Shane. At this time, Jinbei suddenly visited. This Shishibukai who was originally going to be arrested and imprisoned changed his original trajectory because of Shane and was still in the position of Shishibukai. At the same time, Jinbei also learned a lot of information through the Marine Channel. And the first sentence Jinbei said when he arrived was, "Dad. The dumb Admiral will not participate in the war." What? Captains like Marco and Tuz couldn't believe it. Naval headquarters didn't let the dumb Admiral play. I switch Whitebeard was a little unbelievable. As the strongest fighter in Marine right now, Black Bat, the strongest in the world, didn't let him play? Is Marine crazy? Jinbei, are you sure? Whitebeard was also very surprised and confirmed it to him. Jinbei nodded solemnly and said, "Dad, I have been paying attention to everything about Black Bat. Especially during this period of time, I have learned a lot of news near Marineford. Black Bat Shane did something big in Impel Down a few days ago. I don't know the details, but then the world government gave him punishment. I don't know what it was. But what is certain is, Marine summoned elite Marines from all over the world, but did not summon the G4 branch. Black Bat is still in the branch now." Adding the gossip, Jinbei confirmed the authenticity, so he came to Whitebeard to see if he could help. If that's the case, Marco, Baista, and others immediately gained confidence. Naval headquarters is difficult to break into, but without the monster Shane, the difficulty coefficient dropped sharply. They have a chance. You brought good news, Jinbei. Whitebeard smiled, grinning with a unique smile on his face. Without the mute Admiral, Whitebeard has the confidence and the skills to fight Sengoku. Immediately, the captain waved his hand, "Men. Prepare for battle." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes. Captain." New World. Marine G4 branch. In the brand new branch, soldiers stood on the sentry posts. In the building, the adjutant was still working hard, processing a pile of documents. And Shane crossed his legs, drinking in one hand and playing the defense game in the other. The Marine Sign Alman ran quickly and knocked on the door. "Report. Shane Admiral. Headquarters sent a telegram, our original bonus and construction resources were all halved. According to normal procedures, the order was delivered to Shane today. For this matter, Shane and the adjutant didn't care. There wasn't that much to begin with, and now half of it is still a profit." But seeing that the Sign Alman was hesitant to speak, the adjutant spoke for Shane, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't you see that Admiral Shane and I are very busy? One is playing games, and the other is working overtime. How can they not be busy?" "Yes." Marineford issued a notice to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, calling all branch Marines for support. Admiral Shane is not on the call. The Sign Alman was still a little angry. On the contrary, Shane waved his hand indifferently. The battle at the top is about to begin, but it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. Although the scene is big, it is a boring job. The adjutant certainly knows that this is due to the Impel Down. Soon, many rear admirals belonging to the G4 branch also came after hearing the news, shouting that the headquarters was really too much. Didn't Admiral Shane just let a prisoner go? What's the big deal? It's fine to find some resources and bonuses, but why don't you let the Admiral participate in the public execution? I'm afraid it's the bureaucrats inside who are causing trouble. I'm going to protest at the headquarters. These people are all Shane's subordinates, and now they all want to stand up for justice. They think that isolating Shane with such a big action is unfair. Isn't he just an old-fashioned Red Earl? Admiral Shane is the strongest in the world. Why should he be isolated and punished?" Seeing this, Shane could not help but write, "No problem, the instructions of the headquarters are just what I want." When the soldiers saw this, they couldn't help but admire UNN's calmness. Everyone knows that if Admiral Black Bat is present, only the Whitebeard pirates dare to come, and he must have the highest military merit. As a result, Shane didn't care at all. If we don't participate in the war, we won't have casualties. We all respect Admiral's ideas and don't make trouble. The adjutant looked at Shane and immediately understood and appeased everyone. The soldiers finally put aside their grievances and said, "No matter what decision Admiral Shane makes, we will follow it." Shane smiled and was about to write, but at this time, the den den mushi on the desk started to sound. Now, this den den mushi has also been replaced with a more expensive video den den mushi. As soon as the call was connected, Shane saw Sengoku on the other side. Sengoku was extremely helpless with Shane. Who would have thought that he would do such a bold thing and impel down? Seeing the leisurely Shane at this time, Sengoku was also a little angry. This kid? Did he do it on purpose? For a while, Sengoku and Shane stared at each other, and the scene was silent. The rear admirals and the adjutants did not dare to speak, and watched quietly. 10 seconds later, Sengoku seemed to realize that Shane could not speak. The previous matter has been punished, you have to pay attention to the impact. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, and then said, "There is a situation that requires you to go out. The Straw Hat crew, which has recently gained fame, is now in the Sabayati Islands, attacking St. Charlos. You should go there in person to solve the trouble on the island. Remember, hurry over and catch the Straw Hat crew. Once this matter is dealt with, it can be considered as making up for the loss." Sengoku looked at Shane projected by the video bug and said the task he had given him. In fact, the Admiral and Kizaru present could have rushed over quickly, but Sengoku still contacted Shane on purpose. It is to make up for Kongjin's mistake of releasing the prisoner. By then, the 5 elders will have an explanation, and Shane can return to the naval headquarters and restore his authority. After listening to this, Shane just blinked and did not respond to Sengoku. The reason is that Shane is waiting for the system to see if there is any prompt. After all, it is a long way, and there is no benefit in rushing and taking action. Shane really doesn't want to move. As for restoring authority, who cares? Shane, don't be willful. After all, our marine is also part of the world government. As a soldier, you must obey the dispatch. Sengoku frowned slightly and persuaded helplessly. If it were Kuzan, Borsellino and other guys, they would have sprayed it long ago, but Sengoku spoke seriously to Shane. But Shane saw that the system really didn't respond, and didn't want to go at all, so he shook his head directly at Sengoku. "You kid!" Sengoku suddenly felt a headache. Huang Lu beside him couldn't help but almost laughed out loud, thinking that if he was given such a bitter word, he would not want to move. But Zhang Hui was a wise man after all, and continued to persuade, "Is it easy for me to give you a chance to redeem yourself?" As he said that, he realized that Shane seemed indifferent to the views of the 5 elders, and immediately changed the subject. "If you can solve the pirates who made trouble on Sabayati Island and capture the Straw Hat boy, not only will you redeem yourself, but the withheld rewards will also be made up, and the treatment of the entire branch will be improved. How about it?" Chapter 62. Sengoku really wanted to redeem Shane from the 5 elders. He thought Shane was just young and would always make mistakes, which was not surprising. As long as he was committed to justice, he would definitely be a leader in the future who would lead the marine and sweep across the ocean. He loved talent and had good intentions. He even promised to increase his salary without the 5 elders agreeing. Shane finally cheered up because he knew there were benefits. Looking at Sengoku's expectant face, he thought that he was also good to him. So he wrote quickly, "Can you make up for the half that was deducted last time?" Sengoku said loudly, "That's right." Shane wrote quickly, "Can you continue to increase it after making up for it?" "Yes. At least 30%. Sengoku's face darkened a little, and then he said, "The mission was successfully completed, I will cash it for you." At this point, Shane nodded reluctantly and wrote, "Okay." After a long time of persuasion, Shane finally agreed. Although Sengoku's face was dark, he was relieved. Shane will definitely have no problem dealing with the Straw Hat crew. By then, he can ask for mercy from the 5 elders and the matter of impel down will be over. But what Sengoku didn't expect was that after hanging up the video bug, Shane didn't mean to get up. He still held the game controller in his hand. "Admiral Shane? Didn't you promise Marshal Sengoku?" The adjutant reminded him in surprise. Did he have to disobey the order after receiving it? He was pretending to obey but secretly disobeying it. Shane glanced at him and thought that he had never planned to go out in the first place. He was just going to Sabayati Island to suppress the pirates. He snapped his fingers immediately. Die! The invisible pseudo-sound waves produced fluctuations. Behind Shane, a figure appeared out of the void, just like the appearance of an illusory dragon. The adjutant and the rear admirals were so shocked that their jaws dropped. How come he looks exactly like you?" The soldiers pointed at the figure and stuttered. The figure that appeared in front of him was exactly the same as Shane on the sofa. Black shoulder straps, justice coat, and different eyes. It seemed that he was not angry, but his aura was exactly the same as Shane's. There was even a sense of oppression. This move was the enchanted cake, split body. The same appearance and aura. Although his intelligence was low, his methods were the same as Shane's original body, and he could use various enchantment abilities. At the same time, a dragon roar came from outside. It turned out that Shane not only summoned a clone, but also summoned the Azure Dragon. Shane immediately gave orders to the clone in his mind, suppress the pirates on Sabayati Island and capture Straw Hat Luffy. The clone nodded silently and turned away. After going out, he jumped onto the head of the illusory Azure Dragon and left quickly. A set of operations was smooth and flowing. The adjutant and the soldiers were stunned for a few seconds before they reacted. "Your methods are really amazing." They knew with a thought that Shane had sent the clone directly to Sabayati. Shane glanced outside and continued to operate. With tens of thousands of attribute points, there is no need to worry about the distance problem. With the ability and wisdom of the clone, it is enough to solve the matter of Sabayati. And the body shaped by pseudo-sound waves is now used on the road, which is ridiculously fast and can't be seen by the naked eye. At this moment, the incident in Sabayati is also continuing to ferment. Luffy knocked out Charlos Saint with a punch, and less than a minute Sengoku got the news and contacted Shane. After a few minutes of delay, Luffy and his group were actually still in the auction house. Pluton Rayleigh just met Luffy and showed Conqueror's haki. Afterwards, the mall was in chaos. Marine was dispatched to surround the auction house, and the pacifists also arrived at the battlefield and began to capture the pirates on the island. For Kid, Kira, Big, Bonnie, and other supernovas, the troops sent by Marine were vulnerable. Until the pacifist came to them. Area 24 of Sabayati. Hawkins, Capone Big, Bonnie, APU, and the strange monk Uragai were chased and intercepted by the pacifist PX-3 and a large number of Marines. One after another. "The Straw Hat Kid has made a big mess." Big bit his cigar and said angrily while shooting. "Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to kill him." Bonnie said speechlessly, and from time to time he glanced at the strange monk who was fighting with PX-3. APU stood on the roof, admiring the battle below and laughing, "It's really exciting, exciting." While walking towards the coast under the protection of his men, Hawkins, who was still holding a tarot card in his hand, took out a card and his face changed suddenly. "Bad luck, what's going on?" It was safe before. His divination has never deviated. When he was surprised. Suddenly, a dragon roared. Everyone looked up and saw that it was an illusory blue dragon carrying a human figure, flying at high speed. "That's Admiral." "No, the one who can have such a move is Black Bat." "How is it possible? Isn't he the Admiral guarding the New World? Why is he here?" Big, Bonnie, and even Hawkins were all shocked. If there were other admirals, they might still have the confidence to try to fight, but the one coming was Black Bat. All of a sudden, all the resistance was gone. "Just kidding, the Emperor of the Sea was beaten, who are they now, fighting with the world's recognized strongest admiral?" Without hesitation, Big, Bonnie, APU, and Hawkins led their people to run away, and each party ran in a different direction. "It's Admiral Shane." The Marines reacted and cheered loudly. Jean Doan in the distance also looked at the illusory blue dragon in the sky with admiration. But just when the supernovas hadn't run a few steps, a figure, almost reaching ultimate, fell from the sky. Just a flash of his eyes, and then there was a click. Most of Area 24 was instantly frozen into a world of ice and snow. And supernovas such as APU, Bonnie, and their pirates were directly frozen into ice sculptures by the clones. The excitement and surprise on the faces of the Marines were still there. The clone of Shane, who landed, started to move instantly. This was a movement similar to Flash. A flash of lightning. Beeg, who was frozen in place, couldn't even notice that a fist with a white halo fell in front of him. Crack! The powerful vibration force instantly broke the ice and hit Beeg's body. Even the armed color was like paper. Beeg was knocked unconscious on the spot, sank into the mud, and fainted with blood all over his body. And the Marines just saw the ground collapsed and dust splashed. Almost without a pause, another flash of lightning appeared. Bonnie and Monk too were also hit by the clone's fist with a shocking punch. Boom! 2 punches turned into a sound. The ground shook, and the two followed Beeg's footsteps and were smashed into the ground unconscious. In fact, it seemed to be at the same time, but the clone punched Bonnie first, and then the lightning flashed in front of the strange monk and punched him. It was fast and fierce, not to mention them, the Marine soldiers who were watching the battle soberly, and Jean-Juan couldn't react. 3 big pits, the ground was shaking. All of this, except for Shane's clone, almost everything was stuck in the mud, and it was deadly slow. APU and Hawkins were the same, and their eyes frozen in the ice just moved. APU was frozen in the ice, and took the opportunity to use sound waves with his mouth, bursting the ice while hitting multiple notes in succession. Each note exploded on Shane's clone. It worked. APU flashed a trace of pride, and gestured at Shane's clone in the explosion. Then he turned around and wanted to run away. As a result, the clone didn't even look at APU, and directly raised a hand towards him. Invisible gravity was activated. In the reverse effect, APU was instantly sucked in. Slash! Before he could finish his words, APU flew backwards in fear. What greeted him was the clone's ruthless fist. Boom! The vibration force went straight through. As the building collapsed, APU was smashed all over with blood and lost consciousness. Immediately, there was a flash of lightning. The clone had come to the last supernova, Hawkins. The shock force exploded, and the ring head fell. The ice surface shattered, and Hawkins inside was horrified. Just touching the clone's fist, the ground collapsed in an instant. The cracked ground spread and sank. The Marine soldiers, Jean Doan from the science class, finally reacted completely, opened their mouths wide, and were shocked. The supernovas were all knocked down. This power, the speed alone is faster than that of Old Man Kizaru. Jean Doan was numb, and he saw such exaggerated combat power for the first time. One blow, hundreds of millions of newcomers couldn't even get up. However, at this time, Shane's clone stared at the dust in front of him, and saw Hawkins appear intact. However, even though Hawkins was unscathed, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He didn't even see how the others died. In the blink of an eye. This is the strength of the strongest Admiral. If the stand hadn't suffered damage to him, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. But how could the clone give him a chance? Another punch? Fast, accurate and ruthless. Seeing the white halo, Hawkins felt a chill on his spine and was covered in cold sweat. The next second, his sight was 2 centimeters. Accompanied by a shaking of the ground, dust and gravel flew everywhere. A poor guy in the distance was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his life was hanging by a thread. And the clone was merciless, opened his fist, and clenched it towards Hawkins. In an instant, lightning flashed in the sky. One after another, thunderbolts struck Hawkins continuously. "Please give me flowers." The rumbling sound continued. Again and again. Hawkins's stand was directly struck, and the last punch of the shock force fist smashed it deep into the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, revealing the roots of the mangroves below. If it weren't for the control of the shock and lightning power, I'm afraid Sabayati Archipelago would have set off a tsunami now. The remaining Marine soldiers and Jean Doan were now completely stunned. In a breath, only Hawkins wasted some time. These newcomers, who numbered over 100 million and could only be dealt with by pacifists, all fell to the ground with serious injuries and lost consciousness. Even the shaking of the ground, the dust, and the lightning in the sky caused by the shock force have not stopped. Too powerful. This is the strongest Admiral. Admiral Shane, invincible in the world. The Marines were shocked and excited when they saw this scene. They felt honored to see the strength of Admiral Shane. However, many old Marines and gendarmerie were a little surprised. Admiral Shane, opening his mouth is a move, opening his mouth is destruction. Why is he using fists and feet now? Everyone is now familiar with Shane's various abilities, so vibration and lightning are not surprising, but the use of fists and feet makes the Marines who reacted quite suspicious. At the same time, far away in the G4 branch, Shane, who was playing games, suddenly heard multiple prompts. Defeat the popular pirates and get 50 attribute points. Defeat the popular pirates and get 50 attribute points. Defeat the popular pirates and get 50 attribute points. Defeat the popular pirates and get 150 attribute points. It seems that they are taking action to deal with the supernova. Shane had a flash of thought, and did not divert his mind to check, but continued to immerse himself in the high-difficulty clearance game made by a clone of Vegapunk. At this time, on the other side of the Sabayati archipelago, Area 1, the shopping mall. This place is surrounded by the Marine Squadron, and PX-2 is fighting fiercely with Luffy, Kid, and Luo. Rubber, rocket launcher. Room. Magnetic. Reflection. The three used their respective abilities to attack the pacifist P2 fiercely. Finally, with Kid's last blow, the metal giant fist reflected and knocked the pacifist to the ground, and sparks of electricity continued to emerge. Seeing that the pacifist was knocked down and couldn't get up, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's all your fault, Straw Hat Luffy. If it weren't for you, how could it be like this now? Kid yelled at Luffy in dissatisfaction. Hitting the celestial dragons is like poking a hornet's nest. You have to leave quickly, otherwise it will be no fun when the Admiral comes. Luffy laughed and felt a little embarrassed. Law didn't say anything, but just glanced at the Marines around him, a little confused. These Marines were still very nervous just now. Why are they all calm and collected now, surrounding them in an orderly manner without the intention of forcibly taking them down? As he was thinking, the air around him suddenly tightened. In an instant, Luffy, Kid, Law, as well as Zoro, Sanji and other pirates outside the auction house were all accurately frozen. Robin and Nami looked through the crack in the door of the auction house and were immediately scared and sweating. Aokiji. However, a figure fell from the sky. The black shoulder straps and young faces made their pupils tremble immediately. Black Bat. The person who came was actually this person. Admiral Shane. The Marines here had received the communication long ago and knew that Shane was coming. Now they cheered and looked at him with admiration. It was this man who made the Marines' prestige increase several times and frightened many big pirates. At this time, Law, who was frozen in the ice, suddenly transferred the freeze and broke free. While looking at Shane's clone in horror, he also unfroze Luffy, Kid and others. We are so unlucky. We thought we could still have a chance, but we didn't expect this person to come. Trafalgar Law's intelligence work has always been good, and he knows Shane very well. This young man in front of them, who is similar to them, is absolutely unmatched. Even Kid's face became extremely ugly, and even cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You? Hey, we have to fight no matter what. On the contrary, the carefree Luffy rubbed his hands and looked determined. Hit out? Humph. Kid secretly complained in his heart, how could such a naive person exist? This is the one who is known as the strongest. How can it be so easy? But there is no better way except fighting. The Marine soldiers directly made way for a wider position tacitly. The leading rear admiral shook his head. Supernova dares to fight with Shane Admiral, it's really, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Chapter 63. None of the Marines stepped forward, but silently stepped back a few steps. Law used his ability to help Luffy and Kid unfreeze, staring at Shane's clone with great solemnity. Luffy shouted to fight back, and although Kid was under great pressure, he had no choice. So he raised his hand, and the electromagnetic force immediately attracted a large number of iron bodies and reassembled them into a huge arm. Trafalgar Law raised his famous sword Ghost Cry and stared at Shane's clone. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Magnetic String. Kid took the lead, and the mechanical combination of the big hand clenched his fist and directly crushed the clone. The whistling mechanical big hand was heavy and swift, and its power should not be underestimated under the control of magnetic force. The clone stood in place, with an indifferent look, and had no intention of dodging at all. There was a bang. The mechanical arm fell down, and dust flew everywhere. Hit it! Kid was overjoyed, obviously very confident in his attack power. Even if Shane was very strong, he would be injured if he was hit by his moves. But when the dust dispersed, Kid couldn't help but be stunned. The mechanical palm hit the position of Shane's clone, and actually broke a hole. The clone stood at the hole, expressionless. This level of damage doesn't even need to activate other abilities, just the enchanted armed color can easily resist it. He is not an ordinary opponent. Luo saw this, his eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly reminded. This is the strongest enemy they have encountered since they went to sea. Then Luo turned his palm downward and activated the room range. Immediately exchanged positions with the stone on the ground. Holding the Ghost Cry, he directly aimed at Shane and fell with a knife. The Op Fruit ability allowed him to easily cut through most people's defenses. But Shane's clone was a cookie body composed of 657 pseudo-sound waves. It was not as expected. Luo slashed down with his sword, and before he could touch the clone with his ability, he felt an invisible obstacle. The famous sword Ghost Cry seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, falling slower and slower. Until it could no longer move forward. How is it possible? Luo was horrified and quickly gave up the attack and retreated quickly. This was the first time that his ability failed. The high intensity of the pseudo-sound wave and armament haki was completely unshakable with his strength. Come again! Kid roared, with a ferocious face, sucking those machines back to form an iron fist. He suddenly blasted at the clone again. Kid tried his best and used his strongest attack ever. At the same time, Luffy was not idle either, and now he recovered and used his ultimate move again. He bit his thumb and blew it up quickly, inflating his arm to make it giant. While extending, he kept rotating his arm. Gear 3, Rubber Rubber. Giant Spinning Bullet. With Luffy's shout, the high-speed rotating fist suddenly hit Shane's clone from the other side. On the left and right sides, Kid and Luffy's ultimate moves came at the same time. Law gritted his teeth and moved his eyes as he watched this scene. He found that Shane still did not move in the field, as if he was disdainful of dodging. It must be achieved with one hit. Law could not stand still. He knew that the slaughterhouse could not cut Shane, and he saw Luffy and the other two attacking with all their strength. Immediately raised the famous sword Ghost Cry, and then covered it with the high-frequency current of Op Fruit. At this time, the rubber spinning gun and the mechanical fist hit the clone from the left and right. The ground seemed to tremble suddenly, and the ground around cracked. Because of the impact force, the air shock generated spread in all directions. The Marines present were also startled, but they regained their composure after a look. The giant whirling gun was still spinning and striking, and the mechanical fist was creaking, but it never really touched the clone. The enchanted armament haki was like an invisible armor, 50 centimeters outside the clone, and the two loose attacks were firmly resisted. The next second, Luo instantly changed his position, facing the clone, and stabbed it with Ghost Cry. Right at the head. Luo wanted to use the high-frequency current to hit Shane directly. As a result, the current on the Ghost Cry was so piercing that it was about to smoke, but it could not penetrate the invisible armament haki. The three of them were stunned while trying hard. All attacks were ineffective. They had never encountered such a strong man. Then, Luffy and the other two jumped away in a hurry, and they were shocked and didn't know how to attack Shane. Shane's clone moved. Raised his hand, punched. The crackling thunder and lightning broke out immediately. The dazzling lightning and destructive aura made everyone sweat coldly. Immediately, the clone waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning blasted out, hitting Kid. Without any reaction time, Kid couldn't even resist, and was struck by lightning on the spot. In an instant, his body was charred, black smoke came out of his nostrils, and he fell down, losing consciousness. No! No way! Luo was really scared. This black bat was more oppressive than all the strong men he had seen, even Rayleigh, who he had just faced, was not as good as him. He couldn't help it, and took a step back with trembling steps. It was this movement. The clone pointed his hand. In an instant, a bolt of lightning turned into a lightning column, and blasted at Luo on the spot. It was an attack comparable to the speed of light. Even if the slaughterhouse was still there, Luo had no time to dodge. With a bang, the lightning column hit a deep groove on the ground, emitting hot red and black smoke. And Luo, like Kid, rolled his eyes and fell down with a charred body. In a blink of an eye, only Luffy was left in the field. This Marine Admiral is using Aru's thunder? And just now, it was Aokiji's no-go. This scene really shocked Luffy, who was already very nervous. He didn't understand why Shane in front of him could use any ability. Nami, Robin, and others who were about to slip away from the auction house also saw the movement behind them and couldn't help but be surprised. Thunder. Definitely thunder. And the ability to freeze. Isn't it said that the abilities of Devil Fruit are all unique? It's like this, people with abilities will die if they eat other fruits. Usopp, Nami, Frankie, and other Straw Hat crew, racking their brains, couldn't figure it out. At this time, Robin suddenly said, "Where is Mr. Rayleigh?" Back to the clone. Ray defeated Law and Kid with a wave of his hand, and the clone's next target was the last Luffy. Or capture him alive. The clone's eyes fell on Luffy, and Luffy immediately felt that he was being stared at by something terrifying. "It's my turn. Come on." Luffy gritted his teeth, thinking to buy time for his companions to evacuate. But the next second, his eyes blurred. Shane's clone instantly appeared in front of him, and one hand pressed directly towards Luffy. "You can't destroy these seedlings at will." Suddenly, a voice came, accompanied by a long sword slashing at the clone's arm. The clone immediately changed its route, and its palm directly grabbed the sword. Suddenly, black lightning flashed. The two sides collided, causing a strong impact, knocking Luffy over. "Uncle!" Luffy flew backwards and saw that the person coming was the grey-haired Rayleigh. "Pluton, Rayleigh!" The marine soldiers around were shocked. "I didn't expect that a legendary figure would appear on Sabayati Island and help Straw Hat Luffy." Rayleigh jumped away with a sword, blocking Luffy behind him, and looked at Shane solemnly. "Marine, known as the Dumb Admiral, the strongest admiral, it's really not simple, young man." After one contact, Rayleigh knew how difficult the Shane clone in front of him was. The sword that entangled Conqueror's haki, and even the effect of the air attack were pinched by the clone with one hand. The most important thing is that Rayleigh didn't feel Shane's clone using haki at all. It's really scary, pinching Conqueror's entanglement with the flesh. No wonder Rayleigh looked very solemn at this moment, and was completely in combat mode. For this kind of person who blocks, the clone feels threatened and will only fight back strongly, especially since Rayleigh's Conqueror's entanglement is very strong. The next moment, he clenched his fist and smashed it through the air at Rayleigh, who was blocking in front of him. Crack! Due to the change in force, this time the clone directly created an atmospheric rift. The powerful vibration force burst out, instantly causing Area 1 to shake violently. The surging shock wave broke through the ground and blasted straight towards Rayleigh. Seeing this, Rayleigh was even more shocked. This is the power of Newgate's shock fruit. It's too familiar, the Black Bat Admiral actually has the power of shock. But there was no time to think about it. Rayleigh raised his hand and swung his sword. Conqueror's haki suddenly rioted, accompanied by the sword energy, and the shock wave collided with each other. The roots of the mangroves creaked and were cracked by the aftermath. The dust was swept away, and the fallen Kid and Law were also blown away. Amazingly powerful. The Marines retreated one after another, but they still stared at it with amazement. Pluton Rayleigh is also defeated by Admiral Black Bat. The warriors were very excited. They saw that Rayleigh was being blasted back, his feet dragging on the ground, and 2 furrows were plowed out with force. Rayleigh clenched his back teeth, sweat on his forehead. He still underestimated the strength of Shane's clone. The impact of this punch was unimaginably powerful. In desperation, Rayleigh had to use his skills to turn over, avoiding the impact while also taking Luffy away. The clone's punch rushed straight along the path. The roots of the mangroves were constantly broken, and rows of them fell down until a huge fist path was formed on the sea surface. The power of a punch was so terrifying. Luffy was stunned, and Rayleigh's face was also very bad. But the clone would not give them time to breathe. With a flash of lightning, it appeared in front of the two again, and drew its fist. The white halo shattered the space. Under the strong vibration, Rayleigh only had time to push Luffy away, and then Haki covered the sword body and blocked it in front. In an instant, the violent shock caused the soil under Rayleigh's feet to collapse and swell further below. Rayleigh, who was not prepared for the huge force, could not bear it at all. His body tilted uncontrollably and he fell into the pit. Unbelievably powerful. Even Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki could not stop it. This guy's power not only has the power of shock, but also Haki entanglement. Rayleigh could not understand and was even a little terrified. He was in pain all over his body and felt stuffy in his chest, and he couldn't help vomiting. This former Pluton was beaten so badly in his first battle in his old age. And Luffy was exposed to the eyes of the clone again. Shane's clone executed Shane's will and appeared in front of the helpless Luffy with a flash of lightning. Powerful. Overwhelming intimidation. Luffy's pupils dilated, his body stiffened, and he didn't know how to react for a moment. At this critical moment, a tall figure instantly appeared beside Luffy. The one who came was Tyrant Bear. Although Tyrant Bear was transformed and gradually lost his original consciousness, but he still remembered Shane's strength. Now there was only one way to save Luffy. Use the meatball fruit to knock him away. Luffy's eyes were full of fear at this time, thinking that Tyrant Bear was also here to capture him. The palm with the meatball approached at a high speed. But what Luffy didn't expect was that lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. The terrifying lightning column, with a diameter thicker than the red mangrove, flashed directly and hit Tyrant Bear directly. Even though Tyrant Bear's body was extremely strong, he couldn't withstand the power of thunder. He couldn't control his body due to the impact and flew backwards rapidly along the direction of the lightning column. Then he smashed into a tree root. The lightning followed him, shot through the tree root together, and fell on the sea surface far away. Bright and dazzling, the light rose on the sea level. A strong wind followed and rolled back. When he made a move, the earth shook. The people present, the Marines, were so shocked by Shane's clone that they couldn't speak, their eyes were wild. What Pluton Rayleigh, what Shishibukai? In the blink of an eye, one was hammered to the ground, and the other was knocked away. On the other side, Nami, Usopp, and others who saw the battle from a distance, as well as Zoro and Sanji who were evacuating, looked at it with horror. The strongest Admiral. This is too powerful. The legendary Pluton was also knocked down. Isn't that Shishibukai Bear? He was also knocked away by the 5.3 dumb Admiral. Black Bat has used multiple abilities. This is totally impossible. Terribly strong. This strength is so terrifying that the Straw Hat crew can't imagine it at all. Especially Zoro, who has a psychological shadow on Tyrant Bear, but he didn't expect that in Shane's hands, the powerful Shishibukai is like a toy in front of him. What is truly powerful? After walking to the first half of the Grand Line, they finally saw the world's ceiling combat power. Back to Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy now felt deeply desperate. He couldn't resist Shane's clone at all, even if he recovered from the side effects of the third gear. Rubber gun, rocket launcher, machine gun. These moves couldn't even touch the clone's clothes, and Kakuzu's arm was directly broken. How could this happen? How could this happen? It's still too weak. Luffy deeply realized his weakness. The clone looked at him indifferently and raised his hand. A purple halo flashed by. Heavy pressure suddenly came. Pressed Luffy to the ground. Damn it! Rayleigh wiped the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and wanted to block Shane's clone. As a result, the clone didn't even turn his head and waved his hand. A more terrifying gravity came, with a range of dozens of meters, and it rushed towards Rayleigh. 0 frame start, no escape. The ground collapsed instantly, and Rayleigh was also suppressed by gravity. Plus, after getting injured, he couldn't use Haki to get out of gravity by tens of meters. Capture the legendary pirates, the main target of the mission is the Straw Hat. The clone looked around, then waved his hand to signal the Marines to come forward and handcuff them with Seastone. Chapter 64. Seeing Luffy being handcuffed, the severely damaged tyrant bear in the distance was completely helpless and could only sigh silently. Dragon. I tried my best. The strength of Black Bat is simply not something that one or two strong men can contend with. And Rayleigh watched Luffy being handcuffed by Seastone, limp and powerless, and he himself was also walked into the gravity suppression area by the clone and handcuffed by him personally. Until the gravity suppression was lifted, Rayleigh did not resist again, as if he was hit and somewhat resigned to his fate. The supernova that Jean Doan caught after the aftermath rushed over to see this scene and couldn't help being shocked. Is this over? In a short period of time, all the supernovas that were causing trouble on the island were dealt with, and a legendary pirates, Pluton, was also captured. At this moment, Jean Doan really admired Ultimate, and his eyes were full of admiration. Just then, a burst of obscene laughter came from the door of the auction house. I've got it! I've got it! The pirates who hit my son! The one who came was Saint Risward, who was stunned by conquerors and woke up because of the noise. Great! Hey! I'm going to kill him myself! He took a trembling step because of the shock and took out a golden revolver. Before he got close, he just shot at Luffy who was handcuffed. The hatred, anger, and twisted face seemed to turn into excitement. The bullets flew everywhere, and Luffy, who was restrained by Seastone and weak all over, was hit by several bullets. Although he didn't hit his vitals, his body was broken and bleeding. And the bullets flew everywhere, and a few of them missed and hit Shane's clone directly. It was a good thing that he still had to hit the head and heart. Although the bullets were bounced off before they touched, this attack directly triggered the clone's counter-attack mechanism. Although it is a bit smart, the counter-attack mechanism will prompt the clone to act. So, a shocking scene appeared. The clone was attacked, turned around, and punched Saint Risward who fired the gun. The atmosphere cracked. The ground shook violently. What are you doing? Saint Risward only had time to scream, and was immediately hit by the shocking fist. The booming sound continued. A gully extended out from the fist, and the auction house behind, including the guards blocking the front, were all knocked down, and the building collapsed. Sya, Admiral Shane. The Rear Admiral who led the team saw this, his pupils trembled, and he couldn't help screaming. Saint Risward fell under Shane's shocking fist, covered in blood. The Marines reacted at this time, looking at the direction of the auction house, their scalps numb, and their bodies cold. Celestial dragons were knocked down by Admiral Shane with a punch. Rayleigh, injured Luffy, and even Tyrant Bear and others who were watching from a distance were all stunned. Who could have thought that Shane would actually attack celestial dragons? In fact, Shane himself did not expect that the clone's counter-attack mechanism would directly hit celestial dragons. However, what frightened the Marines even more was yet to come. Rear Admiral hurried forward to check, and after breaking the dust, he saw the miserable state of Saint Risward, and could not help but tremble all over, and his teeth chattered up and down. 583. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Rayleigh couldn't believe it, looked at Saint Risward, and then looked at the clone of UNN. What is going on? Marine Admiral killed celestial dragons. At his age, he was still the vice-captain of the Pirates King. It was the first time for him to witness such an outrageous scene. Isn't this guy from the world government? The Marines screamed in disbelief, and they were at a loss. They had never encountered such a situation before. Celestial dragons should have been the first priority to be protected, but they were killed by Admiral Shane? Rear Admiral was also completely down. Jean Doan even dropped his axe on the ground, with a look of shock on his face, cold sweat on his forehead, and trembling, "Celestial dragons, dead. Admiral Shane is in big trouble." Tyrant Bear and Straw Hat crew in the distance were all horrified and shocked. Luffy beat celestial dragons? This one is really brutal. The clone was still indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Instead, Shane's real body at the G4 base suddenly received a system prompt. Ding, kill a high sin value target and get 1000 attribute points. Huh? What's going on? It's been a while since I received a reminder to kill evil. Shane was playing the game, and he was a little confused when he saw the system reminder. There are quite a lot of rewards. But the more attribute points, the better. The gains from this trip are not small. Shane followed the old rules and added it directly to the pseudo sound wave. Pseudo sound wave, 12,700. Pseudo sound wave exceeds 12,000, and obtains a new enchantment, Dark. Dark, as the name suggests, is a replica of the power of dark fruit. Shane glanced at it, and there was no surprise, but it was worth being happy about the improvement in strength. Then he turned around and continued to play Sabayati Archipelago. Although Jean Doan admired Shane very much, the situation in front of him was like the sky falling, which was beyond his control. So he took out the Den Den Mushi and contacted the naval headquarters. When Sengoku learned that it was Jean Dalmaru, he immediately asked, "How is it? Has Shane dealt with the matter over there? Have the pirates been caught?" Jean Dalmaru was sweating and swallowed his throat. He didn't know how to report the death of celestial dragons for a moment, and said intermittently, "Xia, Shane Admiral, he has dealt with it. None of the supernovas escaped, Straw Hat Boy Luffy was caught, and Pluton Rayleigh was also caught." Sengoku was overjoyed when he heard it, "Pluton Rayleigh. I thought it was right to let Shane take action, although there were rumors that Rayleigh was in Sabayati." But unexpectedly, the naval headquarters did not pay attention, mainly because the combat power and determination required to deal with Rayleigh were too great. And he had nothing to worry about, so he never took action. "I never thought that Shane really defeated him and captured him." Sengoku was overjoyed. Little did he know how aggrieved Rayleigh was when he was defeated. Great! In this way, the remnants of the old era and the four emperors will not be able to escape the punishment of justice. Sengoku continued happily. But Jean Dalmaru was holding the Den Den Mushi, and his face was sweating more and more, and his tongue was a little knotted. "Mr. Sengoku, there is another situation." He hesitated, and Sengoku on the other end frowned. "What's the other situation? Just tell me." It was also done by Admiral Shane. Jean Dalmaru really needed a lot of courage to speak out this big thing. "What happened? Just tell me if there is any situation. Did Shane hit too hard and destroyed half of Sabayati?" Sengoku was a little impatient and asked again and again. "Shat! Admiral Shane, he killed celestial dragons." Finally, Jean Dalmaru said it, and he still shouted with his eyes closed. "Celestial dragons are supreme, descendants of God, and have been deeply rooted in people's hearts for 800 years. Even if it is not because of the name of God, the status of celestial dragons is unshakable. This matter is too big." On the other side of Den Den Mushi, Sengoku was silent for a long time, with only heavy breathing. Celestial dragons were beaten to death by Marine in public? This kind of thing, let alone Admiral, would be a capital crime even if the commander of the entire army came. Sengoku was shocked and extremely shocked. And Tsuru Granny, Garp, and others who were also in the conference room, who had defeated Supernova, Rayleigh from the beginning, were still very calm. At most, Garp's face was a little ugly. But when the news of celestial dragons being beaten to death by Shane came out, not only Tsuru Granny and other senior executives were present, but also many vice admirals were present, and they were all petrified on the spot. What a joke! Celestial dragons were beaten to death by Admiral Shane. It must be fake. Don't listen to his nonsense. The people of Huashaishan subconsciously felt that it was fake. But at this moment, Sengoku's hands were shaking as he held the microphone, and veins popped out on his forehead. He knew what Jean Dalmaru was, a little guy who would never lie and was a loose-lipped guy. He couldn't even tell such a joke. The air in the conference room seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Sengoku used his super high IQ to constantly think about how to break the situation. Afterwards, he said hoarsely, "Gendarmerie, let Shane come over to answer the phone. How to kill celestial dragons is no longer important, what's important is why Shane killed celestial dragons." On the other end of the phone, Gendarmerie replied, "Mr. Sengoku, he's gone." Yes. The clone completed the task and disappeared in a flash. Only Marine was left to clean up the battlefield. After Sengoku gave a few instructions, he hung up the phone. The conference room finally exploded. "Admiral Shane, why did he do that? Killing celestial dragons is a capital crime for us Marines. I don't believe it." The Vice Admirals admire Shane and think that Shane won't act impulsively, so they deny it from the bottom of their hearts. Garp, who knows that celestial dragons are playful, didn't add fuel to the fire at this moment, but sat there worrying about Luffy. It was just that killing celestial dragons made Sengoku uneasy, and he knew that the 5 elders would know about it soon. So he didn't give up and directly used the video bug to call Shane. He must understand the matter. Only then can he save Shane. In the G4 branch, Shane, who was playing games, heard a call and stopped the game. It was a call from the naval headquarters. Before answering the call, Shane covered his eyes. "Shane." Sengoku forced himself to calm down and controlled his tone to be calm. Shane gave the adjutant a look and tried to pretend that he had completed the mission and returned. As a result, Sengoku asked in a low voice, "Why kill celestial dragons? Why, kill celestial dragons?" For a moment, Shane was a little confused. "Who? Celestial dragons?" But soon, he reacted and was very surprised. Celestial dragons, could it be the one with the heinous crimes? 1000 attribute points? It turned out that the clone killed celestial dragons directly. No wonder the crime was so outrageous. As a time traveler, he knows this world, and he also knows how serious it is to kill celestial dragons. Shane simply stopped pretending and pulled off the cloth covering the video bug. The figures of both parties immediately appeared in the projection. Sengoku, Tsuru, Aokiji, and others were immediately confused. "No, Shane, you should be in the return phase, how come you are sitting in the G4 branch office so soon?" Tsuru saw the problem at a glance. The ship is different from the base, and according to the time calculation, it is impossible for Shane to return to G4 instantly from Sabayati. Shane then spread his hands, then pulled over the blackboard and wrote, "I didn't go, it was the clone who went." When they saw it, everyone was stunned. "Clone? It was your clone who dealt with those Straw Hat supernovas and captured Pluton Rayleigh." In the conference room, everyone was shocked and incredulous. But think about it, it seems not impossible for this to happen to Shane. 10 super rookies were caught, and there was Pluton Rayleigh, and the Shishibukai bear was beaten away. Such strength is simply amazing, and the clones are so strong. How strong is Shane himself now? Watching the battle replay 850 and watching the innocent Shane in the projection, he was surprised and happy for a while, and felt helpless and complicated. He really wanted to train Shane as his successor, but Shane had done too much trouble. In any case, your clone killed celestial dragons in public, and you can't escape the blame. Sengoku sighed helplessly and said while making contact. Then he continued, "Come back in person, I will take you to meet the 5 elders to apologize. With your qualifications and strength, they may not make things difficult for you after you explain the reason. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. In the end, it depends on Marie Joya's decision." Sengoku's initiative to apologize is indeed feasible. At least there is a chance to explain that it was manslaughter. But reality is often not as expected. The adjutant walked hurriedly and whispered to Sengoku, "Mr. Sengoku. 5 elders summoned." Hearing this, Sengoku and the Marines present all changed their expressions. The Sabayati archipelago incident, the 5 elders already know. Looking at Shane in the projection, Sengoku opened his mouth helplessly, and finally said, "Let it be up to fate." Shane scratched his head, but it didn't matter. I didn't plan to take the initiative to apologize for anything. Isn't it just a useless celestial dragons who died? If the 5 elders attack me, I can only give up my daily attribute points. After all, now with 12,000 attribute points, Shane's strength has increased several times, enough to look down on the heroes and no longer fear any force. And Sengoku, after hanging up helplessly, with a complicated mind, thinking about how to plead, hurriedly left. When he arrived at the power room, Sengoku met a sturdy old man with a mountain-shaped beard and a mountain-shaped hairstyle, a false minister. The commander of the whole army had a serious face and frowned. Seeing Sengoku coming, he nodded. Sengoku sighed even more in his heart. Even Kong was summoned. It seems that the 5 elders are very angry. As expected. As soon as the two entered the door, the 5 elders scolded them. What are you doing? My subordinate Admiral actually beat celestial dragons to death. Protecting celestial dragons is the highest duty, you actually let this happen. The majesty of God cannot be violated. Especially you, Sengoku. We are so disappointed this time. The 5 elders were very annoyed, and Sukin was even more gloomy. Sengoku and Kong looked at each other, not daring to say anything. The Risward family has fallen out. Shane actually dared to beat the descendant of God to death. No matter what this matter is, he must bear the wrath of God. Execute Shane. God, do not blaspheme. Announce it to the world after executing him. Satan Saint Maz was full of murderous intent, and it was obvious that he was really against Assistant UNN. Speaking of this, especially when he heard that Shane was going to be executed, Sengoku quickly said, "My lords, there is actually a misunderstanding." Chapter 65. Misunderstanding? Humph, what misunderstanding could there be? Shane killed Saint Risward, this is a fact. Marine killed the world nobles? Humph, there has never been such a bad incident. If it weren't for Marshal Marine, the commander of the entire army, 2 people in key positions. 5 elders would have called him an ant and deserved to die. Shane is indeed responsible for this matter, but it was not Shane himself who went to Sabayati Archipelago, but a clone. His clone is not as good as the original body, so the mistake of killing Saint Risward occurred. Sengoku was eager to explain and told the whole story in one breath. Finally, he added, Shane's crime is not punishable by death. 5 elders frowned when they heard this. You mean, Shane sent out a clone to take care of Pluton Rayleigh and all the supernovas? When did he have such a method again? Is he hiding it, or is he getting better and better? 5 elders' anger did not decrease because of this. Instead, his eyes darkened and he was afraid. Rayleigh had been to the final island with Roger and was one of the top strong men. His peak strength was even stronger than the 4 emperors today, although he was very old and physically weak. But he was not easy to deal with. At least the world government knew his whereabouts and dared not act rashly. A lot of preparation was needed. As a result, Shane's clone defeated him and captured him alive? This made 5 elders feel depressed. But killing celestial dragons is crossing the bottom line, and Shane is a marine. Saint Voculi said bluntly with a gloomy face, no matter how it happened, celestial dragons did die in Shane's hands. Even if it was a clone, it was his fault. If he did it, he would have to bear the consequences of killing God. The authority of celestial dragons cannot be violated. Sengoku was shocked, but he didn't dare to exonerate Shane, otherwise, if he continued, the 5 elders would be even more angry. Kong looked at the 5 elders, and then inadvertently glanced at Sengoku, who looked ugly. He sighed in his heart, and then slowly said, killing celestial dragons is indeed a capital crime. The angry 5 elders and Sengoku looked over, and Kong said solemnly, but Black Bat Admiral, can he really be executed? Shane was recruited halfway and directly served as Admiral. His loyalty to the world government may not be firm. And the most important thing is his strength. Even his clone can easily defeat Rayleigh and capture him alive. It's not that I don't have confidence, but his strength is really too strong. Unless Shane surrenders, who can catch him? Even if he is willing to be caught, who can kill him? This is the naked reality. Dealing with Shane is no less than dealing with 4 emperors at the same time. 5 elders, be careful. Kong's admonition also made the 5 elders completely silent. Saint Satan and Saint Voculi couldn't help but twitch their mouths and couldn't refute. If the 5 of them appeared at the same time, they might not be able to take down the Black Bat Admiral. Deeply fearful, Sengoku saw that the 5 elders were silent. Although they didn't say that Shane should die, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness when they saw their faces changing. Indeed, the strength shown by Shane was too strong. So strong that the 5 elders at the top of power had no way to deal with it. In the depressing atmosphere, Sengoku stopped talking. For a long time, Saint Maz opened his eyes, without the previous angry tone, and said slowly, Sora, you go and block the news. Saint Rizward's death ends here and cannot be spread. Sengoku, you go and execute the decision on the punishment of Shane. Punishment is inevitable. Sengoku nodded and listened. Completely stop Shane's authority. From now on, he will no longer have the power of Admiral, but only retain the title. The remaining resource rewards of the G4 branch are all over. 5 elders, this is to put Shane aside for now. Sengoku's heart trembled, and he understood what the 5 elders meant. The reason for retaining the military rank is that it can be cancelled at any time, so that there will be a chance to settle accounts later. The reason for not taking action now is that the 5 elders are not sure, and the public execution is imminent. Shane's future is completely gone. Sengoku felt helpless and lost. If Shane leads the Marine in the future, it will be far more than just ending the era of the great pirates. Unfortunately, when the Celestial Dragons died, it all became a fantasy and no longer possible. No one knows what the 5 elders think. After Sengoku came out of power, he even lost his mind a little, and Zhang Ganghukan couldn't help but sigh. After returning to Marineford, Garp, Borsellino and others also saw Sengoku's expression and stopped asking questions. In the office, Sengoku connected Shane's video phone bug. Looking at Shane, who was still carefree and holding the game controller, Sengoku put the 5 elders on the phone. Elders' punishment was announced, leaving a sentence, take care of yourself. On Shane's side, the adjutant was also confused. What does Marshal Sengoku mean? Your admiral power has been suspended, and all resource rewards are gone? No more funding. The adjutant thought about it, but still didn't understand what kind of punishment this was. A military rank but no power? A base but no money to support it? Except for money, Admiral Shane seems to have never used power. Shane thinks that it doesn't matter. 5 elders don't care about the death of celestial dragons? It's unlikely, unless celestial dragons kill celestial dragons. It seems that they will settle accounts with me next time. Shane had a thought in his mind. Loving to play games doesn't mean that Shane, a time traveler, can't see through. On the contrary, no one knows the personality and temper of the main characters, as well as their code of conduct better than Shane. As long as the weapons are still there, the daily attribute points are still there. It's just that the military supplies are a bit troublesome. The 5 elders obviously just threw me and the base aside and didn't care about it anymore. Without funds, the second half of the year will be difficult. We have to think of a way. Shane thought to himself and began to plan for the future. At the same time, the incident about the Sabayati Islands began to ferment from the moment Saint Rizward died. Even if the world government used all its energy, it could not completely block the news. For example, Doflamingo was the first to receive the news about celestial dragons. Many people, such as world government officials and auctioneers, revealed it to him, and soon learned the whole story. In the High Mountain Palace on Dressrosa Island. After Doflamingo hung up the phone, he squeezed the microphone into a discus. Saint Rizward was beaten to death by Shane. How dare he? Doflamingo didn't know about the matter of the clone, but he was still shocked. No one knows the inside story better than him, a person from Celestial Dragons. Shane was destined to die. As a result, the 5 elders lightly removed his power, and that was it. He. It's so funny. You are afraid too. 5 elders. Doflamingo gradually laughed wildly. Attracting Toripol, Origi, and others rushed over quickly. Seeing Doflamingo like this, they were shocked. Dover, what's wrong with you? Doflamingo did not answer, but fell into deep thought. He knew the secret of the celestial dragon's national treasure, and he knew that the 5 elders had lived for many generations. Such a person actually suppressed the matter of killing celestial dragons because he was afraid of Shane. Black Bat is too powerful. So powerful that the world government can't deal with him. Doflamingo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have made some kind of decision. With the strength to defeat the 4 emperors, how could it not be difficult? Even the invincible Kaido was pressed to the ground and beaten by Shane, and his strength was unfathomable. But this is also an opportunity. Doflamingo has been secretly planning to pull celestial dragons down from the altar. Kaido has become a thing of the past, and Shane is now the best choice. What happened to you? Torrible and others looked at Doflamingo laughing wildly, then pondered, and then laughed out loud again, and couldn't help but be confused. However, Doflamingo did not explain too much at this time, but ordered, "Get ready, pay attention to all the movements of Black Bat Admiral. If there is a chance, maybe we can cooperate with him." Cooperate with Black Bat? Listen to Dover, don't ask too much. The cotters of the Donquixote family were confused. Torrible looked at Doflamingo and understood. Dover, this is a new plan. There are not many forces that can get information about the Sabayati archipelago incident. The situation was very chaotic at the time, and many pirates on the island were unaware. But there are still big forces that can quickly grasp the news. Especially the C4 Cents who are always keeping an eye on Shane. On Red Force. Red-haired Shanks put down the Den Mushi in his hand, his face gloomy, even a little anxious. Luffy, Rayleigh, both were captured in Impel Down. Luffy was the one chosen by the fruit. Rayleigh is a senior that Shanks respects. The Red Hair Pirates also have a deep bond with Luffy, and they were immediately furious when they heard it. "Boss! Let's go save him." "Yeah. Luffy can't be locked up in Impel Down. The world government is a bunch of bastards." Usopp, Lucky Lu, and others said they would take action on the spot. Beckman shook his head at them. "If you want to save people, you have to rely on timing. If Black Bat intervenes, we may be wiped out." Speaking of Black Bat, everyone couldn't help but fall silent and clench their back teeth. We all know the complexity of Impel Down. Let's see how the world government reacts. Shanks sighed and said helplessly. "It's already difficult without Shane, and with Shane, it's impossible to save people." Usopp, Lucky Lu, and Hongo were anxious. They couldn't watch Luffy die in the hands of Black Bat, and they were talking. Suddenly, the Den Mushi in Shanks' hand rang again. "Boss! Just received a very explosive news. It's from the world government. The mute Admiral actually killed the celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago. Just after capturing Pluton and the others. The 5 elders are furious and have stopped his authority and left it to the G4 branch, ignoring it." The voice came out of the Den Mushi, and the red hair pirates on the deck opened their mouths wide. "Incredible! Kill celestial dragons! Black Bat is a marine. How can he survive after killing celestial dragons? Didn't you hear? The dumb Admiral killed celestial dragons, but he just suspended his power and left G4 branch alone." The discussion on the ship exploded, and the department was surprised. Shanks and Beckman were the same, and they confirmed the authenticity of the news again and again. "Absolutely correct, boss." The younger brother on the opposite side was very confident. And there was no need to deceive this kind of news. This is an absolutely inviolable bottom line for the 5 elders, not to mention the Marine Admiral. Shanks also felt it was very outrageous. He never thought that Shane would kill celestial dragons directly. That was the world's nobles, and the government maintained its majesty for 800 years. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the treatment of the 5 elders is not surprising for the dumb Admiral. Beckman took a deep puff of cigarette and said while exhaling. "Strength is the greatest confidence. The 5 elders dare not touch Black Bat." Shanks understood what Beckman was talking about and nodded. Marine Admiral killed celestial dragons, but he just stopped his job. Incredible, he actually killed celestial dragons directly. Although they are trash, they are really brave. And it seems reasonable that the world government dare not touch Black Bat. The Cotters also discussed it. Strong strength is the biggest reliance. Even if celestial dragons kill them at will, Marie Joyce dare not act rashly. At the same time, including Shanks, everyone was relieved. At least during this period, Shane could not be driven by the world government. Black Bat has a gap with the world government, good at getting money. Boss, in this case, can we find a way to save Luffy and the others? Lakila was surprised and asked hurriedly. It's not appropriate. Let's wait and see what the world government wants to do with them. 11. Beckman glanced at Shanks and suggested. It's not that they don't want to save them, but they can't save them yet. If they go out, it is very likely that Black Bat will return. Even if there is a slight possibility, Beckman doesn't want usse to continue to participate. Luffy and Mr. Rayleigh are still safe during this period, and the war between the world government and Whitebeard is about to begin. Let's stabilize it first, and the situation. Shanks thought for a while, discussed with the Cotters, and finally made a conclusion. At the same time, on the other side of New World, the Whitebeard pirates are actively preparing for war and seem very busy. After receiving the news about Shane, Marco excitedly ran to usse. Dad! Dad! Big event! The captains followed after hearing this. Whitebeard looked at the map in his hand with a slightly sad face. After hearing this, he looked at Marco and asked, "It seems like there is something good." "Yes, Dad. The intelligence just received is that the dumb Admiral captured a group of pirates in the Sabayati archipelago, and Rayleigh is even among them." Marco wanted to finish it in one breath, but when Shane and Rayleigh were mentioned, the captains exclaimed, "Pluton! He was dealt with by the dumb Admiral again. It seems that we are right to guard against Black Bat. This guy may not participate in the war." Captains such as Yorkla and Baista all felt a sense of pressure, and even Whitebeard couldn't help but mention the name of Rayleigh. It's not surprising that Shane caught Rayleigh. Marco waved his hands and said anxiously, "Not only Rayleigh. The dumb Admiral killed a celestial dragon present." Chapter 66. As soon as these words came out, Whitebeard couldn't help but look up suddenly. Everyone present was in an uproar. Baista, Jaws, and others widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. "Is it true? He is the Marine Admiral. Marine killed celestial dragons? It's the opposite of Tiangang, okay. This is more exaggerated than civilians killing celestial dragons. What punishment did the world government give Shane?" Whitebeard suddenly became solemn and asked. "Dad, the dumb Admiral was stripped of his power, the resources and funds were stopped, and now the world government has thrown him in the branch without care." This is what Marco was excited about. Baista, Lakyo, Blenheim, and Khalil also reacted after being surprised, and their eyes lit up. If that's the case, the dumb Admiral will never appear on the battlefield. He won't even be valued and dispatched by the world government in the future. Even though he committed such a serious crime, the world government didn't dare to punish him at will, and didn't even deprive him of his admiral rank, haha. That's because the 5 elders didn't dare to do anything with the dumb Admiral's strength. Everyone knew this truth in their hearts, and sneered at the world government. At the same time, everyone seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts. How could the world government dare to use Shane to kill celestial dragons? It's completely lawless, okay, and not only in this war, it is very likely that there will be no missions to deal with pirates in the future. Whitebeard was also relieved in his heart. In fact, he was also worried about whether Shane would really appear, but now, knowing what kind of character the world government is, Whitebeard is completely relieved. Because Whitebeard plans to die in the naval headquarters and make a break with the Marine, if Shane might appear, his sons will not be able to evacuate. The current situation is just right, and Whitebeard's confidence has also increased a lot. However, at this time, on Wanakuni Ghost Island, there was a loud laugh. Kaido laughed so hard that tears came out. 5 elders, you don't even have the courage to fight. Despicable. You celestial dragons call yourselves gods. What about now? With absolute strength, even if you are a god, you have to buy at a low price. Knowing that Shane killed celestial dragons, but was only suspended from his post and still held the rank of Admiral. Kaido kept mocking celestial dragons and 5 elders. His hatred for 5 elders and Saint Satan is not a little bit. With the strength of the dumb Admiral, even the entire Marine, the hero Garb, and the Buddha Sengoku can't take it down together. The 5 elders are so angry that they can't vent, and it just so happens that a public execution is coming soon. Phosphor, the former CP unit member, couldn't help but sneer, mocking the incompetence of the 220 world government. How funny, the dignity of the celestial dragons was trampled underfoot for the first time, and those descendants of the gods didn't dare to say a word. I don't think the celestial dragons will give up. Black Bat may leave Marine in the future. Jin spoke even more pointedly. This statement made Quinn, Jack, and even the Flying Six present breathe a sigh of relief. Shane may no longer be a Marine, which immediately made everyone feel less anxious. After all, the ceiling of combat power hanging over their heads is too fierce and too desperate. Leave Marine? We will see each other again. Kaido suddenly stopped laughing and his eyes fixed. He still wanted to defeat Shane. Practice, practice, until he defeated Shane. No matter if he was a free man or a faction. Indeed. With Shane's current combat power, status, and past record, for the big pirates of the New World, it was like an unreachable mountain that could fall on their heads at any time. After receiving the details of Shane's punishment, Big Mom was also happy. It's really ridiculous, 5 elders. Do you want to wait until the public execution before you cause trouble for Shane? Or have you really revealed it? Big Mom laughed very cheerfully. This kind of thing is a joy to hear. This dumb Admiral is really fierce, and the Qinglong people are very strict. Pero couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Mom, even if there is no public execution, the world government probably wouldn't dare to do it, right? I think so too, that guy is really too perverted. If you want to catch and execute him, Santian Shang Yuan Master is not enough for the dumb one. The strongest in the world has been recognized by the world, and everyone in the Charlotte family has almost the same opinion. At the same time, everyone is very happy. Killing celestial dragons is a big crime, and the dumb Admiral is destined to be abandoned. Now, we don't have to worry about Marine clearing up New World and sending the dumb Admiral. Maybe the 5 elders will fall out with him? After all, the dignity of celestial dragons has been completely torn apart. Dafu, Cracker, and others laughed out loud. Big Mom was in a good mood and even ate 2 more big cakes than usual. The pressure that Shane brought to the 4 emperors was too great. This unexpected surprise was enough to let everyone put down the big stone in their hearts. Fortunately, Kong asked the intelligence department to block the news and shut up the big journalist Morgans at all costs. Otherwise, the death of Saint Risward would become the biggest stain on celestial dragons. This would make more and more people lose their awe. Of course, Shane also understood these principles, but he didn't care. Time passed quietly. As a few people learned the news. The supernovas and Rayleigh captured by the Sabayati archipelago were also sent to impel down. Supernovas are dangerous elements, including Luffy, and they were all sent to the 6th floor for imprisonment. Now the 6th floor has completely changed. Last time, Shane taught a group of prisoners a lesson here, and the damaged cages were not repaired. Only the debris was removed and the ground was repaired. The prisoners in the collapsed cells, wearing shackles, each occupied their own place. Bullet occupied the best position and sat quietly. He was a little hit by Shane. Until Pluton Rayleigh was sent in, Bullet stood up in surprise. Rayleigh, you? Oh? It's you, Bullet. Rayleigh didn't look like a prisoner at all, like an ordinary old man visiting, and he smiled happily when he saw Bullet. Bullet saw the familiar smiling face, couldn't help but snorted, and said in a vicious voice, "You old guy is not dead yet. You were also caught." "No way, I met the pervert monster Black Bat, I am no match." Rayleigh helplessly spread his hands and generously admitted defeat. The other prisoners were surprised when they recognized Pluton Rayleigh, but when they heard that he was sent in by Shane, they all thought it was reasonable. The right arm of the Pirates King could not escape either, that guy is almost invincible. The prisoners present were all subdued after a fight. "It's him again. Black Bat. Bullet thought of the fight and gritted his teeth, fierce on the outside but convinced on the inside. I, an old man, am also unlucky. Rayleigh was embarrassed to say that he did not resist later, and he stroked his beard and said, it was still that celestial dragons who was unlucky, and was directly killed by Black Bat with one punch, ha 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 ha. The celestial dragons were just trash in Rayleigh's eyes, and he was not shy about talking about them at this time. But when the people around heard this, they were very surprised. Celestial dragons was beaten to death. Black Bat is a marine, if he killed celestial dragons, wouldn't that mean? Are we going to see him come in again? The prisoners were shocked, their eyes widened in disbelief, and at the same time they were a little worried. After all, the authority of celestial dragons is deeply rooted in the world. Kill celestial dragons? Most prisoners didn't dare to kill them before they came in, they just beat them up. Crocodile snorted coldly and said, whoever is imprisoned in Impel Down, Black Bat can't be imprisoned in Impel Down. What a joke! Last time, you broke Impel Down with a sound of destruction, have you forgotten? Indeed. Killing celestial dragons is not a trivial matter for Depin, the king of evil government and Bullet. After being surprised, he reacted after hearing what Crocodile said. In the world, only Black Bat dares to do this. He is the strongest admiral, the strongest in history. Killing a celestial dragon, can the world government catch him? All the prisoners thought it was natural, of course they didn't know how Shane would be punished by the world government. Bullet was stunned for a moment, then realized that with Shane's strength, the celestial dragon's scum was really not worth mentioning. That guy, his strength is really unfathomable. The shock power of Newgate, as well as lightning, etc., are extremely powerful. My old body can't stand it. Rayleigh recalled the 2 punches, and Inna shook his head and said. Then he sighed again, I'm afraid that Roger and Rox at their peak would find it difficult to win. Pluton's personal evaluation is extremely high. A pirate's king and a lawless overlord are both the strongest people in the world. But Bullet, the king of evil government, and others heard it, but shook their heads silently. The illusory dragon summoned casually beat all the prisoners on the 6th floor. With a casual sound, it almost destroyed Impel Down, broke through the heavy sea stone, alloy steel wall. Roger and Rox couldn't do it. Rayleigh, you still underestimated Black Bat. Bullet sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes dim, and he spoke in a low voice. He had fought with Roger many times, so he knew the difference between them very well. They were probably not even qualified to carry Black Bat's shoes. That guy was simply too strong. Of course, Bullet and his people didn't know that Shane, who knocked Rayleigh down with 2 or 3 punches, was actually just 1,000 clones of a pie. Time passed quietly like this. The death of celestial dragons was only circulated among certain top forces. Even the fact that the G4 branch had its resources stopped was unknown. Naval headquarters was preparing for the public execution as usual, and the people in the towns on the island also moved to the Sabayati Islands for temporary refuge. Major news agencies and underground forces were waiting. Finally, the day of the public execution has arrived. 50 warships will protect Marineford, Marine soldiers lined up in the square. From dawn, a solemn atmosphere gradually spread. The whole world was eagerly waiting for the live broadcast of the public execution to start. The black curtain finally lit up. Sabayati Archipelago, Alabasta, the Fishmen Island, all the major kingdoms and islands were opened at the same time. The Shishibukai and marine warriors who participated in the battle at the forefront formed a battle array, and the vice-admirals and the giant vice-admirals stood in the strategic position of the square. The culprit, the Fire Fist Ace, was also taken to the execution platform. 100,000 marine elites. Even so many vice-admirals are all dispatched. Fire Fist Ace. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's him, he may cause the destruction of the world. Cheers suddenly rang out around the world, and some people were extremely afraid of Whitebeard's ability. But seeing the strength of the naval headquarters, everyone was still in high spirits. Look at the execution platform. That's Admiral. Soon after, 3 tall figures walked up to the execution platform. Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji. The three admirals sat down, their expressions serious and full of pressure. The marine soldiers shouted in the square, "It's the admirals! The highest combat power of marine is the greatest support of marine and the people. If Whitebeard dares to come, he will die. The three admirals are out. Where is Admiral Black Bat?" At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are focused on the admiral guarding the position under the execution platform. Expectation. Fanaticism. Young, invincible. The man who broke all the combat power on the sea and was hailed as the strongest admiral in history. Not only the people watching from all over the world, but also the marine soldiers on the scene held their breath, looking at the three admirals, looking forward to Shane's appearance. As a result, Admiral Black Bat did